From 2001 to 2003, my grandma and I lived in a house in Boonville, Missouri. The house was my uncle's, but it used to be a duplex, so my grandma had one side, he had the other, and I had the upstairs that went from his side up. First, I have to say that the house always felt weird. It used to be a vet's office, and between the two halves of the house, there's a little hallway about 3.5 feet long with a door on her side, a door on his side, and a door to the basement. The doors in the house stuck at some times of the year. It wouldn't stay shut the other part of the year. This was the part of the year that they wouldn't stay shut. They just swung all the way open. I went downstairs to go talk to my grandma, and when I went into the hall, both doors slammed shut. The basement door, which always latched very well and stayed latched, started to swing open and stopped at about 1 inch. I know it was about 1 inch because my hand was on the door. There was a really cold draft coming from the crack in the door, and our basement wasn't that cold around that time of year. I screamed and started banging and pushing on all 3 doors. It was pitch black in there. There wasn't a light. And finally, the basement door shut quickly, and both doors just swung open. I went in and told my grandma, and she said she heard the door shut and thought it was weird, but didn't hear me screaming. Another time, we had been gone all day, and so had my uncle. We didn't have a big ladder, and no one around there had seen anyone on our roof. I went upstairs and walked into the bathroom, which was right across from a window. I paused for a couple seconds, then turned around. The window, frame and all, were lying on the floor. There were a couple marks on the wall where the corners hit as if it was falling down, and there were linters of wood all over the floor. We checked, and there weren't any pry marks, and no marks outside, and no handprints on the window like someone had pushed it. My uncle still thinks I somehow pried it off the wall. That is the window he kept telling me to keep shut. I tried, but it was one of those windows that opens from the top and leans in. Every time I shut it and locked it, it would come open. He slammed it shut, and the next time it was open was when the window fell off the wall, as we put it. There are other things that happened in that home. Almost all of it happened upstairs. The locked doors would pop unlocked, open, shut, then relock themselves. If I put too many things on top of the filing cabinet in the corner of my bedroom, it would shake violently until some stuff fell off. When anyone went up or down the stairs, something grabbed your ankles about halfway and even tripped you. I had a particularly nasty fall down the stairs one time. The closet doors in the hallway would open and close slowly sometimes. The stairs came up in the middle of the hallway, and there was a walkway all the way around. The side that no one ever walked on had really cold spots. A couple of things that happened that were not upstairs one time. I had my door open and was just laying there thinking, and I saw something come from my upstairs living room and walk down the stairs ever so slowly. I followed it down the stairs on my rear end so I didn't get tripped and through to my grandma's side of the house. My grandma started talking when it was still in the shadows. She thought she was still talking to me, and I was still in her kitchen. When I ran in there, she stopped and asked if I was standing there. Who was in the shadows? I told her. That was her first experience with a ghost. Also, all of the time, it seemed that the house was listening and watching everything, even from the outside. All in all, that was a very active house, and I'm glad I don't live there anymore. We moved into our house in August of 2001. We first realized we had a ghost when I was sitting on the toilet, and the toilet paper in front of me suddenly and very quickly began to unroll into a perfect pile on the floor. This happened once to my husband also. Soon it began. Here are some of the things we have experienced with our ghost. We have a woman who died in her son's room. Her name is Della. We know this from buying the house from her nephew, and we have a male ghost, but we do not know who he is. Her son will sit in the game room and turn his stereo on. It will turn off. He will get up and turn it back on. It will turn off again. He finally, after a while, gets frustrated and just leaves it off afterwards. Once my husband was plugging in the television in the game room, and he felt a breath on his neck and heard a female voice say, "Too hot." We do not know what she meant by that. Her son was sitting in the upstairs TV room one day. We have a bookshelf in this room. On the top shelf were 2 tall candles and plants. The candle came up over the plants, across the middle of the floor, and hit him on his knee. One evening, my husband and I were the only ones home, and we had heard a crash in the kitchen. One of our glasses had come out of the top cabinet and smashed into the middle of the kitchen floor. One morning we woke up, and the kitchen stool, which had been under the table at the end of the kitchen, was in front of the stove, as if Della had been sitting there, watching something cook. We had several people over, and videotaped the comforter on her bed, being straightened by invisible hands. Also, at this time we asked, "What are you doing here?" A male voice whispered, "Watching." That is when we realized we had not only had Della in this house, but a male ghost as well. We have had on numerous occasions the smell of baking bread, and no one was baking bread. According to her nephew, she died in her son's bedroom in the month of June. The first June that we were there, we had approximately 7 times that the police would call and say that they just received a hung-up 911 call. After a while, we figured out who was doing it and removed the telephone from that room. It never happened again. One summer evening, my husband was in the backyard. When I walked out, he asked, "Where's my beer?" I did not know what he was talking about. He said he thought it was me walking through the kitchen, and he had yelled up for me to bring a beer. I had not been upstairs. I was down in the laundry room. Her son took a picture with his camera cell phone of a dark figure of a man sitting at her desk in front of the computer. We have things like our shoes being upstairs and ending up downstairs, just small things like that being moved. And finally, we can hear someone walking around upstairs when we are downstairs in the game room. It has just become our way of life. They are like part of the family. We don't even consciously notice half of the stuff happening anymore. One of the most horrifying incidents, though, occurred one night while sound asleep. My husband had been sleeping in another room at the time, when I could have sworn I heard faint screams coming from the room he was sleeping in. Although the screams sounded faded and far away, the tone still sounded as if people were being buried alive. Naturally, I rushed to my husband's assistance in the event that he may be in trouble. Fortunately, he was completely fine, but before I could turn back completely and head back into the hallway and into my room, I saw a shadowed figure zip past me from the corner of my eye. I decided, at that point, that I was going to stay with my husband until the morning arrived. I was too scared to go back to the other room, to go back to bed. Hey, my name is Kelly, and I know that this experience is a bit short, but it's also a life-changing story that I'll always remember for the rest of my life. I used to frequently visit this young girl who I became a babysitter for. Her parents' house was a typical American dream type home, nestled inside a friendly subdivision of similar looking homes with white picket fences, perfectly manicured lawns, etc. One specific occasion, I was watching that girl play around in the front yard. It was late night, and I know it wasn't the smartest thing to do to let a child play around outside in the yard, but I was watching her, and the neighborhood was always very safe. I think it was about 11:30 p.m. at night when this whole event occurred. The streets had been empty. Absolutely nobody was out there but me and this little girl. That was when I noticed a man aimlessly wandering down the street just in front of the house. Since I was so focused on paying attention to the little girl, I didn't really notice him pop into my field of vision until he passed us by. This was an older middle-aged man with tattered clothing, looking completely out of place in a neighborhood that wouldn't even have these types of people wandering on the streets. He looked delirious and was walking slowly. He didn't seem to turn to us or even recognize that we were on the lawn. He just kept walking. Immediately, I grabbed the girl and ran back into the house and locked the door. I decided to look through the drapes when I noticed the man had disappeared on the street. It didn't make much sense to me because the man was walking so slowly and I'd just seen him the second before. I asked the little girl if she'd seen the man I'd seen, and before I could even finish my sentence, I heard a soft knock at my door, my heart pounding. I was too scared to even look through the hole to see if it was that man, but I did anyway. Oddly enough, there was nobody there. I ended up telling the family of the girl, and of course called the cops. They came over and told me to be careful, and that they would do their best to patrol the area in case they see a suspicious man outside. Later on, I thought that it could be possibly a ghost, though I'm not sure, but it does certainly seem like it. Another night I was out playing with this little girl when it started to storm shortly after. Her parents were home this time, but I liked to bond with the kid. My mom called me and told me she wanted me to come home so I wouldn't be out in the middle of the storm. The drive is probably about 10 minutes at the most, back to my house. As a side note, a friend of mine's house that was killed in a car accident is on my way home. As I was driving past, I got this urge to look at the house, and in the yard of this house, there was this fog presence. It wasn't just a light mist either. It was a completely darkened cloud. What completely shocked me, though, was that I swear it had some sort of definition or defined shape. It had the build of a person, but as I said, was still a dark cloud. I saw it for about 5 seconds, then it disappeared. It scared the crap out of me, because nowhere else around had any kind of fog. It definitely seems that this area has a lot of supernatural energy, and I'm not sure why. Thanks for reading, though. I wanted to share a story that proves that love continues, even after death. My son and his wife, who live in another state, were expecting their first baby in the first part of December. My 80-year-old mother couldn't wait for the baby to be born. She was so excited. Every time I talked to her, everything would be about the baby. In mid-October, Mom suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. My son and his wife came down and spent a lot of time with Mom in the hospital, making plans for the baby, etc. On November 5th, Mom died. My beautiful granddaughter was born December 1st and was named after her great-granny. It was very bittersweet, as we loved the baby more than anything, and so glad she was healthy, but it was very sad knowing how much Mom wanted to see her. Well, death did not keep Mom from seeing her first great-grandchild. While in the hospital, my daughter-in-law was alone in the room, with the baby, kinda dozing in and out. Suddenly, she felt something nudge the end of her bed. She looked up and saw Mom at the foot of her bed, smiling at her. About this time, the baby started to fuss. My daughter-in-law watched in awe as Mom glided across the room to the baby and started rubbing her back. The baby immediately quieted down, and Mom slowly faded away. The baby is now a month old, and my daughter-in-law says that now that they are home, the house will start to feel different, and the baby acts like someone is playing with her. I think we know who her guardian angel is. As a side note, yes, the story is 1000% authentic. I know maybe people might not believe it, but obviously it happened, and I have the proof to back it up, at least in my heart. It's not the scientific proof that everybody wants, but it did happen. I believe in ghosts. I'm certain of it. I had an experience at this location, similar to the gentleman who shared his story, so I'd like to share mine as well. One evening, out of the blue, my friend told me about this haunted track just outside that small Saskatchewan town, located in Canada. We decided to take the several-hour trip just for fun, just to see it. My friend, who knew about it, had already been there several times, and told us exciting but scary stories about it. 2 carloads of us made that trip that wintry night. We drove our vehicles down the track, past some no trespassing barricades, and parked. We got out to look. So to speak, we saw the light. This bright light, similar to a single headlight, slowly moving towards us. We then noticed it would split in 2, move fast, slow down, merge back into one, and repeat at fast rates. Freaked out, we ran back into the cars to leave, to notice the one larger car got stuck in the snow. We tried to get out. The longer and harder we tried, the brighter the light got. We couldn't move the vehicle away from the light because of the snow, but the guys figured we could move it forward, towards the light, unfortunately. Myself and another girl slowly walked towards the light to see if there was a clearing so we could turn around. When we did this, the light seemed to fade away. We walked quite a ways down, then decided to go back to the cars. We turned our backs to the light, which was at this time quite a ways away. You just have to look back, and after a few steps, we did. The light instantly grew in intensity and jumped what was like 50 to 70 feet towards us and was right behind us. We ran to the cars. It followed just as fast. Something, it wasn't the snow, kept making me trip over and over again, hurting my foot even more each time. I was on the verge of tears. Eventually, somehow, we got back into the cars, managed to get turned around, and started heading back. Then the car in front of us got stuck. The light moved up the road with us, but at this time, maintained a bit of a distance. We got this car unstuck with less trouble than the first, and proceeded a few meters more when we came back to the barricade. I don't know how we got past it at first. It seemed impossible to get back. Big pieces of metal in the middle of the path, ditch with trees on the side. Maybe just enough to get a car through, if there was light. One of the girls got on top of the pile with a flashlight to show where the edge of that was. I got in the ditch to show where the edge of it was, turned on the headlights, and the most absurd thing happened. The spotlight went crazy, fast, unpredictable movements, sudden duplications, merges, etc. Then little red lights surrounded it as it turned into one huge glowing white light. Then the huge light went out, gone, instantly. The red lights remained, and they flew towards us at high speeds. I tried to get myself out of the ditch and run to the car, but my foot felt as if it was being pulled back by someone. I yelled at the top of my lungs for help, but everyone else was spooked by the red lights, and they were running. More resistance was felt to my ankle, and I looked back at it and noticed the red little lights now, about a meter from me. I yelled at them to leave me alone, and for my friends to help. All of a sudden, I was released from its stranglehold. I then proceeded to leap from the ditch and ran as fast as I could. I got up and ran as fast as I could to jump in the car. We left and got away from those tracks. I know I yelled. The scary thing was, I asked my friends why they didn't help me get out of the ditch. They said they didn't hear me yell at all for anything. I know I did. Did the ghost take away my voice then and there? Discussing this event afterwards with the group, we concluded I had the scariest experience of the 8 or so of us who took the trip. Why? They aren't sure, but I think I know. I was the one who didn't believe any of it would happen. The ghost had to prove me wrong. They did. Trust me. Believe. They are out there, and you don't want them to have to prove it to you. Every time I tell this story to anyone, even typing it, my body stiffens up like I did that night. I feel a cold sweat, and every shadow scares me. It scared me to tears that night. I returned another time with other friends. They all believed at first, so they ventured out down the path, ran back within seconds, scared out of their wits. I got as far as 5 steps from the car when I jumped back in and locked the doors. Something felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to be there. I couldn't even look down the path. I traveled 4 hours. Didn't even look again, just to travel another 4 hours back home. Over 35 years ago, in our farm neighborhood, there was a farm where an old woman lived alone. It was said around the neighborhood that the old lady was a witch. I don't know if she actually was a witch, but she was pretty scary looking. She wore long dresses and always had a scarf tied over her head. She walked with a cane and was kind of stooped over looking. She didn't own a car, and we would see her walking up and down the roads, picking up cans and bottles, which I guess she sold. We would pass her in the mornings on the school bus, and whenever the bus went by her, all the kids would quiet down and sit silently in their seats. We wouldn't admit it, but we were scared of her. As I said, she lived on a farm. She did not farm the land, but rather cash rented her ground to another farmer. The land was a mix of ridgeland and rich bottom ground, prime farmland. There was a nice large woods which held an abundance of wildlife. Farmstead itself consisted of a large 2-story farmhouse, 2 barns, and a spring house. Large old pines surrounded the house. It actually was kind of a pretty farm. In 1963, the old lady died alone, and her land was bought by a neighbor in a share of sale. The neighbor was never successful in finding a tenant for the house. It seemed that nobody would live there very long. Then, in 1966, the house and all the outbuildings burned to the ground. The ensuing investigation didn't ever turn up much, but to this day, the rubble of the fires is still there, and the site is slowly going back to nature. Just a large pine still mark where the farm stood. Along came 1967, and for me, life changed. Graduation, the Marines, and Vietnam. Thoughts of witchy-looking old ladies were the furthest from my mind. Presently, after 2 tours, I returned to the good old USA, and for a while, traveled around, seeing the country. Soon, I became homesick and moved back home to Indiana. Having lived in the bush for a couple of years, I guess I had a hard time adjusting to life among people, so I would spend a lot of time in the woods hunting, or just sitting alone, in the quiet. Upon my return home, I asked the owner of the old witch farm if I could hunt on the ground he owned. He responded affirmative, as the ground was no longer good for farming. It seemed that after a couple of years after the old woman died, springs burst forth out of the hillsides in the farm and saturated the bottom ground, ultimately turning the farm into a marsh. Today, you can slog through the marsh and find the tops of fence posts sticking out of the ground for about 10 to 12 inches. Fence wire is still attached to the post, disappearing into the ground. Now, I started hunting on this ground, but I was always uncomfortable while I was there. I constantly felt as if I were being watched. It was kind of creepy. You could just feel something unnatural was there with you. However, having survived the NVA, I was not afraid of any creepy Indiana woodland. One rainy night, in the late 1970s, I decided to go fox hunting. I left my uncle's home and ventured out into the woods with a light, a fox call, and a shotgun. I knew the best hunting would come in the field behind the old witch's woman's farm stand, so I crossed the creek and went up the ridge to the old farm. I set up and began to use my fox call. I was not afraid. I'd learned long ago not to let my mind get the better of me. After a while, I called in a gray fox, but I was not able to get a good shot at him, so I held my fire. It was very quiet, just the sound of the rain falling. Now, I need to explain that when fox hunting, a call is used to call in a fox, and a powerful light with a red or amber lens cover is used to shine or reflect the fox's eyes, revealing the animal's position. This is a common method used by hunters everywhere. After I was convinced that the first fox I called in was not going to present a shot, I resumed calling. After several minutes, it seemed that I was hearing a noise coming from the old farmstead area. I shined my light in the direction of the pile of rubble that had once been the farm buildings, and suddenly, I realized that the light was reflecting back a pair of eyes that seemed to be 8 to 10 feet off the ground. Okay, no need to panic. Probably a raccoon up in a small tree, trying to get a better view of an animal that was in distress, a noise my call makes. Regardless of what it was, this incident spooked me, and I decided to leave. I blew my cover, and removed the red lens cover from the hunting light, and turned it into the direction of the elevated eyes. Now, an animal's eyes will reflect red in light, but normally reflect with a greenish tint in white light. However, the eyes of a possum will still reflect with a reddish tint. The eyes that were being reflected in my light stayed red. No big deal, just a possum. I gathered my gear and started across the field for the wooded slope to go home. Turning my light in the direction of the red reflecting eyes, they were still there, unmoving, but closer. Now, any animal whose eyes are being reflected in light will eventually move their head, causing a momentary break in the reflection. These eyes were unblinking, unmoving, except they appeared to be following me towards the woods. Scariest thing was the fact that the eyes were still about 10 feet off the ground. It was then I realized that there were no trees in the field for an animal to be in, and no Indiana owls can hover like a Harrier jet. Suddenly, this battle-tested Marine panicked and started double timing towards the woods. I found the footpath that went down to the creek crossing and started down it. After going about 40 meters into the woods, I stopped dead in my tracks. I was suddenly paralyzed with fear. I knew if I turned around that the pursuing eyeshine would be behind me. Mustering my courage, I slowly turned, shotgun at the ready, and as sure as hell, the reflection was there at the tree line, still about 10 feet off the ground. In the powerful beam of my hunting light, I should be able to see the body of whatever was following me, but all I could see were the eyes, staring, almost seeming to glow red. I was toying with the idea of shooting at what I was now sure was an apparition, but a low guttural sound, which came from the same location of the eyes, convinced me that this was not a good idea. I was overwhelmed with the feeling to get the hell out of here, so finding the feeling in my legs, I broke and ran like I never had before. I did not even use the stepping stones at the creek crossing. I just splashed through the water. I continued my pace through the scrub timber until I finally found safety in my uncle's farmyard. At this time, I heard a cry coming from the timber that I cannot duplicate or describe accurately, but it had a mocking quality to it. What did I see in those woods that night? I don't know. It wasn't anything indigenous to the Indiana woods. It was something that scared the hell out of me more than an NVA B-40 rocket ever did. I know that I will never go into the woods again at night. This incident happened over 20 years ago, but I can't shake the image from my mind. I was reading the many accounts of ghost hauntings and appearances, and I thought I should share mine. My senior year, my sister, my friend Mindy, George, Joey, and myself decided to go and search for ghosts in a place that is known for many ghost hauntings. I'm from San Antonio, and some of you may be familiar with the Tracks school bus crash that killed several children and bus driver and the surrounding is Potta Park. On the way to the tracks, there's a cemetery about a couple of blocks off the main street that leads you to the tracks. It was about 11:30 at night, and we heard about the statue of the Virgin Mary, that if you stare at her long enough, she starts to rock back and forth. This whole area is known for many ghost sightings because it is also a battlefield. The statue is located in the cemetery, near the small road that leads into the cemetery. The cemetery has a gate surrounding it and a chained entrance. Well, anyway, we parked outside the fence and sat in silence to see if this was true. Sure enough, slowly at first, the statue started rocking. She sits with her head bowed and is holding her arms as if she is carrying a baby. To our surprise, the statue started throwing her head back. We started freaking out, but weren't too scared, because we had seen a ghost about 15 minutes ago, but that's another story. We sat there, and my friend noticed that the gate was completely open. I don't know how we would have missed an observation like that, since we have to pass the entrance to get to the park outside the gate to see the statue. We all decided to go in and get a better look. We were being stupid and just weren't scared enough, I guess. Slowly, George began driving, and as we kept getting closer to the statue, the harder she would rock. When we got to where we were aligned with the statue, about 10 feet, the most horrifying thing happened. The statue lifted her head and stared at us, but with no eyes and no face. It was completely black, and what made everything worse was that as soon as she looked at us, the car shut off entirely. We were in hysterics, screaming as if we were being murdered. Even George and Joey, two 18-year-old men, were screaming like girls. The car was a year old and had no problems with it. George continuously tried restarting the car, and it just would not turn on. The rest of us are looking away from the statue, and I was praying to God to start the car. Finally, what felt like an eternity, it started, and we hauled ass out of the cemetery and took a right out of the entrance, which leads us further away from the main road towards the tracks. We were in shock and decided to skip going to the tracks and go home and pray. When we got home, I noticed the TV was on and the news was blaring. It was announced that an earthquake had just hit the San Antonio area. I guess that explains what happened at the cemetery, even though I swear it was paranormal. I'm not even entirely sure what happened that night exactly, but I know it terrified me. But how do you explain the black eyes? How do you explain everything else? Maybe it was a paranormal earthquake, if that even makes sense. You know how I was talking about the ghost from earlier that I said I wouldn't mention? Well, I guess I should mention it now. A few minutes before we were heading up to the cemetery to see the statue, we saw this old guy out in the fields, just digging. As we drove by, with our headlights on, we flashed towards the guy. He looked up at us and looked absolutely frightened. Either that or angry. It was hard to tell. But as he was looking up, his eyes were black. Not only that, but his eyes were so black that they were reflecting off of the car. I'm not even sure if that makes sense, but that's what we saw. We ended up driving past that area, and that's when we went into the cemetery. Now, you may dispute this and may be skeptical about what happened, but I'm telling you, honest to God, it really did happen. I know a lot of people say that, but I swear on my life that it did. Every time I pass by that cemetery, I can't help but think of what happened that night. I don't know if I'm ready to see that thing again, once it decides to appear. But I'll tell you what, whenever someone tells me a ghost story, I'll listen and believe. We moved into a house that was about 100 years old and had not been lived in for about 20. The rumor around town was that it was haunted. I did not believe this, even though I had grown up with people that had spent nights in the house and said that they experienced it firsthand. So we moved into the house when my children were ages 5 and 8 years old. The first night in the house, I was very nervous. I could not go to sleep. When I did almost fall asleep, I heard a man's voice in my head. I know this sounds very strange, but it was like someone else's thought was in my head, and it said a man's name. I can't remember the name, only that it started with a B. We finally settled in. The girls complained of doors locking them in rooms. We had gone out of town for the weekend. My youngest daughter got a virus. When we got home, she went to bed. About 5:30 a.m., I heard what I thought was one of my children calling out for me. When I checked in on them, they were sound asleep, not even stirring. I went from my youngest daughter's room into the hall to go to my room, and I saw what I thought were car lights reflecting in my window on the stair landing. But as I watched, the lights were bobbing up and down, independent of each other. They went down the steps, turned at the landing, and continued down the steps until they disappeared through a door. Another time, at about 5:30 a.m. again, I was awakened by someone touching my leg. I thought it was one of my children, but nobody was there. I also experienced the man's voice in my head one more time. Near Halloween of the same year, I was in the car with my children when my 5-year-old complained that she always felt that someone was watching her when she was in bed. This scared me. It was time to get out. We bought a brand new house and moved out. When we had moved into the old house, I had 2 cats. They were so scared in the old house that they didn't come out from under the couch for a week. I thought this was a reaction from moving. When we moved into the new house, they were at home right away. I feel that they sensed something. After we moved out, my mother-in-law confided that she had an experience in the house while getting my children off to school. It was a foggy morning and not yet light out. She heard someone come in the house. She walked into the dining room and could see someone in what was called the parlor. She thought it was my mother, who liked to get up early and walk every morning for exercise. When she spoke my mother's name, the presence went up the steps. She thought my mother had gone up to check on the children. When she never came down, my mother-in-law went up looking for her, and no one was there. She became concerned and called my mother to make sure she was all right. My mother confirmed her calling. She said she wondered why she called so early for no apparent reason. My husband also experienced hearing what he thought was the children calling out for him, and they were asleep. For about 6 months after this, I had nightmares about the house. I hope I never experience this again. Some people think that we are crazy, but I believe that you believe that it is real. In 1972, my parents purchased a house and we moved in. I was 5 at that time. During the 5 years that we lived there, so many strange and terrible things happened. Right after moving in, we had a sense that we were not alone. Late at night, my sister and I would see a man standing over us while in our beds. I got accustomed to sleeping under the bed for years. We would lock our door, and he would unlock it. We would put things away, and he would take them back out. He was always taking things and placing them in the exact same spot a week later. We asked neighbors about the house shortly after moving in, when we arrived home from shopping, and it sounded like there was a party going on inside. When the door was opened, there was nothing, just silence. That was when we started asking questions about the property. One neighbor, who lived next door for over 50 years, told us a heart-wrenching story. It seems that a family of 4 had lived in the house in the late 1960s to the early 1970s, man, wife, and 2 sons. In 1969, one of the boys was crossing the street and was hit and killed by a speeding car. The other child was also killed in the same spot, same time, same way, 1 year to the date. The mother was so upset that a few days later, she hung herself in the living room. The father came home to find his wife, and he shot himself in the kitchen. This was 2 years before we purchased the house, and had been on the market since the tragedies. I cannot say as to whether the spirit was content with us or not. For instance, at the age of 8 and my sister 11, she got sick and was admitted into the hospital as dead on arrival. Thank God the doctors did not give up. They saved her life and gave her back to us. She was diagnosed with encephalitis, a deadly disease during that time, and still is. She was in the bathroom when I found her that night, and in the mirror appeared a shadow of a man's head. We have since destroyed that mirror, but the shadow was never there before her sickness. Second instance, we moved and rented the house out to my aunt. One evening my uncle had went to retrieve some items he had in the garage. 2 of the items were antique shotguns. We have never been able to find shells for these 2 guns, and they're in shadow boxes now. As my uncle picked up one of the guns, the other slipped and went off. He was shot in the neck and shoulder and almost died from the injuries. Thing is, there was no proof either gun had been fired. Police could not find any powder residue anywhere, but they concluded that the shot came from that caliber of gun. Third instance, I moved back into the house in 1986, shortly after the birth of my son. After being there a week, it was extremely hot that summer. I had a feeling something was wrong with the baby. I went into the room and noticed that it was blue and ice cold. As I rushed him to the hospital, he was coming around. At the hospital, they said nothing was wrong with him, and he sent me home. I moved that night. I only go into the house if a renter moves out. Nobody ever lives there long. I still get locked into the rooms. I feel his presence all around me, and the hair stands up on my arms. We have never been able to get a minister to go in the house. We always get told that evil lurks there. There are many other instances, but these are the ones that really bother me the most. I'm 60 years old at the present time, but when I was in my early 20s, I married a very loving, handsome man, and we moved into our first home, which was a big red brick house in a small town. The house was separated into 2 halves, an upstairs and a downstairs. We lived in the bottom half. Soon after moving into the house, we gave birth to a beautiful daughter. Our life was fulfilled. Back then, I was still very much in love with my husband, and even today I am. And he was ever so proud of his little Joy Lynn, our daughter. Our life couldn't be better at this point. Until one day, during a hot summer, the family above us had to move due to work, and I was asked if I could clean and paint the upper half, and tried to find a new family to move in. I cleaned a little one day, and then decided to start again early morning, when the sun wasn't beating through the windows. And so I did. I started at 5 a.m. and decided to take a break and do one of my own chores that needed tending to. I left the door open that led to the upper half of the home and began to wash some clothes. When I went out in the yard to hang them, I thought nothing about my very curious 5-year-old daughter being alone in the house. I was only right outside the door. I went back in the house to make lunch for her before I began to clean again, and called for her and got no answer. I began searching for her, and she was nowhere to be found. After searching the streets, I called my husband home and then contacted the authorities. They found her daughter. She had explored through the door that was to the upper half of the house and climbed up into the attic, and when they had found her, she was dead. I was in shock. I was only outside for a short time, and she had no marks on her body to show cause, and the medical people couldn't even explain what the cause of death was. This was the hardest thing I even had to endure. One night, while lying in bed, trying to reenact the day out in my head, and figure out what could have happened. My husband made a strange noise and yelled, "Did you see her?" I sat up and asked what he was seeing, and he swore my daughter had entered the room. I assured him no one was there, and that his mind was playing tricks on him because he missed her so much. That was one of my many long tearful nights, and it happened several times a week, until exactly 8 months to the day that our daughter died. When I was leaving to go to the mill, I found my husband's lifeless body lying on the basement stairs that led to the outside, and in his hands, tightly clutched, was the doll my daughter lost the day before she died. The doctors say it was a heart attack, but at the young age of 30, I think he had too much strain on his heart over the loss of his daughter. I began to blame the house. It had took my only happiness from me. I moved out shortly after, but rumors have it that the families that lived there soon after swore to see a man and a little girl walking the house in search of each other. This is my true but sad story, and someday we will be together again. As for the house, it still stands, and every so often I drive to see if I can get a glimpse of my family it took from me. Sunday, September 16th, 2001. Very early in the morning, around 6:45 a.m., I witnessed what I would speculate is my first ghost experience. Before I go and tell you what I saw, or what I think I should mention all the details from the night before. I live in Pennsylvania, and my fiancé lives on the border of New York and New Jersey. We were driving home from his house that night at about 12 midnight, which was about a 2-hour drive from a funeral we had attended earlier that day for his grandmother. As we were driving home, we got to telling each other about different ghost stories and urban legends. At first I was scared, getting creeped out by each story. However, after about an hour and a half of stories, I started to relax and enjoyed listening to them. When we got to my house, we decided to look for ghost stories on the internet. We got into reading in-depth stories and looking at pictures. At about 4 a.m., I put him to bed in my guest room. I still live at home with my parents, and they're very uptight about him and I sleeping together. The guest room is filled with porcelain dolls, many put in the closet due to being too freaky looking for him at night. He went to bed with the light on, again being afraid of the dolls, in the empty room. I went back to my room and stayed up for another 2.5 hours, being afraid myself. I wasn't afraid of dolls, but instead my room. My house is about 12 years old. I've been living in this house ever since I was 6. We moved in right after my 6th birthday in October. The area is new, and we were the first people to ever live there. The area before this was a dense forest, and it wasn't torn down until a year before the house was built. The area wasn't a graveyard, nor was it ever. When I was younger, I used to think the area was, so I went and did research directly where my house is located. As a child, I was sent to school in St. Anne's, a Catholic school in the area. I went to church either Saturday night or Sunday morning for years and years of my life. When I got to about 5th grade, I started to not believe in God. Around the same time, my parents were asking priests to come over and bless our house. I asked my parents nicely to keep the priests out of my room, not wanting it to be blessed. At first, my parents thought I was into the devil, but I explained that me not believing in God meant no devil either. When I reached 9th grade, I dropped Catholic school, and my parents no longer started to attend church. I know I've been going off subject, but I guess I should give you the background information before the details. I didn't want to go to bed at all, but I knew I should, so I waited until the sun came up and crawled into bed. My room is the hottest room in the entire house. It is so small. By the time I had gone to bed, I'd gotten so cold that I had to sleep fully dressed with a sweatshirt on. I never even did this in the winter. When I was under the covers, I looked up at the ceiling. Maybe it was my imagination, due to all the fright I've been going through, but it looked like something was above me. I started to doze off for a second and looked straight up at the ceiling. What I noticed was absolutely terrifying. I noticed a spider, only had a human face. It was translucent, and it looked at me with piercing eyes. The eyes were even red. I closed my eyes yet again, and when I reopened them, everything seemed fine, and there was nothing on the ceiling. I've never in my life been this scared, and I've never in my life imagined things, even when I was scared. I closed my eyes and refused to open them. I fell asleep, from what I recall, a few minutes after. Later the next day, at around 8 p.m., Derek and I had been talking about what happened the previous night. We were both hungry, so I decided to go downstairs and go find something for him and I to snack on. When I came back up, we started eating, and he casually drops a line. He told me that while that was happening, last night he saw a person in the distance while the door was open in the hallway. He said he knew it was a ghost because it was transparent, but not transparent enough to notice the spiders crawling all over this person. He noticed it for about 10 seconds, and then it faded away. He was absolutely terrified, even though he seemed really nonchalant, telling me the story. I could see it in his eyes. A split second later, he felt a cold draft enter the room. Although there was no windows open at the moment, before this, I never really believed in ghosts the way I do now. However, maybe we were both scared and imagined this. And one day though, everything that was told in this email is true and exact. Nothing was exaggerated. I would really like some help and hope maybe someone could answer my questions. Please tell me if you think we're both seeing things, or if maybe our willingness to believe has brought out a spirit. Whatever the case, it was horrifying, and I do not want to experience the spider ever again. I'm an agnostic, or truth seeker. My wife is not, but both of us are open-minded people. We also believe that spirits exist, as well as ghosts, and my wife considers it creepy, while I simply remain fascinated with them. We moved into an apartment just after we were married, in 1999. I believe that there are ghosts and residual energies in various places in our apartment. The place is the standard apartment layout, and every once in a while, night or day, doesn't matter what time, she and I, or both, would hear the sounds of footsteps on carpet going down a short hallway. These were not boots in the hardwood footsteps, but more like bare feet on plush carpet. We felt that the ghost was female and very sweet. She would just walk down the hallway towards the bedrooms. If I were in one of the bedrooms, I would always have a small feeling of happiness go through me after I heard her coming. The way you would feel if someone smiled at you. Occasionally, we would feel her watching us from the front room or back bedroom. Evidently, the hallway was where her domain was. There were never cold spots, but my wife would occasionally feel the lady next to her when she walked from the bedrooms to the front room. The lady made my wife feel rather creeped out. However, she startled me once when she came running into the bedroom, eyes wide, and told me that the lady moaned in her ear, as if trying to say something to her. So for the sake of my wife, we stood in the hallway and asked the lady nicely, but firmly, that she could remain, but to not make her presence known to us. We also informed her about the light and how she could enter into it. Since we had no more occurrences with her in the small bedroom, there's either residual energy or a passive ghost. I feel watched when I'm in there, and it's usually 10 to 15 degrees cooler, even with the afternoon sun spilling in. I don't think my wife feels it, and no one else does either, but I felt it so strongly, so I placed a micro cassette recorder in there with a sensitive mic and recorded for the duration of the 30-minute tape. The only odd things I've heard on the tape were an occasional whistle that changes in octave. The second only lasts for a half a second, but it's an audible, breathy whistle that goes up an octave, like first part of a wolf whistle. That was interesting, and I'd dismiss it if it weren't for some of our possessions being misplaced that suddenly appear in odd places. Our truck keys suddenly disappeared this morning without a trace anywhere. The truck was searched over twice, and the apartment was searched. So I made duplicates at Home Depot and gave them to my wife, who used them to drive to the doctor's appointment. When the appointment was over, we walked back out to the truck and opened the door with a duplicate key. There on the driver's side seat was the original set of keys that were missing. She would have felt them under her bum if they'd been there before. She called me at work in hysteria, telling me all about it. I don't mind ghosts being around. I consider them friends, or at least I try to make friends with them. They are, in fact, just spirits without bodies. Some are angry, some are nice, and even some are jokers. When you come across one, you should respect him or her just like you would a complete stranger. Make friends with it, or ask it to leave if you wish. But don't disrespect ghosts because of childhood, Halloween stories. They are intelligent humans who are a bit confused about where they are. If you happen to have one around you, simply ask it to walk into the light where friends and loved ones await them. This experience is not that exciting to hear about. I do not wish to embellish it with creepy anecdotes or a mysterious plot, but nevertheless, this is how it went. I attended Haygrove Military Academy in Chatham, Virginia, a town that in itself is stuck in time. It is the home of racists, bigots, and sadists who have inherited land from their ancestors. It is not a place in which I would suggest visiting. Having said that, I used to make a trip with some of my classmates in a beer store, 57's, which was an hour-long walk through pasture and woods from the campus. We never left with the intent to be caught by school officials, one of which, Captain Stout, a double Medal of Honor veteran, who is as sneaky and stealthy as anyone on the planet. The penalty of being caught was very high. We did not mention this experience to anyone who was not present. It surely would have spread. We were on our way back from 57's at about 1 o'clock in the morning, a little buzz from cheap beer with the intent to distribute alcohol to other students, when the three of us, mainly my roommate and best friend, stopped dead in our tracks for no reason. I'll remember the next sequence of events until the day I die. We heard the unmistakable war cries of rebel soldiers on the charge. It is a sound somewhat akin to imprisoned tribesmen intent on killing you. From atop a hill, directly in front of us, through the trees, came 30 to 40 purely solid figures charging, apparently unconcerned with us. We hit the forest floor and did not make a sound as we witnessed a battle, first 10 or 12 volleys of gunfire, and finally hand-to-hand combat, and then retreat. It is pointless for me to explain every troop movement I witnessed. Just use your imagination, and you should understand. The whole incident lasted no longer than 2 to 3 minutes, but the cries of those men will haunt me forever. I live in the town of Anaconda, Montana, and I used to work at the Copper Bowl. We all used to joke around about Wilbur, the previous owner, who haunted the place. At first it was just little things that would happen. Casino machines would all of a sudden have credits on them when no one was there, which could be a mechanical malfunction. Things would move from one place to another, but nothing was as horrifying as what happened one Saturday morning. It was earlier in the morning, and it was just the cook and I. He was telling me about the reflection of a woman he had seen a few nights before in one of the windows, but when the spot where she was supposed to be was investigated, no one was there. These kind of scarier stories were becoming more and more commonplace and we knew that Wilbur wasn't alone. That morning, we had gone over to the bowling alley, which is next door. It was always dark in there until the owners came, and always cold. In the dark, you could hear someone walking across the boards, which makes a very distinct sound. Now, what I mean by walking across the boards is that someone is walking in the gutters or on the lanes themselves. You could hear the footsteps coming towards us, but there was no one there. You could also hear the jingling of keys. A little while later, we were alone in the restaurant, and you could hear things next door getting louder. Not just footsteps this time, but other noises that we just couldn't explain. The cook had to go over to the bowling alley to get ice and was gone for what seemed like a very long time, so I went over to find him. As I walked through the door, there was a really intense feeling, one that I've only had a few times in my life, and it was the feeling of get the heck out of there, but I had to find my coworker. When I called his name the first time, I got no answer, so I walked up towards the bar. As I walked up the stairs, I heard what sounded like a gurgling noise that comes from deep inside the back of the throat, and I got the chills. I called his name again, and this time he answered me, but it sounded very faint. Again I called his name, and it seemed to be as loud as it should be, considering he was only 4 feet from me. A little while later, we went over there again to have our cigarettes, and I saw a black figure at the other end of the alley walk across. My coworker saw the panic in my face and turned around. He then turned to me and told me we had to get the hell out of there. I found out that Wilbur had died when he drowned on a fishing trip. Needless to say, I quit not long after that. My better half and I were looking for a larger apartment to rent. Because he works mornings and I work afternoons, I ended up doing a lot of our house hunting alone. I went to look at around 5 different houses and apartments one day. They were all far too generic, little boxes in apartment complexes, until the last one. This last house was an old mill house, made into a duplex. It was huge. The ceilings were 15 feet. The rooms were massive. It was a great house, about 9 years old, and oh so cool. My boyfriend came to look at it the next day and also liked it, so we moved in. It was little things at first, an odd pounding on the wall that we attributed to our rambunctious neighbor, cold winds that we thought were just the usual drafts of an old house, but the cat, we couldn't explain the cat. Our kitty is a smart little beastie, more so than the average feline. He wouldn't go upstairs without one of us. If he was asleep on the bed and you left the room, he would go streaking past you down the stairs. He would sit and stare at something in the corner. He would leap up from a nap and chase his tail, like someone had pulled it. We didn't even really think about it. We figured the cat was weirded out by the move. Then more concrete, odd things began to happen. I would see little figures out of the corner of my eye, quick shadows that were gone before I could turn my head. Or I would hear laughter, but it would vanish just as quickly. Sometimes I would hear crying as I walked up the stairs, but these things were always short and soft enough that I would think it was a trick of my mind. My boyfriend and I were watching a movie one night when something happened that convinced me I wasn't insane or overly imaginative. My boyfriend, who does not believe at all and is incredibly pragmatic, suddenly stopped the movie. He asked me if I heard that. "What?" I replied. He looked at me and said, "Children screaming." I hadn't heard it. I could see how upset he was. And more odd things have happened since then. My boyfriend and I love kids, especially me. It's a running joke that I'm a baby magnet. Kids love me. We have several friends who bring their young children over to visit, or for me to babysit, so I have toys all over the house. Our kitchen and living room are connected by a doorway with no door, so you can see straight through. I was making a tuna fish sandwich a couple of days ago and happened to glance into the living room. A small, brightly colored ball rolled across the floor. At first, I thought the cat must be playing with it, and then I realized the cat was sitting next to me, hoping to catch some floor-bound tuna. I was the only one home. My boyfriend swears that he saw a blonde-haired kid in our kitchen, hiding under the table. I was babysitting our friend's toddler that day, and he figured it was Mickey. So he snuck over, planning to lift up the tablecloth and play peekaboo. But when he lifted the tablecloth, no one was there. Mikey and I were 2 blocks away at the park. I know I've gone through all this setup, and nothing really freaky's happened, so here's the clincher. It happened this morning. That's why I'm writing this now. I woke up late. My boyfriend had gone to work, and I was planning to laze around the house and maybe do some yard work. I laid down on our couch and decided to watch a movie, and I apparently dozed off. I woke up because someone was crawling onto the couch. Seriously. To anyone who has kids or spends a lot of time with them, you know what this is like. You're napping and feel tiny hands on the couch. Then a little body crawls up and snuggles down next to you. This has happened so many times that at first it didn't even faze me. Then I realized that none of the munchkins I'd take care of were in the house. No one was in the house, and when I sat up, the weight was gone and no one was there. None of this scares me. I rented this house because I told my better half that it felt happy, like a home. The only thing I can come up with is that the children of whatever mill worker lived in this house are still around, and that's okay. I hope they like us in our home. I'd rather have happy little ghosts than not so nice other ones. I'm so glad this site is here, and I can tell someone about these events. Our friends just laugh. Great work. I've had a few ghostly occurrences happen to me, but 2 really stand out. I call it Lady with the Long Black Hair. When I was a little girl, growing up in Somerville, Massachusetts, I was around 3, I think. I would wake up every night because of a bad dream. I would then make my way to my parents' room to sleep for the remainder of the night. I would have to pass through the kitchen to get there. Lights were out, but there was some light coming in the windows from the streetlights. I would see her, sitting on the kitchen counter, up against the wall, by one of the windows, a lady with the long black hair, which is how I always referred to her. She was dressed in a long black dress, pale-faced but shadowy, with illuminated green eyes. She would just be sitting there and looking right at me. It always took my breath away. I was so afraid of her. I would inch my way towards my mother's room with my back against the wall, never taking my eyes off her. Her eyes followed my progress across the room. I always thought, she's going to jump off the counter and get me, but that never happened. Years later, my mom told me she had strange things happen to her in that house too, but that's another story. In another story, my Nana came to visit me. Years later, living as an adult in Hampton, Virginia. One night, I was awakened by something. When I opened my eyes and looked around, I was startled to see my Nana sitting in bed with me. Nana had died 6 months earlier. It was kind of scary because she was gray and just slightly transparent. Also, she had a shocked look on her face, almost like she was the scared one. Then in my head, I heard her voice saying, "Shh, go back to sleep," which I did. The next day, I remembered it all quite clearly, and thinking on it, I feel like she had been surprised that I had woken up and was looking right at her. I don't think she bargained on that when she come to visit me. Hey, my name is Tyler, And this is the story of my sightings of the ghost in my uncle's house. I moved to Bend, Oregon to live and work with my uncle, and I slept upstairs, where nothing happened at all, for the first 3 months. Then my dad and 2 brothers moved in also, so I had to move downstairs. Well, downstairs had like its own living room, a bathroom in the bedroom, with its door next to the stairs. Well, we used to hear 2 sets of footsteps upstairs, walking around, when there was no one up there. Sometimes we would think it was my brother and his friends. But when my little brother went up to check the door, it was locked, and they were still out. One night, my brother fell asleep on the couch, and when he woke up, he heard a very loud scream, like a woman being killed downstairs. When the scream happened, our cat ran up the stairs, hit the hardwood floors, and ran right into the room, under the bed. Also, right up the stairs, our fridge faced a window with the oven right in front of the fridge door. There was a magnet calendar on the freezer door, and one night, while watching television, me and my brother and my dad were scared when we heard a loud bang in the kitchen, and then the calendar was thrown hard down the stairs and hit the door downstairs. Thing about it is that there is no way that the calendar could have went downstairs at the angle it was. The thing that made me really believe in ghosts, though, was this one night. After my dad went to bed, I watched some TV, and it was summertime out, so it was hot, and I decided to sleep on the floor. When I was about to fall into sleep, I heard a light chuckle behind me, which I thought was my dad. But when I looked behind me, there was absolutely no one. I tried to go to sleep again, and the same thing happened, and I got a little angry. Well, again, I was about to fall asleep when I had the feeling that someone was looking at me. When I opened my eyes, there was a gray male figure, about 6 feet long, and a dark figure, about 5'10", standing right next to me. And when I looked at them both, they both looked back at me. I got so scared that I closed my eyes and prayed that they would leave. And when I opened my eyes again, they were both walking. Again, I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, they turned the corner and went up the stairs. I picked up my pillow and ran into my dad's room. He woke up right when I got into his room, and when he asked what happened, I told him in a very shaken voice that I saw a ghost. Right when that happened, we both heard 2 sets of footsteps right above our heads, and the door opened and closed with a lot of force. After that night, I believed in ghosts, and there's nothing in the future that will ever change my mind. Hi, my story happened a long time ago. I was 17, and it was the evening of the 1989 earthquake here in Northern California. I was staying at a family friend's house for the night. I had known them for several years, and they'd always told ghost stories while we would camp. The husband's brother had just died when he was 5 years old. He got hit by a car. He said he thinks that his brother was still around. They still lived on the same property that he grew up on. Anyway, to get to the story, that evening, we all went to bed. They had a small house and had me sleep in the kids' room, and the kids slept in the living room. Everyone was turned in for the night. All of a sudden, the lights started flickering. The dad yelled for the kids to stop messing around. It wasn't them. We all ended up getting out of bed. The lights continued to flicker and then turn off completely. We turned the light switches on, and nothing. We looked outside, and other people's homes were still lit up, so it wasn't a power outage. I just figured with the earthquake and all who knows, I wasn't scared at the time. We all went back to bed and giggled a little and made a few jokes about the ghost. I laid back down, and before long, the lights started up again, and then the drawers in the bathroom started opening and closing, slamming hard. At this point, I was scared. I ran into the master bedroom and told them I wasn't sleeping by myself. I thought I would sleep on the floor at the foot of the bed. We were all a little scared. All of a sudden, the most horrible, inhuman sound came. Like I said, It was a small house. It sounded like the home had surround sound. It came from every corner of the house. This loud, guttural scream or moan. It was a long moment, and then it all stopped. I sat there and cried. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I couldn't wait to get out of there. I told them in the morning that I would never be back to their home. I felt that whatever it was, didn't like an outsider in the house. I look back at that night and wonder about it. I lost contact with the family. It has been close to 20 years now. At the time, it made me a firm believer in the paranormal. Now as I get older and am more skeptical, I can't help but wonder if it's some kind of joke. I don't see how. At the time, I don't even think there was such thing as a surround sound. And that is the only way that sound could have come from the house. It was as if the house itself was screaming. That is the only paranormal experience that I have ever had. Just thought I would share it. Thanks. My friend Helen and I had been in our local pub for most of the evening. We had been drinking cola all night, but decided to walk down to another one close by, as there was a band that we liked that was playing there. The town that we lived in is quiet and unassuming, so we thought nothing of walking through the cemetery that was on the way to the other pub. You're probably thinking, oh, here we go, another cemetery story. It was right in the middle of the two pubs, so it was the usual, quick walk. It was around 9:30 p.m. on a Sunday night in October 1998, so it was pretty dark. We chatted and walked down the path and into the cemetery, not giving it a second thought. All of a sudden, Helen grabbed my arm and froze on the spot. "What the heck is that?" she gasped. Thinking she was trying to scare me, I just laughed and looked over to where she was pointing. I could feel her shaking as she held on to me. To help you picture the scene, the path runs directly through the middle of the cemetery, with graves on both sides, the church to the left, and a row of cottages just the other side of the graves, and a little hedge to the right. To my horror, there was something very large, tall and black, making its way along the small road, which runs along the side of the cottages. We're only about 15 yards away, but there was absolute silence. No footsteps, breathing, or noise of any kind. The thing was sort of gliding along at a steady pace, as we couldn't see the bottom of it because of the graves in a small hedge. We couldn't see any legs or anything, but the way it moved looked like it was on a bike. We both stood, rooted to the spot, and watched it for around 30 seconds. It moved around the row of cottages and down a small alley that runs along the side of the library. The odd thing was that it was huge, much taller than the downstairs windows of the cottages, and it was a sort of square shape. It's very hard to describe, but it was definitely not a person. It made absolutely no noise and moved very softly and smoothly. We were terrified. When it had gone, we just looked at each other and ran back to the pub. We told a couple of our friends, but they just laughed at us and said that we were seeing things. But we knew what we'd seen, and it really frightened us. We're not the kind of girls that scare easily and are very level-headed. On occasions, we still mention it. We even went along there in daylight to try and find a plausible explanation, even trying to work out how tall it must have been, but we never came up with anything. My family had moved into this house. The old owner, a middle-aged man, moved because of the memories. 2 years earlier, his wife had died giving childbirth. Soon after that, we moved in. My older brother decided to move back in and took the room across from mine. I hated my room. It was always cold, and I was scared to be in it by myself. I would lay on my bed and watch TV. 2 times I saw ghosts. My dad sometimes went in my brother's room to play his PlayStation, and out of the corner of my eye, in broad daylight, I would see an older man, slightly bald, wearing a white shirt, and walk into my brother's room. I thought it was my dad, but the lights didn't turn on, and my dog started to cry. Soon after, I saw a young girl walk into my brother's room. She had long, dark brown hair and was wearing a white nightgown. We have a mirror at the end of the hall between our rooms, and while walking down the hall a couple of times, I would see people behind me. One time, there was a very tall, skinny man standing behind me about 10 feet, staring into the mirror. I told my mom, and she thought it was funny. She gave him the name Frank. A second time I was walking down the hall, I looked up into the mirror, and a dark figure with a flowing dress ran across the hall. Then one night, I was sleeping and was woken up by a man standing beside my bed, staring at me and breathing deeply. I was too scared to move or talk. After I fell asleep, I had a dream about the devil. I swear I felt like I was awake and something was holding me down. I couldn't even move my head. After those things happened, I wouldn't go to sleep until my brother got home. And one night, after he got home, I decided to sleep on the couch in the living room. My eyes were shut and it was dark. We have big speakers and there was a flower pot on them by the window. I heard the flower pot slide across the speaker, but was too scared to even open up my eyes. I was lying on my back with one arm under the blanket and one arm on top of the blanket. Not a minute after, I heard the flower pot move. Something grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I swung my arm out and didn't hit anything, so I quickly opened my eyes and turned on the light behind me, but nothing was there. I was so scared, I couldn't sleep for days. My brother moved out soon after, and I took his room. Ever since, I've been told in his old room, strange things stopped happening. My family moved into our LA, Orange County home about 18 years ago, so I've been here all 16 years of my life. When I was little, I always fancied my invisible friend, who I've recently called Eric. I talked to him up until I was about 5, so my parents told me. Then I stopped. When I turned 15, I started seeing things. Out of the corner of my eye, while I was on the computer, I would see a figure in black standing in the doorway to my room. My computer is in my parents' room, being they have the alternate phone line. Their door is directly down the hall from mine. You can look through my door from theirs. I would also smell odd smells, like death or some sort of fish, when none is cooking. There will also be cold spots in the same part of the downstairs hallway, where most of the activity has taken place. Occasionally, even, I will feel a hand on top of mine while I'm waiting for something, such as when my parents were yelling on the phone when they found out my mom was unable to get a much-needed surgery. Luckily for me, that's not all. There was an instance where I actually heard something. I sat in the salon, doing my homework as I normally did. I was home alone. Out of nowhere came a thud, thump, thump, repeatedly from our den. It was rhythmic and rather loud. I let it run its course, and for a moment, before becoming frustrated, I yelled, "Eric, please, I'm trying to do my homework." It stopped, and I swear, that was almost a regretful sigh afterwards. I've also seen the same spirit in several places, which has led my friend to believe he's my guardian. He has startled me once at school by appearing in the doorway to our recreation room. Naturally, only I could see it, which caused me to move from the line of running freshmen, who would have otherwise run into me. I'm planning to do an EVP as soon as I get an external mic for my recorder. In another story, a small home located in the suburb of Chicago houses a very strange spirit. The room I stay in while visiting my grandparents' house is across the hall from what used to be my uncle's and now deceased. Every now and then, the hanging doors in the closet will sway, even when there is no draft nor air conditioner. In the night, there will be occasional whispering. The spirit has never appeared to be malicious, which has led me to believe it is the spirit of my uncle. Though the house was built during World War II, there is no other reasonable explanation. Another story I have is a story I'm sure many people have. It begins on a warm summer day upon the Queen Mary, which is permanently docked in Long Beach, California. I was visiting with my grandparents from above story, and my parents and brother, since I've been begging to go for a long time. My grandmother and I just passed the closed-off fitness room, which my parents, brother, and grandfather had stopped at to gawk at. Gran had gone ahead a bit, so I was walking virtually alone. I descended the stairs at the end of the hall, slowly, half because I was tired, half because I was waiting for the group of four to catch up. As I went down, I felt a violent jerk on my backpack, as if someone didn't want me to progress any further. I turned immediately, believing it was my brother being a jerk. There was no one there. As we left, I turned back to the boat to take a final snapshot before departing, knowing it would be a long time before I'd see it again. On the highest point of the boat, closed off to the public, I saw a woman in white with dark hair, her dress blowing in the wind. I thought it was an employee until I looked again, and there was nothing there, and no door through which she could have gone through. Now this last story I'll refer to as Purple and Gold. Luckily for me, this has only happened today, so the details are easy to remember. Of course, every ghost researching person, serious or phony, in this country has heard of the Whaley House, the most haunted house in the United States, whose residents include the playful Yankee Jim and Anna Whaley, whose lavender perfume can occasionally be smelled by visitors and employees alike. I had gone upstairs long before my family did, eager to view the house I had heard so much about. There were only a few of us upstairs at the time, one woman and 3 men, only one of which was wearing any kind of body spray. I sniffed as I passed them. Don't ask why. Impulse, I suppose. Which was Axe, worn by one of the men. I entered the room, which had once been a playhouse, and froze in my tracks. The unmistakable smell of lather perfume hung in the air for a moment, then disappeared. This happened in several points in the house, which can also be confirmed by my mother, who later smelled it in a different area. We also witnessed a moving curtain, which I checked for a draft. There wasn't any. No one had been in the room for a while either. I would have seen them, being I was in the room when the curtain started moving. And those are all my stories. I've wrote to you before about my other experiences. I've one about a haunted house a friend of mine lived in a few years back. A bunch of us used to hang out there. He had a lot of bonfires over the summer. The first time I'd ever went there was a few months after he had moved in. I was dating his best friend, and he told me that he thought it was haunted. I in turn did not believe him at first. Then things happened. We were in the kitchen, and all of a sudden, we heard something from the basement, like someone was using a broomstick and hitting the ceiling from the basement. I laughed at first, and asked who was down there. Then I saw the look on my friend's face. He was terrified, and suggested we go outdoors for a while. While we were outside, I asked what was going on. He said that was the ghost's way of letting him know he was annoyed, so he leaves the premises for a while. I still was skeptical until I looked up and could see into the front door, and standing there in his living room was this old guy who was somewhat glowing. I almost hightailed it out of there when they decided it was safe to go in. I told them I was leaving, and they insisted I go back in, so I did. I then asked my friend if he had ever seen this ghost before, and he said no. I described to him what he looked like, and he looked into the previous owners of the house. Well, it turns out there was a guy who died in that house who looked like the same man I described. I freaked after that, as well as my friend. Things were going good at first. Like every time my friend came back home from work, he would announce himself, and the guy never bothered him anymore. There was always this room upstairs that every time you walked by it, you could feel a cold draft from the door, and it was locked. We never thought anything of it, till the man started to get mad. There were many more parties going on because of the summer. Well, the man seemed to not like the parties, and he started showing himself to me and my friend. I knew he was getting mad, and things got bad when he started attacking my friend at night. He would wake up to slashes across his back. We checked into the history more and found out that the man was not friendly when he was alive, and worse when he was dead. It did not take long for my friend to move. The beatings were worse by the time he left. Although he never attacked me, I always feel threatened by him. I would wake up to him right in my face, and he would disappear when I would scream. I still think about the horrors that man would do to anyone, and how my friend survived actually being attacked by a ghost. Sometimes I still have dreams about this man, and how he chases people out of the house. To this day, the house is still empty. My name is Billy, and I would like to share a supernatural story of mine. Although my story does not have a physical contact, seen a ghost, there was definitely something supernatural in the house. It was a few years ago, back in 2001 or 2002 I believe, in Mississauga, Ontario. Mississauga is a fast-growing suburb just outside of Toronto. The place in question was your very typical haunted house on top of a hill surrounded by vast land, which in turn was surrounded by industrial and commercial land. The house was deserted, only of its occupants, as its remains lay trapped behind boarded windows. I know it sounds silly, but that is exactly what it was. That looming house on the hill that every kid stared at as there were parents that drove by. I was one of those kids who, while in the backseat of my parents' car, stared silently at the house as we drove by. But it was more than just the stereotypical view of the house that captured me. There was something there, something odd that pulled me in. It was not until a few years later that I had the guts to go to the house. I'd moved away from Mississauga to Toronto, but I never forgot the house. I'd always told myself that I would go back, alone, and take photographs of the house. So one day, I grabbed my camera and I headed back to the house. It was early spring, and the leaves have yet to grow on the trees. The house had the most scary driveway I'd ever seen, probably the length of 2 to 3 football fields, and that is no joke. Now, from what I know, the house remained deserted and the land untouched by commercialists. I guess sometime, someone managed to get inside because the roof was burnt completely off. Most of the window boardings were torn down, and the insides of the room were completely overturned and damaged. From the beer cans all over the place, there must have been a party. The property around the house was littered with about 3 to 4 sheds and about 4 to 5 old rusted cars and scraps all over the ground. I forgot to mention that for some reason, I decided to go in the house in the evening, dusk to be precise. I had less than an hour to take photographs before darkness settled in. So, I entered the house from the back because it was the only part of the house with an open door. The floor was littered with papers, overturned chairs, and a lot of other rubble. I took some photos in the entrance and made my way inside. I went into the room that was the furthest into this part of the house. The first floor had 2 sections of the house that could not be reached from inside. This room had an overturned couch, a fireplace, and a littered floor. This room gave me very strong thoughts about entering it. I don't know what it was, but there was something that felt like I wasn't supposed to be there. But I entered, and I stood at the far right corner behind the couch and aimed my camera towards the fireplace. The light on my camera flickered on and off rapidly, and my camera refused to take the photo. I tried and tried, but my camera would not take it. Instead, I stood there and watched as the room went from total darkness to light as the camera flickered on and off. Afraid of what might appear, I left the room and stood looking into it from beyond. From there, I went to the upstairs to where a previous fire left the entire floor naked to the sky. This is where I noticed something odd. The house's main floor, as I've said before, was divided into 2 parts. Neither could be reached from inside the main floor. You either had to leave the house, go around and enter through another door, or, as I just had learned, you had to go upstairs, cross over to the other side, and take another set of stairs down. Unfortunately, the stairs that led to the other side of the house was blocked by fallen timber, but this layout of the house was very, very odd. It did not make any sense. So, I went back downstairs and went around to the other side of the house to enter. I found an open window and pulled myself up onto the ledge. I froze right on the spot, staring deep into this part of the house. I have no idea what it was, but something was telling me to stay the hell away from the house. I felt this deep fear, this huge warning of not to enter this part of the house, so I pulled myself back down and walked away. Now, here's the interesting part. I've dreamt much of this house before I had gone to visit it. In my dreams, there was another entrance to the house, or another part of the house, a tunnel carved into the house from the ground. As I walked away, I saw it, about 50 feet from the house. 5 feet down the portal of it, cemented there, lay another path wide enough to crawl through that pointed to the house. Now, you can believe this or not, everything I've said is true. Just thought you would like to hear it. In the late 1970s, I attended college in New York State, around the Finger Lakes. The building I describe was first built in the 1890s. Since we were in the middle of the first oil crisis, students who remained on campus spent the short winter term in the old main dorm to conserve energy. As it happened, some friends and I were assigned a large, empty room on the top floor. It was 4 floors up and 1 below the attic, and 1 end slanted along the roof line. The room had been primarily used for storage. The gloomy winter sun had a hard time shining through the one ice-upped window facing the lake. Dark as it was, we cheerfully shoved a desk to one side and slept on the floor to give us more room. We were having a good time camping out and weren't inclined to do much schoolwork until our papers were due. After 3 weeks or so, a winter storm was approaching, so we decided to stock up on necessities and have a little party just amongst ourselves. I'd like to say that we were all sober as judges and went to bed early after saying our prayers. However, it being the late 70s, we indulged in smoke and alcohol. We had the stereo up loud, but the music couldn't completely cover the growing sound of the wind. Our window was frosted up, and a tree branch scratched the glass. Every now and then, someone wondered whether we'd be snowed in. Someone said we would at least be able to get down on the tree. Eventually, we turned in. Unsurprisingly, that night, I had a very spooky dream. A woman hovered over me and was trying to say something to me. God knows I tried to understand her, but her fluid outlines and vivid colors made me feel a bit queasy. I woke up, certain she was still in the room. I saw nothing, just the shadow of the tree limb swaying outside. Too much party, I thought to myself, and went back to sleep. We were quiet the next morning. I suppose it was due to too much of a good thing the night before. The snowdrifts were impressive, as the wind had been so wicked, but the sun was out, and the sky was clear, and the snow was pristine. It was so much different than the storm that I felt up to sharing my spooky dream. It seems that 2 of the others had strange dreams as well. Since we all dreamed different things, I was certain nothing occult had happened. I was very relieved, since we still had 3 weeks to live in that room. Being a Florida girl, I was still curious about snow still, and wanted to have a look around. I dragged a willing soul with me, and we make a quick trek around the yard. Finally, I wanted to see about our tree. My companion was bitching about the cold, and she ran into my back. When she saw why I had stopped, she said, "Son of a gun." You may have guessed by now that there was no branch, no tree, no vegetation within 15 yards of our window, and nothing was 4 stories high. We dug in the snow a bit to see whether it had fallen. Nope, no trunk, no hidden limbs in the snow. We ran up to the room to look out and make certain we had the right window. When we heated off the frost with a hairdryer and we looked down and saw nothing but our tracks, every one of us marched back down to try and find our tree. Nothing. We went back upstairs and talked a bit to get over the shock. We were all skittish, but managed to sleep in the room, but with our mattresses shoved much closer together. After that, we never mentioned much. Why bother? There was no rational explanation. I'm just glad I wasn't the only witness. That would have been crazy making. Hi, I live in the United Kingdom and have had a few ghostly experiences. My first was when I was about 7 or 8, just after my dog had passed away. He used to sit with me at the top of the stairs when I was younger, as if to protect me from falling down. He would let me be till I made it all the way up or down. After he was gone, I used to sit on the same top stair, pining for my best friend. One evening, I watched as a cat walked from the dining room door, which was open, through the living room door, which was shut. This wasn't the only time I met the cat. I always slept with the door shut to my bedroom, but felt a cat pat and paw its way to getting comfortable on my bed. I also remember it purring as well. We did have a cat at the time, so I thought it was her. I reached down to stroke what I thought was my cat. Instead, there was a small indent in my mattress. When I turned the light on, there was nothing there. My door was still shut, and my cat wasn't in the room. During my teens a few times, I woke to find my light on and television turned on. This stopped when I moved out of the family home while I went to college. I suppose more disturbingly is what has been happening to me for the last few years. In 3 different properties I've lived in, my bed has been shaken. The first couple of times it happened, I was really scared, but have gotten used to it now and have accepted it. If I had the courage, I would ask it what it wants, but it's never hurt me, and I believe it is there just to let me know it's looking out for me. Whenever it has happened, it is usually when I've been upset. It happened after I broke up with my ex-girlfriend, for example. I lived in a small, cramped apartment in a building that was built in the 1940s in Kokomo, Indiana. I've heard several ghost stories from my friends and whatnot, but I'd never taken any of them to heart until I saw firsthand a ghost in my very own house. I had never truly felt at ease in my own apartment. It had always seemed as though something else had resided besides my boyfriend and I. What got me thinking was the fact that whenever I opened the front door, I saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen, which was to the left. Lighting can create that, but no matter if the light source were emitting from the right, left, behind me, or even not at all, I always saw a faint shadow of a person walk into the kitchen. I really never thought much more than it being a light trick, though I was creeped out that I saw a shadow, even though there would be no light at all. After a while, I rarely noticed it. Things changed on January 19th, 2004. I was on my computer in my living room. To the left of me was a walk-in closet. We always kept the doors to the closet open. I was the only one home. It was nighttime, and the lights were on in the house. I stared at the screen, not paying attention to anything else, when the lighting in the room changed and got dimmer. It repeated this for a few seconds, and I chalked it up to the snowstorm outside. A few minutes go by, and then, to my left, I see what appeared to be a person outside my field of vision. I wear glasses, so I don't see way off to the side too well. Anyway, I turned my head, and I saw, as clear as anyone could ever see, a young man walk straight into my closet and then disappear. I remember exactly what he had looked like. About 6 feet tall, short, straight blonde hair. He never looked over at me. I only saw him from the side as he disappeared into my closet. Strange, I know, and I could not make sense of it either. I was so scared that I immediately jumped up from my chair and drove to my mother's house, where I stayed for a couple of days. Later on, after I had moved out a month later, I found out from my landlord that the last resident was a young man who had committed suicide by hanging himself with a noose in the walk-in closet. I wonder to this day, why did I see him? What was the purpose? I don't know if I'll ever know, but I've been both fascinated and frightened by my experience, and from the day it has happened, it has always captivated me. I work at a major museum in the Midwest, and I always thought that my dream job would be to work there because I always enjoyed learning the history behind it. It is a very large museum, and it is certainly great to meet all the different visitors that we get, but it's an unwritten law that we can never discuss anything that may happen to us because it would take away the purpose of the visit there. It was a very slow morning in January, and I was all alone in the building reading to myself and trying not to fall asleep when I heard footsteps above my head. There is only one set of stairs that led to the second floor, and I was sitting next to the padlocked door. I started to try not to run screaming out of the building and to start breathing again when they suddenly stopped. I shook the padlock, certain that it was locked, and I decided that it was time to relax by the front of the store, my common escape. As I stood on the steps, I started to relax a little, and by then, more people were entering the village, so I forgot the incident and told scads of people about the building who worked in it, etc. When around noon, as I was locking up for lunch, I heard them running up and down the stairs behind the door again. This time I just slammed the door and ran next to the other building I was relieving the workers in. I didn't think that the footsteps would follow me. I mean, it is a completely separate building in a different time period. I was wrong. I told the ladies in the other building that they had an hour break, and then I described what had happened to me. They spent the next 20 minutes trying to coax anything that may have haunted the building to appear so they could see it themselves. Well, nothing happened. I was extremely freaked out, and then they went to lunch. As expected, nothing happened for another few minutes, and just as the adrenaline in my body was settled down to normal, I heard them again. All I could think was, they're here. So now, I was sitting across from another set of stairs that again led to the second floor of the house, but these stairs had a velvet rope across them because of fire codes, so no one could go upstairs. So, I'm staring at these inaccessible stairs, watching the window curtains sway. There's no heat in any of these buildings, so it couldn't have been a register or a door. They were all closed. I felt as if I were going to have a heart attack and die. I started to feel faint from fear when a family came in and asked me to show them the house. I did, and they quickly left, but I did have enough presence of mind to notice that when they were in the house, the curtains stopped swaying and the footsteps stopped. I also had asked if anyone in the groups had had a child escape and run upstairs. Every group said no, but I just couldn't believe what was going on. Needless to say, I spent a majority of my time that day on the porch of the home, waiting anxiously for the other employees to come back so I could leave. I don't work in that division of the museum anymore, but I did work those buildings several more times, and the footsteps never happened again. I wonder why they decided to on that particular day. This story did not happen to me. It happened to my mother. I did check with her and verify the details, so it is accurate. Unfortunately, I must be a little vague about the details of time, place, and names in order to honor a promise made by my parents at the time these events occurred. When I was an infant, my parents lived in the same mid-sized, Midwestern town they had both been born in. They had a circle of friends they had known collectively and respectively for years. Part of that group was my dad's best high school friend, whom I will call Bill. My dad and Bill were very close, and to this day, my dad gets a little quiet when his name comes up. Bill was unmarried and had been dating a woman, let's call her Lillian, who was not very popular with his friends or family. She was considered sorta crazy, neurotic, given to fits of rage and wild behavior. Bill and Lillian were pretty much in the outs as a couple, but were at that ending stage of their relationship where they still got together occasionally, usually resulting in a fight. One night, Bill and Lillian went out and ended up having an argument. She was driving the car they were in, and due to her anger, she was driving way too fast and had an accident. While she was relatively unharmed, Bill was thrown from the car and killed. Here's the part about the promise made by my parents. Bill had some medical tests done a day or so before he died. The lab results didn't come back until after his death, and they revealed that Bill had kidney cancer. It was unlikely he would have had a long or healthy life. His parents made everyone promise they would never reveal this to Lillian, however, because they never wanted her to feel guiltiness about causing the accident that killed their son. They considered her crazy enough that she might decide she'd done him and everyone else a favor and absolve herself of any responsibility. And now, here comes the ghost part. A day or so before his funeral, she got off an elevator in an office building, the old-fashioned one that still had an operator, and turned around to see him standing in the back of the elevator. He just stared, without expression, she said, and then the doors closed. My mom said she was sorta shocked, but still went about her business. A couple of weeks later, she saw him in a car next to hers at a red light. She said she looked over and he was sitting in the back seat with several other occupants of that car who seemed to be entirely unaware of their extra passenger, and she could see right through him to the other people in the seat. But the most touching and personal episode occurred early one morning, about a month after Bill's death. My father had already left for work, and the baby, me, had been fed and had gone back to sleep. My mom was taking advantage of the quiet time to read in bed. Suddenly, she looked up, and Bill was standing in the door of her bedroom, and again, she could see through him. There was no mistaking who it was, though. My mom sort of started and said, "Bill," in a kind of wondering way. He reached out his hand to her and said, although not out loud, she just heard his voice in her head, "I'll miss you. I'll miss you all." Then he kind of gave a wistful, rueful smile and sort of shrugged and disappeared. Not gradually, nor did he walk away, just 1 minute there and 1 minute not. She walked over to where he had been and stood there, and while it was not cold or warmer, she said it felt different. She was not in the slightest bit frightened, just sad about the way things had turned out. This was the last sighting she had of Bill. We hope he knows how much my father cared for him. My name is Daniel, and I am 15 years old. I was born and raised in Maryland, but we moved to Kentucky 2 years ago. This story is about when my mom and I went to visit my 20-year-old sister in Baltimore. She had a roommate, and 4 kids lived there. My sister's daughter, her roommate's 2 daughters, and my other sister. We arrived late at night, around 9 p.m., and on the way, everyone was trying to convince me and my mom that the house was haunted. Well, I believe in the paranormal, but it takes a lot to frighten me. Well, that night, we were all playing around and I fell asleep on the couch downstairs, while everyone else was upstairs. My sister and their roommates were late birds. They never went to sleep till 3 a.m. While I was sleeping, something woke me up by tugging on my sheets. I thought it was my sister playing a joke on me, but when I woke up, no one was there. This didn't really bother me, so I went back to sleep. In the morning, my sister's 11-year-old roommate woke me up because she was going to school. I asked her why they tried to wake me up last night, and she insisted they didn't. The day passed by very fast, and it was around 7 p.m. when they decided to tell us the story of what had been happening. As it turned out, a guy across the street told them the house had been a butcher's place, but the butcher was a very mean person, and everyone believed he killed people. Nobody knew his name, they just called him the Man. They told me my 2-year-old niece was the first to see the man one day while Sandy, my sister, was cleaning up. My niece had just told someone to leave her alone, and my sister turned around to see who she was talking to, but no one was even near her. Still, my niece kept saying "go away" and "leave me alone" to the wind. Another incident happened when my niece told her mommy that the man had hit her. This might have not seemed real, but when my niece showed my sister her back, my sister found teeth and hand marks on her. This freaked my sister out, but that's not the end of the story. We were all sitting at a table playing cards while my sister was cleaning. All of a sudden she yelled, "Ouch, you little bastard," because something hit her and she thought I threw it. At this point, I was playing cards with my mom and the others. Still, I was skeptical until the next night when I was forced to believe. I was alone and my family went out. I didn't feel like going, which was a big mistake that I've regretted ever since. Everyone was supposed to return, but they never did that night. I was watching television when something fell in the kitchen. I thought the cat had broken something, so I went in to see what happened, but found nothing broken. But I did see someone run upstairs, thinking someone stayed behind. I followed them, or it. I got to the top of the stairway, but once again, no one was there. I tried to turn on the light, but it didn't work. I decided to walk a little further down the hallway, and then something grabbed me, and I heard a horrible raging scream that sounded like it came from a man. I was really frightened and turned completely white.
I tried to turn around, but the flashlight went out. I tapped it in my hands, but it was still broken. I tried to run, but something grabbed a hold of me. It turned me over and started hitting me and clawing at me. Something or someone was attacking me. I covered up my face, but it hurt and I couldn't break free. It had me. Then it pulled me further down the hallway. I was clawing at the floor and hoping I would die right now. Please, God, kill me, have mercy on me, was all I could think. Somehow, I broke free and ran, but when I got to the steps, it got me back and pushed me down the steps. When I turned over and looked up, all I could see was that there was a shadow over me. I must have fainted. When I came to my mom, a police officer and my sister was standing over me. It seems the neighbor heard me screaming and came over to check. When he found me, I was out cold and my clothes were all torn off. He had taken me back to his place and called the police. They wouldn't believe me. They took it as a simple breaking and entering case. I still dream of the incident. It might sound untrue from your end, but trust me, it happened, and I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. When my grandfather and grandmother were first married, around the early 1900s, they lived on a farm in Kentucky. This farm, it seems, housed more than your normal farm animals. At night, in the attic, you could hear large pieces of furniture being moved back and forth across the floor, very rapidly. Needless to say, they wouldn't bother checking it out until daylight, but when they did, nothing at all was in the attic. It was completely empty. Out back of the house, there was a wood pile where all the wood for the heating and cooking was split and stacked. Very late at night, you could hear someone or something out there chopping wood. The morning's investigation turned up my grandfather's axe in the same exact spot he had left it the day before, and not a single stack of wood out of place. One night, my grandfather felt especially brave. This courage brought on by some homemade moonshine, so when he heard the commotion at the woodpile, he started on the porch and yelled out, "Chop, you SOB, chop!" Well, apparently, the thing heard him, and it began to chop faster and faster to the point where it was chopping at an inhuman rate of speed. My grandfather hightailed it into the house, grabbed his shotgun, and sat up scared out of his wit for the rest of the night. It goes without saying, my grandfather never teased it again while they lived there, which wasn't very long. Only my grandfather and grandmother lived on this farm, and at that time, they had no children nor hired hands working on the farm to account for these very strange happenings. This story still bothers me every day, so I'm going to get to the scary part first. It was 2 a.m. on a Thursday morning, and I was walking past Tony's house. Tony is very introverted, but a good friend of mine nonetheless. Tony and his family were out of town for the 4th of July weekend, and it was his sister's birthday, so I knew for a fact that nobody was home. Nobody. In fact, I had the keys to his house. His family trusts us. So I was walking back from the night shift at work when I passed by his house. I glanced over at his house, and what I saw made my heart almost stop. I saw a glowing blue figure of a woman, and she was moaning Tony. And I remember distinctly it was a Spanish accent. I jetted home and told my mother about the experience, and of course she thought I was nuts, but even so, she did call their house and got no answer. The following Monday, Tony got back from his trip. I approached him and casually asked, "Who was that old lady in the window Thursday night?" To which he said, "What, are you burnt?" I told him I really saw someone, but when I didn't get any straight answers, I approached his mother and asked her who that old lady in the window Thursday was. But before she answered, my blood ran cold. I glanced over at a picture of an elderly lady, and then I asked his mother, "Who is that lady?" To which his mother replied, "That's my mother. She died years ago, and she had a Spanish accent." I told her that the lady I'd seen last Thursday was her. She was shocked, and she told me that her mother died of a stroke just after she found out her son lost his eye. Thanks for reading. This is a true story that has been witnessed by probably hundreds of people over the years. It happened at Stewart Indian School in Carson City, Nevada. A school founded in the early 1900s, as best that I remember, and closed down my freshman year of high school. The student body was made up of American Indian kids from various areas on the West Coast. The land where the campus was situated is really large, and on this huge area of land is the main school building, also large in 2 stories, a gym, a post office, medical and dental clinic, and many little outlying structures which were the various men's and women's dorms. There were some freestanding homes as well. There was also an auto shop, paint shop, etc. It would have taken a good 10 to 20 minutes to walk the length of this campus from one end to the other. Since the school is so old, the campus is full of large trees and many lonely, deserted walkways. There is more than one spooky story, but this is one I will never forget. Since the guys and gals that attended Stewart Indian School had to move away from home and live in the dorms, there were, of course, great love affairs, and well, sometimes we all know how those can turn out. This story involves a young couple who were in a really intense relationship. They had been dating and depended on each other for just about everything. I'm not sure when this all occurred, since this is a haunting that has gone on for years. Eventually, the girl got pregnant and told her boyfriend. They were both really scared and were afraid to let anyone know, since they would both be sent home, back to their own reservations, and they would be split up, so they just kept quiet about it. After a while, it got to be too much for the boy involved, and he started seeing another girl on campus. Since his girlfriend had thought he would marry her and they would raise the baby together, this new development devastated her. She went into a deep depression, and since she was pregnant, she didn't have much time until all was found out. The girl had a lot to worry about. She only had dated this one person, and to top it off, she had thin skin. Unfortunately, she couldn't face it and hung herself from a rafter in the gym. She was found there by some of the students and faculty who cut her down. A few weeks later, the first sightings of the Peanut Lady started to occur. The reason they call her the Peanut Lady is because her skin was scarred from her acne and had the appearance of a peanut shell. The Peanut Lady is usually seen walking along the cement pathways around campus, but you will only see her if you are alone. She has been seen both during the day and night. Many times, people would see her from behind, her long black hair hanging down, but when she would turn around, she wouldn't have a face. Pretty soon, things took a turn for the worst. People who saw the Peanut Lady started to have misfortunes befall them not long afterwards. People who viewed her ended up having a car accident or getting into some kind of other trouble. After a few years, people started being afraid to venture out after dark or to go alone to the gym or the library for fear of seeing the Peanut Lady. Anyone who ever attended Stewart Indian School has heard the stories, and some report seeing her walking in the dorm hallways or walking around the campus. Some have even reported seeing her hanging from the ceiling in the gym. The only thing they all had in common is right after seeing the Peanut Lady, they all had something bad happen to them, usually involving bodily injury. I personally never saw the Peanut Lady, thank God, but I know those who have. And out of those, one person was shot by accident. He ended up living. Another died in a car crash with her infant daughter. How many more saw her? I don't know, but Stewart Indian School is still there with all the buildings intact. Some of them are being used by the federal government as office space. The high school is used by the local community college. You can find it off Highway 395 South in Carson City. Just don't go there alone. There is a door that separates this world from the next. Some people pass through this door on a regular basis, while others do not even acknowledge its existence. Behind this door are the spooky shadows, bad dreams, ghosts of love lost, and all the things that are slightly out of sync with reality. I've been through this door many times in my life, especially when I was a child. I would like to share with you, the readers of ghost stories, a trilogy of my experience on the other side of this door. My first journey through the door was when I was a very young child. I used to have a reoccurring dream in which an old lady was sitting in an old Victorian-style chair. the ones upholstered in velvet and patterned in ornamental wood carvings. The old lady, in the dream, was eating a bowl of chicken soup. She would stare at me with the most benevolent look between bites. For some reason, the aroma of the chicken soup was very offensive to me, and I would always wake up crying. I've never understood this because chicken soup is one of my favorite foods. It was like viewing my dream in a moment of frozen time. She was eating the bowl of soup just like in the dream. Instantly, I became a goose. My body was covered from head to toe with goosebumps. Of course, I asked my grandmother who the person was in the picture. She replied, "That was your great-grandmother." The next thing she told me never really hit me until I was a few years older. The picture was taken by my mother when she was pregnant with me, and that my great-grandmother had died just a few weeks before I was born. I never knew my great-grandmother in my daily life, but somehow, in my dreams, she made herself known to me. So I asked myself, did I see my great-grandmother from the womb, or was it her way of introducing herself from behind the door? This next story involves my younger brother, Bill, and my grandfather. Bill, my impish little brother, created a new chapter in the haunted legacy of my family. My grandmother and brother were very close. In fact, they were together almost all the time while my grandfather was healthy. I was overwhelmed with jealousy. I could never be a part of their little games and gatherings. My brother could sense my anguish and would taunt and tease me by saying things like, "Papa doesn't like you and he loves me." Oh, how I wanted to beat the shit out of that guy. Fortunately for him, I never did. Then one day, my mother had to take Bill to the doctor, and I was alone with my grandfather. I was very angry at him and wouldn't talk to him. I guess I wanted him to reach out to me, or maybe I was just being the child that I was. Anyway, he finally won me over. He sat me on his knee and gave me a good talking to. He said, "Sonny, I know you think that I don't love you, but there's something I must tell you. I'm very sick, and I'm not going to be around much longer. I want you to know that I love all of my grandchildren the same. The reason I spend so much time with Billy is because he's the baby of the family, and I want him to know and understand who his grandfather was and is." He really didn't have much more to say because, even though I was only 11, I felt like I could sit on the edge of a dime and swing my feet. A few months later, my grandfather passed away. My brother had a hard time accepting my grandfather's death, but as with all healthy children, he finally did. After the family had adjusted to the loss, there was all this talk about a gold watch. Nobody could find my grandfather's gold watch. I was given the third degree. My mother was questioned, and one of my aunts was accused of taking his watch for a keepsake. The only one not questioned was Bill. Then one day, my grandmother was cleaning our room. She picked up a pair of Bill's trousers, and out came the watch. She immediately questioned him about it. All my brother would say was that Papa gave him the watch last week. My grandmother just about beat him to death, but he never would change his story, even until this day. My grandmother was about to have a nervous breakdown because she could not believe Bill. That is, my grandfather had been dead for well over a month. So, how did he get it? It was locked up in their little metal box they had kept important papers and stuff in. Did my grandfather briefly walk through that door to give his little favorite grandson his most prized possession? Not sure. This last story involves my brother and grandfather. Not long after the watch incident, something else happened that truly made me a believer in ghosts. We all were getting ready to eat supper one night, and my brother Bill was playing near the dining room door. I was watching him, not really caring one way or the other of what he was doing. Suddenly, I saw his face literally glow with delight. He opened the door, and the cold January air rushed into the room. My grandmother yelled, "William, close that door now." "I can't, Grandma. Papa is coming up the porch, and I have to let him in." My heart jumped to my throat. I was scared to even look towards the door. Billy was having a tantrum because my mother and grandmother was holding him down. He fought with the valiancy of a Spartan. "I want my papa! I want my papa!" he cried. "I have to let him in. Please let him in." As long as I live, I will never forget that incident. I don't know if it was Bill's loud screaming or the fact that he really did see my grandfather that scared me the most. We all grew up and had our times, but I still wonder, did my dead grandfather open the door just one more time? Because that was the last time we had ever heard from him. Thanks for reading. As I've mentioned in previous posts, this area of the country is remote, has a troubled past and present, and is in general a hotspot for spirit activity. The history of Pine Ridge is loaded with superstition and hauntings. Let's start on the road to Pine Ridge, and I will begin a story that you will never forget. Anyone who grew up in Pine Ridge during the 60s and 70s knows better than to pick up hitchhikers on the way home. One of the most heavily trafficked roads in the area is between Rapid City and Pine Ridge. The trip usually takes about an hour one way, and much of the trip is over large, desolate areas. Oftentimes, as people were on the way back to Pine Ridge, they would spot a solitary hitchhiker trying to catch a ride back to the res. Now, everybody knew that there was a devil who used to try and catch rides. Many people spoke of seeing hitchhikers, but they wouldn't pick them up. But every once in a while, someone would let their guard down and pull over. One evening, a group of friends from Pine Ridge were on their way back from Rapid City. As they drove along the highway, they saw a lone man, a white man standing along the side of the road trying to hitch a ride. Keep in mind, seeing a lone white man hitching a ride towards the reservation is an unusual sight. Curiosity got the better of the friends, and they persuaded the driver to pull over. After they picked him up, they resumed their trip home. Nothing unusual happened, at least nothing more unusual than having a white man in your car. As they drove along, at first, everything was fine. The group kept on joking and laughing and even gave the stranger a beer. But after a few miles, they started to feel uncomfortable. Finally, after they were on the res, the white man asked to be let out of the car. The driver gladly pulled over, and the stranger opened the door and got out. As he walked away, there was one unusual thing about him that they all noticed at once. He had a funny way of walking. As his feet came into view, they understood why. He was walking on little goat feet. This story occurs in a movie theater in Savannah, Georgia, where myself and Patricia worked. This theater was built on the land of an old plantation, so it seems fitting that it should be haunted, and so it is. I was working as a ticket seller and Trisha was working as a projectionist. Each night, when the last movies were started, my shift was basically finished, and so I would usually clock out and go up to the projection booth to keep Trisha company, seeing as how she had to stay until the movies were done. The booth is very long to accommodate 10 projections. Also, it tended to be very dark. We'd mostly sit up there and talk, roleplay, and basically goof around. During these talks, we traded stories of things that happened to us with the resident ghost. For instance, while the movies are showing, there isn't much for a ticket seller to do, and you can't leave your little cubicle filled with lots of money, so I'd read a book or draw. Mind you, nowhere near the buttons that pump out the tickets. Well, my machine would regularly pump out tickets when I was not paying enough attention. Mostly this irritated me because I'd have to get my manager to either void the ticket or gain permission to sell it for the next showings. One of my duties consisted of checking the ladies' room to make sure it was clean and well stocked. The nozzles for the water controls were such that they were timed. You'd push them down and they'd stay on for only so long. Many times, I walked in there while shows were running to find all the sinks running with no one having been in there. One of my scariest experiences was with Theater 9. It was the last theater on the right, directly next to the door leading out to the side parking lot where the employees would park. I was on my way out from work after a long shift with another cashier when we noticed the exit lights were blinking in that theater alone. This meant a fire alarm had gone off, but there would have been a very loud buzzer as well as all the exit signs in every theater blinking and buzzing. The movies were all out and no patrons were left, so myself and the other cashier decided to check this one out. We were kinda spooked, so we poked out our heads in the theater cautiously. The temperature in that theater only had dropped to the point we could see our breath, and the lights to the exit signs were silently blinking away at us. We panicked and ran out, saying to each other that the place could burn if it wanted to. Our manager had to check the security systems the next day, and there was no reason the signs could have done what they did. After that, I never cleaned Theater 9 alone, even though that was the theater that yielded the most lost money for some reason. Trisha told me her own story from the projection booth. At the far end of the booth is a door leading to a fire escape. It cannot be opened from the outside, and there is only one access to the booth. One of our favorite games when we're bored was to sneak upstairs while the projectionist was threading games and scare the bejesus out of her. Trish caught onto this game after many a time of leaping out of her skin, so would pay extra close attention while doing her job. One day while threading movies, she heard the door to the fire escape close, and assuming it was our assistant manager, quickly ran to the door to catch him in the act, as he had 3 flights of metal stairs to run down. When she opened the door with a triumphant grin, no one was anywhere to be seen. Needless to say, she called down to the office, which is in the center of the building, nowhere near the fire escape, and he was in there counting my money drawer for the day where we had been for the past 15 minutes. After that, Trisha took a short break. So those are my movie theater stories. I have some stories from when I worked at a professional dinner theater that I may submit to you at a later date. I've sent in a couple of other stories before, and I've held on to this one until this moment. Why? Because until we recently moved, and the fact that we still lived in the house where this happened, but now I can share it. The house we used to live in here in Pilot Mountain, Mount Pilot to Andy Griffith fans, was a split level. We remodeled it and enclosed the garage to make it a family room. When we did, I moved from the upstairs bedroom to the basement into a little mini apartment. From there, I could hear everything going on in the upstairs bedrooms. I could even tell where the walls dividing the rooms were because no one walked in that area and there were no footsteps. My dad often tried to convince us that something or someone was in the house. We just thought he was trying to scare us and laughed about it. He would say that every morning around 3 a.m. or so, whatever it was would walk down the steps from the upstairs bedrooms, into the kitchen, and out into what was the garage, which is now the family room. He knew this because his favorite sleeping spot was in a recliner that was located in the family room, and he would witness it every morning around 3 a.m. So, I called it the 3 a.m. ghost, laughingly. But, one night, I witnessed it firsthand. It wasn't anywhere near 3 a.m. though. It was about 11 p.m. My dad had a job that forced him to work screwy hours, sometimes late at night, and this was one of them. My mom, my little sister, who was just a baby at the time, and myself were in the family room watching TV. My eyes got so heavy, so I decided to call it a night. I said goodnight to everybody and went to bed. I had no more than crawled under the covers when I heard footsteps pacing upstairs. I assumed it to be Mom putting my sister to bed, but the pacing footsteps continued. Then, I noticed something. The footsteps were coming from right where the wall was. Whatever it was passing from one bedroom to the next by going through the wall. It had to because the only doors in the 2 rooms were the closet doors, and the closets were not connected, and the entrance doors, which were on different walls at 90-degree angles from one another. I jumped from bed, threw on some clothes, and ran up to the family room where Mom sat engrossed in an episode of ER. My sister was on the couch beside her, asleep. I asked Mom if she had been upstairs. She said no. She hadn't moved in 30 minutes or more. So, with my heart pounding like a snare drum, I crept up the steps, still hearing the footsteps, now accompanied by a slow, heavy breathing sound. When I reached the top of the stairs, it stopped, and I never heard it again. My grandfather had died some time before. He was a good Christian man, adored by everyone. His loss hurt us all deeply, but none deeper than my mother. She loved her father more than anything that there ever was on this planet. He had a tendency to breathe slow and heavy. Thus, my mom thoroughly believes that the 3 a.m. ghost was her father, who looked after Mom in life like he did none of his other children, and now he is looking out for her in death. I hope to have some more tales in the coming weeks, and believe me, they're as scary as can be. Please stay tuned, and thank you for my read. When I was about 17, my mom would sometimes drag me along on her religious activities, and it just so happened that on this particular day, she took me to a house blessing where a little girl was having dreams about some doll chasing her. Anyways, We all get there and pray as the priest is blessing the house, going from room to room. Finally, when he's done, we all go outside to the garage, and it's here where the owner of the house brings out some stuff he found in the garage that was left by the previous owners. He pulls out this black leather-bound book and a small bottle made into a doll, and it's when he shows everyone the doll that the little girl screams that it was the same doll that was chasing her in her dreams. At this point, I'm getting a little freaked out, but think that maybe she's a little brat and just wanted to scare everyone. So then, the priest examines the doll in the book, and the book turns out to be the book of satanic rituals of something of the like. Well, they place the book on the sidewalk at the top of the cul-de-sac and try to burn it, and this is where I got scared. Finally, everyone made a circle around the book and started praying while 4 people went and lit one corner of the book, and finally, the fire caught and the book started to burn, but very slowly. In an effort to make the book burn more quickly, the owner of the house poured some gasoline on the book. Yeah, I was standing back at this point, and when the gasoline hit the book, there was a flash of flame rising, and the gas was repelled all around the book, and where the gas fell, small flames rose. This made all the hair on my back of my neck stand on end. The book finally burned after much prayer.
The story is about my grandma Ruth that passed away in 2002. I loved her so much. Things have been happening up until this day, ever since she passed. The strange occurrences that happened to me was that at the time, I was living in Portsmouth, Virginia, with my father. My grandma said that I could have her bed when she passed, so now I have it. This happened on a Sunday. Me and my other grandma was going to church, but at the last minute, decided not to go. I went back in my room and lay down on my grandma's bed. That's when I thought I heard someone call my name. I knew it sounded like my grandma, but I dismissed it kind of. When I didn't respond to her calling me, I heard her calling me again. That's when I looked up, and she was sitting at the foot of my bed, dressed like she would always be, not how she was at the funeral. Now, this part I don't understand why she said this. She asked if she wanted to fix me something to eat. I was so startled, I screamed, and started to kick my feet like a child that was having a tantrum. With me doing that, she just started to fade off and disappeared. A lot of things happened to my mom, but she will have to write up here for herself. Other things that have happened to me. When I was about 10 years old, one night, I wasn't feeling good, and I was laying in bed. I went to sleep, but when I woke up, I felt someone tucking me in. I thought it was my mom, so I turned over to see her, but it wasn't her. I just saw this large dark shadow at the end of my bed. I was so scared and just put the covers over my head. Now, this next thing that happened to me, I've been looking on all sorts of sites to see if anyone has ever had this happen to them. Whoever reads this, if this has happened to you, or you know someone that it did happen to, would you write it down to the site? I would gladly appreciate it. Here goes. When I was 7 or 8, I was in bed at night, and all of a sudden, I felt like someone was in bed with me. I turned to my side, and I saw this man that looked like a troll. He had no color to him. He was just straight white. He was so scary to look at that I turned away and just stayed in bed. I was terrified to move. I didn't go to sleep. I could still feel him near. When light came into my room, from it being morning, I got the courage to look back to see if he was still in the bed, and he was gone. What was that? Growing up after that incident always had me putting teddy bears in the bed with me so that he wouldn't come back. But as I got a little bit older, I got braver, and I said to myself that if he ever did come back, I was going to get him. Hasn't come back. I'm 19 now. Well, that's all I want to write right now. Thank you for reading. I would like you to hear about my horrible encounter with a ghost, or unseen being. We're on vacation in Oklahoma, visiting some relatives that I'd never met before. They lived in a thickly wooded area. That evening after supper, and the sun had started settling, my mother and I decided to go for a walk and enjoy the beautiful new scenery we were in. We had been hiking for 20 to 30 minutes, so we were several miles from the house. Suddenly, a breeze swept over us, and before us was a small pond. I looked over into the water and saw a bright face staring back at me. I know that it was not my reflection. I jumped back and turned around, and my mother was nowhere around. I began yelling and calling out to my mother, but got no response. I finally got back to my relative's house and ran in. I asked everyone if they had seen my mother, and no one said they had seen her. This alerted my relatives because they had 100 acres of wooded area, and there were snakes and other dangerous animals, and the sun had already set. Me, my uncle and his wife, and 2 of my older cousins headed into the dark woods, all carrying flashlights. We walked towards the pond and hoped she'd still be nearby. I looked up, and behind 2 trees was a bright shining light. I walked towards the light and looked behind the tree. There was the same person I had seen in the water, but he wasn't easy to see. It was almost like you could see right through him. I freaked out and screamed, yelling for my relatives to come see. When they arrived, they stopped to watch the ghost float away over the water and into the darkness. Everyone stood in shock of what they saw. After several hours, the woods became draped with heavy fog. We could hardly see what was in front of us. We decided to head back towards the house and call for help. We called the sheriff, and he arrived with 3 other police. All night long, we spent looking and scanning the dark pond water. No sign of my mother. I was so worried. Oddly, no one mentioned to the police what we had seen earlier. I didn't know whether or not to say anything. I did not want to seem crazy to the police, but I wanted to do anything to find my mother. I asked my older cousin Charles if we should say anything about the sighting. He shook his head and said, "Come on, we didn't see anything. That was probably a firefly." I was totally confused. I knew I'd seen a person's face in the water, and then again behind the trees. I knew that everyone else had seen it too. I finally said, "Sheriff, I think there is someone or something in these woods." Then he asked me to explain what I had seen. At sunrise, the family decided to go back to the house and let the police continue their search. I was hesitant, but my family talked me into coming home with them. We walked into the house, and I sat down at the table. My aunt made me hot chocolate and asked me if I was alright. I couldn't believe what I had seen, and everyone else had seen, and no one was talking about it. I was confused and started hoping that this was all a nightmare. I drew myself a bath and climbed in. I cleared the vapor off the window and just stared. I didn't even know what to do. I wanted to feel hopeful, but the demonic stare of the ghost haunted me. I didn't have a good feeling. I kept imagining horrible things happening to my mother. I cried and rubbed water over my face. I prayed that God would help us find her. Several days has passed, and no sign of my mother. A missing persons report was made. I was starting to lose all hope. I felt like I had lost the most important person in my life. I wanted to go look for her myself, but the police refused to let anyone else into the woods. Late that night, I heard some footsteps. It kept coming closer. And then I saw a bright light at my door. The door slowly opened, and the same face was standing there. It scared me, and I screamed. It came at me fast and suddenly, and I felt a burning sensation over my body. Then it felt wet. I couldn't breathe. My throat felt like it was closing. I woke up in a hospital bed. My aunt was asleep in the chair next to me. I looked up at the end of the bed. I was so confused. I couldn't remember how I got there. My aunt awoke and told me that I passed out the night before and they couldn't wake me. They said I had bruises all over my body and hand marks on my throat, like I had been strangled. Oh my God, it was the ghost from the pond. My aunt looked at me strangely, then ran to hit the nurse button. She looked down at me and said, "Honey, you have been through a lot of stress. You need to relax. We found your mother. She can't remember anything, but we found her lying next to you. She's here in the hospital too, only 3 rooms away." What? I want to see her now. I got up and ran to the hall, but was stopped by 2 nurses. "You have to stay in bed, honey," they explained. I sat down and told them that I needed to see her. They began injecting me into the arm with a shot. I started to panic and asked my aunt what was wrong with me. Then I got very dizzy and relaxed. I woke up to a nurse bringing my dinner. She brought 2 sedatives and a glass of water. I asked her where my mother was, and they said the police were investigating her. Then she came into my room and slowly walked over to my bed. She put her hand on top of mine and asked me if I was feeling okay. I asked her if she was okay, and she told me she was fine. She just doesn't remember much. I asked her if she remembers our walk from the night we were out on a walk together. She said she did, but didn't remember what happened to her after that. I asked her if she saw the face in the pond. She said no, nothing at all. Still to this day, no one knows who or what happened the night of my mother's disappearance or her reappearance. No one knows what really happened. No, don't laugh, but I believe that a ghost had taken her. I don't know why or what he did it for. It could have just been an evil ghost causing chaos. Police think there's someone behind it, like a kidnapper. And when he tried to return my mother, he saw me and panicked and tried to even kill me. The police had me describe the man's face that I saw. They have yet to find a person. I wish that I knew what really happened that night. It would answer so many questions for me. I wasn't going to share the story because I didn't think it was an actual ghost story, but I thought about it, and I guess it could be, and if not, it's still kind of a weird and interesting incident. When I graduated high school in 1998, I went up to Ohio to visit a friend who graduated a year ahead of me and went up there to go to college. I graduated on the 6th and left on the 8th and stayed there for 10 days. Well, about 3 nights before I came back, which would have been the night of the 15th, morning of the 16th, I had a dream. In this dream, I woke up in my bed back home, and there was this man sitting on my bed. He had dark brown long hair and was clean shaven, wearing a white robe. I was kind of startled at first, then it turned to curiosity. I asked who he was. He says something like, "You know of me, but don't know me," and then goes on saying how we are alike and that he would be the same, and just a bunch of stuff like that. I was still confused because he never said who he was. He was telling me not to worry, that everything will be okay, and just a bunch of stuff that I couldn't figure out. Well, to make a long story short, I just passed off the dream as a weird dream. That was until I got home. I told my mother about it, and she asked when was the dream, and I told her the night of the 15th. She had this weird look on her face, and then showed me this letter. It was dated June 16th, 1998, and it was a letter she wrote to a brother that was born before me and died after he was born. I knew about him, but never knew the exact details like his birthday. She thinks that it was my older little brother coming to visit me on his birth and death day, and when I heard that, then it all started to make sense. This is my story. After all the stories I read, I wanted to tell my own. It was 1990. We moved from one small town in southeast Kansas to another. To tell you the layout of the house, so you know what I'm talking about, On the front of the house was a large screen and porch. That's where the front door was to the house. When you walked into that door, there were stairs that led up to the second story. That's where my story begins. When we first looked at the house, my sister, who was 2 years older than me, went upstairs to look at the bedrooms where we would sleep. As we walked through the second door, we saw someone go through the wall. That's where it all started. After we moved in, things started to happen. At night, my dad would hear someone open in the front door and walk across the hardwood floor that had carpet on it. He would get up and look. The front door was still deadbolted. I would hear someone walk up and down the stairs all night long. I mainly slept with my sister after that. After about a month, my dad ended up in the hospital, so me and my sister were home alone for a while, without our mother there. That's when strange things really started to happen. The entity would start scaring us. It would knock on the back door, open, and slam the cabinets closed. Walked across the upstairs floor, slamming doors. Our poor dog would not even go upstairs. It would sit at the foot and bark and whine. To make a long story short, after my dad got home from the hospital, the thing tried to smother my mom to death. My mom always slept on her stomach. It was from that moment that we decided to move. Someone bought the house and remodeled it. I wonder if they had the same problem as we did. My sister and her family lives in a place that appears to be built on a graveyard. There are stone markers all over our yard. Yesterday, I was over there and accidentally knocked over a large marker and attempted to write it. I could not budget to get it back in its place, and yet when I visited today, the stone was more erect and there was no signs that it had ever been otherwise. My sister also spoke of a lady that used to live there in the 1800s. The lady's name was Kathy. Reported to me by my sister, Kathy told her that she was glad to have a family living once more in the house. My mother has reported feeling someone patting her on the back, and no one actually being there. I personally have seen a white form in the house, and a darker gray form, speeding by the window. After bolting the door to the crawlspace to the attic securely, the door opened by itself. That happened just yesterday. My brother-in-law reported that when he went into the attic via the crawlspace in order to access the roofing, he was pushed down and fell out of the attic. About a month ago, while my sister and her husband were asleep in bed, a small air conditioner that was securely bolted into the window was thrown inward into the bedroom floor. My sister has also reported an instance in which Kathy told her of a hanging suicide that occurred in an old barn structure on the property. My sister was also told that there was an evil person buried on the property underneath a tree outside of her bedroom window. These are honest statements made by various people with no mental delusions or anything that will indicate a separation from reality state. You may believe me or not, but the choice is yours. In late December of 2000, my boyfriend Ryan and his best friend Don moved into the house that Don had grown up in. Their apartment was too cramped during their band practices, and Don's father was willing to make the rent very reasonable. The house is down the street from a very large and very old cemetery, and directly across from an old canal. The neighborhood is peaceful and charming, most of the time. Before they moved in, they had to fix the house up quite a bit, because the last residents had trashed it so badly. They had ripped up the carpet, splattered paint on the walls, and replaced all the blinds with wrapping paper. Naturally, they enlisted my help. As I drove to their new home for the first time, I experienced very unsettling feelings as I drove up and parked. The feelings pervaded the entire time I was in the house. I grew up in a haunted house and have had other experiences with the supernatural, most of them positive. I'm not one to be easily scared by the supernatural, nor do I think that because something frightens me, that is automatically evil. I decided to ignore the feelings, because no one else seemed to be bothered. Ryan and Don settled comfortably into their new house, and Don was glad to be back in his childhood home. I became used to the strange sensations I would experience all around the house. Even the overwhelming feeling of being watched when I'd go away in my car ceased to bother me. One night in February, I believe, I was leaving to go back to my house at around 3 a.m. As I fumbled for my keys to unlock my car door, I could feel someone behind me. Suddenly, I heard 3 loud, stomping footsteps. Thinking that it was possibly some live person intending to harm me, I whirled around and screamed as loudly as I could. There was no one there. Ryan, naturally, came running out of the house. I ran onto the porch and into Ryan's arms. I told him what happened and started sobbing uncontrollably. I was no longer frightened, but I felt an overwhelming sense of sadness. Whoever that is, I remember saying, is very confused. It's a man, and he needs help. I don't know that he realizes that he is dead. Ryan became very thoughtful for a moment. You know, we are surrounded by a cemetery, and people have drowned in the canal. Someone did just a few years ago, but I don't know who it was. After that, Ryan and I went both back to my place to spend the night. Don had been visiting his mother. The next day, we told Don what happened. He confirmed that someone had drowned in the canal a few years before, but it was a young girl. I immediately ruled out the young girl. I knew this presence was very masculine. Don also remembered that a very nice man who had lived next door had died suddenly of a heart attack when Don was a child. That seemed like a more plausible candidate, but there was the long history of the canal to consider, and the nearby cemetery. Don was dumbfounded by the entire situation. I lived here for the first 15 years of my life, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. He reflected for a moment. Well, there was that one time when I had stayed home from school and felt someone looking at me, so I turned around, and there was my sister. I said, "Hey, Bethany," and then remembered that she had gone to school that morning and wasn't going to be home for about an hour. The apparition disappeared, and at the regular time, she came home. "Well," said Ryan, "there was the Fonzie incident too. Fonzie is a very friendly, sweet-tempered cat that belonged to Don. Apparently, when Don and Ryan were working on the house, before they had moved in, the cat was still at their apartment. They had both, on separate occasions, seen Fonzie walking around. I found both the accounts of these rather strange apparitions a bit puzzling. I know that sometimes apparitions of the living are seen, but it is usually when something pivotal is about to happen. Nothing interesting happened before or after these odd apparitions. I thought that perhaps some entity was somehow taking the forms of things that were familiar and loved, so as to let them know of its presence without being threatening. Whatever it was, did not seem to me like it could have been caused by the same melancholy presence I felt. Over the next few months, nothing much happened. I brought 2 friends of mine, both of whom who've had many experiences with the paranormal, over to the house. One of them didn't get any negative feelings or sad feelings from the area at all. Another, whom I've not told about the strange occurrences, was so put off the depressed feeling she got that she wanted to leave almost as soon as she arrived. One thing beyond sensing a spirit worth mentioning did occur in those several months. I was asleep on the couch in the living room while Ryan and Don's band practiced. All of a sudden, Kenny, the bass player, came running up the stairs. He woke me up. "Hey, are you alright?" he asked. "Yeah. Why?" I replied sleepily, "Because we were sure we heard someone come in the front door." I told him I hadn't heard anything. He proceeded to check all around the house for the suspected intruder and never found anyone or anything. During the summer months, a few torrential downpours caused Ryan and Don's basement to flood, nearly destroying a significant portion of their band equipment. After that incident, they decided to move, yet again. I was staying at my own place, and Don was visiting his mother again. In the middle of the night, Ryan called me in a panic. "I just had the strangest experience," he told me. "I was asleep on the couch when I was awakened by a baby crying. I sat up and realized that the noise was coming from Don's room. I looked up and stared down the hall. All of a sudden, this white, somewhat blurred figure of a woman came walking out of my room and went into Don's room. Then I heard a woman shushing the baby." Ryan was frightened, but he realized that the strange event was not threatening in any way. We talked about it and agreed that it was most likely some sort of residual haunting. Later, Ryan told Don about the experience and found that Don had witnessed the same event. Ryan and Don had not lived in the house for a few months now. We never figured out exactly who the man outside the house was, or who the woman and the baby were, or what caused the strange apparitions of Bethany and Fonzie. I only wonder if these things still go on in the house, and if the current residents have the powers of observation to notice them. This happened in February 2000, during my junior year of high school. I was in my bed one night, just staring at the ceiling, waiting to fall asleep. That night, for some odd reason, I was lying on the opposite end of the bed. I remember seeing the yellow digital numbers on my TV say 12:40 a.m. I remember this detail because I know for sure that I was not sleeping. I was fully awake and conscious. Suddenly, I felt this eerie chill just start to permeate the room. So cold, so freezing. A wind that was coming from seemingly nowhere because my window was closed tight, as was my door. I had about 3 layers of blankets and sheets on me, but the cold just seemed to be going right under them. Immediately, just every hair on the back of my neck was standing on end. People use the terms chills going down their spines figuratively, but the real thing is not the most pleasant sensation in the world. Then, I heard this male voice, very sinister in tone, start laughing. It just echoed and surrounded me. I was terror-stricken at this point. I could feel my heart beating. I closed my eyes, praying to God frantically that whatever it was would leave. When the voice subsided, the room returned to normal temperature. I just bolted out of my room. I have no idea what it was that visited me that night, but several times after that, when I was in bed, I had this feeling that someone or something intangible was watching me. Since then, I've had several psychic and numerology readings, which indicate that I'm sensitive to the psychic and supernatural. I've had dreams throughout my life, which served as a precursor of good tidings in the future, including my acceptance into the school I am attending today. I am a college freshman. When I visit home, I refuse to sleep without the hall light on. Call me chicken, but I don't think I'm quite ready to encounter what lies in the darkness again. For these purposes, let's just say my name is Amy. Where I come from, ghosts and the supernatural is kind of the way of life for my people. We welcome ghosts to our family members who have passed away with open arms, knowing they are here to watch over us. That's the mentality I've had all my life, but when the reality of it is faced, it's a different story. I have 2 unbelievable experiences to tell anyone who is interested enough to listen. Bear in mind, this is the first time I've told strangers about this. I should say my first ghost experience was when I lost my mom, when I was 16. My mom was the center of my universe, and when she died unexpectedly during childbirth, it was a shock to me for years to come. I'm 23 now. 2 days after her death, I was sleeping in her bedroom, lying on her side of the bed. I'd been crying myself to sleep, and I had this dream. At least I thought it was a dream, because the way it happened, it was as real as it could be. In my dream, or self-conscious state of mind, I was lying in the same position in which I had fallen asleep when I saw Mom come into the room and just stand there watching me sleep. I opened my eyes in the dream, and she very gently kissed me on the cheek and told me not to cry. I tried to hold on to her so she won't go, but she left with me crying bitterly in my sleep. I woke up immediately after smelling her perfume very strongly in the room. I knew then without a doubt my mom visited me to say goodbye. I wasn't afraid, just very sad, because she's gone. My second and very terrifying ghost experience happened a couple years later when my grandfather became violently ill with severe heart problems. I was never close with my grandfather. I loved him, but he was very strict and unable to show any emotions to anyone, not even my grandma. But we all know he loves us in his own way. The hospital that he was admitted to was a little distance away from the house, so we could actually take food over to him. We all went to visit him several times a day, but he was so sick, he couldn't even talk to us anymore. About a week or so after he's been admitted, the whole family went to the hospital to see him, but I remember staying home alone that day. We have a couch in the living room that sits across from the front door. I was napping on and off when I heard someone opening the front door. Since it was locked, I thought it had to be one of my family coming home. Imagine my surprise when I looked up and saw my grandfather walking in his carrying bag that we used to put his clothes in when we took him to the hospital. I said hi to him, but he didn't answer, just went straight to his room and closed the door. I didn't know what to think at this point, but I remember expecting my family to burst through the door any second, telling me they brought him home because he was feeling better. After about 3 minutes, I could hear him moving about in his room, so I went to knock on the door to ask him if he needed help with something, but no one even answered, though I could hear things moving. It didn't surprise me, because he could never talk much. About 15 minutes later, my aunt burst in the house screaming at the top of her voice that we've lost Grandpa. I thought they meant they lost him when they were coming home, so I told her he's already here, and he's in his room. She looked at me as if I was crazy, and told me that Grandpa died right around the time he walked into the house a while ago. I fainted when she said that, and up to this day, I can't believe that happened to me. I don't know what to make of it, but it sure scared me for a long, long time. We had just gotten done playing video games and decided to go to bed, myself and 3 others. One girl who would be my future goddaughter, her aunt, and their younger friend had enough electronic entertainment for one night. The younger girl had decided to sleep on the couch, leaving the rest of us to sleep on the floor, since there wasn't enough beds in the bedroom to go around. Most everyone was just laying there, staring at something in the dark, or randomly saying something here and there, getting ready to fall asleep. I stared straight at a digital clock. Suddenly, a figure had obstructed my view of the clock for a brief moment. It was then that I said, "Hey guys, did you see that?" Soon after, I heard my goddaughter let out a loud scream. They both claimed to have seen a figure heading towards the kitchen, and we heard a loud clatter of pans hitting the ground. The thing disappeared, and we didn't see it again all night. Neither did my goddaughter. But here's my second story. The week I started college, I noticed a change in my dog. He was acting quite a bit funny, almost sick. Within that week, it was found that he had slipped a disc in his back and was later put to sleep. I was emotionally torn for a while, as I was, and still am, very much attached to that dog. After a few months, I decided that even though I really loved my previous dog, I still did want a companion around, and got the dog I currently have. The morning after we had brought her home, I felt a weight on my chest. It felt like the size of a dog, about the same size as the one I had before. I thought it was the new dog, so I told her to get down. I heard her jump from my chest to the floor. It was then that I realized it wasn't the new dog, because my room's door was shut, and there was no way she could have gotten in here. That, and the fact that she wasn't anywhere around. At first, I was a bit spooked, but then I thought, good, he's still here with me. The summer I turned 18 and headed off to college, my family moved to Martinsville, New Jersey. They built a brand new house on land that was once part of what my grandfather called Indian country. Whenever I would go home for break, I never slept very well in the house, I always had butterflies in my stomach and couldn't pass out until the wee hours of the night when my eyes just couldn't stay open anymore. One day, I was sitting in the family room watching TV. Above the TV there was a 7 by 8 foot opening into the hallway upstairs. I caught someone out of the corner of my eye walking by that opening and into my sister's bedroom. Immediately I thought it was odd. The only other people who were in the house were my mother and grandfather, both of whom were to the left of me, in the kitchen. When I told them what happened, they just stood there, looking at each other. Finally, my grandmother spoke up. Apparently, both her and my mother had seen a figure walk by the doorways in the house on a number of occasions. According to my grandmother, the lights flickered every once in a while too. She was under the impression the house was haunted. That night, I was lying in bed, reading a book. It was about 4 a.m., and I was the only one up. I decided to brush my teeth before trying to get some sleep. I opened the door to my bedroom and was about to turn left to go to the bathroom when I felt the need to look down the hallway towards my mother's room. My mom usually kept the door closed, but that night the door was open and there was a man standing in the opening. He was tall and skinny. The only man that was in the house was my stepfather, and he's short and plump. The figure was just standing there, looking at me. No, watching me. I immediately ran into the bathroom, my heart pounding. About 10 minutes later, I got the nerve to run back to my room and hide under the covers. Needless to say, I didn't sleep a wink. From that night on, I knew that the butterflies in my stomach were because I felt something watching me. Although it frightened me like I've never been frightened before, and even though I still get the shivers thinking about that night, I've always known this ghost was just a watcher. I didn't feel any evil or ill will from him, but I have no idea who he was. Like I said earlier, the land was considered Indian country, i.e., it was wooded, until they cleared it for the new development. So, it's possible the ghost was an American Indian, but for some reason, I feel that isn't right. That this man I saw was in fact white, and possibly a farmer from the early 1900s. Either way, the shadows and flickering of the lights continued until my family moved 3 years later. It's possible they even continue today, but I don't think anyone ever saw the man as clearly as I did that night. Thanks for reading. I've been reading through your website and found it very interesting, but I never thought that I had a story to relay until I read a story that sounded extremely like something happened to me a few years ago. I live in Toronto, Canada, and in 1991, my third child was just a baby and would wake up nightly around 2 a.m. for feeding. At the time, we lived in a condo, which we had lived in since 1988. We had some minor incidents, like things moving around and shadows seen out of the corner of one's eye, but nothing to speak of really. Just things that could be chalked up to imagination. On one particular night, my son wakened for his feeding. I sat in my rocking chair in the baby's room, feeding him. The nightlight was on, and I was wide awake, when all of a sudden, I heard what sounded like a lion roar, or a tiger roar, loud and clear. I jumped up, turned on all the lights in the house, and was convinced that a tiger was in the closet. Woke up my husband, and had him search the entire apartment, including the balcony, which was 6 stories up. Of course, it would have been impossible for an animal to have gone into the apartment, but the roar had sounded so real, I had to be sure. After that, I tried to convince myself that it was my imagination, but I never forgot about it. I wonder if you know what this could be, and if there's any explanation for it. This just happened the night before last. For the past 3 days, my husband, my 2 little girls of preschool age, my mother-in-law and I had been camping at beachside campgrounds in Oregon, a beautiful place caught between Highway 101 and the beach itself, just north of Yahutz. Anyway, that night was our last night there, and somewhere in the middle of sleeping, my youngest daughter woke up crying, saying that she was scared. Not overly unusual for a preschooler, but after I tucked her back in, she dropped right back into a deep sleep, which for her is very unusual. She usually likes to snuggle and talk, and generally keep me up as long as she can. As I was trying to get back to sleep myself, I heard what I thought was my older daughter saying, "Mommy, Mommy." I answered her, but had no response. I heard the voice again, this time more insistent, "Mommy, Mommy," though always at a kind of a whisper. I got up and physically looked at my two girls, who were completely sound asleep, the kind of sleep that is past dreaming, which was very odd because, you remember, my youngest one had just woken up a short while before. Then, as I laid down for a second time, I heard the voice again, only it seemed to come from all the way around me and in a constant stream. "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy," and it wouldn't stop. It just kind of kept reverberating around my head and seemed to have no specific point of origin. My husband got up, not hearing a thing, mind you, to relieve himself, and came back a few moments later. While he was gone, I said out loud, "Whoever you are, go away. We're trying to sleep." And the voice kind of faded away, but always saying "Mommy." I'd asked my husband if he'd heard or seen anything outside the tent when he was out there, but he said he hadn't. This gave me the creeps in a serious way. The voice didn't come back, and we were leaving the next morning anyway. That was yesterday. I told everyone about the voice the next morning, and they looked at me as if I had lobsters crawling out of my ears. But I still wonder if something happened at the campsite. I feel it was a small child who had gotten lost and never found its way back to its tent, and I feel it was a small boy, but I know nothing for certain. If anybody knows about any ghostly happenings at the beachside campgrounds in Oregon State, I'd surely like to hear back from you. I'm not quite sure where to start this story, but I'll try it this way. I'm able to feel the energy around me. I've always felt weird things, but for the last 10 years of my life, my abilities have increased. I was standing in the garage in the daytime, getting ready to leave for work. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man in a black and white suit. He was very tall, about 6'2", and his clothes were old-fashioned. He reminded me of an old Western mortician. His hat was a black hat. I blinked my eyes to see if he would go away, but he just stood there. He reminded me of death. His form was solid, but yet not really. He was not transparent like the others I had seen. I put my purse in the car, and when I looked back, he was gone. I didn't get too close to him because I was terrified. But when I went to my Tai Chi class, I asked my Saifu about him. He asked, "Did you ask him what he wanted?" I said no, because I thought he was death. I was not about to invite death into my house. A few months went by, and I was in the kitchen doing the dishes when a shadow went by the window. I thought it was Ted from next door for a moment, because he is tall. I thought I would greet him at the front door. Well, there was no one there, so I said out loud, "Very funny." The next day, I was in the garage going to work. Again, the man in the driveway. This time, I was sort of brave and stepped closer. I could not feel anything from him except a low vibration on the cool side. It was so weird, so I said, "How can I help you?" He just tipped his hat and then disappeared. When I went home for vacation, I'm from Indiana. My sister and I were going through my aunt's pictures. She has since passed away. She was 85. I came across this picture. All the hair on my neck stood up, and I got the willies. My sister looked at me and said, "Oh, is that your great-great-grandfather McNeely? He was a Quaker and he shoed horses." Since I have found out who he has never come back. I was wondering, since he was solid, so to speak, could he have been out of place in time, more than appearing as a ghost? Thanks for letting me share this story. My friends think I'm weird. I see and sense stuff. There's no way you can convince people of what you see. I don't even try anymore. When I see the ghost in the casino, for example, I just smile and keep on walking. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada. Hi, this is a great site. I'd like to share my experiences of the paranormal with you. I've written them in before, and someone wrote back, telling me that it was possible that there could be explanation for what occurred. Right now I'm 18, but I remember the events as if they happened yesterday. I've only ever had to move house once, which was nearly 2 years ago. My parents and I used to live in East Anglia, UK, which has its fair share of haunted old homes, but all that is totally unrelated. We had a semi-detached house. My dad told me I was about 30 years old. I always remember the evil presence in the house, although I didn't notice it much back then. First experience I had was when I was about 6, and it was late one night, after my parents had gone to sleep. Our neighbors were away on holiday at the time. I had the smallest room, which was situated above the garage and the stairwell. I was just falling asleep when I heard a loud knocking noise, like someone rapping against a wall, and it was a rhythmic rapping. I ignored it, or at least tried to at first, but then a few seconds later, I heard it again. It was coming from downstairs, and every time it happened, it seemed to be moving up the stairs and eventually onto the landing. By this time, I was creeped out and turned my lamp on, which flickered weirdly. Eventually, the knocking was right inside my room, in the far corner, and I was surprised my mom or dad didn't hear it. I called out a few times for my mom, because I was too scared to get out of bed, and she came in. I asked her to stay with me and hear the noise for herself. She waited with me and heard it too, but naturally, she didn't believe me and told me it was probably the heating. Why would the heating make noises, which sounded as though they were coming from downstairs, into my room? Another incident happened just after one of my brothers left for university. He was the last one to go. I was about 10 when this happened, and I'd swapped rooms with him anyway, so I was now in the back room and was a lot bigger than the one I had before. This incident terrified me the most, and I'll never forget it. I used to sleep with my feet out, the blanket at the bottom of the bed, obviously, and I woke up after feeling cold fingers on my foot. Waking up groggily, I looked down to the end of my bed and was surprised to see a black shadow in the shape of a human figure. It was looking right my way. I could tell it didn't have any eyes or any human features, and eventually it turned swiftly and quietly left the room. My bedroom door had been shut, and it left my room without the door opening. You can understand now why I sleep with the covers right over my feet. I've had plenty more freaky experiences. They happen on school trips, and on 2 occasions, we stayed in very old, possibly haunted locations. I'll write them in another time. All that I've told you now is all very true. I wish I had looked into the history of our previous house, and I know before it was built, there was just old farmland. And other times, especially when I was alone, I got the feeling I wasn't exactly all alone, if you get what I mean. The presence didn't seem very friendly in itself. This happened about 4 years ago, while I was a senior in high school. A bunch of friends and I were looking for something to do, and ended up riding out to a very old cemetery in the rural area of our small town. The story goes that there was a young boy who was buried there decades ago, and he has often been seen playing on the grounds. We, being arrogant kids, did not believe a word of it, and just parked the car at the cemetery and stood around talking. Pretty soon, the 5 of us started to wander from tombstone to tombstone, reading the names of those buried. I walked over to one that was under a small tree. I was busy reading it, and someone walked up beside me. I was sure it was my cousin, and did not even look at him. I just said, "Did you see this one, Robbie?" Just then, my cousin Robbie said, "Are you talking to me?" He was standing several yards away at the parked car. I could tell in my peripheral vision that the figure on my left was still there. I did not look at it. I ran screaming to the car, where my friends waited. I spooked them so badly that they all just jumped in the car and we sped away. I heard later that the tombstone under the tree belonged to the boy who is said to still haunt the cemetery. I may still be somewhat of a skeptic, but I will never, ever go back there. In May of '99, my favorite uncle, Brian, died of cancer. It was a big surprise. He had always seemed to be so fit and healthy for his age. He was 61. The day he died was strange for me. I'd gone down to his house to see him and found his sister, my Auntie Ann, standing at the door of his house, talking to one of his neighbors. My mom looked worried. She had a right to. That morning, he had been taken to Worksome Hospital in North Wales, UK. He had been complaining that he had a pain in his back for months. Anyway, I didn't know what was going on until I walked closer to my mom and her sister, talking about what happened to my Uncle Brian. It was then when I could smell it. The terrible smell of death looming over the house. I've read and heard of people smelling when death is coming and had never believed it before, but I knew now that it was true. We visited the hospital, and I sat watching my limp, pale uncle's body disintegrate into nothing. And that was a very sad day for me, and will always be embedded into my mind. As we all sat around his bed, my mother asked me what I wanted to do. In my heart of hearts, I wanted to stay by his side, but couldn't bring myself to watch him go. I decided to go home. As we arrived home, and I put my key in the front door, I could smell a faint smell of something. I knew that it was the same smell I had smelled in Uncle Brian's. At that moment, I burst into tears. Just as I did, the telephone rang. It was Brian's son, Mike. Before anyone picked up the phone, I told him that he had died. Mom picked up the phone, and sure enough, my favorite uncle had died minutes before we entered our own house. That is no ghost story, but this is. My Uncle Brian used to stay with us all the time for the holidays, Christmas and Easter, and sometimes birthdays. We had a dartboard put up under my room in the dining room, especially for him. At night, when he was alive, we, or rather I, could hear the darts hitting the board with such force that he used to run right through the floor of my room. He used to stay up till late at night too, watching the telly and switching channels on cable TV. After he died, however, that all stopped. Christmas was as quiet as a mouse. There was no telly, no darts hitting the wall or the dartboard, nothing, just complete silence. That was until New Year. As soon as it turned 2000, the noises started again. One night, I couldn't sleep and thought I heard someone moving about downstairs. I thought it was my dad, who suffered 7 heart attacks. I walked over to my door and opened it a little to listen to what was going on down there. As I listened, I felt a chill run up and down my spine. I could hear the telly. I felt curious, so I made my way down the stairs. As I got to the living room, I found myself staring at a telly that wasn't even on, that hadn't been on for hours. I shrugged and told myself that it was probably next door. But as I reached the top of the stairs, I heard what I thought was someone playing darts. I turned on my heel and walked downstairs, again curious to find out who was making these noises. I got to the games room and looked at the darts board. Its doors were closed and locked. No one could have played with that if they wanted to, without whacking my father up for the key first. For the record, my uncle loved his tea. His cup was still hanging up on the mug tree. As I had gone back upstairs for the second time, I had seen it with my own eyes, hanging there, still and alone. I got to my room and went to sleep, finally. But I had only been asleep about 15 minutes when my older sister, Rebecca, was waking me up. She looked terrified. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me the following creepy tale. She was in her room, laying in her bed, ready to fall asleep, when she just happened to look at the bottom of her bed. That's when she saw him. My Uncle Brian stood there in all his glory. He was holding his mug in his right hand and was staring at her. She couldn't move a muscle. It took her all her time to make it out of her room to my room. By this time, she was crying her eyes out. I don't know what it was that made me do the thing I did next, but I felt I had to check that this mug was still hanging up on the mug tree like it was about 25 minutes ago. With my sister holding onto my hand so tight, we made it to the kitchen. His mug was not there. I went into the living room and found a still warm cup sitting on the table, half full of steaming tea. To this day, he still plays darts and visits my sister's room. Maybe he wasn't meant to leave us as soon as he did. Back in 1990, I was 18 years old and staying with a host family in Veracruz, Mexico, as an exchange student. One day, I awoke to a lot of bustling and nervous chatter around the household. I kept hearing the word Baruja repeated over and over. Unfamiliar with that word, I inquired about its meaning, which was explained to mean witchcraft in Spanish. Apparently, someone found a cross, laid down in granulated salt in the backyard, which according to the native residents was a clear sign of witchcraft. Being the consummate skeptic, I just nodded and secretly chuckled at the genuine worry that this superstition was creating. Later that evening, the day's excitement culminated into a sort of ghost story session in the kitchen area, where it was explained to me that witches and spirits have been known to travel in shadows or balls of light. Whatever happened to the broomstick? I belted as I laughed out loud. After a few more stories, I had heard enough and decided to show them just what I thought of their primitive beliefs. I ran out the back door and approached the cross of salt that started this whole charade as the group clamored after me. I stood above the cross and made a challenge. I said out loud, I challenge the spirits of hell to damn harm me. Anyway, they all thought I was taking a big risk, but I just laughed it off. Later that night, my host brother and I were dropping off friends with the family flatbed. As the last one jumped out from the rear, I turned my head and watched him enter his household. Before I turned my head back to a frontal view, the next image we saw both startled the both of us. Materializing from the upper window, there seemed to be an entity of some sort. It was an old lady, but a really disfigured looking old lady. You could see the detail in her face, but she had red glowing eyes at the same time. Besides the red glowing eyes, she had scars all over her face, and it looked like she was almost on fire at the same time. I don't even know how to describe it, but it looked very off-putting. The image of this witch lasted about 30 seconds before she dematerialized, and she was no more. Naturally, we bailed out of that area without really processing what we had seen. After what I just witnessed, I knew I felt a sense of regret. It was then when I realized that I should never make demands or challenge Satan himself to come see me. So, I'm not sure entirely if that was Satan himself coming to see me, but I know that it was something serious, and I didn't want to mess with it. Demonic. Challenging the spirits to come see me. I guess that was a horrible idea. And now I'm no longer a skeptic. I'm a little bit more open-minded now. But I guess you can understand after dealing with that kind of thing. So what's the big takeaway from here? Obviously, you don't want to challenge the devil. You don't want to summon anyone, because you never know what you may be conjuring up. I know this all sounds silly, but it's true. It happened, and I just wanted to tell my story. My first ghost story experience started happening to me about 2 days after my mom and stepdad bought this house. We have a child-proof door to keep my little sister and the dogs from going downstairs. It only comes to about 3 feet high, and it can be opened from the other side. Since we had just moved in, it hadn't got any of the bedroom furniture into the house yet. I'd slept out on a cot in our living room, where you can see the child-proof door that leads to the staircase. Anyway, as soon as I drifted off, I felt as though someone was watching me, and so I rolled over to face the door, only to discover what seemed to be a solid shadow, with one arm over the door and head peering over at me. It soon disappeared, and since it was dark, I just convinced myself that my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I went back to sleep. But it kept happening, and my mother soon started telling me she's seen it too, wherever she goes to get some water or go to the bathroom, and I hadn't told her I'd seen anything. We could both swear to God that there's someone there looking at us. Then after we finally got settled in, I started sleeping in my room instead of the living room. Since I can't sleep without a little light, and my bedroom is in the basement, I have a dull green light in my walk-in closet, which you can clearly see into from my bed. So one night, I'd been reading my book, and over the top of my book, I saw a solid shadowy figure in the shape of a man just walk through my closet. I was so scared, I ran upstairs as fast as I could. My mom and stepdad came out and asked me what was wrong, and so I told them. They looked irritated and said that it was just my imagination and I should go back downstairs and get some sleep. So I did, until 1:30 in the morning. I woke up because I heard someone calling my name, and I thought maybe it was time to go to school. Then when I was fully awake, I realized school wouldn't start for another week, and that the voice was calling my name, and it was unfamiliar to me. So I froze in my bed, but I kept hearing my name, until it was like a whisper in my ear, and I felt something that was almost like a cold finger running down my back. I almost ran back upstairs to wake my parents again, but remember what their reaction had been the last time, and decided that maybe, if I just laid in bed, it would go away. Then the TV turned on to channel 60. At the time we didn't have cable, and on the TV was a televised ad about contacting the dead, that it shut off. I screamed and ran up the stairs as fast as I could and slept on the couch for the rest of the night. To this day I refuse to sleep downstairs, no matter how childish it may sound. Also, another thing that has happened to me for a long time, I was definitely afraid that the lights in my room would go off and my door would slam shut so I couldn't get out. And one night, when I went downstairs to get something, my door creaked and slowly started closing, and then my lights flickered. I went upstairs as fast as I could and asked everyone if the lights had flickered upstairs, and they all responded no. Various other things still happened in my house. Like one time, when I was wrapping a Christmas present, I put down the tape and went to pick it up again, and it wasn't there. I asked my mother, who was in the room with me, if she had taken it, and she said no. We searched all over the house, and finally, we found it on the kitchen counter. CD players go on and off. The dogs bark and growl randomly like there's a stranger standing right in front of them. The cat's hair stands on end, and they hiss at nothing and bolt into the other direction. And sometimes when I go downstairs to do the laundry or something, I got the sudden urge that I need to run quickly or something terrible will happen. And believe me, I do. Hello, my name is Brittany. I'm not possible how my story will be accepted, but a few things that have happened to me are something to consider. There are 3 parts to my story. The first part is my parents' personal encounters. The second part is an encounter my parents and I both shared. And the third is my own personal encounters. Part 1, the noisy spirit. When my parents first bought out the house, it was very small, only a kitchen, dining room, and living room. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. My parents had been inspecting every room one at a time to see exactly what they needed to fix up. My parents were upstairs in one of the bedrooms when they heard noises downstairs in the kitchen. When they got downstairs, according to their story, to investigate, the cupboard doors were swinging back and forth wildly. They walked over to shut them, and voices yelled at them to just leave immediately. They didn't listen. 5 years later, I was born. By then, they had built on 2 family rooms, 2 porches, a laundry room, pantry, and they even built on a shop where they conducted their own business. They normally heard music playing and voices yelling at them, but they ignored it for whatever reason. In the second story, the attacks, when I was 10 years old, a lot of very dangerous attacks started happening. My dad started being ferociously attacked during the night by invisible forces. Now, my dad slept upstairs in his bedroom alone because the bed hurt my mom's back, so she always slept downstairs on the couch. My bedroom is directly beside theirs, so I could hear everything going on in there. Normally, my dad will wake up to feel as if he was being held down, strangled, bit, scratched, cut with a knife, carried around the room, etc. When he would wake up in the morning, he would have bite marks in impossible places on his body, cuts, scratches, red bruises around his neck and wrists, and long deep gashes across his chest. Now, this didn't happen all the time, all in one night, but things happen frequently. I was really starting to get worried. My grandma and Aunt Phil taught me an Italian prayer to keep the evil away. I would pronounce it right now, but I'm not entirely sure if I even did it right, so I'll refrain from doing so right now. But the prayer is the prayer to the Virgin Mary, and its purpose is to keep all the evil out. They told me to say that 3 times every night, and it would keep the evil out. I said it 3 times in dedication to my father, and things slowly started to get better. It was still very scary, because I never expected the entities to be so violent. But in my 3rd paranormal experience, these are my personal encounters. Well, now that I'm 16, certain things have happened to me. They aren't violent or even frightening, more so reassuring. To explain it a bit, my bedroom door is the kind of door that unless you prop it open, it swings shut again, and fast, too. Well, for the past year and a couple months, I've noticed that there might be a spirit that is checking in on me. When I sleep, or late at night, my door will swing open, wide enough for a head to look in, to check in on me, to make sure I'm okay. I'll look because it creaks, and see nothing there. It will stay open at that width for 2 minutes, as if someone is checking in on me. Then it will slowly shut, the doorknob will turn, and it will close all the way. Like I said, it was reassuring, because I felt as if someone, whoever it was checking in on me to make sure I'm okay, and they're just trying to tell me they're here for me. I'm glad I have it. I look at it as my spirit guide. I'm pagan, so on my website, you will understand my belief as spirit guides. I'm 19 years old, work in the computer industry in London, England. When I was around 10 or 11, I used to live in another part of the county, called Dudley, West Midlands. Opposite our house was a pub called the Hangman's Tree. We found out later that this pub was where people in the late 18th century hung people for crimes, such as highway robbery, murder, etc. Anyways, my sister was about 7 or 8, but didn't like the dark, so she always used to call Mom to take her to the toilet in the night. One night, my mom heard my sister go to the bathroom on her own. In the morning she said, "Well done, you went to the bathroom on your own last night." My sister replied, "No, I didn't, Mommy. The black man took me." My mom panicked at this point and that someone must have gotten into the house. She said, "What black man are you talking about?" My sister said, "He's my friend. He's a black mist, and he sits with me at night and tells me stories." We're all getting really scared now. My mom asked me how she knew it was a black man. Because when he smiles, I can see his teeth. We were all really freaked out by this, but my sister didn't really seem all that bothered by it. So we decided, whatever it was friendly. A couple of weeks later, I walked into my sister's room to check on her and found that the rocking chair in the corner of the room was rocking on its own and at a steady pace, and my sister was fast asleep. I don't know. It may be a comforting presence, but it definitely seems creepy to me. My name is Alex, and I live in Colorado. I've always been in tune with the supernatural. My first experience that I can remember was at my grandmother's house, and I think I was about 5 years old. My grandfather had died long before I was born, and when my mother was about 6 months old, I remember him coming into my room and telling me goodnight and that he loved me, and telling us a bedtime story of the 3 bears. I asked my grandmother who the man was, and she said no one was in the house but her, my mother, my brother, and I. I told her the man's name, and she laughed and said my mother probably told me to tell her this. I said my mother was asleep. It was about 20 feet from me, in another room, and I don't think she could have heard him. Granny said that was true, and she called my mother in and said, "Hey Jackie, did you tell him about Pat?" My mother said no, that she didn't remember him themselves. My grandmother asked me to describe the man to her. I said he was about 6 feet tall and wiry, with brown hair and blue eyes, and he could imitate different accents. He told me in an English accent that he loved me, and in a thick Irish accent goodnight. Then he told me the whole story of the 3 bears in a very English accent. He didn't seem like a ghost at all. He seemed completely real to me. She said I described my dead grandfather down to a T. I've never seen my grandfather's picture before, and my grandmother told me so. My grandmother is very open-minded, but the rest of my family is not. She got tears in her eyes, and she took me in her lap. She said, "Patrick, do you know anything about your family history?" I said no. She said, "You hail from a long line of very powerful people." She said that our family was old and went all the way back to England, Ireland, and even Scotland. Back before the Christians and the Muslims, and back into time immemorial. She said every generation had a special ability, and so did I. My grandmother gets dreams, and they always come true. 2 years before Mount St. Helens blew its top, she told us it was going to blow. She's like that. She told me our family practiced the old religion. I said, "What? Christians?" She said no. She said Druidry and Wicca. I was like, "What's that?" And she said she'd explain it to me when I was older. She told me to tell Pat she still loved him after all these years. The following night, however, I was not greeted by the same presence as before. The really crazy thing was, it was something entirely different. That's when this entirely black figure, completely blacked and shadowed, but you could still make out the outline of this figure, walked through the doorway. His presence was obvious. He was not here to make friends, and it was apparent that it was not my grandfather. "Where's Grandpa? Where's Grandpa?" I can remember shouting, but no noise was uttered by the black figure. Just then, he pointed to the window right next to me in my bedroom. I didn't want to look, so I didn't. In fact, I refused to look. So I think I remember shutting my eyes and covering the blankets over my head, and just went on. I heard the door slam shut. The next morning, I woke up and went to greet my grandmother in her bedroom. Unfortunately, something was terribly wrong with my grandma. At the time, I didn't realize it, but she had passed away in her sleep. And to this day, I really wonder if that had anything to do with my incident the night before. Was it a coincidence? I'm not entirely sure, but it devastated me for years to come. You may criticize me and say that 5-year-olds could not remember such a thing, but remember, I remembered it clearly because it was a traumatic event. My family has a history of abilities, and my grandma even talked to me about this before she passed away. I don't know, maybe it was Grandpa, and he was secretly saying that he wanted Grandma to be with him and that he missed her or something. But why did it feel so dark? Why was this presence so dark? I can only conclude that now, as I think back to it, it had to be the death, the Grim Reaper himself, and there's no other explanation for it. One thing I still wonder to this day is that the Grim Reaper was pointing at the window. Remember, from earlier in the story, I always wondered, what if I did in fact look out the window? I would have saw something bizarre. Maybe my grandma's soul being transported into a different dimension. Or maybe, just maybe, it was just all in my head. Whichever the case, it doesn't matter. It was terrifying. Well, here we go. I'm not sure if what I'm experiencing is an actual haunting, or if everything can be easily explained. I live in South Texas, not in the sticks. I'm 17 years old, and currently attend high school. I'll be graduating this year. Our house is very new. It is only 4 years old, and built by us, so nothing has happened in the house. However, we live directly on the banks of the San Antonio River. In fact, we are situated on a 75-foot cliff. On our property stands another house, where we also used to live while our house was being built. I never liked this house, and always felt very uneasy when staying there alone, or for that matter, with others in the house. I do not know exactly how old this house is, but I do know now that when they were adding new boards to the siding, they found old newspapers dating back to the late 30s and early 40s in the sides of the house. Now let me explain the layout of the older house. It has one bedroom and one kitchen. There's a living room, dining room, and an entertainment area for guests. The living room used to be my room. Between the bathroom and the bedroom, there lies a closet. The closet has 2 doors, connecting both rooms together. I always felt as if something was watching me from everywhere in the house, but never really experienced anything. Now that we have moved into our new house, things have intensified. I always feel the eyes on me now, and sometimes I am forced to run downstairs because of the overwhelming sense of dread that occurs while I am upstairs alone. I hear my shower door open and close during the night, and when I am downstairs watching TV, I can hear the water running in my bathroom. When school is in session, I usually get up around 5:30 to get ready, because I'm an academic editor for the yearbook, as well as class treasurer, so I usually have to be there early, so I can get everything in order for the student body. Well, once I was taking a shower, when I felt something hit the back of my leg with extreme force. I turned to rub my leg and search for the culprit, thinking maybe I'd accidentally knocked over a bottle of shampoo. Yet directly behind me was a penny. I have no idea where that could have come from. I haven't told anyone, as I think no one would believe me, and I'm more than happy to keep this to myself. Except, about 2 weeks ago, I had a dream that disturbed me greatly, and I feel someone needs to know. I had a dream that I lived in the old house on my land, and I was dressed in old style, late 30s clothing, and I was washing dishes. All of a sudden, a girl came running into the kitchen and kissed me, telling me she was on her way to an ice cream social in town, and that her boyfriend, she gave me a name, but I can't remember now, would be picking her up and taking her. She appeared to be my age now, and I'm supposing I was her mother because I told her to take care and to wait to say goodbye to her father, something I would never say. Anyway, another girl appeared from the back, and I was now outside, standing on the porch drying my hands and waving at a man pulling up in an old-style car like you see in mafia movies from a long time ago. I kissed him, and he appeared to be my husband. He was explaining to me about his recent business venture when I suddenly realized who I was. I took the man by the arms and began to shake him uncontrollably, telling him he was crazy because in a few months the Great Depression would fall and we would all starve to death. I then told him that we should save our money and move to Florida. He took a hold of me and told me that the heat must have gotten to me, kissed our 2 daughters goodbye, and took me into the house. Only we went into the bedroom and continued to walk through a second door and into a second bedroom that the house does not have today, and he laid me down on a cot. He told me to get my rest, then he kissed me on my forehead, and when I closed my eyes, I woke up in my room. It was the strangest dream I ever had, and as a result, I have not been able to sleep for days. I usually go to bed at 10, but lately I've been drifting off at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I usually dream every time, except now I don't, or do not remember when I wake up. I still feel like I am being watched, and I have no idea what is going on. If you, or anyone can shed some light on my situation, please email me. I would greatly appreciate it. I know this sounds weird, but it's very scary. I wonder if the dream has anything to do with the situation in my house.
It's my turn to tell you my story. I grew up in a small town in northeastern Arizona. When I was 8, my mom, older sister, and I moved into an old adobe house in one of the older neighborhoods. From what we were told, the house was over 100 years old. It was a large 3-bedroom house with large rooms and long, narrow hallways. I hated it. From the moment we moved in, I absolutely hated it. My mom's room was on the front of the house, just off of the dining room. There was a covered porch, the living room with a large picture window. The dining room also had a large picture window. The kitchen faced on the side of the house, then a back porch. The hallway off of the kitchen led to the bathroom, my sister's room. Then there was a random hallway leading to nowhere in the middle of the house. It was just there. Parallel to that was the hallway where my room was, which joined the hall where the bathroom was. Confused yet? Sorry, just giving you some background. In the winter, my mom's room was roasting hot, even when the rest of the house was cold, but in the summertime, her room was freezing cold. She had to have tons of blankets on her bed while we were sleeping with just sheets. It started with my mom. In the middle of the night, she and my older sister came and woke me up and took me into the living room. There was a large arched doorway that separated the living room from the dining room. We were huddled on the couch, and my mom said that she was lying in bed and her room was freezing. Then she heard a sound in the attic, like a brick being dragged across the floor up there. What happened next was that it moved down into the wall. Remember, this is a solid adobe structure, and then under the house. That was followed quickly by the sound of rushing water in the attic, in the wall, under the house. Then the curtains started moving. The windows were shut, by the way. She freaked and woke my sister up, who was 16 at the time. My sister went in there, and then she heard it too, and then the lights went out. From then on, my mom would not sleep in her room. She slept in the hide-a-bed, in the living room. We called my uncle to come over and check things out. Nothing in the attic. Empty. Nothing under the house. This aunt and uncle had lived in the house several years before, and my aunt told my mom that she used to hear babies crying in the night, and it wasn't even her kids that were crying. They were sound asleep. Well then, all kinds of weird stuff started happening. I'd be in my room, and my mom would be in the kitchen. I'd hear her call me and tell me to come into the kitchen quick.
I'd go running, and she'd tell me that she never called me. Every night, for a year, when we sat down to dinner in the dining room, someone would knock on the front door. Every single night. At first we'd go and check, but no one would be there. Then, we sat down, and they'd knock again. Finally, we just gave up, and they'd stay there and knock on the door while we ate dinner. We often heard doors shut, where there were no doors, catch glimpses of someone passing down the hall and into my sister's bedroom. I hated being there alone after school, so I'd sit on the front porch by the front door until my mom came home. Oftentimes, we'd catch someone peeking in our windows from outside, only to run to the window or outside and find no one there. At night when I tried to sleep, I'd hear someone pacing down the hall. Every night, up and down the hall, in front of my bedroom, pacing. Appliances were turned back on after my mom would turn them on. Voices whispering all the time, crashing noises, banging noises, all kinds of stuff. One day, I came home from school and could hear someone breathing. Things got worse and more intense as time wore on. One day, I wrecked my bike and screwed my leg up pretty bad. That night I slept in the hide-a-bed in the living room with my mom. She got up at 5:30 to take a shower and get ready for work. I turned the TV on. I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the dining room, so I turned to look. There was a very tall man standing in the arched doorway leading to the dining room, just standing there. All I saw was from the chest down. He was wearing a red t-shirt and jeans, just standing there. I didn't see a head or anything. Of course, I absolutely flipped out, screaming, and he disappeared. That was the last straw. We moved out. It was empty for years after that. After about 8 years, someone else moved in, and they lived there for about 7 years. I wonder if they hear things too, or if they just got accustomed to it. I still dream about the house at least once or twice a month. Very weird. Thanks. My name is Lisa Wilson, and I'm 15 years old, and live in a house that is only 14 years old. I've always believed in ghosts. There have been times when I might have seen one, lots of times, but I can't be sure. These are 2 of those times. The first time was about 2 years ago, in the summertime. My friend and I were walking through the small field across from my house, and when we looked back towards the park beside my house, a little brown-haired girl with jeans and a pink sweater ran out of the bushes towards us. For some reason, we were so scared, and so we ran. When we got to the rows out of the field and looked back, she wasn't anywhere. That was on a Friday. The very next Friday, at around the same time, we were walking through another field. This one had a little path with really long grass all around. All of a sudden, my friend screamed and ran. I thought she saw a snake, so I ran too. After we got out of the field, we stopped running, and I asked her what it was. She said that it was the little girl. She was sitting on top of the long grass, which of course couldn't happen because the grass would have sunk down. The next Friday, we went out hoping to see her again, and maybe this time talk to her, but she didn't show up, and we haven't seen her since. The second time was in my house, about 1.5 years ago. I was sleeping, and I know I was dreaming about something scary, because when I woke up, I felt startled. All of a sudden, there was a huge flash of blue light, and 2 people, a man and a woman, banged against my wall. They were holding on to each other like a hug, and hit my wall sideways, and made a huge bang. I thought I must have dreamt it, so I just got up and got a glass of water. The next morning, my brother told me that he heard me. I thought he meant when I was getting the water, but when I asked, he said no, that huge bang. I couldn't have hit the wall myself because it would have hurt a lot, so I couldn't have been dreaming. I hope that these were real ghost experiences, because I've always been extremely interested in them, but if not, then I don't know what they could be. I just thought I'd share that, and I hope you enjoyed reading it. My name is John, and this happened when I was 10 or 11 years old, so it would be around 1978. or 79. While I was younger, I was involved with the church, and this happened one Sunday morning while I was setting up for Mass. I was the only one in the building setting up when I heard a loud bang coming from the choir loft at the other end of the building. Curious, I stepped out from where I was and called out hello, and there was no answer, so I figured that the person just didn't hear me and was just doing what they needed to do in getting ready. I was looking up the chair loft to see if I could see the person, and there was no one there, and figured that someone had just fallen down, and the noise just echoed throughout the church. I was just going through the normal, rational ideas to come up with a reason for what I had just heard. Right then and there, I had a feeling that I wasn't alone. Normally, I wouldn't have minded, because I figured that the organist came in early to get ready, but this was different. I had this uneasy feeling that not only was my life in jeopardy, but my soul was. It was a fear that I never felt before, or since. As I was looking up at the chair loft, I couldn't see anyone yet. I could sense that there was something up there. It then appeared to me. It was a shapeless and formless figure, and it was exuding, or giving off this evil that just penetrated through me like sound would at a concert if you were standing too close to the amps. What I felt went way beyond the fight or flight reaction people talk about when faced with a situation like this. I was frozen there, beyond being scared, and my mind didn't process things for a few seconds. Then all of a sudden, I guess my mind snapped back to reality, and I just ran and took off out of the church and stayed there. I then saw the priest come out of the rectory and started going over to the church. I didn't realize how far I ran until I started walking back to the church. I'd ran about 100 to 150 feet from the church when the priest had finally seen me fully dressed to take part in the Mass and seen how freaked out I was. He asked me what had happened, so I told him what happened and what I'd seen and felt. He tried to reassure me that it was probably my imagination, that it was an old church, and that it might have been just something falling or something mechanical. The thing is, I've been in that building long enough to know the sounds of the mechanical devices when they kick on and off. Another thing that I know is that my imagination wouldn't give me that life-threatening feeling of being able to tell me that there was something giving off such evil that reverberated throughout my body. I've always been a skeptical person, even since I was this age, and not only that, I've never let my mind get the better of me. I've never lost my faith in God and His advisory, and I feel that's what this one was. Some kind of evil spirit or demon, and since that day, whenever I went into that church, I always made sure that there would be someone else there so that I wouldn't have to come across that thing again. Then again, this wouldn't be the first time I've come across something like this. But then again, that's a story for another time. It's because of this situation that I became curious about the paranormal, and yet I still try to rationalize everything. When dealing with a situation like this, I believe that saying if you rule out the probable, all that remains, however improbable, must be possible. I still feel funny talking about this because the only people that seem to believe me are the children around here. We moved to this 120-year-old farmhouse about 4 years ago. When we first moved here, my youngest son was 3. He would ride his tricycle back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, which at the end was the basement door. I was doing the dishes when he turned to me and asked me to stop laughing at him. I told him I didn't say anything, so he proceeded to go back to the living room and back again. When he reached the basement door, he turned to me and said, "Can you hear them, Mommy? They're laughing at me." I left it alone, but I never forgot it. As time went on, little things would happen that really got my attention, like the smell of perspiration when nobody was around. It would only last a minute or two, and would only be in one spot of the room. I would go to other parts of the room, but could smell nothing, until I went back to the original spot, and it would still be there. I would also smell it, as if it were just passing by in front of me, and then be gone. This continued for the next year, and then one day, I laid down with my son for a nap. It was about 1 in the afternoon. I would wait until he fell asleep, and then I would get up, but before I could move, our bed started shaking for no reason. It only lasted a couple of minutes. After that, things happened a lot. My 8-year-old started to get smacked on the leg when he was asleep. He would always come downstairs afraid after it would happen. I started getting nudged in my leg at night, like someone was trying to wake me up. I'm a very light sleeper, so I would wake up immediately and look all around my bed and my room, but nobody was there. One night, when I was sleeping, I felt something lay across my legs. I tried to move, but it was so heavy, so I started to kick real hard and crazy, and it went away. Again, nothing was there. My son was 5 when he asked me if I could see the man's work boots standing in my dining room. He would see black things floating by and asked if I saw them. He would describe them like shadows. But the clincher was, when we were all sleeping at 4 a.m. in the morning, and my dresser started shaking so hard, I thought I was going to fall over. I spoke to my pastor's wife about it, and she said they say a prayer every night, and then ask the Lord to protect them from any harm or evil. I started to do that with my children as well, and we added it to our prayers, but we also added spirits also, and we've never had another problem since. Occasionally, I do still smell him from time to time, and I do still hear footsteps across the ceiling when nobody is upstairs, but that's no problem. I don't mind. Thanks for giving me a place to tell my story and not feel like I'm crazy. My friend's sister-in-law has had a lot of weird experiences in her house, and so have other people who have been there. I'm not going to go into detail about them, but I'm just going to list a few before she got her second dog, Harvey. The first one she had always used to run into the computer room in the middle of the night and just stand there barking. And when she got her other dog, Max, he also did the same, but instead, it was in the kitchen. My friend's mom was helping clean up one day when he heard someone scream in her ear. When she went downstairs, her nephew was the only one there, and he hadn't heard anything. Also, my friend's sister-in-law saw the shadow of the man out of the corner of her eye, and sometimes the kettle turns itself on and off. One time, I slept there for 2 nights, and I never noticed anything. I was even walking around the house in the pitch black dark to find the dog, and I still never noticed anything. Recently, she put the house up for sale because of everything that went on. My friend and her sister-in-law were going into town that morning. First, there was a man coming to value the house, so we went and sat there for 15 minutes. The man was just talking to her about the house when he heard this sort of dragging sound, and it sounded like the kettle boiling also. But we didn't say anything, just looked at each other and waited to see if the man would notice, but he either didn't or didn't want to say anything. When the man had left, we were just heading out the door, and we looked into the kitchen to see that the kettle had been dragged right forward to the edge of the counter. Whether it had boiled or not, I don't know. I work at the Days Inn by the airport in Colorado Springs, Colorado. I am almost positive we have a ghost occupying one of our rooms. I was taking a picture of the hotel for a website and brochure and had downloaded the images to the computer behind the front desk. The hotel facade had a few flaws, cracks here and there, so I thought I masked them with a Photoshop type program. To get a better idea where the flaws were, I made a negative copy of the picture to see what needed to be fixed. I zoomed in on a small crack in the Suco on the 2nd floor, one room over from the lobby area. I zoomed back out to see how large this was, and happened to look at the glass in the window of room 207. There appeared to be an elderly gentleman looking out at me. I showed this picture to a few coworkers, and most of them agreed that there was someone looking at me. Unfortunately, now, housekeeping won't even clean that room if for some reason it gets rented. I have a few pictures from inside that room that I'll be sending as soon as I can remember where I put the discs. One pic is taken from directly outside the door and has an orb. The next is inside the room and has what I can only describe as a floating worm light. I suspect Henry, well, he's got to have a name, just likes it up there because it's peaceful. Few guests have complained about chills or a bumping noise, but nothing more than that. Still, it would be really nice to find out for certain just what is going on up there. What I find funny is that I've had one of my friends and coworkers go up there with me just so I could take the pictures. I'm a 6'2", 240-pound male, and she's 6 foot and weighs about 115. What kind of chicken am I? Oh well, better to be safe than sorry. If any pro ghost hunters happen to be in the area and want to check it out, drop me a line. I'll give you a good rate. I just remembered something that happened to one of the girls that works here though. Shortly after I showed her the pictures at 207, she went up there by herself, looked around, and then sat on the bed. The smoke detector was directly above her and fell, giving her a small lump and a big scare. I guess he doesn't like her too much. One other thing. Just this morning, I heard some tapping upstairs. There's no one on the second floor right now. I only have 5 people in the house, and they are all at the end of the hallway on the first floor. Maybe Henry doesn't like getting publicity. My house is haunted by something, someone. It's never really bothered me. It's nothing big. Doors opening, radio turning on and off by itself, footsteps, floorboards quake, noises in the attic. But as I said, it never really bothered me until about 4 months ago. I always wake up in the middle of the night, but one night, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to a tight feeling in my chest. It wasn't so much tight as it was heavy, like a weight or something, but it wasn't all that. After a while, I couldn't get back to sleep, so I tried to put on my TV, only to find I couldn't move. When I tried to sit up from a glass of water, the weight on my chest got heavier. It was like someone was sitting on me, like a child, not moving, just a weight. I tried to arch my back, and the weight got heavier, and I couldn't breathe. I really started to panic and sweat. I was extremely scared at this point. I started to cry a little because I didn't know what to do. Then, all of a sudden, I felt a slight pinching on my right elbow, and that's all I can remember. I woke up the next morning feeling fine, just as I did the day before, although I had a red mark where I felt the pinch. I don't understand why on earth the ghost in my house will be sitting on me. Nothing has occurred since the normal phenomena, and an extra thing has started now. In the bathroom, we have a pulley light switch and a hanging mobile, and when you're in the shower, the light switch will start to swing, followed by the mobile, when there is no breeze whatsoever. I know it sounds stupid, but I swear it really happened. Thank you for your time. My life has been relatively free of paranormal occurrences, although one morning, at age 8, I experienced the much dreaded sleep paralysis. There is, however, one other story worth mentioning. In 1991, I was a 20-year-old Army corporal stationed in Germany. By this time, I was a graduate of French commando school and was in charge of my own cavalry recon squad, a jeep with 2 other guys. One chilly winter night, my unit was deployed somewhere in southwestern Germany in the wilderness during field exercises. We were literally in the middle of nowhere. Me and my crew spent half the night slinking through the woods, doing the usual cavalry-style patrols. At around 2 a.m., we were told to stop the jeep and set up a listening post in a clump of trees. I decided to be the first watch of the night, while the other 2 guys got some sleep. After about 30 minutes of staring into black nothingness, I decided to get up and walk around a bit. With a weapon in hand and a radio on my back, I began to prowl around the area. Yes, it was unbelievably dark, but at least this was keeping me occupied. Suddenly, a very average night turned into a encounter I will never forget. After several minutes of walking, I suddenly realized how quiet the night was. Not a sound to be heard from an animal or even an insect. Thinking this was a bit strange, I walked a few more paces before realizing I was right in the middle of a very old deserted village. I pulled out my night vision goggles and noticed that the village consisted of about 7 or 8 old stone houses. Only the walls remained, as the old thatched roofs were long gone. Suddenly, I felt this dark evil presence, like a weight on my shoulders. I knew I was being watched by someone or something, and I knew that I was not welcome in this place. I slowly turned around and began walking back the way I came, with every footstep in the tall, dry grass sounding like a firecracker. It was very slow and painful walking out of this place. I consider myself a rational person, but was truly scared as I made the long walk back to the Jeep. Needless to say, I spent the rest of the night inside the Jeep. As you read the stories on the site, it may be hard to appreciate the feelings others have felt if they try to tell their tales. I promise you, the fear and sixth sense we have felt during these tales are the most important part of the story. Hi, my name's Brooke. I work at an assisted living facility in Pennsylvania. I worked the 11/7 shift, so of course, there are a lot of stories about the place already. But besides that, I was wondering if the experiences I've had, as insignificant as they may seem or be, could be the activities of ghosts, or just my mind. Of course, I'm not the only one that claims to have seen things, but who knows? For instance, I'll just be walking around the building, and I constantly think that I see things, like out of the corner of my eye. It's not a definite thing, it's just a shape. It's either black or white. A lady I work with always sees black when she sees things out of the corner of her eye. As for me, I always see white. The forms are white, that is. Is there a reason she sees black and I see white? And today, for instance, I was walking and I was sure there was someone behind me. When I semi-turned around, out of the corner of my eye, I swore there was a figure for a split second, but it was gone. It scared me to death, actually. That is why I'm writing to you today, because today, that was the closest a form or figure has ever been. No one has ever died in this facility that I work in, but they have died in the hospital. The building has only been open for 4 years, maybe 5. I was just wondering if these could be ghosts, or just my eyes playing tricks on me. A lot of the residents say that they see a woman in white in their room, or sitting on their bed. I don't know how to explain or take that either, but I appreciate your reading. Thanks for listening as well. The story I'm about to tell you happened to me directly, and has forever changed my view on the supernatural. I would like to state for the record that I've always been a skeptical person who never believed in anything that couldn't be proven. Before my experience, I didn't believe in ghosts and had never given the topic a second thought. Since that period of time, it has always been on my mind frequently. This is my story. The event in question occurred several years ago at my grandparents' house. I was 19. I'd been out with my friends and returned home around 2 a.m. I retired to my bedroom on the second floor of the house and got into bed. I'd been lying there for 2 or 3 minutes, reflecting on the events of the evening, when suddenly I heard the muffling screaming of a woman coming from the basement. Almost immediately, the screaming began to slowly ascend the stairs, and within a minute had reached the first floor. It continued to ascend the stairs, and 30 seconds later had reached the second floor and was right outside of my room. The screaming was very loud and was clearly that of a woman. My bedroom door was closed, and I could therefore see nothing. The screaming continued outside of my room for approximately 1 minute, and then slowly began to descend the stairs into the basement. When it reached the basement, the screaming ceased, and the house was silent. That is the end of my story. I feel that in order for me to give an objective account of this occurrence, it is important that I detail my own actions and opinions. When I first heard the noise, I recognized that it was coming from the basement, and although it sounded like a woman screaming, I immediately disregarded this as being ridiculous. I started to try and rationalize what I was hearing. However, my analysis ended rather abruptly when I realized that the noise was getting closer. By the time I reached the first floor, it had become quite loud, and being unable to think of any rational explanation for such a noise, I became convinced that the ghost of a woman was ascending the stairs of my grandparents' house. I became completely terrified and quickly sat up in bed,
both so that I could hear better and so that I could run, if necessary. When it reached the second floor and was outside my room, every hair in my body was standing on end, and my hands were literally shaking with fear. I was too scared to move, and for that reason, remained stationary until it returned to the basement and the noise subsided. I stayed where I was for several minutes, waiting for the noise to return. When it didn't, I got up, turned on my light, and sat back down on my bed. Being wide awake and in no mood to sleep, I spent the next couple of hours lying in my bed, listening and thinking about what had happened. Eventually I fell asleep, and the next morning, when I woke up, my light was still on, and I was completely convinced that I had heard a ghost. I spent the entire day gathering information and trying to figure out what I had heard. The only other people in the house were my grandparents. My grandmother is a sound sleeper, and my grandfather is hard of hearing. They heard nothing. They bought the house in 1966 and sold it in 2000. During that time, they never heard anything that even remotely resembles what I described. My mother lived in the house for several years in her late teens and never heard anything either. I myself lived in the house on and off for years and never heard anything before, and have not heard anything since. I considered that maybe the pipes or something else in the house made the noise, although I don't think any pipe on earth could have made the noise I heard. I dismissed this theory anyways, because if the house did make odd noises, someone would have heard them in the past 30 years. I also dismissed the wind, because I've spent many windy nights in the house and heard absolutely nothing. In the end, I came to the conclusion that there was no earthly explanation for what I heard, and that what I experienced must have been supernatural. It sounds crazy saying that, but I know what I heard. I will never forget it. I'm sure it was a ghost. In conclusion, I would just like to state that all of my friends think I was asleep and that the whole thing was a dream. I would like to touch on this briefly. The first thing I would like to say is that I know I was not asleep. Here's my case. I've been in bed for 2 or 3 minutes, less than 5 for sure, and was laying on my back thinking. I've always had a difficult time falling asleep. It usually takes me 20 to 30 minutes, and I've never been able to sleep on my back. At the time, I was making no attempt to sleep, but was lying there, thinking. Secondly, no matter how real a dream seems, you always wake up afterwards, and that's how I know you were dreaming. I don't think it's possible to remember a dream without waking up and realize you are dreaming. If it is, it's never happened to me. If it had been a dream, I would have woken up and said, wow, that one was weird. That never happened. I was awake. Thirdly, I turned the light on after the occurrence, and it was still on when I woke up in the morning. I know for a fact that I was awake. That is my story, and I swear to you that every word of it is the truth. I don't know if you will believe me. No one else will, but I swear, it's the truth. I am 17 years old. In the past 7 years, I'd lived in 3 different houses, and every one of them had a ghost. The first one we lived in was from 94 to 96. The occurrence that spooked me there happened in my parents' room. A week before anything weird happened, a bunch of knickknacks fell off of my mother's headboard. So, she put it back and pushed it away from the edge. On Easter morning of 95, I was with my brother, sister, and dad, watching TV in the living room. About 20 feet away from my parents' bedroom door, I heard a bang, and my mom came running out of her room. She really wanted to know who was pounding. Apparently, when I heard the bang, all the stuff had fallen off her headboard and kind of flew off this time. Not only that, but this Oreo tin can she had looked like it had been stepped on. After that, our next door neighbor told us that she had seen this old man that lived here before us in the backyard on the day he died in the hospital. Now, the living room looked into a hallway. In the hallway, you could see into my brother's room, and my parents' was right next door. The living room had a clear view of my parents' room. One night, my dad fell asleep in the living room. He was sleeping, facing the hallway. He suddenly woke up and looked into his room. He saw this cloud of smoke billowing in the hallway, moving towards his room. He jumped up and yelled fire. When he yelled, my brother woke up and saw this. The cloud settled in the hallway and disappeared. I know this was not any kind of imagination, because my brother and my dad are very logical and analytical people, and they both witnessed this. In the next house, it was never anything really. The only occurrence that happened was the night one of our cats died. The cat house was in the corner of my room, and I had a nightlight next to the cat house. I looked up to the top cat house, and I saw the shadow of our dead cat. The cat loved sleeping on the top every night, and this night was no exception. The third house is the house we have lived in for the past 3 years. I believe it all started with the woman. My dad wakes up early in the morning to get ready for work. When this happened, my mom would occasionally fall asleep in the living room. There's a door next to the entryway that leads into the back hallway where all the rooms are. The first room is my brother's, the second is my parents', then you turn, and then comes my sister's room, and lastly, mine. Now, on this morning, my dad woke me up and looked over. He saw the back of a woman and assumed it was my mom. He got up and went out into the living room and saw my mom sleeping on the couch. He went back to his room and no one was there. After that, I had an experience with a man. It was about 4 in the morning and I was suddenly woken up by the feeling of a large man tapping my foot. I looked up and no one was there. I have this ticker stuffed animal that I got for my birthday from my sister. At the time of my next story, my large dog slept in my room with me. He would sleep up against the door, so I couldn't sleepwalk and open it without waking up. I woke up one morning and my ticker was nowhere, so I figured it rolled under the bed. I opened my door and it was laying outside of my door. About a year ago, my mom started sleeping out in the living room for health reasons. The wall our couch leans against is connected to my brother's room. We had a family friend staying in there while my brother was in boot camp. One morning, my mom woke up about 7 a.m. She heard a knocking on the wall between the living room and my brother's room. She thought it was just our friend when it moved to the wall behind her computer about 10 feet away. This is an inside wall and there's no way there could be any knocking. It then moved to the ceiling. She said it sounded like someone knocking. A couple nights later, I heard her banging in my parents' room. Their bathroom is across the hall from my brother's room. My bathroom is across from my sister's room, and the bathtub stalls are back to back. When I heard the banging, it sounded like it was coming from the wall where the shower head is, and they have a lot of shelves over there, so it would be impossible to bang as clearly as I heard. A couple of hours later, I heard shuffling footsteps in the hall coming from the bathroom. On 2 occasions, my dad has seen a streaking white figure that appears to be a cat, but we are not positive. We have also seen shadow people walking in the side yard through our shutters. Not long ago, our next door neighbor told us that the houses in our neighborhood was built on Indian burial ground. We are not sure if this has anything to do with all this. The house we live in now appears to be the most haunted so far. I'm 17 years old, and I used to live in an old house made in 1921 in Haverhill, Massachusetts that I know is haunted. One day, when I was 10, I was in my upstairs bedroom with my 2 sisters coloring. I think that's when it started. We were home alone when we heard the closet at the end of the stairs slide open. Then we heard it slide back. The sliding doors of the closet always made a loud rumbling noise when it was open. When we heard it that day, we didn't get scared at first because we thought my mom had gotten home from work, so we ran downstairs to greet her to find that nobody was home. We looked around and then looked outside to see if the car was in the driveway, but we were alone, or so we thought. We ran back upstairs to our room and grabbed shoes and hangers for the so-called protection. Then all of a sudden, we heard footsteps racing up the stairs, then back down. We never saw anything actually reach the top of the stairs, but they ran up and down repeatedly about 10 times, then it stopped. We were so scared, we just sat there crying, waiting to hear more, but nothing else happened. Then, when I was 15, I was taking care of a dog, and when I brought it to the foot of the stairs, he froze and just stared at the top. I didn't think much about it, so I picked him up and brought him up the stairs to my room and closed the door. The dog then began crying, and he seemed to be getting nervous and uneasy, and he started scratching at the door. When I opened the door to let him out, he ran down the steps so fast that by the time I got out the door, he was gone. After that, many more things started to happen. I woke one morning to hear something or someone dragging themselves on the rug next to my bed. I was so frozen with fear that I didn't even look to see what it was. The cabinets in our kitchen would open and slam shut by themselves. I could also hear the silverware jiggling and slamming inside the drawers. There are even moments where the computer keyboard would also type by itself. I've also had my foot slapped and have felt something sit on me while I was laying in my bed. There are also too many noises and weird things to explain, and also creepy dreams. So I'm glad to be out of that house. Well, I would like to know if the house has some kind of history or if anybody died there. Last year, after we moved out of that house, our cousins were sleeping over and we were talking about our old house. One of my cousins, who slept over our house a lot, asked why our dad always walked up to our room and why he did it over and over without ever coming into our room. We told him about the day we heard the racing footsteps running up the stairs, and she got so freaked out. My other cousin also said she hated sleeping in our room because she always heard those same footsteps coming up the stairs but never making it to the top before it ran back down again. Now in our present house in Orlando, Florida, weird things have suddenly begun to happen. Noises, shadowy figures, and also short wide figures have appeared. I always seem to see something in the corner of my eye. When I turn my head to look, there is nothing there, and my sister felt somebody whistle and blow in her ear. Well, that's all I have for you for today. I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you for reading. Hello, my name is Nikki, and I'm 14 years old. Unfortunately, I don't remember the details to my story very well, because it happened when I was about 4 or 5 years old. But anyway, my family lived in a large house that was actually quite old. One night, I was asleep in my bedroom upstairs, and I awoke in the middle of the night. I went straight across the hall to my brother's room and asked him to come downstairs with me because I was scared and wanted to sleep with mom and dad. He asked me why I was so scared, and I said I didn't know. So he came down with me. We started down the stairs, and I froze at the sight of what I saw. There was a little boy at the end of the stairs. Now, this could have been my younger brother, but my brother was just a few months old. This little boy had brown hair and was just sitting at the bottom of the stairs. I wasn't scared, so we kept walking. We got into my parents' room, and I was getting ready to climb in their bed, and all the lights in the house came on at once. My dad woke up and checked the circuit breaker, but nothing was wrong. So he went through the house and shut off all the lights. Well, the next night, I saw the same little boy, and the same thing happened again. This activity continued for a few more days, and my parents checked out some information by the guy that lived there before. He said a little boy around the age of 5 died because he was very sick. He died in the middle of the night in his sleep, and a few hours before he went to sleep, he turned all the lights in the house on because he was afraid of the dark. I have never seen anything since, even though I've moved several times. I always somehow sense when there is an unknown presence around them. I'll always remember that night. I've since been afraid of the dark, though I hate to admit it, but it's not like anyone is going to criticize me for it. Honestly, never, ever in my life, ever thought I'd be writing to you. My name is Jackie, and I am 19 years old. I live in Saskatchewan, Canada. I found out about your website on the radio. I was listening on Halloween, and they said that this was the coolest website to go on. I started reading the stories in my spare time. Right now, I'm about halfway done the second page. I haven't been reading much for about 2 weeks. Well, anyway, here goes my story, and I speak nothing but the truth. Last night, I was hanging out with my friend at her house, and my boyfriend called and said Grandma was feeling very sick, and that my dad and mom wanted me to spend the night there in case anything happened. So I called my grandma, and she told me that she was going to bed, and that I didn't need to rush over. She said she would leave the door unlocked and I could come in at any time. I got to her place about 12 a.m. and I stayed up until 1:30 a.m. Then I went to bed in the room across the hall from her. It helped me that I could hear her breathing, because then I knew she was okay. I woke up in the morning and my arm was numb because I had been lying on it. I woke up and started to shake it out. I opened my eyes and looked up. The blind was almost shut, but I could see out the last 2 inches that it was getting bright out. Then I got a weird feeling because I couldn't hear my grandma at all. I also couldn't hear her up. I was just thinking, I should roll over and look towards the door and the clock and see what time it was and get up and check on her. Just as I was about to roll over, and by this time, I was very awake, a cat jumped up on my bed. I did not see it. I was facing the window with my blankets over my head. It jumped up just behind my knees. My grandma does not have a cat. I knew right away that it was Slippers, or as my grandma likes to say, good old Slips. Slippers died about 15 years ago. Well, anyway, she jumped up on the bed and walked up to my shoulder and laid down on my upper arm. I totally felt that. I was thinking, no way, this is not happening to me. I was totally paralyzed. I couldn't open up my eyes or even wiggle my fingers. Then there was a very loud, sort of rushing noise in my ears. It was like a cross between a blank TV station and the furnace times 100. I was not paralyzed with fear because up until now, I wasn't scared. Then when I couldn't move, I felt totally terrified. I thought maybe something had happened to my grandma in the night, and this was a way of saying goodbye or something. Then I totally forgot about the cat, and I thought that I really wanted to get up and check on my grandma, but the cat and noise were still there, and I still couldn't move. When I couldn't move, I was thinking about your website, and I totally understood how terrified people can be when this happens. I was just trying to think if there could be a rational explanation for why I couldn't move. I know that I was not so scared that I couldn't move. I just couldn't move. Then the noise went away, and the cat was suddenly gone, and I could move again. I quickly curled up in a ball and laid there for a few minutes until I was sure that whatever it was gone. I did not want to see a shadowy figure in the room. Then I quickly flew out of bed and into the hall. By this time, I heard a radio was on, so I knew that my grandma was up. I was standing in the hall, and I realized I had no pants on, so I turned around quickly and flipped on the light. I put my pants on and ran into the kitchen. I sure scared my grandma because it was 8 a.m. and I didn't have work until 11. As soon as I got into the kitchen, the phone rang. My grandma could tell something was bothering me, so she rushed my aunt off the phone. I told her everything, and she believed me. Then she started to tease me a bit and say, "Kitty gonna get you," over and over. But she told me she has never seen or felt Slippers, but she has heard my dog Flanagan scratching at the door and breathing. He has been dead for about a year. At 9:30, I drove my grandma to my aunt's house. I went in, and my aunt said that it looked like I was sick too. I told her that Slippers had come to visit me, and she thought this was so cool. She told me about all the stories of how her cats had died, came to visit her. She told me that she feels cats come off the bed and purr in her ear, and there is no one there. And she also told me that she was downstairs, and she looked at the steps and saw one of her dead cats sitting there, and another one of her dead cats ran up past it. She told me that she had a cat that would drag stuff around the house and leave it in weird places. After it died, she started finding stuff in weird places, like mitts on the steps and shoes in the living room, just like the cat did when it was alive. Then she asked my grandma to remember about how for a long time, after their dog Sandy died, they could hear his nails tapping up and down the hall floor. Once, they both heard it at the same time. My aunt felt bad for me that my experience was so spooky. She said she has never been able to move. She said that poor old Slips must have felt really bad that she scared me. She also said that I must have scared the cat, and that it was too bad that we couldn't have comforted each other like she does with her cats. I went to work and told my friends. They all believed me. 2 of them started telling me super weird stuff that happened to them. One girl never told anyone in her life what happened to her because she was scared that no one would believe her. She decided to tell me because it was obvious I would understand. I will have to get them to write to you. One girl even has a book about everything that happened to her. Thanks so much for reading this. I know you will understand. Writing to you was the first thing I thought of when it happened. Maybe reading your stories heightened my sense of awareness or something. It did not heighten my imagination. Thanks again. I live in London, Ontario, Canada. I moved into a complex near the beginning of September with a very, very tiny history altogether. The complex itself is fairly new, and as far as I've been able to find out, only has had one death, and the house it happened in has no report of any mysterious incidents. With my stay at Unit 40, I've experienced a couple of things that seem quite odd, and I'm not alone. My mom has experienced a few things as well. All that has seemed to happen seemed to be directed towards the entire family, where in contrast to your story, the spirits seem to be focused on you. The things that have happened have not been harmful or even seemingly of evil intentions. If there is a spirit at all, it seems to only want to be recognized as being there. I picked up the feeling of someone being out of place, first I think. It all started with the basement door. Someone will close it tightly and go upstairs or to another part of the house. But whenever someone returned to the door, it would be open only 1.5 inches every time. At the top of the stairs, on the upper floor of the house, there is some sort of a wall that is only about 4 feet in height. Whenever standing there, I would get the odd feeling as if I was standing in someone else's place. Sometimes to the point of feeling nauseous or overwhelmed with an intense throbbing in my muscles. When informing my mom that I felt someone or something was also with us, she sort of shrugged it off. But it wasn't until she told me that the reason for the door opening was that people weren't closing it tightly, that the door opening stopped completely. After that, things that weren't so easily put off started happening. One night, I went downstairs to do the laundry. By our washer and dryer, we have 2 sinks. One, the closet to the washer, is always filthy. The one next to it is spotless. And out of habit, I took a glance into the sink to make sure nothing was there. And of course, nothing was. Well, before I could even finish putting the laundry on, my dad came to the door. My mom and dad are not divorced, just separated. He stayed for no longer than 30 minutes, seeing as though the other member of the family besides my mother and I, my brother, 10 years old, 11 in March, was not there. When he left, I went back down to finish the laundry. Taking another glance in the sink, I saw, which quite frankly terrified me, a tiny footprint pressed into the dirt. Seeing as no one beside me had been in the basement in the brief 30 minutes I was away, I got quite scared. Trying to think of all the things logically, I kept coming to the question, why? It was most definitely a footprint, slightly smaller than my brother's. The footprint is still in the sink. We're keeping it until we can take a photograph of it. And even if a little kid did it, and I just didn't notice it before with the bad lighting and all, why the sink? There are no windows in the basement, and the only way to get to the basement is through the house. And with 250-pound Roddies, not too many little kids are happy about going through our house. Another thing that bothered me was that it was only 1 foot. If a little kid did it, how did it get into the sink in the first place? The edge of the sink comes up to my little brother's neck. Another happening was my mom experienced something. She was upstairs sleeping, and I was sleeping on the futon in the living room. The next morning, my mom came downstairs and complained about not being able to sleep last night due to the fire alarm repeatedly going off. She said it happened twice. The first time she stayed in the bed. The second, she went downstairs to investigate, and nothing happened. The latest thing happening was involving my mother as well. I was down in the living room once again, and she was upstairs half asleep. She informed me the following day that the night had been too stressful to her due to hearing what she thought was me going up and down the stairs all night. She told me she was about to call out to me, seeing as if I was coming to bed, when she heard me stop outside her door, which was only open slightly, and act as if I was trying to hear what was going on in the bedroom. I sleep in the living room because I cannot fall asleep in my mother's room. I don't sleep in my room because the cats have it taken over. Whenever I'm in my mom's room, I hear scratching on the wall. Well, more like fingernail tapping and creaking. It's so bad and so realistic, I fear turning my head towards the sound, thinking I'll see someone standing there. with all that has happened and all the pets I own, 2 dogs, 2 cats, 1 rat, 1 parrot and fish, the only one that has responded to anything was my 1 cat Spooky, who is black and about 6 or so years old. Whenever Spooky is out and about the living room area, she becomes quite agitated. Her emotions are if there is a fly or bug pestering her. The way her back jumps and hair stands on the certain parts of her body is interesting. She growls and hisses, then jumps away from the area. Then she seems to act fine. I'm not sure if there's more to what is happening that I'm not seeing, or if I'm seeing too much into everyday things. However, whenever I put off our experiences, my mind drifts back to the footprint in the sink. My mom and I get the feeling that the spirit, if one, is one of a young girl about the age of 12 or 13. When asking someone that has had a few ghostly experiences of their own, an older woman, she says nobody has had anything happen to them in Unit 40, but one time, one of the previous owners took a picture of a porcelain doll on a couch, and in the photo, the doll was glowing. The most unusual thing about this, though, is that it was like brighter than the flash itself, to the point that the doll was just a blur. But the woman said that the people were just weird themselves, and not to worry about anything. My cousin, Brian, and I were extremely close for as long as I can remember. He was about 12 years older than I am. He would go camping with my family a couple times a year and play Santa for me during Christmas. I have a lot of great memories with him. In October of '92, Brian died of a drug overdose. My family suspected that he had been using drugs because he wasn't as involved with family like he had been, stopped going camping and spending Christmas with us so he could play Santa. He was very into boxing and was pretty popular among people in Scranton, Pennsylvania. When he died, I took it the worst. I was in 5th grade and had to get counseling from officials at school because I cried all day, and I even mentioned to people that I wanted to be with him. So my family thought I was thinking about suicide. At Brian's funeral, I never went up to his coffin. I couldn't face the fact that he was lying there dead. He loved pulling pranks, and I remember throughout the whole wake, wishing he would jump up and say it was all a joke. For a while, I felt guilty of his death because I thought that if I knew him about using drugs, I would be able to talk to him, and he would have ended his addiction because of me. After suspecting his drug use for a while, my family found out it was true, but they kept it from me because I looked to him as my role model, and they didn't want me to hate him. My cousin Chip, Brian's older brother, got married in '97, and I was a bridesmaid. In the church, there was one section of the pews that was blocked off, so the photographer had easy access for taking pictures. In the middle of the ceremony, I saw Brian sit down in the section that was blocked off for the photographer. I couldn't believe I was seeing him because, well, he was dead and had been for a while now. I kept looking at my mother to see if she noticed him, but it was obvious that she didn't from the looks of concern on her face towards me. All I did was look at Brian and look at my mom, and tears would stream down my face. My mom kept mouthing to me, "What's wrong?" Brian stayed for most of the ceremony, and when it was almost over, he looked at me, smiled, and left. After ceremony was over, and the bridal party had ended, I ran out of the church, hysterical crying, but I did so that no one noticed. I'm sure people assumed I was crying because of the joyous occasion, not because they saw a ghost. My mom met me outside and asked me what was wrong. I told her Brian was there, and she didn't believe me. She asked me what he was wearing, thinking I was lying. I couldn't come up with just anything. I told her what he wore from head to toe. She didn't believe me until she realized the suit I described to her was what he wore in his coffin the day he was buried. I believe wholeheartedly that he was there, and he only let me see him because he knew I wasn't over his death, and he wanted me to be okay. It was his way of showing me that he was okay, and I didn't have to worry about him. To me, it was his way of showing us that he still thought about our family, and that no matter what, he would be there for all of us on our special days. I always had a hard time thinking about him, so he was brought up on holidays, or even when my family was together. It was in those critical moments I had to leave the room if I didn't want to burst into tears. I've had a lot of closure since seeing him. I'm now able to talk to people about him, and even go to his gravesite without breaking down. Now that I'm in college, I chose a profession where I'm able to work with people with addictions and that need counseling, hoping that I could save other people from experiencing the pain I went through. An online friend of mine sent me her site when I told her about the experiences in the home I now live in. I find it so interesting, the work you are doing. I'm always afraid that people will think I'm crazy. I'm 47 years old and live in a home that was built in 1955. So many unusual things happen in the home. Whistling in one bedroom, a strong smell of perfume, and a white shoulder, even in my guest bedroom. The constant thinking someone's coming down the hall, day and night. The whistling is always early in the morning. The most eerie, unusual experience I had was when I was playing the piano, the hymn, Amazing Grace. It was as if someone had opened the back door and was standing in my living room, beside me. Even the dog refused to go to the back hall and in the room, something she had never done before. Late, I told the daughter-in-law about the experience. She said that was the doctor's favorite tunes. I also asked her if he whistled a lot. She said, every morning. The house was lived in by he, his first wife, his second wife, and his sister. He died in the master bedroom. The first wife died in the middle bedroom, and the sister-in-law died in my now computer room. Her scent, of course, white shoulders. I moved to this town. The house been on the market for 4 years because of its reputation. Nothing bad happened. In fact, it is rather comforting sometimes, but at times unexpected. The really only bad thing that happened was that one of my Civil War plates, collector's plates, came crashing down while the others were still fine. I guess the doctor really can't stand liking General Grant. Anyway, thanks for letting me share my story. I've long avoided writing to someone about this experience. Reason being is I'm a skeptic and don't want to rush to judgment. To this very day, we have no idea what caused the ruckus, so anything is possible, I guess. The experience actually happened to my mother, not me. I tried to recall it to the best of my memory from what she told me. This happened over a year ago, May of 1999. We had moved into a brand new house. No one else had ever lived in it, and it was a newly developed area a month before. One morning, I got up as the norm, getting ready for work, and waiting for my mom to finish. All of a sudden, very unlike her, she poked her head out really quick and asked if anything fell or broke in my room. I told her that everything seemed fine, nothing out of the ordinary. Then, all of a sudden she blurts out that we must have a ghost then. I must have gotten pale. Reason being is since moving into our home, I've gotten back into looking up info on the supernatural. That's how I even came across this site. In fact, the night of the incident, I'd been reading stories, looking at photos, etc. It just felt like a really weird coincidence. Anyway, I asked her what had happened. Apparently, the night before, she had her back to her doorway, reading a book in bed, trying to fall asleep. I was already fast asleep in my room, with the door closed, when all of a sudden, she heard a massive crash. I'm an extremely sound sleeper, so I never heard it. She jumped out of bed, thinking her cat had knocked down a plant or something. He was constantly getting into things. When she came out, she looked all over and couldn't find anything wrong. Since the weather was nice, I knew she had her window open and asked if maybe it came from outside. She said she had thought of that, but the noise came distinctly from inside the house. She said it didn't sound like it came from the way of the window. We also didn't have anything outside that would have caused the noise. Our garage is full of all sorts of stuff she brought back after father passed on. Grandma was gone a year before him. I thought maybe something crashed in there, which to be honest, would surprise me. We had stuff packed in there as well. She said maybe so, though she was still doubtful on it. But still, the noise was extremely loud, and she remembers that, to this day. Since then, we've been in the garage milling around, and never have come across anything down or destroyed. We never have figured out the source of the noise. We've never had any other experience happen since. I'm still very skeptical as to what happened. I'm going to tell you about a ghost that I'm pretty sure is haunting me.
Her name is Nellie Ellen. I've never actually seen Nellie Ellen, but I can really feel her presence. It started when I was about 5 years old. I had one of my friends over, and we were sleeping in a tent under the skylights. My friend woke up at about 2 a.m. in the morning and said she wanted to go home. She was sweating profusely and was very pale. I got scared, and I asked what was the matter. She didn't want to tell me, but I finally dragged it out of her. She said that she'd seen an old lady looking at us through the top of the tent, through the skylights, and she was bloody, holding a broken teacup. We ran to my mom and slept in her bedroom that night. I never saw her though, but my friend really scared me. Over the next 5 years, only small stuff happened. Footsteps down the hall, knocking, etc. When I was 10, I had one of my very good friends over. She woke me up around 2, like my other friend had, and she was crying. The room was so dark, so I turned on the lights. My friend had a bloody nose and was crying really hard now. I asked what happened, and she insisted that she got them all the time, and we called her mother. Her mother came, and we were talking about how my friend was really upset. I said that she told me that she got nosebleeds all the time. Her mother said that it was odd that she lied, because she never gets nosebleeds. When I went to school, I asked her what really happened, and she said, Nellie Ellen, and we've never been friends since. Years later, odd things began to happen again. I was up late, watching TV, and I heard knocking coming from my window. Nothing was there though, that I could see anyway. The next day, I did some research on my house. I found out that there used to be a woman named Nellie Ellen who owned a tea shop in the bottom of the house. I asked a neighbor about her. My neighbor said that she used to be friends with Nellie Ellen until she went crazy. I was informed that Nellie Ellen would sit on the roof in the late hours of the night with her teacups and talk to herself. One night though, Nellie Ellen accidentally locked herself out of her house and was stuck on the roof in the blistering cold. She tried to get in, but she couldn't, so she had to break a window to get in. But some of the window hit her, and she was so weak from breaking the window in the cold, she was left to die on the roof with the thing she loved the most, her teacups. A few weeks had gone by, and nothing had happened. But one day, my dogs got up and started barking at nothing. They are very protective. They usually can't get up the stairs, but somehow managed to and started barking at the roof. I was sure it was Nellie Ellen. I asked her what she wanted, and the dogs stopped barking. They just stared at the window in the attic. She didn't say anything, so I told her to leave me alone and never come back. I think my wish was granted though, because I didn't see her again. The Yellow House on Elm Street in Kansas was home to a restless spirit that had died from illness in the bedroom upstairs. I, as a young girl in high school, chose this room as my own. It was soon after moving in that I heard scuffling noises as if he was walking around, wondering what I was doing there. One night, in fact, I awoke to find him lying next to me. It was like millions of gray dots forming a human shape. At the time, I thought it was my imagination and blew it off. Then he became more active. I could hear a slamming of the back door and someone running up the steps, and then you could not hear anything else after a big stomp at the top of the stairs. One night in particular, I heard a stomp outside my bedroom and then a scuffling of someone walking slowly. It came to the right side of my bed and stopped, then to the left side and stopped. Then it went to the end of my bed and stopped. At the same time, my heavy curtain flew out over my bed, straight as an arrow. Needless to say, I was scared out of my wits. I knew I had to do some research and find out what needed to be done to lead him to the other side. I went to the library and read up on everything I could. I asked around town and found out his name and that he had died in my room. I then decided to talk to him. I said, Maynard, you need to go to the other side now. Your work here is done. I cannot remember how much time lapsed, but one night, I heard another thump in the hall,
outside my room, but this time, an elderly lady was leading an elderly man from the hall into my closet. I watched them without any fear at all. It was such a peaceful thing to witness. Someone came to lead Maynard home. I'm now 47 and still remember this so well. My father lives in the same house, and I do not feel any presence there now. I will add a PS. When I first moved there, a man's wedding ring fell from the top of a door and rolled across the floor to me. At the time, I was a romantic and said, I will marry the man who fits this ring. I still have this ring, and since it is so large, no man has ever been able to wear it. Several years ago, sometime in 1984, I was living in a small town outside of Fort Worth, Texas, by the name of Crowley. At the time, I was in my early 20s, and I had a roommate. His name was Mike. Anyway, one night, Mike and I were sitting around, watching TV, and having a couple of beers. As it got late, and we were getting tired, the strangest thing happened. In the bathroom in the hallway, just a few feet away, we heard what sounded like the toilet flushing. Mike looked at me kind of puzzled and asked me if I heard it too. I kind of laughed and said no. As I switched the light on, I felt my hair stand up. The water in the toilet was still going around. Since we lived in a trailer house, we both just blew it off as poor construction. We continued to sit and have a few more beers when Mike looked at me and said, "Do you smell that?" I sniffed a little and said it smelled like gas. Since the stove in the kitchen directly behind us was the only gas in the house, I immediately stood and turned to look. What I saw absolutely scared the hell out of me. All 4 burners in the stove were on. I finally got up the nerve to turn them off, and we had no problems that night. But that's not the end of the story. Several days later, Mike called me at work. It was around 11 p.m. He asked me if I could come home right now. I could hear the fear in his voice and asked him what was wrong. He said he was lying on the couch when he heard what sounded like kitchen cabinets being slammed closed, and he was very scared. I went home as quickly as possible and found Mike outside waiting, afraid to go into the house. We quietly went inside and found nothing out of the ordinary. I know that this sounds very strange and would be easy to make up. The few people I've had told this to just don't believe it, but I was there and it did happen. The only problem is that for all these years, I've wondered what happened. Was it something paranormal or just ordinary things that go bump in the night? I guess we'll never know for sure. This is not as complex or as interesting as other stories, but very real nevertheless. I was working as a janitor in a restaurant in the Sacramento, California area in the 1980s. During this time, I bought some books on ghosts and hauntings, to include one book called Poltergeist, which gave detailed accounts of numerous poltergeist cases. It was with this book that I had left laying about the house, and then one of my older brothers noticed. He pulled me aside to warn me that I should be careful with what I was messing around with, because, in his words, messing around like this is like knocking on the gates to hell. In light of the fact that he experienced, ironically, while also working as a janitor, a very disturbing encounter of his own, I took this warning seriously. So one night at work, shortly after my brother's words had gotten the best of me, and I had put the book aside, I was busy cleaning the dining room carpet. The place was closed, and the only ones in the building were 2 other janitors and myself. Picture a Denny's-like place, with the cook's line adjacent to the dining room, a larger kitchen and back, and an upstairs with a storage room, an office, and employee restrooms. I had completed about 2/3 of the carpet, utilizing a big, rotary-style, industrial buffer. It was 4 a.m., and I'd parked the buffer and the cleaning items with it, in the middle of the non-smoking area, away from any tables. I turned and headed for the cook's line, where one of my coworkers was busy cleaning. We exchanged words, commenting that it was time to take a break and make something to eat. He was looking at me as I approached the sandwich side of the cook's line. Then, about 15 seconds after I'd left the buffer, there came the loudest bangs that I've ever heard, indoors. 3 heavy raps, bang, bang, bang. It sounded exactly like a giant fist had pounded down on one of the dining room tables. It hit the table so hard that I could hear the silverware rattle. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I spun immediately around as the sounds came from where I just left, the buffer in the non-smoking area. I saw nothing and spun around back to around my coworker. "What was that?" I asked. "I don't know," was his answer. I thought that was strange, since he was looking in the exact same direction of the noise. To this day, he maintains that he's seen nothing. I immediately went over to see if the buffer had gone off on its own and banged into one of the tables. To my amazement, the buffer was as I left it. I expected to see one of the tables. These are your heavy, wooden tables, tipped on its side. All the tables in the section were okay. No silverware was disturbed. We immediately searched the building, armed with knives and cooking utensils, for the elusive visitor. No one was to be found. We tried, but could not even come close to duplicating what the two of us agreed was a banging on one of the tables. We could barely get the silverware to rattle. This was way beyond what any person could accomplish and get away with without either of us seeing him. I would say that if we took one of these tables and dropped it from the roof onto the parking lot, it would still not be loud enough. Sorry, I cannot say that I smelled something, saw shadows, or heard voices. I ditched the books after that, all except for the one called Poltergeist. Thanks for reading. I live in Hawaii, and there are many different types of ghosts here. We even have our own tour of the most haunted places on the island, where I live, Oahu. Every year, my family camps down at the beach for the Labor Day weekend. In 1992, my boyfriend and a close friend of my cousin's joined us for the weekend. The place we camped had a lot of ghost stories. The beach and all around it was said to be haunted. It did not help when that year, a person was found murdered only a short distance from where we were camping. My boyfriend and our close friend had to work and were coming down to the campsite one night. My cousin and I were on the beach relaxing, waiting for them to return. When they got back, we made a fire and sat around talking. All of a sudden, we got onto the subject of ghosts, and my boyfriend started to tell us of what him and Robbie saw while they were coming back. Robbie did not want to admit what he saw, and while they were arguing, my cousin, who was sitting behind us, started to freak out. All of us, thinking that something horrible had happened, turned all of our attention to her. She said that she saw a guy floating on the water, and he told her that she should be very afraid. After we had calmed her down, my two cousins and I had to go to the bathroom. Upon returning from the bathroom, we were all talking and did not notice our shadows. I was in the middle of my two cousins. Our shadows had a slight outline because our backs were facing the light. My cousin stopped all of a sudden, and we looked down at our shadows. Next to my cousin stood a shadow of a man. This shadow was lighter than ours and did not have an outline. Nobody was by the bathrooms except for us. I tried not to panic, but both of my cousins ran and left me there for a brief second by myself, and then I started to run. All of us grabbed onto each other, and we did not stop until we met up with the guys and told them what happened. That same ghost haunted us for about a year. Sometimes, still to this day, he will come back on the same night when we first met him. Back in 1985, my family moved to a large house in Whibley in Washington. I was 17 when we moved into this place, and from day one, it just gave me the creeps. The constant feeling of being watched was unnerving. Within the first 2 weeks of moving in, I had my first real experience. We had finally gotten our furniture and was very thrilled to get my bedroom unpacked. That night, I lay in my bed, very smug in my cozy room. The house was dark, and my two younger brothers, little sister, and parents were asleep. I began to feel very cold and nervous. I lay there, wondering why I was feeling so odd. Suddenly, there was this horrible screaming coming from the hallway. I jumped out of my bed, grabbed my baseball bat, and ran out of my room. I ran down the hallway towards my little brother's room, convinced that someone had broken in and was attacking them. I ran into their room to find them sound asleep and safe. I checked my sister's room and my parents. All were sleeping and fine. I went back to bed, thinking I must have imagined it. It happened again, 3 more times. Finally, I woke my dad and told him what was happening. He thought I was nuts. Nothing else happened that night. Of course, sometime later that year, I began to hear scratching sounds. The sounds mostly came from outside my bedroom windows. It sounded like someone was taking a rake, running it along the sliding, right under my windows. I had 3 windows in my room. 1 faced the south, and 2 faced the west. My best friend and I would stand in front of my windows, looking down, trying to figure out who or what was causing this sound. We could actually hear it move from one side of the house to the other, but could see nothing. When this sound would happen, I would say it's just Freddy Krueger from Nightmare on Elm Street. Other interesting things would happen, not so scary, but weird all the same. In the wee hours of the morning, say around 2 or 3, you could hear the kitchen cabinets opening and shutting, as if someone was looking for a glass. When you near the kitchen, the sound would stop. I've heard this, along with my best friend, her boyfriend, and my siblings. When I would be standing in the front yard with my friends, you could see the living room curtains open slightly, as if someone was peeking out. This would happen even when none of my other family members were home, so I know it wasn't them spying on me. My friends would point it out to me. Who's watching us? There was a spare bedroom in the finished basement that would cause a strange sensation. You would stand in it and become disoriented. You couldn't figure out what wall was west, south, east, or north. You know how you can stand in, say, your living room and say, this wall is east and behind it is the kitchen. In this room, you couldn't pinpoint any landmarks behind the walls, and you would become dizzy. I had a friend. He was in the army and very macho. Stay in that room one night because he didn't believe me. In the middle of the night he left. He said it freaked him out. To this day, we still talk about it. Items would disappear and reappear somewhere else odd. Music from a music box could be heard in the afternoons. When I came home from school and I was the only one home, the kicker was, we didn't have any music box. You could hear someone walking up and down the stairs, only when I was home alone. Nice, huh? When I would talk to my parents about it, they refused to say anything other than, don't say anything to your brothers or sister. I spoke to my youngest brother 6 months ago. He's now 20, and he informed me that he was aware of the hauntings and had many a scary story of his own. The same with my other brothers and sisters. Although it's been over 11 years since we moved out, we still think about this house, and I wonder if the current owners are having a problem with Freddy. I've lived in this house for 15 years, and nothing out of the ordinary ever happened, till I put a chalkboard in the kitchen for messages from my husband and children. About a day after I hung the board, my favorite aunt passed away. She has Alzheimer's. On the board, the word Y began to appear. I began to question my family about the messages. No one knew anything about it. One night, my husband had enough and questioned everyone about the message and became angry that no one knew anything about it. He yelled at the board, "Why? What?" I was thinking dinner that evening, and my youngest daughter was taking a bath, and she yelled for me. I left the kitchen, and the board was empty. When I returned to the kitchen, the chalkboard was covered with the word Y again. Suddenly, I felt the presence of a woman. It was my aunt who was with me. I told her that she had died, and it was time she rested after having a hard struggle with her sickness. I erased the board before anyone could see it again and took it down. Nothing ever happened again. I feel my aunt didn't understand what had happened to her and had come to me for answers. Why? That was the magic word for her. To this day, I still don't know why, and I don't think I'll ever know why. All I know is, Alzheimer's is a horrible disease, and once you have it, there's no coming back from it.
I've had strange things happen to me for most of my life. Unexplainable things. But the strangest things happened at my last home. We built our home on a property that had a suicide committed on it. We often heard loud bangs and crashes that had no explanation. The doorbell would ring, and no one would be there. We had 40 acres, and it would have been impossible for anyone to be playing jokes on us. Water faucets would turn off and on, off and on. Strong cologne smells that would wake me in the middle of the night. My husband would still be at work, and no, I wasn't having an affair. People talking and laughing in our bedroom, only we couldn't see them. Light switches turning off by themselves. Loud heavy footsteps coming into my room, stopping and then leaving. Plants and lamps being turned upside down. My mother and her dog would come for a visit. Mom would feel a real presence in her room, and the dog would stand at the foot of the stairs, barking madly. I left the home 5 years ago, and it doesn't seem like whatever was there followed. I think my house is haunted. I was really terrified at one point, but after a year, I got so used to it. But for example, me and my boyfriend have heard footsteps up and down the hall outside our bedroom. Sometimes it sounds like someone is checking the doors and windows, and one night, me and my boyfriend had a fight, and I went to go stay at a friend's house. When my boyfriend came home, he sat on the sofa and started dozing off, when all of a sudden, there was a series of loud banging up and down the hall like someone was angry. He jumped up and came out the door and came to my boyfriend's to ask me to come home. Another strange time, my boyfriend came home for a few hours to take a nap. He called me at work. I was about 45 minutes away. We talked for a few minutes. After we hung up, he went into the bedroom to lay down when all of a sudden, again, it sounded like someone was putting dishes away and moving around. So my boyfriend says he thought to himself, oh, Ivy's home. After about a minute, he realized that it could have not been me because he just got off the phone with me and I was 45 minutes away. A lot of unexplained things have happened. Sometimes, when we've been in the house alone and sworn that we're not alone, even when we are alone, it feels like someone is watching us. We've been together in the house and feel like we are being watched. I don't feel afraid anymore, but now we are moving out of this apartment, and it may sound even stranger, but you can almost feel a sad feeling, like whatever it is with us knows we're going and is sad. But I find myself feeling sad too. I don't think I need any help now, but I sure wish the help would have been there in 1974. We didn't know where to turn at the time. I thought you might be interested in what happened to us. The couple who rented the apartment to my daughter were 80 years old plus. We told them about the lights going out at different times, and they couldn't figure it out, so we never told them anything else. One time, my 2 daughters and my 2-year-old grandson were sitting on the floor, and way back in the kitchen, they suddenly started to hear a strange sound, and my grandson said, "Tiger, mommy, tiger." It was a growling sound. My grandson was scared and jumped up and made a beeline for the stairs. Then my daughters also jumped up, and they left the house for the night. Every other day or so, they would hear pots and pans filling out the cupboards, but when they would go look, nothing was out of order. It was a very nice apartment, very clean and pleasant looking. It was getting close to Christmas, and she decided to move. She couldn't take it anymore. It was just too scary. So I would go over in the daytime, and thinking nothing scary would happen in daylight, I went over to pack some things up while she was at class. I started to grab some things off the shelf, but I had a funny feeling that I didn't want to reach in the closet. All of a sudden, it sounded like 100 footsteps in there walking. So I ran out of there in a quick second as I could and refused to go back there by myself. From then on, we could go over at least 2 of us at a time. Then one of the last times I went over, I was standing, waiting for my grandson to finish in the bathroom, and as I was afraid to stand with my back to the hall for some reason,
I kept thinking someone was going to touch me. Sure enough, I turned to ask my grandson if he had finished yet, and it felt like someone's hand had touched me on my left arm. I grabbed my grandson and ran to the front room with my family and told them what happened. So after that, we pretty much stayed together and worked together to move out of there. A friend of my daughter's knew the couple who had lived in that apartment before her, and they got in touch with the woman and told her what happened there. She wanted to meet with my daughter because she had some scary things happen to her. Her husband had drowned in the Maumee River in Toledo, Ohio, under suspicious circumstances. The police were never able to prove it, but he thought he might have been murdered. So his wife had a seance in the apartment where they lived, and she said she brought him there, and he told her he was murdered. She had a big insurance on him that he had taken out on himself, and when she went home from work at night, her house would be all messed up with things tossed all around. She had to move away but couldn't take it. Over these past 24 years, we've had some strange things happen, spiritual things and such. Seems to have settled down now, but I thought you would be interested to hear our story, and all that I've told you is true. There are no lies here. Let me know what you think. It's comforting to have someone tell this stuff to. A lot of people think you're nuts when you mention these things, so we pretty much keep it to ourselves. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about these things. Hi, I would like to tell you of some strange things that have happened to me. It started with a dream that would not leave me alone. It was about a house that was important to me for some reason. I dreamt of it over and over, seeing all of its different owners as they moved in and changed the house's layout, parties they had every day, things that were done there, etc. One early owner was an older female that did not like being there. I wondered about this house for years until I moved to my recent address and ran across the house on a drive. I was angry because they had moved my garden and replaced it with a pool. I was surprised by this feeling. Why did I feel angry about that? I decided to talk with the recent owners and tell them of the remodeling I'd seen and about the baby that was lost in the home early on. The owner was astonished that everything I said was true and explained to me the house was haunted. I was surprised at this and wondered who was haunting this place. Could it have been me? Was I haunting them while I was dreaming? Can this even happen? Why was I drawn to this house? I assure you, I never visited this house in real time and am in awe as to what this secret house holds for me. Could I be the woman who died in childbirth in this house over 100 years ago? Also, the woman who I spoke of earlier who did not want me in the house, she turned out to be the original owner's second wife. The first died in childbirth. Please write back with any insight you may have on this subject. I've not dreamt of the house since finding it. Thank you. I've experienced hauntings in almost every place I've ever lived in. That's probably because my mother never sees ghosts, but loves old-fashioned houses. The first house I grew up in was a single-level 2-bedroom with a basement. When you passed inside the front door, you came upon a hallway with 4 doors. First my parents' bedroom door, then the bathroom door, then the basement door, then the door to the bedroom that I shared with my brother. When I was little, I was always the first one awake. I would walk into the hallway to go to the bathroom. Once, I saw a carved wooden chair with big wheels, one on each side, sitting right outside my parents' bedroom. Normally, I would have lost no time in climbing all over this new piece of furniture, but this one, for no apparent reason, made the hair stand up on the back of my neck. I ran back into my room and slammed the door. Later that day, I asked my father to please get rid of the big wooden chair in the hallway. Thinking I was playing a game, he said there weren't any chairs in the hallway, but if he ever saw one, he'd be sure to move it. I didn't see the chair again for almost 6 years. When I saw it the next time, I was sitting in the exact same place as before. I was older now, but wasn't quite so afraid, so I came closer. The chair was battered and scarred this time. Part of the back corner had been broken off, and the seat was yellowed. It smelled like very old, musty leather. I still couldn't bring myself to actually touch the chair,
but I managed to go to the bathroom anyway. While I was brushing my teeth, I heard a metallic crush in the basement. I figured my dad was downstairs trying to fix the furnace again. It was October after all, but that was odd, since I hadn't heard him go down there, but maybe he was up there before me. When I came back out, the chair was gone. I went to the fridge and poured myself some juice. My mother came into the kitchen in her nightrobe, and I asked her if Dad had gotten the furnace fixed yet. She said no, but he'd probably try once again. He got out of bed. I said he's already up. I heard him in the basement. She told me, "You mean that loud noise? I heard it too. It woke me up. Your dad's still in bed. Go downstairs. Maybe a stray got into the basement last night." And so, I went. The basement was very cold, colder than usual, even for an October morning. I searched the entire area. Not too difficult since it was just a big, concrete floor. Not much on it except for shelves of canned goods. But I didn't find any signs of an animal being there. No droppings, claw marks, paw prints, or jars of food broken. There was no animal smell either. I thought for a moment. The crash I heard was too loud to be just any animal, unless something had been knocked over, and everything appeared to be in its usual place. That wasn't the first time we had heard strange noises coming from the basement either. They normally happened around winter or late fall, and the noises always sound like metal clanking, like someone banging a shovel against a wall. The sounds would come at night or early morning, and one week, they got so bad that we had to move into the living room just to get some sleep. I didn't put two and two together until many years later, when I was a teenager. Mother finally told me a story of how they bought the house. It had been cheap to buy because a man had fallen to his death down the basement stairs a few years prior to Dad buying the place. The man was fairly wealthy and had the house built, 1 story high, to accommodate his special needs because he was in a wheelchair. I told my mother about the chair I'd seen in the hallway twice before. Chair with wheels. I was too little to have seen a wheelchair, and she told me what her next door neighbor had told her, that when the man had died, he was sitting in the hallway while the nurse ran a bathroom and the basement door opened, or had been left opened, who knows. The man was a miser, according to neighbors, and probably didn't want a draft coming into the house, so he wheeled himself over to shut the door. One of the wheels accidentally went over the edge, somehow, and the poor guy fell down the stairs and split his head open. There were still bloodstains at the bottom of the stairway. My brother and I always just assumed it was just red old paint. The nurse called out for him to come and take his bath, and heard him flailing around downstairs, trying to get back into his chair. Mom and Dad never told me or my brother. I guess they didn't want us to grow up nervous or jittery. The ghost, if that's what it was never really mean. I guess he just wanted his wheelchair back. I live in Spartansburg, South Carolina. I live fairly close to the Cowpens battlefield area. I'm going to tell you about one of the times I went there. A couple of weeks ago, I visited the battlefield for a picnic. It was weird from the start because, I swear, I could no longer find the visitor center. The asphalt roads had been replaced with dirt roads. In the clearing, where concerts are held, was all covered with trees and bushes. When I finally found my way to the area where the big cavalry battle was fought, I began to feel an eerie presence like I was being watched. I turned around to find a bush shaking furiously. From the bush, a big flash quickly followed by the sound of a loud bang erupted. I quickly turned to see who or what was shooting at. In the clearing, a good 50 yards away, a blue cavalry rider, surely American, stood with a traditional 17th century revolutionary uniform on, and before my eyes, he vanished into thin air. I've not been back since. The story I'm about to relay was told to me by a very reliable friend during my years in college. I had no reason to question the authenticity of his story, since I knew him to be a very level-headed man and was not given to ghost and goblin stories. It appears that his grandfather lived in an old home out in the lonely countryside of North Carolina during the 30s and 40s. He was a farmer by trade and a very religious man. He lived there some years alone, his wife having died of an unusual sickness. I had occasion to visit the area myself, and if you go to this area of North Carolina today, you will still find many cousins and aunts and uncles living very near one another. It was the same way during his grandfather's time where he lived there, very near to his son, my friend's father. In fact, the homes were only 2 miles apart and connected via a dark path that wound through a gloomy forest through which the relative often traveled on visits back and forth. It was always the goal to leave well before sunset. Lamp oil was a precious commodity before and during the war years, and one could not waste it on long trips in the dark. On this particular occasion, my friend's grandfather went to visit the relatives on the other side of the forest. It was Thanksgiving time, and the trees had shed most of their leaves going into winter, and there was a cold chill in the air. The family had a joyous time together, feasting on turkey and all the trimmings. Grandfather was deeply engrossed in all the family time, and no one noticed the sun starting to dip low in the horizon. In fact, too low for the safe journey back through the forest. Even though the members of the family pleaded with him to stay the night, Grandfather shrugged them off. "I have to start out early tomorrow morning for town. My house is closer. I'll be all right." He departed just as the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and everything was bathed in the misty light of twilight. As I said before, Grandfather was a very religious man and wasn't in the least bit intimidated by ghosts and ghouls, so the trek back through the forest, although very dark without a lamp, didn't even cross his mind as being risky. It was a waning moon that evening and cloudy, so there was very little light, and under the eaves of the forest it was even darker. He told his grandson later that even though he knew the trail well, he found himself thrashing around in the underbush on several occasions. He even miscalculated the stream that crossed the path around halfway through the forest and got his feet soaking wet. It had rained through the night before, so the trail itself was muddy and his feet started getting heavy from the mud. It was at about this point in the trail that he felt something, as if something were following him. Never having been on the trail after dark, he explained it away as his imagination. Perhaps another 50 yards down the dark trail, as he recalled, he heard something behind him splash through the creek he had just crossed only moments before. I didn't know what to think of that. Maybe a deer or something that was just spooked down the trail by his passing, he later told his grandson. It sounded like he was in a big hurry, whatever it was. Perhaps it was the uncertainty derived from the extreme darkness. Maybe it was his imagination. But when he heard a twig snap no more than 20 yards behind him only seconds later, he knew it was time to make tracks. His grandfather was in his early 40s at the time and was in excellent physical condition, like many farmers from the years of working with their hands. From his estimation, he was only a half mile from home when he started running, more of a jog than anything, as he recalled. The mud made it tricky work, and his feet were pretty heavy with the thickness of mud clinging to them. But when he broke from the trees and saw the shadow of the house around 100 yards away, he heard whatever it was behind him give out a guttural growl, as if it were exerting itself by pouring on the stream for the final stretch. That was his cue to let loose with full-out run for his life, mud or no mud. He didn't look back, but he heard the beastly thing behind him chugging for air and crashing through the underbush as it too broke into the open. He then thought it might be a cougar or panther because of the snarl. He didn't turn around to find out. He made for the back door that was unlocked, and at full speed, dove through the door. The door crashed open at the force of his huge frame. He probably slammed it shut with his foot and quickly locked it. No sooner he had gotten to his feet and backed away from the door, perhaps 3-second time lapse, when something hit the door, the force of which shook the house. The center of the door bowed in, and he heard the hinges creak under the stress, but thankfully, as he was to recall later, it held solid. He quickly reached for his gun, and like many hardy folk of his era, leapt at the window just next to the door and aimed his shotgun out at nothing. There was nothing there. Immediately, he went around the house to make sure all the doors and windows were locked. Of course, they were all wide open, but nothing got in that he could find. It didn't rain that night, so the next morning, before he went to town, he went to check out the tracks of the great beast that chased him. To his surprise and dismay, He found none. Nothing to verify his story, that he didn't imagine it, only his word, which was significant since he grew up in an era where a man's word was totally his bond. He rarely told the story because he just figured it was a panther or maybe a bear. He did find it strange that between the time it took him to grab the shotgun and get to the window was less than a second and there was nothing there. He couldn't see anything racing off towards the forest in the decreasing light. What about footprints? Certainly, something that knocks down trees and crashes into doors with such force should leave tracks. To this day, it remains unexplained. From the time I was 4 until I was about 16, my grandparents lived in a house on Cloverdale Road that had a poltergeist in it. I lived with them for the first 4 years, then moved out with my mother, but even after we moved, I would spend weekends or holidays at my grandparents' house. The happenings were noticed by everyone in the family. My grandfather was the only one who never said anything was out of the ordinary. He's a staunch man of God and kept pictures of Jesus around, and he prayed daily to bless our house and everyone in it. The house had a sunroom that was added on the second floor. Over the front porch, this became my room. This wall between my bedroom and the master bedroom, where my mother slept, was brick and had 2 small windows on either side of the door. I had to walk through a room to get to the upstairs hall, where there was a door leading to the middle room. Always dark, because the only window was 2 feet from the house next door. In the back of the upstairs had a small kitchen over the top of the one on the first floor, and a bathroom at the very back over the top of my grandparents' room on the first floor. The downstairs had a living and dining room combination that was curtained off. The front room was a bedroom, the middle the dining room, and the stairs to the basement went down at the doorway to the kitchen. Beyond was my grandparents' room, as I mentioned. My grandparents, my mother, my aunts, and myself all lived there all at once. My aunts were teenagers and experimenting with the occult and spirit invocations. I really think this had to do a lot with everything. At their age, they could have understood the consequences of what they were asking. You could clearly hear the footsteps in the middle room, even during the day, and then find out later that my aunt wasn't home. So many things got moved around in Susan's middle room that she put a lock on her door, but it wasn't any of us. We heard walking, someone laying down heavily on the bed, drawers opening and closing, the closet opening and closing, not loud or frightening, just the normal noises Susan would make if she was there. Many times, when I was very young, I'd scamper up the stairs, convinced she was there, and wanting to play with her. When I got there, the door would be locked, and no one would answer me when I knocked. Once I even saw the light was on in her room. It was shining around the door. I called to her and tried to open it, but it went out and the noises stopped. My scalp would tingle with fear, and I'd run crying to my grandmother and tell what happened. Once, when I was about 5 or 6, I got up to the bathroom in the middle of the night. My room was awash with streetlight lamp, but my mother's, with no other windows, was very dark. I had to go slowly, even though I was dying to go into the bathroom, because I didn't want to crash into something and wake her up. When I got there, I was just flushing and was suddenly possessed, no pun intended, with the most abject horror for no apparent reason. I screamed and screamed and screamed. I ran all the way to the bathroom past my mother, who was struggling to get up, into my room and under my blankets. I was trembling and pale and shaking. It woke up the whole house, and it took me hours to calm down and sleep with the light on. I never knew what had set me off, just blind panic. Our pots and pans could be heard falling out of the cupboards, and when you go check, everything would be in place, except maybe one thing, and that would turn up days or weeks later. My mother saw a black shadow about 2 to 3 feet high at the foot of her bed when she'd wake up in the middle of the night. One day, it waited until she was awake, then slowly, deliberately came around the side of the bed and advanced towards her head. She prayed fervently while it just stayed there, then mysteriously it faded away, but it will always come back another night. She was the only one who saw anything. The rest of us just heard disturbances. I was playing with my toys one sunny day. In my room, I was about 7 at the time. I picked up a bunting bag, sort of like a baby sleeper, but like a gown sewed closed at the bottom instead of 2 legs, and also the ends of the sleeves are sewn closed, and it had a hood. It was made of flannel and had flowers on it. I loved putting my baby dolls in it. It fit like the ones that were about 12 inches high. I had a doll prepared to put in it and reached for the flannel bag on the floor next to me. Then I shrieked and jumped up, flinging it away from me. I could feel like there was something, felt like a gardener snake or two, writhing inside of it and making a buzzing noise like the world's biggest housefly or bee. I stared at it in horror as it laid on the floor, and the writhing could be seen. Then, the noise died down, and as it did so, the shapes quit swirling and went flat. I was screaming for help. My mother and aunt came upstairs, and I told them what happened. I was sobbing so hard they could barely understand me. They picked it up, even though I screamed and begged them not to, and looked inside. There was nothing. The only way out, if something was in there, was through the neck hole, and it was lying face up a couple of feet from me, and I had not taken my eyes off it for anything. They searched the room and found nothing. They said I imagined it, and took me downstairs to have juice to drink. I swear I never played with it ever again. I put that thing in the bottom of a box and left a pile of heavy toys on top of it. The house still stands, and when we all left, none of those things ever followed us. I wonder what else happened there over the last 20 years. My father died in Las Vegas in 1993, the youngest of his 5 children. I was the first one to make it out to Vegas for his funeral. He was cremated. I got there on a Wednesday. Thursday morning, one of my mother's friends came over to our house with some soda and other things for us. I ran out of the house to help her unload her car. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my father standing beside the house. He had his right hand on his hip and held his left hand in midair, as if he were going to take a pull off a cigarette. Ironic, because he died of lung cancer, or as if he wanted to wave at or beckon to me. It was only a few seconds, but a whole jumble of thoughts ran through my mind. He's going to say something to me. I don't want to hear it. So I looked away, and when I looked back, he was gone. I regret not stopping to hear what he wanted to say to me. My brother said he chose to say goodbye to me. This was the first time I've ever seen a ghost. I'm waiting to see my mother, who died in May 1998. A footnote: when I saw him, I noticed that my father was wearing his favorite khaki pants and gold and white striped shirt. That afternoon, I went to my father's office to work on the program for the memorial service. His boss gave me a picture of my father. In it, he was wearing that gold and white striped shirt. When I was growing up, I've had several experiences which led me to believe the house was haunted. The first, I was about 6 years old. I was laying in bed, just about to fall asleep, when I heard what I thought was laughing. I turned over to tell my sister to be quiet when I saw a black form floating beside my bed. My sister was sound asleep. This form had no legs that I could see. It did have a smile on what I call its face. The next encounter did not happen until I was 16. I was coming home late one night and came face to face with this thing. It was the same thing I saw when I was 6, only this time there was no smile. After an indiscernible amount of time, I ran to my room. I've had several encounters with this thing throughout my teen years and began calling it Paul. Don't ask me why, because I don't know myself. My sisters and brothers claim they have never saw it, but one brother says he has had haunting experiences, such as floating in his room. My mother says she knows the house was haunted, but she refused to give any examples. I know this thing was not harmful because nothing ever harmful ever happened. I also came to feel that this thing was protective of us because I never felt alone or afraid in the house when I was alone. Whenever something was going to happen, we were given warning signs such as popping noises on the stove that we found out had a gas leak and uneasy feelings using the garbage disposal that checked out to have a barbed wire that an electrician said could have caused a fire. This is my story. Hope it wasn't too long. I know it sounds incredibly terrifying just by the details I've given, but that black face was just so mysterious. But I didn't know what to think, because I believed that he was actually trying to help me and protect us from anything possible. I guess at this point, it really doesn't matter what it looked like, as long as it was trying to help us, right? Thanks again for reading. I really appreciate you listening to this story, and I hope you have a good day. I used to bicycle the 4 miles to and from work, along the main roads connecting to 2 towns in a part of southern Japan. Along the way, there were rice fields on both sides of the roads, shops of many kinds, a school or two, and quite a number of houses set back only about 10 or 15 feet from the sidewalk. One evening in winter, around 7:30, I was bicycling towards home and passed by several homes in a row along the left side of the road. One of them was a 1-story wooden farmhouse that had a long, low facade with several square beam columns holding up the roof over the entranceway. As I neared this house, I noticed that there was a boy of perhaps 10 years old standing behind one of the columns, partially obscured by it. He was clearly wearing shorts. It is not unusual for boys to wear shorts all year long in relatively warm southern Japan, and a long-sleeved t-shirt, and most notably, a red baseball cap. As I got nearer and passed in front of where the boy was standing, I spotted him again, this time just a few feet away from me, and I noticed that where his face should have been, there was just a blur, a somewhat dark flesh tone blur, but no visible features. This quite naturally shocked me, and just after I passed on my bicycle, I looked back over my shoulder at the place where he had been standing. He was no longer there, though there clearly was not enough time for him to have moved so quickly that I would have seen him. I had chills during the rest of my way back home. The next day, I told the people in my office what I had seen the night before, and one of the older, upper 50s women told me that a stretch of the road was notorious for fatal car accidents, most involving children who dart into the street after a ball or some other toy. I suppose that to most readers this sounds like a fairly typical ghost sighting story, but it is the only one I have personally seen. What I can only conclude was a ghost, so it had quite a deep impact on me. Though I worked at that same job for more than a year after the sighting, and bicycled to and from work along the same road almost every day during that time, I never again saw the boy in the red cap. Victorville, California George Air Force Base is deactivated now, but back when I was assigned there in the 70s, I lived next door to a haunted house in base housing. My wife and I lived in what were known as worry housing units. These were small concrete blocks duplexes that were 2 bedrooms that had swamp coolers for cooling in summer and natural gas wall heaters for the winter. We moved into our unit and found it agreeable for just the 2 of us. While talking to the neighbors, we found out that our unit and the next 3 units had to have the heaters replaced. The unit next to ours had malfunctioned, and the woman living there was asphyxiated. The next family to move in had a small boy, and he would wake up screaming every night. His mother asked him what was wrong, and he finally told her that the white lady kept coming into his room and saying, "I'm going to take you home with me." My wife had told her that I had experiences with that kind of thing, and volunteered me to go have a look. Naturally, I waited until it was full noon, before I went in to check out the house. Now at this time, we had a stupid cat. What other kind is there that will follow me around? So, in we go. Kitchen, okay. Dining room, okay. Living room, okay. Master bedroom, okay. Bathroom, okay. Kids' room. Uh-oh. No feeling cold or anything, but my eyes are drawn to the far corner of the room. I can't see anything there, but I know something is there. I glance down at the cat and it's looking in the same spot. Glance up, it has moved closer to me. Glance down, cat is fluffing up and backing down the hallway. I figure the cat has the right idea. Now, here's where I made a stupid mistake. I got in front of the cat. I hear the cat make a loud hiss, and the next thing that happens is the cat went up my back and off the top of my head running. I don't stop to look behind me, remember what Satchel Paige said about that, and take off running. My wife said she heard the cat make a noise, and then me saying, "Oh crap," then a herd of elephants running out the door. Needless to say, I recommended our neighbor have the chaplain come out. A second episode after that really had the hair stand up, and still does to this day. I was coming home around 2 a.m. and noticed the master bedroom window was open and the light was on. I glanced over, and there was the gal next door, brushing her blonde hair and not wearing a stitch. Well, good neighbor that I am, I call out to her to close the blind at least. First word out of my mouth, lights off, blind closed, window shut. I don't to this day know how I got through the front patio gate to the front door. I woke up my wife and told her what I'd seen. She said 1, our neighbor's hair is brown. 2, they were in San Francisco. And 3, the woman who died in the house was a blonde. I went to Blackburn College in Carlinville, Illinois. Before I moved into my dorm room, people asked which dorm I was assigned. When I told them Stoddard, everyone told me to watch out for the ghost, and I believe it was room 305. Blackburn is a very old school, and Stoddard was one of the oldest dorms dating back to the 1800s. The supposed haunted room was the only single room. The rest were doubles. It was on the 3rd floor, as the 3rd floor was all guys and the first 2 all girls. The story goes, a freshman hung himself in that room years ago, or another one was that a boyfriend killed his girlfriend and then himself there. Anyways, you were supposed to be able to hear them walking around at night and see them in windows and such. My room was diagonal from this room. My only encounters there were sometimes in the middle of the night. If I walked down the hall to the bathroom, I could swear someone was outside the stall walking around, but there would be nothing there. Also, I would leave stuff in my room, and when I came back, it would be gone, and then later return to the same spot. I transferred schools the next semester for personal reasons, but the weird thing is, the guy who lived next door to me there always said how he could see the ghost, and then I got word that he tried hanging himself last semester. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. In 1992, I was a full-time student at Columbus State Community College, earning an associate's degree in law enforcement. I had to earn a full-time salary as well, so I took a job as a security officer during 3rd shift at an American Electric Power Lab in Groveport. It was a facility set out in a rural area, and, with the understanding that I would be the only one in the building during the graveyard shift, figured it would give me time to study. I will try to make this as short as possible. My first few weeks there were rather strange, as I kept seeing the presence of a shadowy figure of a man walking very fast out of the corner of my eye. I really did not consider it a haunting or ghost, because I never saw the apparition head on, so I just went on about my business and really did not give it much thought. However, I became very uneasy and spooked during the midnight and early morning hours. One morning, at about 6 a.m., I happened to be looking in the direction of the same window blinds while I was sitting in the lobby area. The window separated the lobby and the work area. Just then, I saw the definite figure of a man walk by the blinds. I got up and, thinking it was an employee who had gotten in early, went to investigate the area. There was no one there at all. The cleaning crew then related the story in which they were seeing a ghost in the building. They described the same type of apparition to me. I never told them about my experience. While training new officers, I had some who would stop in their tracks while I was showing them the building. I would ask them what was wrong, and they would be looking towards a room or hallway and tell me something like, "I thought I saw someone walk by." This happened more than once. I spoke with the guy who used to manage the security division, and he told me he had an officer leave in the middle of the night because he saw the shadowy figure of a man walking very quickly around the perimeter of the security fence. I told an employee at the building, whom I had gotten to know over the time I'd worked there, about the sightings. Almost immediately he said, "Oh, that must be Roger." He was very serious. He said that Roger died about 8 years prior, but that he loved his job, and that was probably him. Indeed, there was a former employee named Roger that died 8 years ago. Without going on and on, I will just say that many other security officers had reported the same types of activity. I quit the job back in June of 1993. I worked there almost 2 years. I would like to contact some officers working there now and see if the haunting is still going on. It was a cold winter's day. The year was 1991, and I thought it was a very typical day. Matthew, the little boy that I care for,
was taking an afternoon nap. As usual, I was cleaning up the kitchen, then gathered up all Matt's dirty clothes and put up a wash. It was around 3:30 in the afternoon when I heard Matt screaming. I could hear his voice very clearly from the baby monitor that was on the kitchen counter. I called to him so that he wouldn't get scared. As I walked upstairs to his bedroom, that's when it hit me first. On the way up to the staircase, I was chilled. I ran back down, got my sweater, then ran back upstairs to Matt's room. Well, that's where the coldness came from. Sure enough, as I opened the door, that's where all the cold air was coming from. It was freezing in the baby's room. I walked over to his bed, pulled the railing down, and held him in my arms. His hands were ice cold, and he was shaking and crying. In an effort to calm him down, I held him in my arms, and I tried rocking him back and forth. He finally had quieted down, so I began to change his clothes, and that's when I noticed my tape recorder on his dresser. I'd forgotten all about that. You see, Matt's family was relocating to another state soon, and I knew that I wanted something of Matt's to remember him by. So, that morning I brought my tape recorder with me to have a tape recording of him. Little did I know that was all on the tape. When I got home, I never did listen to the tape. It was Friday, so I thought to myself that I had the whole weekend to listen to it. On Sunday, I had some free time, so I started to listen to the tape. In the beginning I thought, well, I did it. I finally have Matthew's voice on tape, and was so happy to know that I have something to remember him by. As I began to listen, I heard our voices, Matt's, mine, and something that I couldn't make out. I kept backing up the tape because I heard something so strange that I couldn't even make out what I was hearing, but it sounded so eerie that it gave me the chills. What could this be? Did I have a faulty tape here or what? As I kept rewinding and listening, the more clearer it became. It was definitely a voice saying pull the gate up, but what kind of voice was it? It sounded ghostly, but how can this be? I heard nothing that particular day, only Matt and myself. There was no one else there, just the two of us. As I kept listening, I became more frightened. I heard the same voice saying I wish you were dead. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I never heard of anything like this before. I thought to myself, you're just imagining all of this. You're going crazy. But it was true. The tape doesn't lie. It had to be a ghost or something else. I had no other explanation. It just had to be. After a few hours, I decided to let my daughter listen to the tape. Now, my daughter is a very religious person. She has many religious friends and even knows a couple of Catholic priests personally. After she heard the tape, she told me that she would contact a priest right away. The next day, we called a Catholic priest that we both knew very well and made an appointment with him for the next night. Since the priest knew about the tape already, when we arrived there, we went right into his office. The three of us sat down, and he listened to the tape right away. Well, it only took him one time to listen to it. He already knew what happened. He looked at me, and he asked me if the family was Catholic, and I answered yes. Then he asked if there was anything religious in the home. I said no, and then asked him why. Then he began to explain that the family had no protection in the home. It was at this time that I understood what he was talking about. He was very concerned for the baby's welfare. He said that what he heard on the tape was evil voices and other things that I didn't even hear. Certain sounds of doors slamming and some creaking floors. He told me to take Matt's room again, and if it happened again, that I should tell the parents. But what should I have told them? That Matt's room was haunted, or the whole house was haunted? I didn't know what to do. If I told the parents the whole story, would they think I was nuts? So, I decided to take this to a doctor friend of mine. He happens to be a psychiatrist, and also dabbles a little into strange and unexplainable things. When I went to see the doctor, I told him the whole story thus far. Then he listened to the tape. His exact words were, "The voice is not from this world. It's from another dimension that is not a human voice." Well, from then on until this day, from a priest to a doctor, this tape has been a mystery to me. So, I've decided to take my tape and my story to any parapsychologist or website that has to do with the paranormal and let the experts decide for themselves. What in the world happened to Matthew's room that cold winter day in 1991? I'm finally ready to hear what they have to say, aren't you?
I lived in what I believe to be a haunted apartment for about a year. I cannot disclose the exact location due to the fact that the apartment is still rented to tenants. When I first moved in, everything seemed normal until I began doing some small renovations. My husband Eric began to pull up the carpet, and we noticed odd gouges in the floorboard that would be our bedroom. At the time, we thought that maybe some previous tenants had damaged the floor while moving their furniture, so we proceeded to paint the floor and lay down the rug. After 2 months or so, my husband walked into the bedroom after taking a shower. I was on the bed reading when suddenly, Eric slipped on the area rug that covered the gouges. After assuring that he was okay and passing it off as having wet feet, we turned in for the night. The next morning we noticed what appeared to be stains seeping through the area rug. They appeared to be the same pattern as the gouges. I picked up the carpet and noticed a slick substance sticking to the back of the carpet. After much arguing as to what exactly the substance was, we decided to just throw it away. We never gave it a second thought. About 3 or 4 days later, I was in the kitchen having a cup of coffee with my friend Alec when suddenly the room temperature dropped considerably. I asked him to make sure all the windows were shut. As he walked into the living room, he glanced into my bedroom on the right and noticed the curtains were blowing. He went in to make sure the window was closed, which it was. About 5 minutes later, we both heard a loud bang coming from the bathroom, which was on the other side of the living room. It took Alec and I a good 15 minutes to get the courage up to check the bathroom. The first thing you see when entering the bathroom is the tub. I opened the curtain and noticed 4 tiles on the back wall that appeared to be pushed out. You have to understand the layout of my apartment to fully understand our fright. The apartment was a 3rd floor attic in an old Victorian style house that was renovated into a small loft type apartment. When entering the apartment, you go up 3 flights of stairs, into the doorway, and up another 2 sets of stairs into the living room. To the right is the bathroom, and a little beyond that is a crawl space in the wall that runs under the eaves of the house and behind the bathroom and bathtub. Alec and I bickered about who was going to go into the crawl space. Needless to say, we waited until Eric came home about 2 hours later. We told him what had happened and insisted that he go into the crawl space to investigate. When he got to the space behind the bathtub, he discovered a lot of debris, which included dark old stained ropes and large J hooks. I insisted that he just leave them alone, and figured where the house was so old, they must have been left behind during renovation or construction. We had our landlord fix the tiles, and continued with our daily lives, even though I was permanently left with a feeling of unease. For about 6 or 7 months nothing happened. On Christmas Eve of 1975, we had a tray set up in front of the crawl space door, which was approximately 2 inches wide by 3.5 high. The door fell open, knocking over the tree and smashing all of my Christmas ornaments. Eric jumped out of bed and stopped suddenly. We both heard a strange sound coming from the living room. It seemed to be coming from the crawl space. At the same time, I saw a strange mist or fog hovering close to the ceiling in the living room. It was a very faint, almost like thin smoke. I pointed it out to Eric, but it vanished before he could see it. I still can't believe how calm I stayed throughout this whole episode. When Alec and his new wife Vanessa came by on Christmas morning, we told them the whole story. Vanessa was a very spiritual person and became instantly spooked before we even told her the story. Alec commented on how strange she was acting before she entered the apartment. She lost all the color in her face and seemed aloof. She mentioned that something didn't feel right about my apartment. I really started to feel like it was time to start looking for a new place to live. Eric had to leave the following week for a business trip to California. He would be gone for almost 3 months. I asked my girlfriend Samantha to stay with me for a while. I did not want to be alone. Samantha knew what had been happening and agreed reluctantly to stay on the sofa in the living room. The first month and a half was pretty much uneventful, so Sam and I began to look at new apartments. I started feeling confident, and then nothing was going to happen. I was wrong. Samantha had to go back home for a few days, so I was alone. I'd gone out with Alec and Vanessa on a Saturday night, and came home at about 1 a.m. I climbed into bed with a book. I must have fallen asleep while reading. Do you ever get that feeling that someone is near you? I woke up on my stomach, and I could sense somebody walking around my bed. I laid still and waited for it to pass. I heard the floorboards creaking, and I felt a cool breeze pass over me.
I finally turned over and looked into the living room and saw the mist moving towards the crawlspace floor. The absolute fear that I felt paralyzed me. I could do nothing but stare and hope that nothing would happen. The strange noises started again. I can only describe the noise as a clang or knives being sharpened. I lost all of my composure. I ran out of my apartment wearing only my nightshirt and grabbed my car keys on the way out of the door. I drove to Alex and spent the night. I called Eric in LA and explained what happened and that I would not go back until he came home. I paid the rent. There was no way I was going to stay there alone. Eric came home on April 7th. I told him Alec and I would pick him up from the airport, and then we would go to the apartment and get our belongings. I will never forget what we saw when we went back. It made me a true believer in the paranormal. I still don't know to this day what was haunting that apartment, but I truly believe it was evil. We walked into the apartment to discover the rug torn up, almost gouged up in the living room. All the tiles in the bathroom enclosure were punched out into the tub. The bedroom truly horrified the three of us. It appeared that something mauled the bed linens. The mirror that we had was smashed as well as my lamps. We grabbed what we could salvage and started to leave when we noticed the rope and J-hook through the kitchen table. I don't know if a person came in and did all the damage, but nothing explains the J-hook and the rope. My landlord insisted that no one had access to the apartment since we had moved in. We left that day and never looked back. I did some research on the house, but found nothing significant that would explain any of the occurrences while we lived there. Eric and I now live in Vermont with our 3 kids. The house was renovated and turned into a retail store. We have not told them the story, and I don't think we ever will. I've been tempted to write what happened to my family many times, but it seems far too unreal. We were not allowed to talk about this out of the house when I was a child, and my mother only told our house guests about our visitors when they experienced something in our house. Our childhood home was built in 1898. My parents bought the house in 1974 when I was only 6 months old. The house was very large and had been converted into a double. My grandmother moved into the upper level. Strange things began to happen shortly after my family moved in. My mother had her first experience one night after she sent my older sisters to bed. From her bedroom door, she could look out and see into the kitchen's hallway and into the bathroom. My family had only lived in the house less than a month when my mom saw a little blonde-haired girl walk into the bathroom. All of my sisters have very dark brown hair, and this was clearly a blonde-haired child. My mother panicked and yelled to the little girl, but the door shut. My mom jumped out of bed. In her mind, she was thinking that this little girl was a neighbor's child that my sisters must have snuck in the house. When she opened the door, there was nobody inside the room. My mother nicknamed the little girl Jessie, and I have no idea why. My mother had many experiences in the house and with the younger children, myself, my younger sister, and younger brother. When we were very small, it was as if we were playing with someone else. I don't remember this particular incident, but my mom did. But I do remember that in my oldest sister's bedroom in her closet, there was a paneled off section that led under her hallway steps to the second floor. I remember talking to someone that we called the lady under the stairs. I always thought that it was my mom or grandmother, but I later learned that that was not the case. When we told my mom about this, she would not let us play this game anymore. I do not remember being scared at all though. My younger sister and I would always go into our hallway and play with the lady on the stairs. I have very little recollection of this, and at the time, I would have been about 4 years old, and my sister would have been about 3. When we described the woman to my mother, she forbade us from being in the hallway alone. I never took the ghost stories to heart, and was very carefree as a child. I always felt safe. However, I did finally have a bizarre experience that I could not explain or rationalize away. My grandmother had a stroke when I was 15, and my mother gave my older sister's bedroom to my grandmother since it was on the first level and safer for her. She had no control over what she was saying and was rapidly deteriorating. My parents did not lay any ground rules for us kids that summer, as things were in havoc, and my brother and I had stayed up all night watching Nick at Night in the living room. I could see into my grandmother's room, and we also kept an eye out for her should she use the bathroom or want something to drink. I was just starting to doze off when I thought I saw someone in my grandmother's room. It was a blonde-haired girl who might have been 10 to 12. I have no idea the age. I thought I was just seeing things, or that I was really wiped out, and my mom's stories were starting to get to me. I walked out into our kitchen, and my oldest sister was eating a sandwich, and I told her what I saw. She laughed at me and told me I must have been dreaming. I thought maybe she was right, because I just never believed what my mom had been saying about the girl she had claimed seeing on several occasions. Now here's where I realized I was not a complete nutcase. I said before that the house was very big. Well, my grandmother started screaming, and my sister and I ran into the room. My grandmother was up and headed for the front door. She was screaming about fire and the little girl. We could barely make out what she was talking about, but she kept repeating the little girl said I was going to hurt the baby, and I have to go before I cause a fire. That was the most intelligible sentence that my grandma had said in over a month. My sister kept saying, "What little girl?" My grandmother said clear as day, "The little blonde-haired girl." My grandmother was 72 years old and short of hearing. She was also 3 rooms away when I literally whispered this to my sister. We woke up my mom because we did not know what to do. My grandmother ran out of the house and refused to come back in. She stood on her porch. My parents took her to the hospital, and she was placed in a nursing home because even the mention of our house sent her into hysterics. The baby she was talking about is my younger brother, who is the baby in the family. My mom decided to turn the house into a one-family home again, and had us kids, there were 6 of us, do the work. We did not mind, as we wanted the help, and it was a good way for us not to think about my grandmother all the time. My younger sister and I would be the only 2 sharing a room, but that was fine with me, as we were very close, and we were excited. Again, I was up and could not sleep, so I went up to the room that would be ours. It had been my grandmother's, and I was scraping wallpaper off the walls with a putty knife. We had started this project the night before, and I was bored, so I went up to get some work done. I was scraping the walls and had been doing so for about a half an hour, when I heard a funny noise sounding like the scraping noise I was making with the knife, but different. It's hard to explain. I thought someone was playing a trick on me, so I began to scrape the wall, and very quickly I stopped. However, the sound that I heard continued, and it was the sound of scraping, but it was coming from across the room. I don't know if whatever was in the room was mocking me or playing a game, but the scraping kept going on. Whoever or whatever did not care that I heard them. I screamed. I thought it was one of my older sisters. I ran down the front stairs and opened the door, and the house was completely quiet. Everyone was sound asleep, snoring. I woke up everyone in the house. I was terrified, and I never slept in that room. I would hear things in the house until I was 18 and moved out. As for our house restorations, my mother began working on the kitchen and back hallway that led to our attic. While doing so, she found where the house had burn marks and was scorched. My mother mentioned this to one of our neighbors, a woman who had lived on our street from the day she was born. In the early 1920s, our house had burnt very badly and had been rebuilt. At that time, it had been converted into a double. A little girl and her parents lost their lives in the fire. My other sisters had things happen to them too. One of my older sisters was looking out of the living room windows. Something grabbed her shoulder and called her name. One more thing. Please don't think I'm nuts, but I have not had this happen in any house or apartment I've lived in since. And one thing I did notice was that whatever was in the house was not frightening to me in my youth, but only became frightening when each of us hit a certain age. Why? I have no idea. This was also something I thought that was weird. This little girl was never visible upstairs, and the woman only was spotted downstairs once. The neighbor who was alive when the house caught on fire remembered that the little girl's name was Jessica. My mom had been calling her that for years, and had never known what the little girl's real name was, but had just called her that because it seemed right. I've been reading the stories on your site for a while now, and decided to share experience of my own. I'm afraid it's not particularly exciting or dramatic, but I feel it's a good example of the attitude you need to take when dealing with spirits. I've been told on more than one occasion, by people who claim psychic abilities, that there are spirits present in my house. This really comes as no huge shock, as the core of the house is a farmhouse that is over 120 years old. Although I've never seen a ghost myself, I'm familiar with the sort of chilled feeling that people describe when they are in the presence of spirits. It is not truly the same feeling as normal reaction to temperature, but something that seems more internal and comes and goes independently of environmental changes. I've very commonly experienced this sensation, usually beginning before someone else remarks about their perception of something otherworldly. Several years ago, one summer morning, I'd come home in the early morning from working the night shift. I was getting undressed for bed and placed my bedroom door in a 3/4 closed position that I usually keep in to provide some cross ventilation. Let me explain that my bedroom is a rectangular room, approximately 10 foot wide by 16 feet long. There's a set of double windows on the far end of the room. My bed is crossways in front of the windows with the head on the longer wall. The door was on the other end of the room, and due to irregularities from different additions to the house, there was an approximate 4-inch step down when entering the room from the hallway. At the time of this incident, there was no central air in the house, so the only cooling method was to open windows. As I was getting ready for bed, I saw the door swing shut rather firmly from the 3/4 position. At first, I dismissed this as just being the breeze, as I was feeling a slightly chilled feeling on what was a rather warm morning, even though I didn't really notice much in the way of the air current. I was very tired and somewhat groggy, and only wished to get to bed as soon as possible. I put my door back into the position I had it in, and went back to getting ready for bed. Almost immediately, the door swung shut again very firmly. Even though I really did not notice the breeze, the door swung quite freely on its hinges, and I did not think much of the fact that it kept shutting. I then took one of my work boots, the common style most everyone is familiar with that laces up about 9 inches above the ankle, and placed it with the toe section underneath the door and the heel towards the doorway, and repositioned the door to the 3/4 position I wanted it to be in. Moments later, the door dragged the boot across the carpeted floor and closed as far as it could with the boot in the way. Now at that point, I realized that there was certainly no breeze present that could exert that amount of force, and the chill I was experiencing was not the normal environmental kind, nor was it in any way cold enough that morning for me to be experiencing a normal chill. Now, I'm not a person who likes to have his sleep interfered with, nor do I particularly like to have my plans of any kind thwarted. Besides, all of my reading and conversations regarding the supernatural and hauntings have always indicated that you have to assert your rights to control your domain when challenged by spirits. With this in mind, I grabbed up a heavy, approximately 12-pound Thor hammer I'd cast from aluminum years before in shop class, and placed the head of it underneath the door, with the handle sticking up between the door and the doorway. Stepping back, I then witnessed the door drag this heavy hammer, approximately 12 pounds, across the floor the same way I had my boot, until again, the door was as far shut as it could be without actually removing the hammer from underneath it. At that point, becoming somewhat angry, I took the hammer out from underneath the door, placed the door into a 2/3 closed position, slightly more open than I really wanted, and waited. Within seconds, the door started to shut again. At this point, I pointed at the door and said loudly and firmly, "No." The door stopped moving and stayed perfectly still. I stood there for a few moments longer watching the door, and it did not move again. I then said thank you and went on to bed. I think it's important for people to understand that in most cases of encountering a spirit in your home, you simply have to assert your right to be the master of your home. I can't promise that it will always be the complete answer in all cases, but I believe it to be the best way to begin with dealing with a disagreement with a spirit in your home. Many years ago, my family and I lived in a lovely Queen Anne-style home. We lived in it for 13 years, 11 of which we experienced paranormal phenomena. 2 years after we moved in, we had our first of many odd occurrences. My daughter was in the kitchen and I was upstairs when I heard her call out that the upstairs toilet must have overflowed because water was running down the outside of the staircase. I ran to the top of the stairs in bare feet, only to feel water on the surface of the carpeting. I looked over the top of the railing to assure that the toilet hadn't overflowed, and that was when I felt the wetness on my feet, but there were no water pipes in that part of the house. When I got down the stairs, I found water running in rivulets down the wooden molding. My daughter reached up to turn on the light under the stairway alcove, and as soon as she did, the water stopped. We had to wipe the trom down, and we never found any reason for that activity. Months later, while preparing for bed one night, I heard footsteps running down the attic stairs. The door crashed against the opposite wall, and then nothing. I was terrified thinking that someone was there. They would have to pass my room to get downstairs, but nothing happened. When we finally went to look, the door was against the wall. We even thought that maybe a ball had bounced down the stairs, sounding like footsteps, but there was nothing. Strangely, when we started to think our house had unseen guests, we were no longer frightened. As time passed, we had many more experiences. I heard a woman crying softly but pitifully. Two of my daughters saw images of old-fashioned children dressed in long white nightgowns and mob caps. A visitor to my house saw the same thing and asked me who the little girl was. On another occasion, my nephew was spending the night and thought he saw me standing at the top of the stairs in a long white old-fashioned nightgown, and then supposedly I went down the stairs and didn't come back. My nephew was 16 at the time, and we hadn't told him about the house. My husband thought we were all crazy because he didn't believe in this sort of thing. My daughter came home late one night and was just lying in bed, going over her evening, and looked up to see a male figure suspended over the bed, and as she watched the image dissolve from the bottom up, as if it were sand falling. There were other things that happened there, although nothing dangerous, and finally, we sold the house and moved on. It was several years after we moved from the house that we met a family that had lived there years before we did and had very similar things happen to them, but they said their experiences were very frightening and mean-spirited. I sometimes think our guests moved in with us because from time to time, we still get very strange sensations in our present Victorian home. This is my own personal ghost story. This happened when I was about 12 years old, so keep in mind that 12 years have passed, but as long as I live, I will never forget the details. Here goes. I was spending the night with a good friend of mine, in a house that was extremely haunted. Stephanie lived in one of those houses that just seemed to be the epicenter of paranormal activity. Her aunt walked the basement steps, an unknown spirit lived in the attic, and there was a tree out back that just looking at it scared me to death. I'm really not entirely sure why the tree scared me so much, but it rocked me to the bone. It was large and had an ominous presence. Stephanie called it the witch tree, but really had no actual reason for doing so. But nevertheless, the tree is not my focus in the story. It just gives a little background information. We went to sleep that night, and about 2 a.m., I woke up with a start. I thought it was just because Steph and I had talked about ghost stories until we fell asleep, but then I had the feeling that I was being watched. I looked up and saw this large pair of blue eyes hovering over me. I know this sounds silly, but I'm dead serious. They just kept watching me. Maybe watching me is not the right word. They kept glaring at me, and all I could sense was evil. I felt so cold, and I couldn't wake Stephanie up. I thought I might have been dreaming, so I closed my eyes and laid there. I looked up every few minutes and the eyes were still there. I had no clue what to do to make them go away, so I just started praying to God, something I saw in a movie, and never opened my eyes that night again. I woke up in the morning and told Stephanie about them. She had never seen them before, but didn't doubt me. She of all people knew the history of her house. I went on with life as normal, forgetting about the eyes until about 2 months later, Stephanie came to me and said she talked with her little brother Aaron, who was 8. She said she didn't even mention the eyes to him, but one night they were talking about the house and he asked her if he had ever seen a large pair of blue eyes. She stopped dead in her tracks. Aaron said that to him the eyes were friendly and never glared at him. We just figured out that they saw me as a stranger and focused evil on me. I will never know for certain. All I know is that I never stayed in that house again. In addition to that story, my sister and I were out driving about 9 months ago. It was about 11 p.m., and we passed by Stephanie's old house. She no longer lived there, but I'm pretty sure that her father still did. I turned to Lauren, my sister, and said, "Look, La, there's that creepy house." Now, this next part will sound so bizarre, but I swear it is true. All of a sudden, a light shot up from the house, which was completely dark, and two other lights shot up from the other side of the road. We thought they might just be electrical charges. That was, of course, until they started chasing the car. We had to get the mail down the road until they disappeared. Do you have any idea what those lights might have been? Thank you for listening to my stories. Back in 1996, my Uncle Wayne passed away in a tragic auto accident on the interstate near Neenah, Wisconsin, between Appleton and Oshkosh. He had been pulling a load of sod with a small pickup truck that he borrowed from a coworker. The truck must have been too small to carry the load because the truck flip killed my uncle instantly. Needless to say, my father flew out to Wisconsin from our home in Pensacola, Florida, to attend the funeral of my youngest brother. My father is the oldest of 7 children. The story I'm about to tell comes from the mouth of my father. The afternoon before the day of the funeral, my father took his mother and father to the funeral parlor to finalize the arrangements. On the way back to my grandparents' home, my grandmother noticed that her family ring was missing a stone. The stone that was missing was my Uncle Wayne's birthstone. They looked everywhere for the stone and could not find it. Everyone kept saying it was Wayne's way of saying a final goodbye to his mother. The next day, the day of the funeral, everyone left my grandparents' house to go to the funeral except my Uncle Stan. Stan stayed behind to wait for that cousin that was running late. A few minutes later, Stan heard a car pull into the driveway. At the bottom of the driveway was a car that looked exactly like Wayne's, a green Spitfire. My Uncle Stan thought how strange it was that their cousin had a car exactly like Wayne's. His car was still parked outside his old apartment at the time. He looked out the window again and saw a man sitting in the driver's seat with a beard. My Uncle Wayne had a beard when he died. My Uncle Stan opened the door to walk outside, thinking it was their cousin, who also has a beard. When he opened the door, the car reversed out of the driveway and quickly drove away. A few minutes later, their cousins pulled up in a totally different car. My Uncle Stan was so shocked that he told everyone at the funeral about what happened. Since this time, no one else had been visited by my Uncle Wayne. A year ago, we bought an old Victorian house. The family matriarch had refused to let it be sold, although it was in a dismal condition. When she passed away, the family decided to sell, although it had been with them for 80 years. We began the serious process of renovation, but I was disturbed by the obvious presence of an old woman, dressed in pink, always in the same place, in the same room. I naturally assumed it was the family matriarch, Sophia. She was so unhappy and seemed displeased at the disturbance we were causing, so I called in a psychic friend of mine to help her move along. The psychic rang bells, chanted, burned, and we put lit candles in all the doorways and windows. The very next day, it appeared that Sophia had gracefully moved on. A year passed. We finished the renovation and were preparing to throw an open house party. The day before the party, a woman came into the house and announced that she had grown up there. She said she had been coming by to check on her progress, but had always been shy to come in. Something had drawn her courage up to come in on that day. We were very pleased and immediately invited her and her family to come to the open house the very next day. They all came. At one point, I couldn't resist, and I asked this woman if there had ever been ghosts in the house. "Oh yes," she replied. "My great-grandmother was so persistent, we had to call in a priest to exorcise her." Feeling confident, I then told her about Sophia. The woman began to tremble and cry. She said that her mother, Sophia, had always worn pink, and the room and place I described would have been between the beds in the children's room. Rest in peace, Sophia. Years ago, before I was born, my father was sleeping at the head of the bed, I believe,
and my mother was at the foot by the window as there was no air conditioning and the light was out, room dark. Well, my mother said all of a sudden, she heard what she believed to be a woman at the head of the bed, jabbering away, could not understand her at all. My mother got terrified and pulled the cover up over her head, and when she did, this thing came right by her ear and just talked. She was unable to make out what the thing was saying. She jumped up and yelled and slept for a week with the ceiling light on. She asked, and someone told her that they believed the house we used to live in had been moved from another location. Another true story. My mom used to walk me to grade school about 6 blocks from the house, and she lost her house keys one day. Well, she traced her steps, even looked by the mailbox at the corner of her house, thinking that she laid them there. No keys. We lived upstairs, 16 feet up, and my dad was in front of the bedroom, and my mom was in my room, laying next to me, and the strangest thing happened. All of a sudden, I had the most peaceful feeling. This is a feeling that's kinda hard to explain, but I'll do my best. So, someone I don't know. It could have been an angel or a dead relative. Who knows? But it was right next to the bed on my side and said my name. I was not scared at all, but my mom heard it too and jumped up. I had so many questions, such as who are you, what are you doing, and how do you know me? But at the moment, the phone rang, and Sandy, who lived around the corner, was walking home from church on a Sunday and said, "I found your keys. They were by the mailbox." I know this writing is all over the place, and I'm so sorry if this was hard to understand, but I think you guys got the gist of it. These things I can't explain are occurrences of the afterlife, in my opinion. When I was 14 years old, I was living in the heart of San Fernando Valley with my parents and my younger brother, 13 years old. We lived in a typical 3-bedroom tract home in the picture of suburbia. My parents decided to put the house up for sale and move to a bigger house, and that's when all hell broke loose. There's a space room attached to the garage that used to be painted all these psychedelic colors and bizarre symbols that we covered up with white paint. Soon after the house was listed on the market, we had some rain and my father noticed the ceiling in the shed was sagging from water damage, exposing the wooden beams underneath, so he tore it down. Strangely enough, lodged among the beams, we discovered a pair of binoculars, some commemorative coins from an Apollo space mission, and a cheap watch. Nothing of any particular value, except perhaps sentimental. But all of us felt a collective chill go down our spines as we wondered who these items belonged to, how they managed to get above the ceiling, and why anyone thought they were worth hiding. Soon after, my mom received her monthly bank statement in the mail and noticed a couple of checks that were not written by her, but someone had signed her name. Puzzled, she picked us up from school and asked us about it on the way home, but neither of us would ever forge a check, so she went to retrieve the check to show us, but both of them were missing from the stack. Pretty soon, all of our personal items began to disappear and reappear in the oddest places. At first we thought someone was playing a practical joke, or that one of us was responsible, and the accusations began to fly. But some of the events that took place were so mind-boggling, we became sure that no person could be responsible. One antidote. My mom and I came home after grocery shopping, and as we were unpacking the groceries, we discovered that a whole bunch of non-food items had disappeared, even though we specifically saw the checker bag them. By this time, we were used to this, and figured that these things would reappear in the middle of night in the oven or under the bed. My parents then went out to run errands for a couple of hours, and I settled myself to a long gab with my girlfriend. As I chattered, I idly opened and closed one of my desk drawers. It was completely empty, but when I closed it and opened it a second time, I saw a bottle of shampoo lying inside, the same bottle of shampoo that was missing from our groceries. I told my girlfriend what was going on and closed the drawer after removing the shampoo, bracing myself. I opened it again, and this time there was a tube of toothpaste. Astounded, I tore out the other 2 drawers and peered below the drawer, looking for any explanation of this phenomenon. Even stranger, my top drawer is a lockable drawer, so since it's closed, it's completely inaccessible from behind the desk or below. Wanting a witness to verify that I wasn't hallucinating, I called my brother in, and without explaining anything, I showed him the empty drawer and closed it. I opened it, and inside rested a 6-pack of Ivory soap. He freaked out and ran screaming out of the room. At this point, I was too excited to be frightened, so I continued to open and close the drawer, and sure enough, each time a new item appeared, sometimes two. I even requested some specific items, like my nail polish or hair gel, to materialize, and it did. After every single missing item was retrieved, I stared at them all lining up in my desk in excited wonder, and then the awareness of what just happened hit me. I began to wonder if this thing, ghost, or whatever it is, can dematerialize and teletransport these items. There's no telling what else or who else it could be doing the same to next. Gathering up my hard-won toiletries, I joined my terrified brother on the front doorstep and waited for my parents to arrive. My girlfriend came running down the street to keep me company as well. This is just one of the many bizarre, implausible yet true events that my family and I have come to live with for the next 5 years. Certain things like cash were always missing no matter how closely you kept it against your body or how carefully you hid it. Important documents, term papers, school books always managed to disappear when you needed them most. This ghost was clearly present and knew what was most important to you and most inconvenient to steal. No matter how many times we moved, this presence made our lives miserable, but with each passing year, as my brother and I got older, the activity slowed down. By the time I left for college, there were only 2 incidents I can recall, and now that I'm married and 27 years old, nobody in my family has been affected. I could fill a book with all the things that happened, but if anybody out there can offer an explanation for a kleptomaniac ghost or has any similar experiences, I'd love to hear from you. Oh yeah, I've never heard or seen any physical manifestations other than things disappearing when I was looking the other way. Thanks for reading. So I'm sure you heard of the great witch city Salem, Massachusetts. If not, let me enlighten you. The witch trials of the late 1600s took place in Salem, Massachusetts, in part of what is now known as Danvers, Massachusetts. Due to the colorful history and the presence of many new age types, Wiccans, warlocks, etc., Salem has an abundance of strange and frightening stories to share. Here's one that I personally was involved in that took place in the summer of 2002 when I was 19 years old. One of the oldest cemeteries in Massachusetts and Salem's first cemetery, Old Burial Hill, is a tourist hub during the early fall months, but during late summer, it is empty except for passerbys and local kids, like ourselves. My best friend, her brother, their cousin and I had spent the day riding our bikes around, shoplifting, smoking cigarettes, and generally being a nuisance to the Bay State. We decided to cop a few 40-ounce and called it evening in the back of the graveyard. We had enough booze to give us a nice silly feeling, but not enough to cause visual hallucinations. There was no Navy rum involved in that evening, and none of us smoked pot. That was hippie crap. Dusk turned to dark, and we were cracking jokes, wrestling, and planning where to get more beer, when suddenly, the mood changed. Chris, my best friend's brother, began to tell us about a ghost that supposedly haunted the graveyard, and how his friend's sister, cousin, or someone like that had seen it last April. We were all spooked but didn't show it. Instead, we called his reliable source a wuss. Chris got annoyed and stormed off to take a leak. Me and Bianca and her cousin sat in silence, listening to Chris shuffle around. Suddenly, Chris came bolting from the corner of the graveyard. He jumped practically on top of us and sputtered out what was wrong. Jesus Christ, there's a dude, a frickin' dude. Yeah, so? Bianca scoffed. There are lots of dudes in Salem. No, in the tree, like hanging. Chris was visibly shaken and not generally an easily scared guy. Bianca looked at me and Andrew looked at Bianca and I looked at Chris. What? Chris began to crawl towards the tree he claimed the man was hanging in and mentioned for us to follow. I don't know why he had to crawl, but we all followed suit. From where we sat, the tree was not really visible because a building was directly behind it, Roosevelt's Pub and Grill. Chris led us to the spot he had gone to relieve himself, and from this angle, the tree was silhouetted against the purplish sky above the harbor. It took me a second to register what I was seeing. There was something on the largest bottom branch swinging. The tree was huge and very old, and by itself scary, but now, sure enough, a figure swung very slightly. I didn't think it was a ghost and turned to Bianca, who at this point, like her cousin, was frozen terrified with a free hand covering her mouth. "Should we call the police?" I hissed. Chris answered for her. "We don't need the damn police for this man." And something told me he was right, and something told me we should definitely leave. None of us spoke, but we all booked it at once, ran to the iron gate, and went straight to Chris's and Bianca's house, dropping off the shocked and very silent Andrew at his house down the street. We didn't really talk about it for the rest of the night. Instead, we played Uno and crashed in front of the TV. The next day, we went back for our bikes and belongings we had ditched in fear the night before. Andrew's half 40 ounce was gone, and so was Bianca's bike. Gotta love the locals. The paper said nothing of a body. The graveyard was not the site of the witch hangings, and from what I have found out from asking around town, there's never been a reported suicide or hanging in that graveyard. The only known hanging site was Gallows Hill, where the innocent were hung during the trials. Gallows Hill is another whole story for another time, but until then, come visit the quaint and creepy town of Salem, Massachusetts for history and some spooks later. My wife used to work for Oxford Suites in Hayden Island, just off of I-5. She had a complimentary stay as a new employee, so she thought it would be nice to let our son spend the night with Grandma, and we would have a nice night together alone. About 6 a.m., I was sleeping on my left side facing the alarm clock and had a ringing sensation in my right ear that slowly turned into the whispered words, "Die, die, die." I couldn't move, and it was all I could do to even open my eyes. Finally, I was able to shake off this strange or bound feeling, and it stopped instantly. The experience only lasted a few seconds, but it was totally unnerving. I've had other experiences like this. I just learned from this website that it is called Old Hack. I never even knew anyone else who has experienced this. I was 22 years old at the time in 1997. I'm now almost 31. Thank you. Back in the summer of 1994, my family and 2 other families attended a dance competition in Santa Cruz, California. We rented a suite at a local hotel. The suite had one huge upstairs bedroom with a big jacuzzi tub. The downstairs had a living room and a kitchen. It had a large red iron stairway that led up to the bedroom. Together, with the other families, we had 6 children with us. 5 of the children were age 8 and 9, and my daughter was the youngest, age 4. From the minute I walked upstairs, a weird feeling came over me, a feeling of uneasiness. The children claimed the large bedroom upstairs as theirs, and they played up there the whole night. For many hours I stayed in the upstairs room with the children. I felt uncomfortable leaving my 4-year-old daughter up there because of this uneasy feeling I had, a feeling I could not explain. My husbands and friends told me I was being foolish and talked me into coming down and joining them. Several hours went by, and the children all had fallen asleep. There were 3 of us adults left awake, and we sat on the living room floor talking. We then heard footsteps coming down the stairs. They were extremely loud, and there was no doubt that one of the children had woken up and was coming downstairs. All 3 of us turned to see who it was. In the middle of the staircase stood a small girl, the same exact size as my daughter. I called to her by my daughter's name and asked her if she was okay, or if something was wrong. I then asked her if she had a bad dream. She didn't answer me as I said her name again, my daughter's name, and she disappeared. My friend and I both looked at each other in disbelief. We both saw the same thing. The 3rd adult heard the footsteps, but didn't pay attention after that. My friend and I both discovered her exactly the same way. A small girl with long curly hair, wearing an old-fashioned white nightgown. She was turned to the side where you could only see her profile, but you could see the sadness on her face. She was white or transparent in color. The time I was talking to her, I did not even realize that she was a ghost. She seemed so real, but as soon as she disappeared, I could not understand how I did not know she was a ghost while I was talking to her, because being white and transparent, she obviously did not look like a real person. It was a very scary, overwhelming feeling. I quickly woke up my husband and had him check the children. They were all sound asleep. I crawled deep into my sleeping bag, scared to death, and eventually fell asleep. The next day, I contacted the hotel to see if anyone had ever reported a ghost. The worker said he was new and didn't know anything, but he said that Santa Cruz is believed to have many ghosts. I've always been hesitant when telling this story because nobody truly believes me except my friend who also saw it. Most people just kind of laugh or respond with or wow. I've always believed in spirits, but never believed you could actually see them. Well, I'm a true believer now and will never forget this experience. I started doing paranormal investigating about 2.5 years ago and have had tremendous success thus far. I've always been interested in all paranormal avenues, but I never thought I'd be doing this one day. My 7th cemetery outing turned out to be one that I'll never forget. I went out to Forest Home Cemetery in my city of Fitfield, Wisconsin. It goes back to around 1850-ish and is centered in a wooded area, which makes it kind of intimidating to venture into at night. But being the persistent risk taker, I went anyway. I ended up bringing a good friend of mine along, just in case. We started out exploring the front of the cemetery and kind of copped a feel for our surroundings, making sure we are aware of the obstacles in our way, gravestones. After that, we headed out towards the middle of the cemetery, armed with only a camera and a flashlight. Though nothing happened yet, we were pretty nervous anyway, so we went over the entire cemetery taking pictures and hoping to see something strange. We didn't see anything strange that night, but something did happen that scared the hell out of us anyway. I was ready to call it quits for the night, but there was one more area we hadn't quite covered. Now, in this particular cemetery, I don't like going in the very back, not even during the daytime. It just gives me a strange, unwelcome feeling. But that night, for some reason, I thought it would be worth it. In retrospect, I wasn't sorry I did. Back to my friend that I brought with me. He asked if we should leave, and I said I thought we should check out the back of the cemetery before we go, and he agreed. So you can understand what we experienced, I'll try and describe what the back looks like. The cemetery itself is pretty big for a small town. There's probably around 1,000 people buried there, and it's set in the woods, as I mentioned before. In the very back there's a road, and on the other side of the road is a huge field. At about 100 to 150 feet into the field starts the tree line. So you would have the field to your left and the road and the cemetery to your right, with the last row of stones right next to it, the road. As we made our way onto the road and walked down, maybe about 5 to 10 feet, all of a sudden, and I still can't fully explain it, there was a very loud growl that seemed to reverberate all around us. I must have jumped at least 3 feet into the air because I literally landed on my friend and just about knocked the flashlight out of his hand. Chris, my friend, had a total shock on his face as he studied the flashlight beam towards where the sound came from, and there was not a single thing, animal, or person to be seen, just eerie silence. We were stunned and dumbfounded. I managed to stammer out what the hell was that. Chris said he had no idea, but thought we better leave. We both wasted no time in leaving, but upon leaving, both of us were experiencing a tight feeling in our chests, and we both had trouble breathing. It was like being in a bear hug or something, very strange. Also, just before we left, after we had gotten back to the car, we took a tiny rest and gathered our thoughts. Chris had lit a cigarette, which technically is a no-no while ghost hunting, but we could really care less at that point. He took about 3 or 4 puffs of it and then threw it on the gravel road. For whatever reason, we both watched the cigarette fall to the ground, and as it hit, it started spinning and then abruptly stopped. Then, as if flipping off a light switch, the orange burning tip died out. We left that night with a lot to think about, and since then, I've gotten numerous pictures and EVPs from that cemetery and others as well. I'm not as scared of ghosts as I once was, and I consider them to be just like us, only a little different, obviously. I can't wait until summer gets here, and I can go back to doing what I love, hunting ghosts. Okay, this is kind of a long story. It happened when I was on vacation from Chicago, visiting my cousins in California. My cousins have a huge backyard and have a basketball court in it. They also have a tree house that is complete with electricity, TV, and a PlayStation. So me and one of my cousins named Danny were playing basketball. It was late, and it was beginning to get dark outside. But while we were playing, Danny's brother, Mike, was in the treehouse playing PlayStation. After we balled it up for a while, we heard Mike screaming at us through the treehouse window saying, "Damn it guys, stop shaking the fort." We simply looked at him in confusion because we were at least 30 yards away from him and didn't even touch the legs of the fort. We just continued our game until it became too dark to see. We noticed that Mike had left the fort, so we went in to play some video games. We played a game until we started to feel some shaking. We yelled at whoever was pushing it to stop. It instantly stopped and we continued. About 5 minutes later, it began shaking again. I went out with a flashlight and looked under and around, but saw nothing. I looked to the direction of the house, which was far because their backyard is so big, and saw that Mike and the rest of the family were in the living room. Kinda freaked, I climbed back up the ladder into the fort. We started playing a board game when we saw that the fort's security light went on, which meant that something was near. We briefly froze, staring at each other and both noticing the fear in each other's eyes. Danny went and peeked through the window but saw nothing, even with the help of the security light. I told him that it was probably some animal. He responded by telling me that the light only detects larger things, such as people. I told him to stop worrying, and we got back to our game. After a while, we got bored and decided to go back to his house. Danny got up and tried to open the door. It didn't even budge. "The stupid thing is jammed again," he said, as he pulled out a belt from behind the door. He must have had this problem before because he had a method of solving the problem. He wrapped the belt around the doorknob and began to pull as hard as he could. He looked so confused and frustrated and told me that it should be opening easily. I helped pull it, but still, it didn't even budge. It was as if someone was holding it from the outside. Sounds crazy, right? But it was then that we heard steps, as if someone was walking around the little porch of the fort. We both looked at each other and nearly broke down with fear. The first thing Danny did was pull out some powerful BB guns he had hidden under his bed. He then opened up a table for us to hide under. We were freaking out. Then I summoned the courage to peek out the window, and when I did, I saw nothing, but the steps continued, this time up and down the ladder of the fort. I nearly screamed. But being the optimistic and fun-loving guy that I am, I took advantage of the situation to scare Danny and joke around. I kept peeking out the window and screaming as if I saw nothing, just to freak Danny out. But then, he retaliated. He grabbed the string hanging down from the window curtains and tugged them as hard as he could, causing the curtains to go up, shooting up and exposing the whole window. We both sat under the table in fear, thinking of what to do. After a few minutes, the security light went on again. We sat in silence, watching the light that reflected through the window and onto the wall of the fort. That's when we heard footsteps coming up the ladder again. We drew our guns, thinking they could do something, and continued watching the light. A few seconds later, for a brief moment, a shadow passed through the light, sending a terrifying chill through our spines. We looked at each other blankly for seconds until I spoke, telling Danny that we have to get out of here. I slowly reached out from under the table and grabbed the string to close the curtains. Once I did, we got up and cleaned everything up so we could be ready to run like hell out the door. But the door still wouldn't open. I knew for sure that something was preventing us from opening it. I then got annoyed and my anger took over my fear. I began pounding on the door, screaming cuss words and saying, "Let us out." After my tantrum of screaming and swearing, the door simply slid open with a single pull. We ran out, shut the door, jumped down, and ran like madmen towards the house. It was later that night that my uncle, Danny's father, told us that the fort was built upon an ancient Indian burial ground. I knew whatever happened that night was for real. So that morning, once it was light out, we managed to force ourselves back into the fort. We began discussing whatever went on that night, and our paranoia caused us to keep looking out the little holes in the curtains. But when I looked, I saw nothing. I can't really explain what it was. It looked like a dark figure, or an orb, but it had the physical structure of a person, arms, legs, and hand. It was crouched down behind a skinny tree. I shot my head back and told him to look. He said he saw it, but then, when I looked again, it was gone. Whatever happened that night caused me to believe in supernatural spirits, and I will never forget it.
Thanks for reading. This was around the summer of 1990. My best friend lived about 4 blocks away from where I lived, and I usually walked or rode my bike to his house when we hung out. We were pretty young and pretty wild, and we'd seen our fair share of weird stuff growing up. Long days and late nights of exploring the neighborhood and seeing what kind of trouble we could get into. Growing up in the city, there were some rough neighborhoods around, and I had a very specific route of back streets I took home each night. Still, I knew to always be on my guard and aware of my surroundings, just in case. One night, as I was walking home from my friend's house, I encountered something I could never have prepared for. It was well after midnight, probably closer to 2 a.m., when I was casually strolling down the middle of the street on my way home. There weren't really any cars on the road at that time, so I walked right down the center line of the street. As I said, even though it was quiet and I knew the neighborhood, I always kept my eyes and ears open for signs of trouble. Rival groups of kids who might want to claim the area as turf were always a concern. As I made my way down the road, I began to get the feeling that I wasn't alone. I resisted the urge to stop or even look around, choosing instead to keep walking at an even pace and listen for the sound of someone following me. Footsteps, clothes rustling, or breathing would give it away. I heard nothing, but I couldn't shake that feeling of being followed. I became more and more sure that someone was behind me, and my adrenaline started to build. I still resisted the urge to turn around and look back. If someone was following me looking for trouble, there was a good chance they would rush at me, and they would have the advantage. This was not my first rodeo, so I kept walking, but began bracing myself for a confrontation. Nothing happened. I turned a corner onto a new street and took a chance to quickly look over my shoulder. I was hoping to just see another random person out for a stroll, except there was no one behind me. Maybe they had gone into a house. I kept walking. Moments later, I felt it again. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and my arms broke out in goosebumps. Someone was following me. I was absolutely sure of it, only now they were clearly trying to stay hidden. Every instinct I had, this was going to be a confrontation, and I braced myself for it. My fight or flight instincts were screaming as I continued walking, trying to appear calm. I felt it getting closer, and now, I thought I could hear movement in the distance behind me. Finally, I decided it was time to turn and confront my follower. I balled up my fist and quickly turned around, ready to act. Again, there was no one there. My eyes searched for signs of movement among the curbside trees and among the handful of cars parked along the street. Nothing moved around the cones of light being cast by the street lamps. Still, I knew someone or something was out there. I stood there for what seemed like forever, determined to wait out the hiding stalker. I couldn't believe they were staying hidden for so long without peeking out to see if I was still there. I thought to myself, what the hell is going on here? After another minute of watching and waiting, I began to wonder if I imagined the whole thing. I was about to turn around and keep walking towards home. Then suddenly, about 50 feet away, I caught the shape of someone running out from behind a car and darting behind a tree. Again, my adrenaline surged, and I was caught between wanting to run for it and being frozen with panic. I kept my eyes fixed on the tree that the shadow ran to, waiting for him to make another move. Nothing happened. The tight knot of apprehension in my stomach began to melt and was replaced with anger. Who the heck was this guy screwing around with me in the middle of the night? Without thinking, I yelled out, "I know you're there, you coward! Step out and face me!" From behind the tree, what I can only describe as a vaguely human-shaped mass leaned out from behind the tree. Apart from its outline, it had no defined features except for a pair of glowing red eyes that flashed in the dim light of the street lamp. "What the hell?" I yelled, stumbling back a step, not understanding what I was seeing. The dark form stepped fully out from the shadow and took a step towards me. I don't know what came over me, but all of a sudden, I felt more angry than I ever had in my life. It was crazy. I had this sudden urge to fight, and as I looked at those dull, glowing red eyes coming towards me, all I felt was anger. I wanted to tear it apart. Still within the dim light under the tree, the dark figure took one more shambling step towards me, and I was overcome with rage. Unbelievably,
I step forward and yell out, "Come on," challenging it to fight me. But instead of coming closer, the dark form reared up slightly, and I swear if it had a mouth, I knew that mouth would be grinning at me. And then it vanished. It was just gone. The feeling of rage, it was gone as well, faded away. I stood there for several more minutes trying to understand what had just happened. Slowly, I finally turned around and began walking towards home again, only this time, there was no sense of being followed. Nothing weird happened at all for the rest of the journey. Night after night, I walked that same path home, always wondering if that red-eyed entity would return, wondering if I would be confronted and experience that same crazy rush of anger, but it never came back. I've never told anyone this story because, well, who would believe it? Thanks for listening. I have a strong interest in ghosts. Not that I always have, but I gained it recently. I'm a sheriff's deputy in Arizona. In a large city with a high crime rate, if you're a cop, then all of your friends are cops. I went to the police academy with a guy named Jeff. He was a short, stocky kid about my age. We were the only ones in the class who were the same age, so we bonded. We pushed each other through the academy. After we graduated, we were surprised to find that we would be working in the same district on the same shift for the same supervisor. We worked the late shift and always went to lunch with one another, usually around 11:30 p.m. We would go to my mother's house and eat. Jeff didn't trust cooks at fast food restaurants at 11:30 p.m., especially when they looked at us as if they had just gotten out of the state prison and were serving a cop. My mother worked at Walmart as a manager. She got off at work at 11 and was extremely delighted to have us every night. She lived in a rather bad area of the city. My mother and Jeff would laugh and joke. They would swap stories and try to convince each other that their job was worse than the other's job. Jeff would always let her win the argument. She called him her son. Jeff and myself went skiing every year in the mountains of Utah. It was a vacation that him and his father took every year, and he made it with me after his father passed. Jeff loved my mother so much that he invited her to Utah one year. As my mother was with an instructor learning to ski, Jeff looked at me and said, "Jerry, I can't take it anymore. The big city is draining the life out of me." Puzzled by this, I asked him what he was talking about, that he had loved his job and was the best cop in the valley at what he did. He explained that he was sick of seeing car accidents with dead bodies, chasing down a crack addict in the dark, getting shot at, etc. I said, "Fine, what are you gonna do, quit?" I was rather pissed off. He said, "No, just quit working there. I want to move to an area like this, cold, quiet, and comfortable." I yelled at him something very childish. "What about my mom? You'll kill her here. She loves you." He said, "Don't worry, I'll stop by from time to time to check on her." People just don't understand the strong connection that police officers get with their partners who watch their back every night. We returned from the trip, and Jeff did as he said he would. He packed everything up and moved to Colorado. Not long after I was transferred to day shift, I told my mother that Jeff had just transferred to the other side of the valley. It's what Jeff wanted. He couldn't stand me and my mother hounding him to stay. And with that, here's the story. Jeff died about 4 months after arriving in Colorado. Truly how every police officer would want, he saved a little boy that had fallen through the ice in a river. Shortly after retrieving the boy, the ice he was laying on gave way. I never told my mother. She was getting up there in years and would not have been able to stand losing her son. I received a call from my mother in the middle of the night, about 3 weeks after Jeff's funeral. She said, "Jerry, I want you to come over and spend the night. Jeff just ran off a burglar, but I'm still scared out of my mind." I was very confused and asked her to explain. She started the story. My mother was in her living room. She had just gotten off of work. Remember, it's after 11 p.m. She was watching TV and eating her dinner. From the other room, she heard the sound of metal grinding. She got up and went into her bedroom and seen that there was a man at the window with a screwdriver trying to get in. She ran back to the front room and picked up the phone to call 911. There was no dial tone. My mother said at that moment she just panicked. She had remembered that I had told her that burglars who break in to take things usually don't cut the phone line, but burglars who plan on hurting or killing someone do. She started to scream, "Help, help, help," over and over.
At that moment, she heard a loud crash and some thumping around. She heard a man's voice scream and then heard someone running away. She stood there, unable to move, not knowing what was going on outside. Bang, bang, bang from the door. Still, my mother didn't move. Mrs. Smith! She heard someone call her name from the outside. Yes, who's there? She yelled. It's me, Jeff. She opened the door and seen Jeff standing in a blue uniform. Weird, because we wear brown and tan uniforms. My God, she said, thank God you're here. Did you get him? Nah, but he won't come back, I promise. Come inside and get something to eat. You look tired. No, I need to get back. Okay, she said, but keep an eye on my house for me. I'm calling Jerry to come over. He said no, don't do that. I'll keep an eye out. I raced to my mother's house in a panic. I didn't know whether to be scared or mad at the burglar, or just that my mother had seen someone else. I got to my mother's house and ran in. She was still visibly shaken from the burglar. I sat down next to her. I grabbed her hands and placed them on my cheeks. I started to cry and told my mother Jeff is dead, Mom. He died over 3 months ago. I couldn't stand to tell you. She refused to hear of it. She explained that he was just here about an hour ago. I explained that Jeff did not want her to try and stop him from going to Colorado, so he had forced me to lie. I went on to explain that Jeff had promised me that he would look after her, and he was fulfilling that promise. My mother collapsed and laid on the couch all night crying. I found out that Jeff was in a blue uniform that night because he had been buried in a blue uniform, the color he wore in Colorado. My mother figured at the time he was working something like a special gang unit or something that night. I will never forget Jeff or what he did for my mother when he was alive and even after. It should show how much a promise is concrete in the heart of a respectable man. So every year when the time comes, when Jeff and his dad used to go on their ski trip, I go to his grave and I think about him. I thank him. I thank him for the times he had saved my life, times he saved strangers' lives, and the time he saved my mother's life. May God hold you in his arms. Thank you for reading. Whilst in the army, I've posted too many a place, but nothing like Hammersmith Barracks, Hartford, Germany. Originally a Nazi camp back in the Second World War, the camp has a lot of history to it. The buildings in the actual camp are actually like the ones in the film Buffalo Soldiers, just to give you some idea. I arrived there in September 2004 and thought nothing of the block at first glance, but one thing that would puzzle me was in the basement. There were still the old steel cell doors of when it was still occupied by Nazi Germany. What were such doors needed for? Anyway, as time went on, I started to find out some very interesting facts about the camp itself. Like one, for instance, was the cobblestones, which were very subsided. Why hadn't those been replaced? Well, the reason why was due to the fact that when occupied by the previous owners, they took it upon themselves to bury the dead underneath the road, then brick over the bodies. I kid you not. Anyway, that's just the inside of the history of the camp. There have been various sightings, and people have heard noises, which mostly occur at night. There used to be a small corridor situated on the second floor where the females lived, and in this time, they have reported on numerous occasions of seeing a young girl aged about 8 or 9. One girl states that she would sit on the end of her bed while she slept, and when she awoke, she would find a dark body-like shadow of a young girl with long hair watching her. There were also talks of this ghost when she returned to the UK. On leave for 2 weeks, the room was adjacent to hers, which at the time was occupied by 2 other females, when they started noticing that a dark shadow would enter the room during the nighttime, and things would be moved from one place to another. When the females were moved out of this block and males were moved into this corridor, all the strange things happening occurred stopped. I'm no expert on this matter, but I believe maybe the young girl felt a motherly love or connection to these females. I, on the other hand, was living at the opposite side of the block at the time, when I found myself awoken one night by a noise. When I was fully awake, there was total silence, and immediately thought to myself that I must have been dreaming. I got out of bed to go to the bathroom, which was only down the corridor from my room. Just before entering, I could hear a voice, which seemed as if it was talking to themselves in a foreign language. I entered thinking that maybe someone may have just had a little too much of a drink that night, and I found the bathroom deserted, and the lights were all switched off. I was shocked and turned the lights on immediately to find a dark shadow moving from one side of the room to the other. It was the strangest thing I had ever seen. Well, I'll tell you now, I did not use that bathroom that night. I decided to go on to a different floor. Shortly after that, I returned back to the UK, and so I did not have to undergo any more midnight hauntings. Thanks for reading. I've always believed in ghosts, witches, and the paranormal, etc. My grandma has always been involved with ghosts, and it seems that they always follow her. I now think that I have one following me. Anyways, to the story at hand. It was a few years ago. I was about 17, and I was having my best friend and my cousin over for the night. It was only us, my mom, and two younger sisters were visiting my aunt in another town. Well, that night we were in my room, and when the door is open, you can see the bathroom across the hallway. Also, with the way my bed is set up, you can see into the hallway when sitting there or lying there on my bed. My cousin Destiny got up to go potty. Sam and myself were lying on the bed watching a movie. I heard the bathroom door open, and I looked over just as Destiny came running back into the room looking scared. Sam and I looked at each other puzzled, then asked what was wrong. Destiny said that when she had gone into the bathroom, she had leaned over the sink to start brushing her teeth after going potty and washing her hands, and when she stood back up, it felt like someone was behind her watching her in the mirror. I'm getting chills just thinking about that day. Well, Sam was like, yeah, right. She is not a big believer in ghosts, I don't think, and me, being a believer and wanting to help out, got up to go to the bathroom to show Destiny that she was just tripping and that there was nothing wrong. Destiny stayed in the bathroom and watched as I walked across the hall to the bathroom. Well, right before I went to step over the threshold, I stopped, dead in my tracks, and for some reason my body froze and refused to go any further into the bathroom. I was a bit creeped out because I hadn't ever done that before. I hurried back to the room, and I was like, oh my. Sam was still skeptic, and she walked into the bathroom plain as day. I didn't get it. Destiny made Sam stay in there as she finished brushing her teeth, and I just stayed out of the bathroom the rest of the night. The next morning, everything was fine. I could walk into the bathroom no problem, and even Destiny could close the door when she went in there now. Later on that morning, though, I walked around the corner to get into the bathroom to take a shower, my clothes and towels in my arms. I stopped. It felt like my eyes bulged, and I couldn't get my breath at first. There, standing in front of the drawn shower curtain, drawn as in closed shower curtain, was a black outline of a man a couple of inches taller than me. I am 5'9". Well, I freaked out and I ran to the phone and called my grandma, who I figured would know what to do in this situation. She told me to go back to the bathroom, and I did, and the outline of the man was still there, standing right in front of the bathtub. My grandma then asked if all the doorways had been crossed with holy water. I said yes, because all of them had, including the windows. That is, until it came to my room. I'm not a Satanist or anything, but that's my shrine, my room, and I don't need holy water to protect me. So, only the outside of my room's door had been crossed. Well, my grandma then told me to start chanting these words. I don't remember what they were, but they made me feel at ease. Next thing I know, the black outline of the man starts to move, and it goes through the bathroom wall, right into my room. I was happy to have it out of the bathroom, but now it was in my room. What was I supposed to do? Well, it ended up that I didn't have a problem with it in my room. I didn't get the creepy crawly feeling, so I think that I either left my house through one of the walls in my room that hadn't been crossed with holy water, or maybe I was just stuck in the bathroom and was trying to get back to my room. I hadn't told my mom and sisters about the ghost. My baby sister was young, and I didn't want to scare her real bad. But ever since that incident in the bathroom where the ghost or whatever it was moved from the bathroom into my room, my two younger sisters always refused to be in my room alone. Weird. And that's my story about the ghost in the bathroom. Feel free to write me if you like. More stories to come. I've more, plus I have some that my dad, mom, uncle, and aunt and grandma have told me. All true. Thanks for reading. I grew up in an orphanage, having lost both my parents in a car accident when I was 6 years old. This paranormal encounter occurred in my third year of stay at this orphanage. I must describe
The orphanage was pretty dilapidated and had only 4 dormitories, one for girls, infant to 8 years old, for girls, 8 to 18 years old, and where I belonged, one for boys, and so on and so forth. This happened right at midnight when me and 2 of my friends went out of our dormitory to head to the kitchen to grab a glass of water. It was a very chilly night, I must recall, and the 3 of us wore nighties. After we gotten a drink, we hurried upstairs trying to avoid being caught by the caretaker. Just as we were about to enter our dormitory, me and Hannah, I can't really remember if that was her name, noticed that Elizabeth was not with us. Out of nowhere, we saw her enter the boys' dorm in top speed. It was like seeing a curtain on a very fast horse. Out of curiosity, we peered into the boys' dorm and found Elizabeth jumping on an empty bed, as if it were a trampoline, while the boys were sound asleep. We called her, but received no answer. Then, in just a snap, she faded into nothing. At that, me and Hannah were scared out of our wits and ran to our dormitory. Once there, we covered ourselves with our sheets, shivering in fear. I can remember I think Hannah was actually crying and praying for the Lord's Prayer at the same time. That morning, when we were off to prepare for our classes, we saw Elizabeth, who was well and smiling. She even greeted us and sat with us in class. Me and Hannah just figured it was all a dream, but we were 9 back then. Now, I'm 30 years old, and I know surely it wasn't just a dream. I think it's what paranormal experts call an encounter with a doppelganger, and let me tell you, it was pretty horrifying. Other experiences I had in my 10-year-old stay at the orphanage was the spontaneous on and off activity of the lights in the classrooms, dormitories, libraries, dining halls, etc. Grown-ups talking as if they were having some conference in a flower garden outside at the back of the orphanage in the middle of the night, and the beautiful chorals singing of poems, which I believe came from the dining hall, that occurred in different times of the day. I strongly believe that the orphanage was haunted. But what gets me wondering up to now is that why the people in charge never did anything about it when some children, especially the adolescents, started complaining. Well, that's my story, and I hoped you liked it. I apologize for the length. Thank you for reading. The following story happened to me when I was 4 or 5 years old. This experience occurred during 1944 or 45 in Kissimmee, Florida. My mother and I were waiting by the side of the highway, Orange Blossom Trail, for my father and grandmother to drive us to Orlando. Back then, there was very little traffic on the trail as it was known. We watched as the black Ford approached from the south, with the 2 of them inside. Neither person appeared to notice the old lady and small child waving at them. I saw both their faces through the windshield. The 2 people looked like my father and grandmother. Same clothing, etc. The car disappeared around the corner. We were both surprised that the car did not stop. My old lady, mother, started rambling and talking some very unkind comments about my father and grandmother. Several minutes later, another black Ford appeared from the south. This time the car slowed down and stopped, several feet ahead of us. It was my father and grandmother. We got into the car and asked them why they drove past us the first time. Their response was that they just got there. My father indicated that it must have been another couple that looked a lot like them. After a few minutes of arguing, my old lady just went blank and stopped talking about it. 12 years later, I asked my father if he remembered the incident. He still remembered the fuss my old lady made when she got into the car. He indicated that the kind of situation had happened to him before, more than once in Kissimmee during the 1940s. This kind of thing, being seen before arriving, appeared to run in the family. These are just some of the observations I noticed about the incident. This was my first experience at seeing something that would happen in the future. The car and people were clearly visible and solid. The people looked like my father and grandmother. I do not remember hearing the car, no engine sound. I do not remember seeing any smoke from the tailpipe either. The people in the car did not respond or react in any way to the 2 people that were waving at them from the side of the road. Back then, everyone would have waved back to us small children that waved to them. My old lady sometimes remembered the incident, other times she could not. After this incident, I've never trusted my ability to identify people by sight. Finally, this situation appears to be common to my father's side of the family. I've also been seen in places before I arrived too. Note, My relatives on both sides of my family are psychic, psychotic, crazy, and or a combination of the last three. I'm probably the only normal one in the family. I'm sorry if you had to hear this, but I had to tell you. Thank you so much for reading this story, and I hope you don't run into anything that I experienced too. A friend of mine is a veterinary technician and has worked in numerous vet clinics over the years. There was one place that was strange though. All the techs at this one clinic would have frightening dreams about being chased through the clinic by something at one time or another. My friend had told me this, and I asked if she ever had this dream, and she said no, not yet. I would often go with her when she had to take care of the animals over weekends or holidays and help out. One night, it was my turn. It was a clear dream, and everything appeared real. I found myself running through the clinic with the feeling that there was something behind me, just beyond my sight, and that this entity didn't want me there. I also think it enjoyed the chase, because I was somehow in its place or frame, or more closer to its existence where it could reach me. I was overwhelmed with fear, but I remember wondering why this was happening to me because I didn't work there. I remember stopping just before I got to the kennel room, turning around and yelling, "Hey, I don't work here." Suddenly, I was awake, like someone had flipped a switch, and I never had that dream again. This place had a higher number of deaths associated with surgeries than any other clinic my friend had worked at. They also had problems with some of their equipment turning on and off, batteries draining, tools missing, that sort of thing. Anyway, the owner sold the place, and now it's an eye clinic. I've often wondered if any of those people had strange dreams. Thanks for reading.
This is a story related to me via my father. He told me yesterday, as we were speaking of ghosts. Dad said he was walking home one fall evening while he was in high school, in the late 1950s. He had been in downtown Portsmouth lollygagging around with some friends. It was now time to go home for dinner. If anyone is familiar with Portsmouth, New Hampshire, they know it is rich in history and an old port town, hence the name. There is an alley that cuts behind the school, and it passes by the South Mill Pond. He was halfway down the alley when he saw a bright light coming out of the sky. He had no idea what it was. This was back in the day where schools were building bomb shelters and kids were scared of some sort of disaster. The light got brighter and brighter. As it came closer to him, it was speaking to him. Dad listened to it and was mesmerized. He said it looked like an angel, but not anything like you would assume it to be. It spoke to him for quite some time. He doesn't recall how long he was there. The concept of time ceased to exist, and it left in the same manner as it came. He continued home and told his mother. She told him it must be his guardian angel. To this day, he can't remember what it said or what it really looked like. He had such a glimmer in his eye as he told me. He was smiling like he hadn't told me the whole story. In the years after that event, my father has cheated death at least 5 times, the last time being this past year. He should have died, but he didn't. I wonder if the angel guided him through all of the obstacles he has faced. If it did, I'm glad, and I do believe. Thanks for reading. One night, I was hanging out with my friends in an apartment in the small town I lived in. 3 people lived there. A married couple, and one of their friends who was a young teenager. I would hang out and stay overnight there frequently, as there was not much to do in such a small town. This night was just like any other, or so it seemed at first. We were just hanging out, talking and laughing about whatever came up. Soon it was late, and the young girl decided to go to bed while the rest of us were going to stay up longer. She walked down the hallway and entered her bedroom and screamed. We immediately jumped up and ran to her bedroom. She was looking down at the floor with an expression of terror on her face. She was staring at a medium-sized porcelain angel that was lying broken in 3 pieces on the floor. She kept this angel on the top of her Bible on a nightstand. Both the Bible and angel were on the floor. A broken angel is nothing to scream in terror over, and at first I was confused, but she picked it up, and streaming from the eyes was what looked like fresh blood. Immediately, I assumed that she was pulling some prank on us. An angel crying tears of blood sounded so generic to me, so unimaginative, that I thought for sure she was trying to get some negative attention. I took the angel pieces from her and said, yeah, right. She swore that she had nothing to do with the broken angel and its tears of blood. I gave her a scrumptious look, then looked closely at the angel's face. The blood looked like fresh nail polish, and I still did not believe that she had nothing to do with it. Knowing that nail polish smells strongly of chemicals, I put my nose close to the angel's face and smelled it. I could not detect a familiar nail polish smell, but I was still very doubtful. I noticed that the blood was running perfectly from the base of the eye, that it followed the contour of the round eye, and that none appeared on the eye itself. It was then that I started to think twice about what was happening. I knew that this girl had not left my sight for at least an hour and a half before she entered her bedroom and promptly screamed. Knowing that applying nail polish in such a way that it would not get on the eye itself, and then to make it run down the face in such a short time, a matter of seconds, was nearly impossible. As I held the angel in my hands, I grilled the girl about what she had seen when she entered the room. She said that she walked in to see it broken and the blood just beginning to run. I asked her several times if she was faking us out, and that a joke like that would not be funny at all. She was clearly shaken and refused to touch the angel again. After asking her many questions, I looked at the angel again. To my complete shock, the bright red had turned darker with a slightly rough surface. I touched it, and it was dry. Nail polish stays smooth and bright even after it dries. This unnerved me, and I scraped the blood with my fingernail and flaked it off. I've seen coagulated blood before many times, and this red stuff was just like it. I gave the girl a look of seriousness as my mind started to swim. We spoke a bit longer, and she said she would like to be alone. I decided to place the angel on top of the entertainment center in the front room. The married couple were standing in the hallway watching me place the angel on the entertainment center. They were extremely doubtful too, even more so than I, because I believe I had made some logical deductions that they had not. I placed the angel gently on top of the center and began to walk towards the married couple. Now, I placed these pieces about a foot from the edge of the entertainment center. This I know, I did it purposely. About halfway to the married couple, I watched their faces turn to an expression of pure astonishment. They pointed behind me, and I looked back at the center. The angel pieces lay on the carpet in front of the entertainment center. I stood staring at the pieces in complete disbelief. The couple approached me and said that they did not see the pieces actually move from the center, but they saw them bounce on the carpet as I walked away. As we stood there, we all got a very eerie feeling that we were not alone. I sat on the couch and got a feeling of malevolence. I sat quietly and felt the presence of a very angry man in the room who was trying to scare me. I spoke out loud and told him I knew what he was up to and that it would not work with me and that he should leave. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a face of a man who had the most terrible scowl and angry eyes. I believe he was truly upset that I was not going to allow him to have that effect on me. The feeling of the room returned to normal, and I relaxed. I went back to the girl's room and told her what had just happened. She was crying and said that ever since she had been going out with this certain young man, who was very controlling and had lots of bottled emotions, a spirit of an angry man had been following her around. I suggested that she leave this boy and pray for the spirit to leave her alone. She ended up breaking up with him, but a few months after the incident. This story sounds incredibly generic, I know. I did not believe it myself, but I was there, and there was definitely something there that night that did not like us. Thanks for reading. One April morning, I had to go and meet a woman and take her to a doctor's visit and translate for her. We were to meet in front of the translating office. When I turned onto the street of the business, I noticed a minivan with two adults and a child in the middle of both adults, and I parked and approached the couple to ask if she was the woman that I had to go and help translate. The child and husband just looked at me and smiled as I spoke to this woman, and the child was just all jumpy and playful and all smiles. Cute 3-year-old boy with his thick blue jacket, dark brown hair, cute as can be. The woman then agreed to go in my vehicle and left her husband and child. At this point, I was unaware of who this child was. We continued in my vehicle towards the doctor's office, and she started to tell me more about her doctor's visit. This woman was diabetic and had lost already a baby at birth, and 2 had been miscarriages. All she wanted, she told me, was to have a baby. I thought, how strange. Then I asked her, and the little boy in the minivan, isn't he your son? She replied no. Then I asked if he was a relative, or maybe it was just babysitting for someone. And she was just looking at me kinda weird, like that what is she talking about look. I caught on, and asked what was wrong, and she said that there was no boy in the minivan, just her and her husband. I was shocked and a little speechless, and said to her, now look, there was this little boy in the middle of you and your husband. He would look at me when you were talking to me, and he would smile and be playful. I even described him to her and what he was wearing, and she said no, that there was no child with them at all. You know, in the beginning, I thought that she was joking with me, but she was serious. So then I became serious and very thoughtful why this occurred, because sometimes you think now, I know I'm not that crazy, and I know I don't hallucinate, and I know I was not seeing things. I'm in my right state of mind, so what is going on? All I could tell her was that babies many times when they pass, they continue as angels to be by their parents' side, and that now she knew that her little guardian angel was this cute angelic brown-haired boy. Months passed, and she returned to the office and her husband was with her, and she told her, remember her? She's the one that saw her angel in our car. This happens to me often, that I see, feel, or even sense people or children that have passed. But at the time it is happening, I don't think they are past. I see them like I see anyone else. It is after that I know that I just saw someone that is deceased. Thanks for reading. Call me crazy, but as a teen, my friends and I loved exploring abandoned properties. There was a house just outside of town about a half-mile off of the city that intrigued me since childhood, and I had to go see it. One afternoon, two of my friends agreed that it would be a great place to check out, so we loaded up and went. It was a typical creepy old farmhouse type place, made of wood that had begun to rot decades ago, dirty, mostly broken windows, rickety porches, 2 stories high, plus an attic. Getting in was no problem. The doors were gone, so we just walked in. There was evidence of other people having been there, as the room we concluded to be, the living room, was full of empty beer cans and potato bag chips. Uninterested in these findings, we made our way into the kitchen. It was broad daylight outside, but this house was pretty dark inside, adding to the intrigue and creepiness. The kitchen was a wreck. It seemed as though the mice had taken full advantage of whatever had been left there, so on to the dining room. Finally, we saw a set of stairs, the first ones we had seen so far, and up we went. On the 3rd step from the top, I set my soda can down so we'd be able to remember that's where we came up. I'm glad I had the foresight to do that. We meandered to the top floor, and found that it was much brighter and warmer up there. Probably because it wasn't under the cover of the low tree branches as the downstairs had been. We weren't feeling too afraid, just a little uneasy, as we walked around until we got to a large room on the east side. I can't really explain what I felt. Mostly I felt as though I wanted to cry. Someone was very sad, and that much I could feel. Whoever it was hadn't been ready to die when they did, and weren't able to say goodbye and let go. My friend Chris left the room, stating that he was finding it difficult to breathe. Must be the dust. My friend Megan was very pale and shaking, so we decided okay, it's time to go. We walked around the top floor, looking for stairs to the attic, and never found them. We found a set going down, which we had missed on the first few go-arounds, so down we went. They led to the living room. How was that possible? We walked around the downstairs, peeking at all the little doors for stairs, only to find closets. There wasn't a door to get out of the living room, so we went back upstairs and walked around some more. Finally, Megan spotted the stairs where my soda can was, and we happily bounded down them and back into the dining room. We made our way around the downstairs again just to be sure. The dining room led to the back porch, and the kitchen had the stairs to go up. The kitchen only led to the dining room and the living room. The living room only led to the kitchen and the porches. Okay, so where were the stairs we walked down? This was the same room because the mess on the floor was the same, and the mantle above the fireplace was the same. So what was the deal here? We went back upstairs, and Megan stayed at the top of the stairs, while Chris and I walked around again in search of the mystery steps we had gone down. We never found them. As Chris and I were walking back towards Megan,
I heard someone in the large bedroom that made me feel very sad. It sounded like a soft crying, and I felt very bad. I felt that we intruded into this person's life, and it was time we left, so we did. Most places we ever visited, we went back for a second and sometimes third look. However, this place, we didn't. We all felt after we left that maybe whoever was there really just wanted to be left alone, and we never went back together. The oddest thing is that on Easter Day of the following year, I had this unstoppable urge to go to the house and leave flowers on the porch. I got some daffodils and headed out there, only to find my friends Chris and Megan also had come to bring flowers. We all had that urge, and we all headed out there without the others knowing with a big bouquet of fresh daffodils. Something there touched each of us, and I will forever feel a connection to that house in the woods, and whoever that is who lives there in the large room on the east side of the upper floor who seems to like daffodils. Thanks for reading. First, I need to give you some background history. I can see auras. If you don't know what that is, it's the energy a body gives off. There are different colors, and those colors have meanings such as blue and green is relaxed. I started to see auras around the same time I had my experience. I was in 8th grade, at church, the first time I saw an aura. I can't see them as well now. It's been 6 years since I started, and my ability has faded from lack of use. My experience happened the same year, 8th grade, in French class. My teacher was working on the overhead, so she had all the lights off. I was sitting in the back of the class. French didn't excite me much, so I was not really paying attention to what she was saying. Instead, I was playing with the light around her. This is rather hard to explain. Her body was reflecting light from the overhead. I think I could see this because I could see auras. Anyway, I would stare at the light around her and move it to the dark beside her. Kind of like when you would stare at a bright light for a while, and then when you would look away, you still see the light. Well, I could see the outline of her body, and then it would just fade away. I would then look back at my teacher and do this all over again. The point being, I was technically staring at nothing for a while. It was after doing this a couple of times that I noticed something else. It was a thin, blue outline of a person standing opposite my teacher, watching what she was writing on the overhead. I was looking at its side profile, and I could see a perfect outline of a nose, mouth, etc. I could only see it from the waist up because the desks were blocking the rest of my view. I froze when I noticed this thing. I couldn't stop staring. I thought I must be seeing things. When it turned towards me and started to approach me, it didn't walk, but came towards me in a flashing motion, like a strobe light was on. I freaked, all my muscles tensed, and I wanted to bolt, but was too frozen. That's when it stopped approaching me and just laughed at me. This is when it starts to get really weird. The laughter was inside my head, and I know it was not mine. It was cold and evil, and I was about to start crying. The rest of the class, it just watched my teacher and was smiling over my fear. Once class was over, I bolted from the room and told my friend what had happened. Nothing else happened for the rest of the day. When I got home, I told my mom what happened and said I was scared of going back to French class. She said if it happens again, I was to say a prayer and ask for God to protect me. The next day, I went back to school. French was my 3rd period class and math was my 1st. Sitting in math, I was miserable. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened and I was scared. It was then that I hear the laughter again. My body tensed up again just like last time. That just made it laugh even more. I asked it inside my head, "What do you want?" It told me, and this is happening all inside my head, mind you, to torture you. I know I sound crazy talking with myself, but it was definitely not my voice I heard. It was deep and cold and very evil. I then said, "Fuck you. You have to give me a break." I was only 14 and not very mature yet. Right after I told it off, I got very sick to my stomach. I then apologized and took back my comment. The stomach pains went right away, and it started to laugh hard. It was feeding off of my fear and seemed to be gaining strength from it. As soon as math was over and I had to go to my 2nd period class, I found my friend who I'd talked to yesterday and told him I did not want to go to French class.
He said he'd go to counseling center with me. Second period went by fine. When French time came, I had to go ask my teacher if it was okay for me to go to a counseling center. Well, as soon as I walked into the classroom, it felt like walking into a cloud of evil. All I wanted to do was get out of there. I started to cry while asking my teacher to leave, and the laughter started again. This time, it was echoing in my head. My poor teacher was trying to write out my slip as fast as possible so I could leave. I went to the counseling center with my friend, and the two of us sat alone in a small computer room. We just sat there. There was nothing else to do. I could feel it in the room somewhere with me, enjoying my pain. Without really thinking about it, I thought to myself, "Oh God, help me." Right at the instant, I heard a scream, and I could feel that someone else was there. I turned to my friend and told him, then a teacher came in and said we had to go back to class. I didn't know what was happening, but by the time I had walked across the commons to my French class, I was in a box. That's the only way I can explain it. I felt like I was in a box, and it was scratching from the outside to get in. While inside my box, I was feeling safety, good, and peace. I heard a voice that told me over and over, "You're safe now. Nothing's going to get you." I couldn't stop smiling. I felt so good. As the day went on, my box got bigger. It grew to the size of the school, and then so big I couldn't even feel its boundaries, but I knew I was still inside. I talked with the spirit for 2 days. It told me I would always be safe, and it was a messenger from God. I believe it was my guardian angel. Look, I know this story sounds crazy, and I've tried my best to believe I had an overactive imagination, but it was too real to not be true. The voices, the things happening around my classroom, things that are happening in general. I just couldn't fathom what was going on, and I know it's disbelievable, like I said, but still, in my head, I know it was real.
Hello. When I was a young kid, we lived in Southwest Philadelphia. I think I was about 4. I was sick. I woke up one night because I felt my bed moving. When I looked up, there was 4 shadowy people around my bed, rocking it. They had no faces, and they didn't look like they had clothes on. I don't know what the purpose of this was, but I wasn't scared. I just looked at them and went back to sleep. Another time, I was sitting on a landing and looked up the steps, and I saw 2 shadows running back and forth. It looked like they were playing tag. I was never afraid of these things. I didn't feel like they would hurt me, but when I would go up the steps by myself, I remember feeling like someone was watching me, but nothing ever happened to me. They weren't mean, as far as I could tell. I didn't realize they were ghosts until I was much older and didn't live in the house anymore. My mother grew up in the house. She had some experiences, but nothing she would ever really go into detail about. The only experience that I remember she would talk about was after her grandmother died. She died in the house. Her dog started going nuts in the middle room. He was looking at the middle of the room and jumping up and down. Maybe he saw my great-grandmother. I don't think she really believed in it. I know my uncle, who also grew up there, had some experiences. He told me once he was sleeping in my room, the middle room, when it got real cold, and he felt like something was in there with him, and he didn't know what. Sometimes, I still have dreams or nightmares about the house. I haven't lived in it for over 20 years. Pretty weird, huh? I don't know how many ghosts or spirits or what have you were in the house, but I'm sure there were many, and they were probably still there and still doing their thing. They just didn't seem to hurt or scare me. Maybe my great-grandmother kept them from hurting us. Who knows? My grandfather passed away last March, and I've long since been grieving his departure. After my grandfather died, my grandmother was left to live alone in her large house just outside of Irons, Michigan. My uncle and 2 cousins came up from Indiana to visit us for a week this past summer. My sister and I were staying at my grandmother's to help take care of my cousins. One night, we were having a bonfire in my grandmother's yard, which lies right on a lake. I, the only one sitting next to the fire, was thinking about my grandfather and all the things we used to do together. My grandmother and sister were sitting back on the patio, watching the fire from there, and talking to my cousins and uncle, who were in the house, behind a screen door playing video games. As if he were reading my mind, My cousin made a comment about my grandfather. "Will grandfather ever come back, Grandma?" he asked. The question sent a sharp pain through my heart. "No, Jimmy," answered my grandmother. "Grandpa is always with us. Even though you can't see him, he's here in spirit." Of course, my cousin didn't understand this, being only 4 years old, so he continued with the questions, then quieted and continued to play his video game. I sat still, staring at the warm fire, remembering the times I'd look at my grandfather and see him smiling at the blazing warmth. Just then, I got a strange feeling, an urge to look over at the flag, towering high over me in the fire. It was completely calm. There was no wind, not even enough to slightly blow a small leaf resting upon the ground. As I looked up at the flag, I remember when my grandfather would come out every morning and raise the flag to the top of the flagpole and salute it, smiling as he did so. He was so patriotic. He loved his country and fought as hard as he could for it while he was in the army during World War II. I gazed at the beautiful red, white, and blue colors of our country's flag as it lay impaling, hugging the flagpole. Just then, the flag rose and spread out completely straight. My heart jumped as I knew there was no wind to make this happen. I heard my grandmother mutter, "Thank you, Carrie." I looked back at her and she just smiled. Later, I learned that my grandmother had said a prayer to my grandfather. She had said, "Carrie, if you are here with us, if you are protecting over these children, please give me a sign." That was when she saw his eye had. The flag that he loved so much spread out straight. From that moment on, I knew that my grandfather was standing with me, protecting me, and I know, to this day, he still is. One of my older brothers, Tim, was born with a veil over his face. According to the old wives' tales, this means he would be able to see things that others couldn't. This was proven one April night in 1986. Being the youngest of 7 and only 18, I still lived at home when my mother got ill. My oldest sister Penny and Tim had come down to our house because they were concerned about my mom being sick. Well, the night Penny arrived, we all sat around laughing and having a good time. We all then decided to watch a movie. It was called Nightmare on Elm Street. About halfway through the movie, Tim said, "Isn't someone going to answer the door?" Since he likes to pull jokes, we all laughed at him and said, "I sure bet it's Freddy Krueger." But he was very adamant that there was someone knocking at the door. We all looked out the window, and there was nobody there. "It's a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a black dress. She's right there on the steps." Tim kept insisting, and finally he got up and went outside. When he came back in, he said he couldn't find her, and she must have left. We didn't think twice about it until the next day. My mother got worse, so my dad and Penny took her to the hospital, which was 60 miles away. Since he likes to pull jokes, we all laughed at him and said, "I sure bet it's Freddy Krueger." But he was very adamant that there was someone knocking at the door. We all looked out the window, and there was nobody there. "It's a woman with shoulder-length hair, wearing a black dress. She's right there on the steps." Tim kept insisting, and he finally got up and went outside. When he came back in, he said he couldn't find her, and she must have left. We didn't think twice about it until the next day. My mother got worse, so my dad and Penny took her to the hospital, which was 60 miles away. About 2 hours after they left, Penny, who has shoulder-length hair, called us and said to come right away, that her dad had collapsed in the ER. Tim and I get ready to leave, but before we could, Penny called to say our dad was having a heart attack. So Tim and I got in our cars and raced down there. When we got there, Penny met us at the door and told our dad was dead, and they had already taken him to the morgue. Being in shock, we didn't connect Tim's sighting of the woman in black at the door with what was happening, but Tim's sightings weren't finished yet. About a month after my dad was buried, Tim and his wife had gone to the cemetery to check on the headstone that was supposed to have been placed that week. They were checking the headstone to make sure the information on it was correct. Tim said to his wife, "Look, there's a man dressed like Dad sitting up there on that bench." My dad had been a farmer, so he always wore overalls and a straw hat if he was working outside. At first they didn't think anything of it, because the town where my dad is buried is a farming community, so there's a lot of people dressed that way.
Then the man started walking towards them, but no matter how close they got, they could never even see his face, even though the hat wasn't covering it. Then Tim started to think it was Dad, so he walked towards the man and said, "Dad?" The man turned around and started walking away, and they couldn't even catch him, even though the man only walked and they ran. He finally disappeared at the edge of the cemetery, which was nothing but a line of trees on the edge of a creek with a plant, a factory, a few hundred yards behind that. When Tim told us about the man in the graveyard, everyone thought he was just missing my dad, until I pointed out that there are no benches anywhere in that cemetery. I once had a very scary experience that will haunt me for life. It was Super Bowl 96, and my family and I were at a party at my cousin's house. My cousin has a graveyard in the back of her house. She had just moved in and was telling us about stuff that had happened to her since she had moved in. We decided to explore the graveyard that night. In the graveyard, there was a church, an old abandoned church. We figured they kept the families in there who had died. We got a flashlight to look in the windows. We were looking around in the windows when suddenly my cousin gasped and looked up. We all looked up, and in the top window was a pale face looking down at us. She was so pale and sickly, her hair was dangling over her eyes. She was faded, but we could see her. When we saw her, we bolted. We screamed all the way back to the house. After a while, we were brave enough to go back to see what happened. When we got there, the doors that were boarded up and vined were totally open. We ran back and never went back there again. And if you don't believe me, don't, because I know it is true. There are some scary things that haunt us that we will never understand, and this is definitely one of them. I'm young, but have had my run of bad luck. When I was 8, 2 of my dearest friends were shot minutes after I had left the woods. Sandy, Claire, and I were in the woods in the summer. We had fallen asleep in the treehouse when all of a sudden, I was woken up by a noise. Sandy turned to me in her sleep and told me to run away as fast as I could. I was shocked and did not want to leave, but then she screamed at me. I took off running into the woods. I stopped and turned around to hear 2 gunshots and screams. They had been shot in their sleep. 3 years later, I was talking on the phone with a friend, and I noticed my dog staring at the corner of the room where I had a picture of my friends and I in the woods. I turned and saw a shadow in the window of a little girl. I told my friend about what I saw. I kept watching. It turned to me and said, run fast. My friend on the phone asked who was that. I turned off the phone and ran out of the house just as a window was broken in the house by a man with a gun. I ran next door and I called the police. This may not be one of the more exciting tales that you've heard, but I assure you that it's true. My name is Lindsay, and I'm 16 years old. My best friend has claimed to be a psychic and has proven his ability several times. He enjoys freaking me out by reading my mind and knowing what I'm doing while I talk to him on the phone. He told me that he used to have guardian ghosts when he was little that only appeared by his bedside when he was woken up by nightmares. However, as I do not know the whole story behind his ghost, I am writing about a different instance where his powers came in handy. One more note on him. He can astral project, meaning that he can send his presence places while his body is sitting comfortably at home. He has only done this with me once, when I was upset and crying while I was on the phone with him. Now for my experience. I was on the phone with my best friend, as usual. It was about midnight, and we had been having a very serious conversation. I was getting very upset and was curled up on my bed with the phone. We had both been silent for about a minute when I felt a presence in my room. I said, "You're here, aren't you?" Thinking that he projected himself into my room. He told me that it wasn't him. Suddenly, I was hit with a feeling of pure hatred and evil. Though I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, I knew exactly where the thing was. I huddled into the corner of my bed as I slowly became hysterical, saying, "There's something here. Get it out. It's here, and it's bad." He told me to block my mind and that he would help me. I kept saying, it's here, until he almost yelled at me. "No, it's not, Lindsay. It's here." I've never heard him say anything that angrily. We were silent again for about 2 or 3 minutes,
until I worked up the courage to ask him what happened. He said that it was gone, that he had fought it off, whatever it was.
We decided that our serious conversation had probably just opened up a window to some bad karma and had manifested itself in almost physical form. For the next few days, I avoided my room as much as possible. We decided to keep the serious conversations to a minimum for a while. I've had several experiences with entities, mostly I believe evil. They seem to be attracted to me. When I was about 5 to 8, my sister had a poster of E.T. that I was deathly afraid of. Its eyes would follow me, and I feel like I saw it wink. I think it might be a spirit working through it. When we moved from the house, I had the guts to rip it in half. Incidentally, my sister told me that last year she was deathly afraid of it too, but kept it because it scared me. Then when I was 10, I just turned out my nightlight and was starting to snuggle under the covers when I felt someone tickling the blankets around me. I was really sleepy at first, so I thought it was my mom, but the second I realized she went to bed hours ago, I flipped on my back and 2 disembodied hands started choking me. My spirit left my body. This is possible, and I ran down to my parents' room screaming to help me. When I realized I wasn't there, I was back in my bed. I was not dreaming because I had marks on my neck, and I remember the time exactly when I turned out my light. Then when I was 13 in my house, I now stay in one night, I was meditating, and when I was down, I went to blow out my candles and I looked out the window. I saw a short man all in black with glowing red eyes. I couldn't move, and I was petrified until finally I ran to the bathroom. Soon afterwards, I could feel a presence in the room, and I had horrible nightmares. I packed all my stuff up and moved to the empty room next door. I went back later and blessed the room in the name of my goddess and haven't felt it since. When I was 16, me and my friend, her boyfriend, and my boyfriend all went to this graveyard one night because if you went through this clearing, you can jump on top of the crypts and hang out. It was the boyfriend's idea. They were talking amongst themselves, and me and Tiffany were quiet when I heard a little girl's voice directly underneath say help me in a whisper. It kept on for a while, every couple of minutes, and kept getting louder. I noticed that every time it happened, Tiffany was looking around, and I asked her if she heard it. She said, yeah, it says help me. The guys never heard it. A little time after that, I was riding in a truck with friends, and a big swirl of fire leaped across the road. It almost looked like a tumbleweed the way it swirled. I wasn't on drugs or anything. Neither of my friends saw it. Then sometime this year, currently 19, I was riding along with a friend when I looked out the window and I saw this thing running along the side of the road. I thought it was a large black dog, and I watched as it moved ahead of the car and then darted in front. I screamed watch out, but it disappeared. My friend thought I was crazy. It wasn't just a shadow because I saw 4 legs moving, but if it was the ghost of a dog, it was a huge one. It was almost the size of a baby deer. Following this last encounter, I decided it was time to seek counsel from someone more familiar with the paranormal in an effort to make sense out of what was happening to myself and my family. I was fortunate enough to have become friends with a fellow service member whose wife had worked for a time at the Whaley House in Southern California. After relating to him some of the details of our ordeal, he assured me that she too had experienced encounters with the paranormal and would be most interested in hearing what I had to say. I made arrangements to meet with her at her earliest convenience. Cheryl was a very warm, gregarious woman and put me at ease immediately. She encouraged me to be open and honest about everything that I experienced and convinced me that she would believe everything I had to say. She had always been sensitive herself, she said, was well versed in the use and interpretation of tarot cards, and had participated in a great number of successful seance and Ouija sessions. I began my tale. After I'd finished, Cheryl immediately suggested that she and my wife and I make arrangements to meet the following weekend for a Ouija session at our apartment. She advised me not to purchase a board when I told her we did not own one. She claimed that they were dangerous and that she would create a disposable one when she arrived. As I left her, I was both anxious and apprehensive awaiting the weekend.
The following Saturday evening, Cheryl arrived as planned, and she immediately asked for a tablet of paper, a felt tip marker, and a roll of adhesive tape. She proceeded to create a Ouija board, fashioning it out of individual squares of paper and taping them to our kitchen tabletop. She then asked if we had a wine glass, which we gave her, and this she placed upside down in the middle of her unique creation. She instructed us to lightly place 2 fingers on each of the bottom of the inverted wine glass, and shortly after we did as she instructed, she began asking questions to our spirit. The results were immediate and amazing. The wine glass became animated and moved so swiftly that we literally could not keep our fingers upon it. It initially traveled just inside the perimeter of the board in ever-increasing circles. As Cheryl asked questions, it would spell out the answers and then continued on its frenzied journey as before. Judging from the answers we received during the course of our questioning, we all surmised that our ghost was actually my guardian spirit and had been with me since birth. She was, according to the answers we received, responsible for every paranormal experience I and my mother had ever witnessed. Her name was Rachel, but she indicated that she preferred that everyone other than myself referred to her as Z. When my wife, during the course of our questioning, addressed Z by her given name, my guardian spirit became highly agitated as the wine glass suddenly shot out from beneath our fingers and struck my wife in the collarbone. Cheryl suggested that we immediately terminate the interview at that point. She proceeded to remove all of the paper squares used to create our makeshift board from the table and burned them in our kitchen sink. Following this, she took the wine glass we had been using as a planchet and poured a liquid into it that she had gotten from a container in her purse. She mumbled something, drank the liquid from the glass, washed it in the sink, and returned it to my wife. Cheryl then sat down with us and explained that in her estimation, Rachel evidently considered me to be her property, so to speak, and was extremely jealous of any female that challenged her authority in that regard. She stated that Rachel was very empathetic to my emotional state and would tend to display more often while I was ill or at ease, or in a state of emotional distress or confusion. She suggested that my wife's and my recent reconciliation, following a brief separation, and my upcoming release from the service were likely contributing factors to the frequency and intensity of our recent experiences with her. She was somewhat concerned, she said, about Rachel's blatant hostility towards my wife, but felt that as our lives returned to normal, Rachel would follow suit. She was right for the most part, until shortly after we moved. Following my release from the service, we returned back to the Midwest and lived for a brief period of time with my in-laws. During this time, my wife gave birth to our youngest son, and our experiences with Rachel became nothing more than unbidden recurring memory. By May of 1977, I was gainfully employed again, and by the following month, we were able to secure a townhouse which we leased for a year. Shortly after arrival in our new home, Rachel decided it was time to become reacquainted. She began innocently enough. Initially, the TV just began changing channels by itself again. Then we noticed that the water taps would shut off by themselves as we washed dishes, bathed, or showered. Usually it was the hot water that would be slowly extinguished, leaving us to wash in the icy cold water. Unless, that is, Rachel was upset with us for some reason. Then it was the cold water, scalding us until we realized what was happening and could defeat our efforts. The faucet knobs would be visibly turned to the right and be shut off. It took us a while to notice this, but we eventually did. We became accustomed to keeping an eye on the faucets so we could thwart her attacks. I should stress here that while I say we, and I did witness many of these occurrences, I was not subject to them personally. When I say we, I mean my wife and extended family or friends that came to visit us. I should also note that Rachel never harmed or attempted to frighten the kids. I did, however, feel the effects of the furnace when it began turning on by itself during the summer months and the air conditioning turning on in the winter. It got to the point where my wife and I trained ourselves to subconsciously listen for almost the click of the thermostat control, so we could react quickly and accordingly. As odd as it sounds, these daily interruptions to our lives became almost commonplace and second nature until they were brought to our attention, sometimes hysterically, by our house guests. At which point we attempted, as rationally as we could considering the circumstances, to explain the phenomenon. We were for the most part able to assuage their fears. That is until my friend Dave spent the night. Dave was a lifelong friend of mine who called me unexpectedly one cold wintry night and explained that he had been physically evicted from his apartment by his wife, under threat of death should he attempt to remain, he claimed. He desperately needed a place to stay until she calmed down and became rational, so I, of course, invited him over immediately. He arrived at our townhouse shortly thereafter, carrying a sleeping bag and an overnight case containing what little he was able to stuff into it as his wife chased him around their apartment. He filled me in on all the juicy details of the latest arguments, and then, reluctantly, I was forced to bid him goodnight as it was getting late and I had to get up for work very early the following morning. He was settled in a sleeping bag on the living room couch, watching TV as I headed upstairs to bed. I didn't see Dave for a very long time after that. When I woke the following morning and headed downstairs for my coffee and car keys, I immediately noticed that while Dave's sleeping bag, shirt, and shoes were still lying on the floor where he had left them the preceding night, he and his pants were nowhere to be found. Somewhat alarmed, I immediately went to the kitchen window, looked out into the parking lot, and noticed that his car was also gone. Had his wife called him at her house and begged him to come home, with a phone in her bedroom, we would have surely been awakened by its ringing, and Dave had assured me that his wife had no idea where he had gone. Had he called her perhaps? If so, why then hadn't he dressed before he left? Especially considering an extreme cold and with a foot of snow on the ground, there had to be a reasonable explanation, or so I hoped. Returning home from work that night, I immediately attempted to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. The operator informed me that his line had been temporarily disconnected. I later learned that it had been ripped from the wall during he and his wife's argument. Growing more concerned, I then called his brother and was relieved to hear that he had indeed returned home to his wife the previous night. The circumstances regarding his sudden, half-nude departure from our house, however, was going to be left for Dave to explain, but Dave made no effort to contact me at all. 2 weeks to the day later, I was finally able to contact Dave by telephone at his apartment. He assured me that he and his wife were doing fine again and then oddly asked if I would personally return or mail to him the belongings left at our house that night. I suggested that he stop by for them one evening and fill me in on the details surrounding his sudden departure, but he emphatically refused. In fact, he stated that he would never set foot again in our house if he had anything at all to say or do about it. I was extremely perplexed at this point, and it took me 2 months and a 12-pack of beer to finally pry the story out of him, during which time I held his possession hostage. It seems that shortly after I had gone to bed that night, Dave decided that he should also get some sleep. He told me that he had gotten up from the couch and turned off the television and then slipped back into his sleeping bag. Almost immediately after he had settled in, facing the back of the couch, he said that someone tapped him on the shoulder. Assuming it was me, he turned over to face where he thought it would be standing and saw only the darkened living room. As my mother had years earlier, Dave said he came to the immediate conclusion that I was messing around with him and simply rolled over to go back to sleep. As soon as he did, he said, came the shoulder tapping once again. He claimed that he jumped up and turned on the lamp at the end of the couch, hoping to catch me as I ran to hide, and was surprised to find the living room once again empty. Somewhat unnerved, but again blaming me, he turned off the light, this time deciding to face the living room. The tapping now came from behind the couch. He ignored it. It came again. He again refused to acknowledge it. Suddenly, he said, one end of the couch, with him on it, was propelled approximately 3 feet into the air and dropped to the floor. He struggled out of the sleeping bag and bolted straight upstairs to where my family and I slept. He stood, he said, outside our bedroom doorway for almost 10 minutes, torn between awaking us or fleeing. After calming down, he decided to go to the bathroom and return to his sleeping bag, having rationalized that what he experienced could be attributed to that night's activities with his wife. He returned downstairs and headed for the half bath, located directly off of the kitchen. As he approached the bathroom doorway, he said that the bathroom light suddenly turned on by itself and the door slammed shut directly in his face, missing him by only fractions of an inch. That was the final straw. He grabbed his pants from the floor near the end of the couch. He would have left them too, he said, had it not been for the fact that they held his car keys,
and ran for the outside door. As he ran through the snow, struggling to get into his pants, he claimed that as he looked back towards the apartment windows, the bathroom curtains parted and the light went out. Dave held true to his word and never returned to our apartment again. I delivered his belongings to him personally as he requested. This is not a personal experience, but that of a friend. Her mother had been recently divorced and decided to buy a cute little house for herself and her 2 daughters to live in. The house was that of an elderly lady who was confined to a wheelchair. Before they moved in, the place needed a good cleaning, and some of the carpets needed changing, most notably the one upstairs, which had been the woman's bedroom and where she painted with oil paints, because there had been a worn path from the wheels on her wheelchair through the upstairs room where the lady had spent most of her time. The girls took the upstairs room, and their mother was downstairs. In the beginning, my girlfriend would hear noises during the night, but would think it was either the house settling or her imagination. Then she started to smell paint for no apparent reason, with or without the windows open, breeze or no breeze, night or day. The sounds became more defined and would often happen often. She told me that it sounded as though someone was moving around her room. She would hear the squeak of wheels, and the smell of paint was so strong. I never had the impression of fear from her. She often joked and said it was her room before it was mine, and she has every right to be here. In the 3 years that they lived in the house, before they moved out of state, the carpet in her room had to be changed 3 times because the same worn marks had been there when they first bought the house. It kept coming back. When I was little, my family just moved into a house in Des Moines, and the first night we stayed there, I had to sleep on the couch in the living room, with me being the oldest and all. Well, let's get on to the point. Here's what happened. I got up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I came back, and the last thing I saw was my covers and my pillow. I started to shut my eyes, but then I opened them up for some reason, because I got a really strange feeling that I couldn't describe. And I saw a man right in front of me. He almost looked like an Amish guy, and he had these weird green eyes, and he just stared and glared at me. It felt so demonic. It felt almost evil. I couldn't even sleep. After that, I just froze. Then I put my head under my covers and screamed, "Mom, Dad." Just before my parents rushed in to see what was the matter, the Amish guy looked me dead in the eye, and he said one thing. He said, "If you ever tell anybody this happened, then you're going to die." The thing was, he was telepathically communicating with me. He didn't say it from his mouth, but he said it through his mind. I'm not sure if that makes sense or anything, but that's just what I felt. That was probably the most scariest ghost story I could ever tell to anybody, so I hope you enjoyed it.
I stumbled across your website about ghost hauntings and thought my current story could be handy. Firstly, I live in a little town and village at one of the most southern parts in Australia, along the SC coast. I'm 21 years old, never touched a single bad drug in my life except alcohol, and have no family with mental illness in my bloodline. About 4 months ago, I was reading my book in bed, and the lights were on. My dog was on the bed with me. Suddenly, at approximately 11 p.m., I heard a clap at the end of my bed, and the room went sorta cold. Suddenly, I heard a breathing hovering at the end of my bed, like something was watching me. I saw the dog growling at it. I checked outside to see if anything was out the window. Nothing could explain this demonic-sounding breathing that grew louder and was getting slowly closer to me. As I was creeped out, I went on to my sister's room and was explaining what was happening when all of a sudden it was behind me, right next to my ear. It went into my sister's room, and this time it got extremely loud. She started crying and hiding under her boyfriend's arm. It stopped and went away. For the next week, I started to notice whenever I walked into different buildings, the power would fade in and out for a second. Everywhere I went. I put it down as coincidence until it just became too much of a coincidence. Also, at one point in this week,
I swear I heard a demonic voice in the living room saying something I could not understand. I told it to leave. After a while, things stopped, and 2 months after the first incident, I was laying in bed one morning where suddenly I froze. I was trying to send a text message, and from what I recall, the writing changed. I was trying to read it, but my vision blurred, my body was shaking, and I could not speak. I definitely was not religious, but I was praying subconsciously. It was really intense. This lasted about 2 seconds, 2 months later, and it's up to today, on Monday. On Friday night, my mate stayed over. My dog was on my bed once again. I heard my dog growling at something, and based on past experiences, I decided to just roll the other way and sort of just block out everything. My mate, on the other hand, was scared to death, as he told me the next morning that a really bad presence was in the room. He said he just could feel it. It was suddenly cold, and he said breathing came from the hallway, got louder, and went into my bathroom, which is when the dog started to growl. It stuck around for about 2 minutes. My mate was too scared to move, and didn't even tell me it was happening. Last Sunday, possibly the most intense thing happened at around 4:30 a.m. I went to turn the DVD player off with the remote. I accidentally fell asleep with it on, and then rolled onto my left side. Out of nowhere, wind was rapidly blowing in the room. It was a harsh, freezing cold wind, blowing on my face as I was covered by my blanket. A very deep, dark, but clearer than usual voice echoed in my right ear. It was saying something in a totally foreign language I had never heard like before. I could not control my body at this time. I was frozen into my bed and could not speak. I was trying to recite a prayer that my mate's dad, who is a priest, told me to say if shit ever went down. I could only mumble it, and this time it snapped out, and I yelled the word God subconsciously. The room became so still. It was daunting. I like to consider myself to be very logical and usually skeptical. I never would have believed such stories in the past, but now that I've experienced it and have heard so many stories of my friends doing seances and stuff, I think it's legit. I do not believe this to be a human spirit. I actually believe it to be some form of bad spirit or a demon. I still am not a religious person. However, I now believe in the unseen. I hope to get some much needed sleep now. I've had slight hauntings all my life. Just little things that I'm sure mostly everyone has had happen to them. That is until my family moved into a home in De Pere, Wisconsin. The home is an area rich with history. It is supposedly where the last Dufresne was found. I've heard stories from other people whom lived in this area, and a lot of them have problems with their homes as well. Here is my story. We moved into the home when I was about 13 years old. At first, we loved the house and how big it was, but in the first few minutes of running through it, I could almost sense something was really odd about the house. It was just a spooky feeling that I had when entering some of the rooms. Our dog would freak out a lot and bark at imaginary things and would refuse to enter some rooms. Our friend would refuse to spend the night because they felt something evil in the home, and some claimed to see demons and shadow people. I came home to find my best friend sitting on my porch shaking and crying. She told me that she was in my bedroom and heard my mother's bedroom door slam shut. She went to investigate and found that there was no reason for the door to slam like it did. So, she opened the door and set a heavy clothes basket in between the door frame and the door itself. She left the area, only to hear the door slam shut 5 seconds later. She went back and found the clothes basket had been flung inside of the room. We also had an unusual fire that should have killed all of us, but for some reason, I woke up to discover its TVs would flip on and off by themselves also. Alarm clocks would never stop the correct time either. I almost felt like the house had a good and evil battle going on with it, and we were caught in the crossfire. My sister and her friends would hear moaning noises a lot too. We finally told her mother that we needed to move, and she did not put up a fight. The day we moved out, she confessed to us that when she was sleeping, she would wake up to a feeling like someone was sitting on her and strangling her. She even felt the fingers once. When we got to our new house, the neighbors came over to greet us. They asked where we had just moved from. We gave them the address, and they got all very pale
and told us that they too had lived in the same house and asked us if we had any problems living there. We compared stories, and almost everything was the same. The home is almost always for sale or rent. It just seems nobody wants to stay in it for very long. I did meet the current owner once, and he told me he has had no problems with the home, but I'm sure that he either is not noticing, or maybe the demons have finally left. It just seems like every home I lived in has the same little type of hauntings with it, or I'm just sensitive to that kind of energy, which I could live without. I have many things I could post here, but some I'm not ready to share yet. Hello, my name is Tiffany, and I have some uncertainties maybe you can clear up for me. When I was 6 years of age, my father was killed in a car accident on his way to work. To this day, I strongly feel his spirit remains with me. For the record, I love my father dearly, still do, and miss him so much. In the spring of 1992, as a class project for our psychology class, we had to take notes that night of the dream we had, if one was had, and share it with the class the next day. I still to this day cannot decipher if what I had was a dream or a near-death experience. I dreamt I sat in this tunnel. It had all my favorite childhood memories within it, my stuffed bear, my ball, my favorite tricycle, etc. Also in that tunnel was my father, dressed in a white gown, sitting on a chair. I knelt down next to him and listened to him tell me, "Tiffany, I love you, and I need you to understand this is not your time." I told him that I loved him and missed him so much, but he told me that I couldn't go, because then I couldn't tell my mom what he wanted me to share with her. He told me, "I understand you miss me, but you have to understand that one day we will all be together, and that time is not now. You have to let your mother know how much I miss her and care about her, as well as the rest of you. I have 6 siblings. The light in this tunnel was absolutely beautiful. I've never seen anything like it before. As I was drifting away from him in the dream, I was waking up, sobbing uncontrollably. Of course, I had to go and share this with my mom, and she was speechless. Since then, I've only had one other dream with my dad and siblings in it. Of course, real as ever, and again, so upset I couldn't be with them. I'm just not so sure if the first one was an actual dream, out-of-body experience, or near-death experience. It was just amazing. My second experience, when I was 20 to 21, I became pregnant. I lived with my cousin and her boyfriend in Ballsville, New York, in an apartment on Downer Street. One night, while I was close to my expecting date, I woke up to a woman without a face in a white gown, almost like a nun sitting at the end of my bed. When I sat up, she immediately disappeared. She showed up a few times after, almost as though she was watching over me. It didn't matter if I moved my bed from one side of the room to the other, she still found her way. To this current day, I still feel like I have family who have passed on watching over me. I've been told I have an older man, usually sitting at my kitchen table with a cigarette in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, which sounds much like my grandfather. I can't tell you how many times my fiance, 2 older sons, and myself have put our cell phones, digital camera, flashlights, anything with batteries on the kitchen counter, and within hours, the batteries are almost drained. We don't place these items up there as often as we used to. Many times when family is going to pass on, see the individual in a dream the night before, and that's when I know their time has come. I've had dreams which include the dead meant for other people, and let me tell you, they physically drain me. Oh my god, sometimes it's fun though. When relaying the message to the rightful person and seeing their expression when I tell them something I have previous knowledge of, and don't know what it means, but they have an understanding. It is just amazing. It seems to bring relief to them. I don't know if you can sort any of this out, or if any of this makes sense to you, but I know this stuff has happened to me, and it doesn't scare me. It seems like more of a wake-up call. Thank you for your time, and have a great evening. Thank you for listening as well. I sincerely appreciate it. My children and I had a very bad experience with a demon in a house that we lived in. My son became very scared one night as he viewed a ghost of a man with a sword sticking out of its side. This ghost was standing in the doorway of my son's bedroom very late one night. He said this thing was just giving him the feeling of such terrible dread and hatred. It made my son feel like it was going to kill us. My son started sleeping in my daughter's bedroom, and that thing started going from room to room, looking for my son, and so it started coming into our room and scaring the daylights out of me. I felt the hatred and anger. I know that it would have killed us if we had not gotten our pastor out there to help us. When our pastor pulled into our drive, he said he felt the anger and hatred just emanating from the house to the outside. He knew what we were up against, and we immediately started saying prayers to Jesus and his army of saints to fight for us. It ended up working so well that while we were living there, we had no more problems. But whenever we drive by, we cannot even look at the house. I know this was a short one, but I appreciate you listening. Hi, my name is Diane. Growing up in Detroit, my family lived in a house that was haunted. On several occasions, my whole family would hear loud crashes that could only be described as boxes of dishes being smashed. Everyone in my family experienced several ghost contacts in one form or another. On 3 different occasions with 3 different family members, a man about 60 was seen wearing a plaid flannel shirt. This man mainly stood there looking at the person, never attempted communication or harm. I was about 8 when he appeared, and I was the first one to see him, although my sister, who was 7 years older than me, was not present. I tell this to you now, so later you will understand. My relatives from out of town were visiting, and the adults were sitting in the living room after dinner. I was extremely quiet in the hopes that only a child can have, that they would forget that I was there. I was sitting on the couch and the front door was open, with the screen door closed. I saw the man wearing a red plaid shirt, staying at the front door looking in. I told my family, and they thought I was overtired and put me to bed. Later that same week, my older sister was getting into the shower when she saw a man in a red plaid shirt standing in the bathroom with her. She freaked out and told my mother, who this time listened more closely. She then revealed that she too had seen the man in the red shirt standing in the kitchen by the sink, looking like he was getting a glass of water. All family members routinely heard footsteps throughout the house, especially going up the stairs into an attic bedroom. The steps would continue across the floor. All my family members experienced this together and separate on several different occasions. My sister, whose bedroom it was for a while, admitted she was scared to sleep in that room and was frightened very often, thinking that someone was coming into her room. I later had that same bedroom and became so afraid of it that I began sleeping on the living room sofa. On several occasions, dishes in the house would break when put in a certain china cabinet, and on 2 separate occasions, a silver meat platter in the china cabinet, whose doors were kept closed, flew across the room at my mother. Lights turned off in the basement would be on when we would wake up every morning. The dryer would routinely come on by itself, and even after the electric was checked out, this still continued. The basement had an old coal room that had been converted into a storage room with paint cans and stuff. This room had a negative feeling, and no one in the family liked to even go in there. Likewise, no one in the family wanted to go under the stairs, although no one had a mysterious occurrence in those places. Every family member in that house had heard their name called on different occasions many times when they were home alone. One occasion comes to mind. My father, who was home alone, was working in the basement. My mother, sister, and I were out shopping at the mall. He distinctly heard the front door open, even though it was locked, and someone walked across the living room and the kitchen. He walked upstairs and found the front door locked, as he knew he would. It was then that someone called his name. He answered, and no one said anything after that. Another all-family experience came when we all went to visit my grandmother who lived across town. We even brought the family dog. We were returning home, and as we pulled into the driveway, I saw the drapes move back like someone was watching us return. I said, "Did you see that?" And my father countered, "What did you see?" I told him, and he and my mother and sister agreed that this is what they saw too. My dad went into the house first while we waited in the car.
Everything was just as we left it with the doors locked. On one occasion, I awoke to having a woman staying at the foot of my bed. She disappeared as soon as I got a good look at her. Her name was Anne. She said she had lived in that house. No one in that house ever saw Anne again. This house had an addition that was a former dining room off the back. It had built-in china cabinets that would fly open on no occasion, even after my mother put hooks on them, thinking the wood was swelling. Music was often heard playing softly. In all, it was a weird place to live, and we were all very glad to move. But we did live there over 20 years. My parents moved into an apartment, as I did in a different location, while staying with them because I had become extremely ill. I had a unique experience of a ghost nurse who took care of me. My parents were asleep, and I was lying on the sofa, so hot but lucid. I could hear them snoring from the bedroom. I heard soft whispers shuffle across the floor and felt a cold hand lovingly touch my forehead, checking my fever, a comfort. I was not afraid really, and somehow thought Grandma is here, but I had no evidence of this. I remember keeping my eyes closed, just knowing my nurse did not want me to see her. I was very conscious of my parents snoring and knew it was not them. When the feet shuffled off, I opened my eyes and got up and looked at my parents. They were sound asleep. The whole situation lasted maybe 2 minutes, yet I started to improve that night. Hi, I don't have any pictures or sound files, but I just wanted to share my story, and maybe you can give me an idea of what on earth I saw. When I was 6, I shared a room with my older brother. He was fast asleep, but I couldn't resist. I remember tossing and turning. I had this toy closet with a short door on it. I looked at the door and saw a large hole in it. It was black with no real shape and had a hole in the middle of it, the only spot that wasn't black. Anyway, I get up and shake the curtains, trying to see if it was a shadow. I put my hand in front of it. I move my toys and dolls. What is making the shadow, I thought. I stood in front of it and just stared, and then moved off the door and just hovered in front of me. Now, this is where it sounds really stupid, but remember, I was only a kid. I asked if it wanted to play chess. I was frightened, but didn't know what else to do. I turned and ran and looked, seeing it coming from behind me. I look up at my door. My room had no door, just an opening. And there was a black shadowy figure, like the smaller one, but in the shape of a very, very tall man. He was blocking my way out, but I didn't care. I ran through him and into my parents' room, under their covers, and never peeked out. Years later, when I was around 14, my best friend spent the night with me in that same room, and told me she woke up around 5 a.m. to see a tall, shadowy man looking down at us in the darkness. She thought it was my father. My father never comes up into my room. He never has. I know this is real. I wasn't dreaming or just imagining things. Have you ever heard a story similar to this before about a black figure that changed shape? I've never seen them since, but I'm still curious. After reading some of the experience others have shared, I wanted to highlight a few of my own. I tend to be very observant of activity around me, whether I see it or not. Some people think it's an overactive imagination, but if they felt and saw some of the things I have, they would think otherwise. I guess my first experience would have to begin with what I consider my guardian angel. To start off, I lived in a fairly average house with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, which was built in 1960. There were no previous owners. My room was at the end of a long hallway with my parents right next to it, quite convenient for late night toilets. When I was around 6 years old, I had my first experience with a world other than my own. I remember it so clearly. I'd been asleep and had a disturbing dream. I woke up, about to call for my mother. At the time, my bed was on the opposite wall of the door, and I could see my parents' room and most of the hallway. Before I called out what I saw, what I thought was my mother came into the room. I had a distinct feeling of peace immediately. I saw her clearly wearing her bathrobe with the blue and white stripe down the center and rollers in her hair. She walked into the room and up the length of my bed. When she reached the head of the bed, I put out my hand to her and felt nothing but cool air. She just looked down, smiled, and vanished. It did not frighten me that she was gone, just the opposite. I felt relieved and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, when I awoke, I saw my mother in the living room and noticed that she did not have any rollers in her hair. I asked if she had worn anything the night before, and she said no. I then asked if she had come into my room that night, and again, the answer was no. I did not say anything further in case she would say I was just dreaming. I knew then, as I do now, that I was not dreaming. It wasn't until a few years later that I told her when another strange thing happened to me as I lay in bed. I was about 15 at the time and still having trouble sleeping. My room had since been rearranged differently, with the head of my bed moved to the diagonal corner from my door, still viewing my parents' room. As I lay waiting for sleep to take me, I had the strangest feeling overcome me. This has happened twice since. I was laying on my side, staring at the opposite wall, when my vision began to tunnel. I felt my body begin to go numb and could hear, distinctly, my heartbeat slow. At first I thought I was slowly falling asleep, until I realized that I was very much awake. I was still staring at the wall, and I could make out my hand laying in front of me. I tried to move but could not. I tried to call out and could not. I thought I was dying. I could still hear my heart slow and was watching as my eyesight dimmed. Just before all that went black, I heard a distinct voice, which I thought was my mother, call my name. I heard it several times before my body and mind were together again. As soon as I could move, I sat up to see if my mother was in the room. She was not. I then went into my parents' room, where both were sound asleep. I was extremely perplexed and exhausted after the ordeal. The next morning, I told my mother about the night before and about the time I was 6. She told me that it must have been my guardian angel, coming in a form that was soothing to me. I've now been to college twice and had other strange activity that did and did not include my angel. That can go for another time. And never forget that the young are always prone to see and hear what we cannot, because they are more open to the world than elders. It's not always an overactive imagination either. Thanks for reading. I've only had one paranormal experience. It happened last October when my boyfriend had temporarily rented a trailer. We had lived there for almost 2 months and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. One afternoon, he decided to take a nap and I was in the living room watching TV. I started hearing this really strange continuous screeching noise. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall beside his bedroom door. When I walked over there, it stopped. I sat back down and started watching TV again, and it started back again. This time, I walked into the kitchen. The bedroom was right beside the kitchen, and I started opening the bottom cabinets, and once again, the screeching stopped. I never said anything about it to my boyfriend because I didn't think a lot about it at the time. A couple of days later, we were in the kitchen eating breakfast, and he told me that the day before, when he was there by himself, that he heard a weird, loud screeching noise. He said he tried to find it where it was coming from, and it would not stop when he'd look. I told him that the same thing had happened to me while he was asleep a few days earlier. We both talked about ghosts and laughed about it, pretty much dismissing it as a joke. A few minutes later, his mom came and stayed all night and was asleep on the living room couch. This particular night, we were sleeping in the bedroom on the opposite end of the trailer. It was really late, probably around 3 a.m., and we had been laying there talking when I started hearing this noise. It was kind of like the screeching, but much quieter, and screeched at intervals, like footsteps. I thought my boyfriend had his hand dropped over the side of the bed, making that noise with his hand against the plastic on the mattress. I said, "Brian, quit making that noise." He said, "I'm not making that noise," and held up both of his hands. He looked at me as scared as I looked back at him and said, "Get up and get dressed."
As soon as he said that, you could actually tell where the screeching was moving through the room to the corner beside the bed and feel this undescribable presence, and all of a sudden, the screeching just went crazy and so loud. It was right there. Needless to say, within a split second, it was the only one there. Now, can you imagine 2 grown adults running into the living room to wake up his mom? She said she hadn't heard anything, but that we scared her to death running through the living room at 3 a.m. in the morning like we were on fire. We sat up in the living room for the rest of the night and moved back to his mom's house within the week. So far, that's the only experience that I've had. I'm the only one in my family who believes in ghosts. I have plenty of reasons too. Many of these experiences I've never spoken of to anybody until now. My friends and family wouldn't believe me if I began to tell them, because I have so many different experiences with what I believe are ghosts. I think I'm meant to know of them. I feel like I have a connection with the dead. All of this probably sounds pretty unbelievable, especially coming from someone as young as I am, but it all happened. When I was very young, like maybe 3, I remember being watched. I remember shadows by the closet door. I think it was the shadow of a man. He watched me every night. Usually, he would just stand there. Once or twice, he would move towards me, and I ran into my parents' room, where they would let me stay. The shadow followed me into that room too, but I felt safe with my parents. For the next couple of years, I don't remember much. When I was 5, I lived on a farm in Nebraska. It was a really quiet area. I remember seeing a young woman, late teens, early 20s, running through the woods, laughing and giggling. If any of my experiences were to be blamed on my imagination, it would be this one. Though it was only my imagination, I don't understand how it appeared in my memory with such vivid detail. Later that year, I moved back to my home state, Virginia. Virginia is a pretty amazing state. It is one of the first places people came to when they discovered America, and it is also full of historical sites from both the Revolutionary War and Civil War, many battlefields and cemeteries. Anyway, when I first moved back there, my mother, my brother, and I were staying with my grandparents. It's a pretty old brick house. Before my grandparents moved into it, it was owned by my great aunt Clara. Ever since the first time I stepped into my grandma and grandpa's bedroom, I always get the chills. Even now, I dread going in there alone. When I was younger, the eyes of the picture of Aunt Clara would follow me. They would follow me across the room. My brother has always been just as scared of the room as I have. He would never tell anybody why. To this day, he refuses to go into the room. I remember the scariest was when I was 5. I was napping on Grandma's bed, and I was dreaming about Great Aunt Clara. All I remember about the dream was that she was wearing all black, and she was reaching out to me. I woke up sweating. The room was so dark, but I made out her figure standing at the front of the bed, reaching out to me like in a dream. I got up and ran out of the room and into the dining room, where I was pushed headfirst into the leg of the large solid dining room table. I turned to see who had pushed me, and nobody was there. I had to go to the emergency room for stitches in my forehead. I never told anybody about seeing her because nobody would have believed me. Shortly after, we moved.
There's a lot of ghosts in my family, so I'll just tell you a few. My grandfather passed away before I was born. He used to wait for my aunt, sitting in his rocking chair, every day to get out of school. Well, one day after he died, my aunt said that she came home from school to find her babysitter with her jaw hanging open and wide-eyed, staring at the rocker. It was rocking by itself, and their dog was sitting in front of it, begging. Suddenly, the rocker stopped moving, and the dog started walking slowly back to the door, which was deadbolt locked. The door unlocked in front of everyone and swung open. So did the screen door. Normally, if the back door was open, the dog would run out. He didn't. Then both doors shut again, but they didn't lock. Another story is told by my mother and my aunts on my father's side. They were all playing Trivial Pursuit when a question came up about one of the wars that my grandfather had fought in. Meanwhile, there was a pot of spaghetti sitting on the stove. My Aunt Patty said a smart comment about my grandfather and the war, just joking around. Well, the pot of spaghetti flew across the room and landed right next to my Aunt Patty's feet. It dumped everywhere and just missed her. I think he was just trying to tell her that her joke wasn't funny. My personal experiences are different. One, for instance, was when my grandfather died in 1990. 2 weeks later, me and my cousin slept in my grandmother's house. My aunts and fathers lived there. Well, about 8 p.m., we both went into the living room to watch TV, and my grandma's rocker was rocking by itself. That I saw with my own 2 eyes. Another incident was at my cousin Sandy's house. My cousin Brandy and I were babysitting. She was on the phone with her boyfriend when the kitchen light switch started turning on and off by itself. It was going up and down, like someone was turning it on and off. Okay, last story. The story to my cousin Sandy's house is even weirder. A man had hung himself in the attic a couple of years before she moved in. My cousin was a dancer, so she used to exercise a lot to stay in shape. Anyways, she told me a few stories about when she was exercising, and she would get tapped on the shoulder. Or once she heard someone calling out her newborn son's name, and no one was in the house. She heard knocks on the front door. The attic door would open and shut continuously. Her brother-in-law was there on a few instances. Whoever he wasn't good. He was definitely there to scare, so she moved out within 6 months. I have a few more that I can think of, but I think this is already too long. I don't know if there's a reason for so many hauntings in my family or not, but I wish that it would stop. You never know what would happen if someone really ever got one of these spirits angry. Thanks for reading my family history. I hope you enjoyed it. I didn't.
My story has to do with things that happened to me as a child. When I was 6 years old, my parents bought a very old house, probably around 100 years old, and that was back in 1976. It was a very large home, and some of the original wallpaper was still in it. I've always been in kind of tune with the supernatural, and I also have a psychic sense. I'm not saying I am psychic, but I just know things, and I can't explain it. Well, anyway, I know that my sister was very afraid of this house. She is 3 years younger than me. She would either sleep with my parents or with me, and she would never cross the long hall that ran through the center of the house by herself. I know that one day, I was sitting in the living room, and I got this really weird feeling. It really felt like I wasn't the only one in the room. I felt like someone was staring at me. Now keep in mind that my mother and sister had gone to the store, so I was in the house alone. At this time, I was about 9 years old. I was sitting on the floor, and I just happened to look up. If you are familiar with old houses, you know that some of these have glass windows at the top of each door that I guess people used for ventilation before air conditioning was invented. Well, the upstairs of this house had been added years after the original one-story had been built, and the steps that led upstairs went even with the glass window above the door in the room I was in. There was also a small triangle of wood that was missing from the step, and that is where my eyes shifted to. There was something looking at me through that space. I was so scared that I grabbed my dog and ran to the front porch, just hoping my mother would drive up. I don't know what it was, but there was something up there. People in the neighborhood were always asking if the house was haunted, and one time, an old woman I had never seen before asked me if I knew of the girl that had been locked in her room, in my house, and she had died there. There's also another story that happened in the same house. My uncle was living with us. He was 70 years old, and I was about 10 at the time. One night, I heard him calling my father. He was shouting, and that is what woke me up. My father went running into his room, and this was my uncle's reply. I know you're not going to believe this, and I know I shouldn't be seeing this, but I do. There's a black woman standing in front of the fireplace,
holding a little girl's hand, and she's wearing a red coat and hat. Then, my father said that my uncle's eyes followed something around the room, and then my uncle began to scream again, "No, go away, don't come near me." Then they disappeared. My father said he had never been so scared in his life because my uncle was being so rational about it, like he knew he shouldn't be seeing something like that, but he did. I knew there was something in that house. Although we moved out when I was 14, I still drive by to look, and I still do get a creepy feeling about it just from driving by. My mom and one of my sisters just moved to New York, and we are living in the house my mom grew up in. Both of her parents are dead, and have been for a number of years. Ever since we have gotten here, my mom and sister have felt something in the house. I can't feel anything, but I can see something. The other day, I watched my dead grandpa of 11 years walk into the room. I ran upstairs so fast once, I was able to move and stayed there until my sister decided to come downstairs for bed. The next day we started talking about what happened. My sister said that once she got into bed, and underneath the covers, she felt something on top of her, giving her a hug, and it hugged her until she fell asleep. My mom then joined in on the conversation and said that her parents still live in this house. She told us that she actually sat down the other day and talked with her father, and then her mother joined in and told her to talk to someone in our church. She did that, and found out that the person she was supposed to talk to was in charge of genealogy, and that they actually knew the same people from San Diego. This kind of spooked me out, because it took my mom a good few months to tell me this. She always tells me something I should know after I see a spirit. Thanks for reading. Many people see spirits in houses and such, so they conclude that the places are haunted. However, I believe that I am haunted. I've seen spirits my whole life, but some, when I was a child, I can't even remember, so my mother tells me. The one I'm going to talk to you about happened when I was about 1 year old. I'm now 18. We lived in a town just outside of San Diego, California. The people that lived in the house before us abused their children and locked them in the closets. My mom has found evidence of this, but does not know to what extent these children were tortured. My mom has had many experiences with the evil spirits that lived in the house. One day, when I was finished playing with my blocks, she went in to clean up after me. She knew exactly how many blocks were there and found that one was missing. She looked all over the room and even felt around on the bed and still couldn't find it. She then left the room to see if I had it with me, which I didn't, so she went back into the room, and there it was, just sitting on the edge of the bed where she had previously looked and felt. My mom always kept the house spick and span. She hated a messy house. She had just finished cleaning the living room when she left, and came back in and found a hairbrush in the middle of the floor. No one had been in the bathroom or the living room since she cleaned them. The spirits knew how to make my mom mad. They would always take things and put them way out of place, so my mom was always running around, putting them back into place, just to find them out of place again. She was always cold in the house, even if she was just sitting by a roaring fire. She would always see little black figures running across the room, and when she would look to see again, they were gone. So finally, my mom took my sisters and me out of the house and swore we would never go back in until my dad said a prayer to get rid of the spirits. So my dad was inside for a little bit, and then he came out and said that he said a prayer. My mom questioned him for a while, and then he had her convinced. So my mom took all of us back in the house. She then turned to my dad, and in a very stern voice said, "You didn't pray." My dad of course asked her how she knew. She said, "I'm sitting in front of a fire and I'm cold." His face just fell. So my mom had us all sit down and have a family prayer together. After that prayer to get rid of the spirits, they've never come back. We then moved out of the house, and I've been able to see spirits all the time. Every house, I've either seen a spirit or have felt someone watching me. This is still going on. Just 3 days ago, I watched my grandfather walk into the room. He has been dead since I was 7 years old. If anyone knows what is going on with me, please email me. When I was 7 years old, my parents, my sister, and I lived in a home that was a one-story house that sat way back from the street. My aunt used to babysit us when my parents were away at work. Anytime I got into trouble, my aunt would make me go into a little bedroom in the back of our house, and she would make me stay in there for hours at a time. I never knew why, but I was deathly afraid of that room, and the whole time I was in there, I would hide under the blankets, too afraid to move, until she came to let me out. One day, while I was playing in the yard, I found out why I was so afraid of that room. While I was playing outside with my toys, I suddenly got the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around me, but I didn't see anybody. I went back to playing, but I just couldn't shake that watch feeling. I turned to look at the house to see if maybe my aunt or sister was around, and I saw a woman in the bathroom window, and she was watching me. I know it wasn't my aunt or sister, because they both have very dark hair, and the woman in that window had very light-colored hair. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid to move. I stayed outside for the rest of the afternoon, because I didn't want to go into the house. When my mom came home that day, I finally went inside. I didn't say anything to my mom or anyone about what I had seen. I was worried that they wouldn't believe me. So, I kept quiet. My sister and I shared a bedroom, and that night, I woke up to the sounds of cupboards opening and closing, like someone was looking for something, and I heard glasses being moved around, and the water being turned off and on. Well, being a little kid, I figured I was just imagining it, and as I laid there listening to this, I looked over at my sister, who was sleeping through this whole thing. The next morning I asked my mom if she was up last night, getting a drink, and she said no, but she looked at me kind of funny. That night, my mom had some friends over, and she sent my sister and I to bed early. My sister fell right to sleep, but I just kept thinking about what I saw in the window and what I heard the night before. My mom and her friends started talking about a lady who had hung herself in the back bedroom of our house. I could not believe what I was hearing. My mom then went on to tell her friends that she hears noises in the kitchen at night. The next day, as I was playing in the yard, I saw the woman in the bathroom window again. I started to cry, and my aunt got mad at me, so she tried to lock me in the back room again. I was kicking and screaming that I didn't want to go in there, but she wouldn't listen to me. As I sat on the bed, under the covers, I heard the door swing open. I thought it was my aunt to let me come out, so I uncovered my head, but nobody was there. I then started to hear a squeaking noise, kind of like something heavy hanging from a wooden bar. It sounded like it was coming from the closet. The closet wasn't really big, walk-in one. There was no way I was going to look in there. I just sat on the bed, listening to this noise, until my aunt came to get me. I later found out that the lady hung herself in the closet of that back room. I'm just wondering if anyone knows why she did this, and when it took place. Well, that's my story, and believe me, it is all completely true. Although this is a truer tale, it's not one of your spine tinglers, just something odd that cannot be explained. It was told to me several years ago by a colleague and happened to her mom, Jean, and some friends. Although Jean lived in Romford, Essex, she regularly went to a Keep Fit class, a small school hall in Upminster. The class had finished, and her friends had piled into a car and drove around the corner, parking near the chip shop, and they all ordered fish and chips, like you do when you've just had a good workout. They were all sitting in the car quietly eating, when one person noticed something odd and nudged the person next to them. Eventually, They were all mesmerized, mouths agape, chips forgotten, as their attention was focused on the activities in the churchyard over the road. Quite clearly, they could see a silent nighttime funeral procession of a coffin being carried on the shoulders by 6 pallbearers, all decked out in long, black-tailed coats. They silently watched the procession walk from one side of the church and disappear around to the other side, St. Mary's Lane, for anyone who lives nearby. Of course, they all asked each other, "Did you see what I saw?" knowing full well they did. The next day, Jean decided to visit the church as she just had to know what had happened. Maybe someone was buried late last night. However, she got to the church and found the vicar. She worded the question carefully so as not to look like a complete idiot, and was completely stunned when the vicar told her that no funeral took place last night. She said that from the look on his face, it was fairly obvious that he knew why she was asking, but being a vicar, he simply smiled and walked away. Spooky. I've been past the churchyard, as my grandparents used to live just down the road, and it is quite creepy looking place. All the stones are really old and crumbly, and covered in moss. None of the names or dates are readable. It's one of those graveyards where you can look at for a little while, and then you kind of shudder and have to look away. I used to think it was my childish imagination, but even these days, the place still gives me the creeps, even in the middle of summer. Well, like everyone else, I'll start off with some background information. I'm 19 right now, and ever since I was young, have had a fascination with death and what lies beyond. Every time I would read something, I would try to think I had a similar experience, but I didn't. I've lived in Chicago for most of my life in the same house. Nothing really special about it, except our basement floors are basically entirely dirt. But that doesn't really mean anything to my story. When my mom found out she was expecting my 3rd brother, she decided we needed to do a little remodeling and room changing, so I ended up having my brother's old room, which also used to be my brother's room. Nothing unusual happened while I was living there until the end of my senior year in high school. I was asleep one night, and the room got unbelievably cold, although no windows were open, and it was a warm night. I buried myself under my blankets and tried to go back to sleep. This would happen from time to time. Then one night, I was woken up again by the extreme cold when I saw a shadow of a man whose figure I could not make out, just watching me sleep. He stood about a foot away from my bed. When he noticed I was awake, he just turned and walked out of my room, but he went through the wall right next to my door. The first few times I saw him, I was petrified and would just close my eyes tight till I felt the room was warming up. And there were also times when I would see him coming from the kitchen, which was outside my room, and walk back into my closet. Also at night, I would hear things fall off my dresser, and I would just calmly as I could ask him to pick them up. And when I'd wake, everything would be as I left it. I never told any of my friends or family about this because they are not believers. Till one day, my mom had called me at school since I had moved out for college, telling me my sister refuses to go or sleep into my room anymore. That she woke up one night and came screaming into my parents' bedroom about a man who was watching her while she was sleeping in my room. I didn't say anything while my mom told me, but I did interrupt her before she could give me the description of the man my sister gave. I told her what I'd seen, and my mom dropped the phone. She kept asking how I knew, so I finally told her I had seen him before. I also told her if the lights ever go out in my room, to calmly ask the man to turn them back off. My mom just laughed at me. Also, I should mention, since I moved out of the house for school, my room remains hot to room temperature while I'm gone. But when I come home on weekends, the temp does not go above 50 degrees, no matter how high we set the heat or how many little heaters we put in there. Then one night, my mom was clearing out some of my sister's clothes, so I would have room for mine when I came home for the summer, and my dad was sitting outside in the kitchen watching TV. It was relatively late at night, and my mom had just finished clearing out a drawer,
and was about to get up when the lights went out. My mom said out loud, "Look, I'm almost done here, and Jennifer will be home next week, so please just put the lights on." And just as she finished, the lights went on, and my mom ran out of my room. Since I've been home for the summer, my room is back and stays at a normal temperature, which I'm thankful for. But I still hear things in my closet, and I'll see a light shine through the closet doors, although I don't have any lights in the closet. "20 years ago, when we moved into our house, a duplex, we were good friends with the tenant, and she had told us that she was going to be gone for the weekend. So we were home, sleeping on a sofa sleeper in the living room at the time, and we heard noises from the upstairs, sounding if someone was dragging furniture across the floor. My husband went to the stairs and yelled up to see if there was someone there, and the apartment was dark. So he came downstairs, and we fell asleep, not thinking any more about it. Well, the next day when she came home, she came downstairs and asked us if there had been a problem upstairs, and we said no. Why? And she said that she was just wondering why we moved all of her dining room chairs into the kitchen. At first I was scared, but then for years nothing had happened, until Jenny was born. One night, my husband had gone hunting, and I was awoken by a noise of her mobile being turned on. I went into her room, and she was just lying there awake, watching the mobile move above her. Then the last time that anything happened was about 3 years ago. My husband and I had divorced, and I was seeing someone. Well, my friend, as I call it, must have not liked him, because he always kept his cologne on the dresser, and at least once or twice a week, I would come home and find it either knocked over, on the floor, or in the garbage. At first we blamed the cat, but then we started closing the bedroom door, and it would still happen. Of course, he never believed. Nobody ever does, but I do. Nevertheless, I'm not with him anymore, and have since been remarried, and have no problems. Sometimes when I'm alone, I do feel that there is someone or something there with me, and my daughter. I'm sure that you receive thousands of these stories, but mine is true, whether you or anyone else believe mine. I know in my heart that it is true. Back in about 1982, I became resident manager of an old rooming house in Placerville, California, better known as Hangtown. Placerville is just a few miles from Coloma, where the gold rush took place at Sutter's Fort on the American River. The rooming house, during the gold rush era, was the only hospital in the area. It consisted of 42 rentable rooms and several miscellaneous rooms that were used by residents for laundry, storage, vending machines, a TV room, community kitchen, dining room, and my office. I'd been manager for about 6 months before the chaos started. I've always been a sensitive, having had several experiences all through childhood and adulthood. One cold winter night, a bad storm had moved in, and the main highway to South Lake Tahoe had to close, trapping several skiers and gamblers halfway up the hills. It didn't take long before the motels and hotels filled up. I got a call from the police department asking me if I could accommodate the stranded travelers. I let them know that I had about 10 or 12 vacancies, but to let them know that our power had failed due to the storm. All streetlights were out, and there was total blackness everywhere. There were several steps leading up to the entry door, and I was afraid that in the darkness, someone might get hurt. All of the tenants helped out. We gathered up the candles and put them out on the steps. We dug up some old coffee percolators and made the coffee the old way and set out to greet our guests. They didn't come in one at a time. They came in at about 10 at a time. I paid some volunteer residents to get rooms ready while I checked the people in. There was a group of the younger residents there at the stairs with flashlights ready to take the new guests up to the long flight of stairs to the upper rooms. As the guests would arrive, these men would chant, "Welcome to the Hotel California,"
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. All went well, and the next morning, everyone thanked and said they had a wonderful stay and really enjoyed the off-the-wall hospitality. Shortly thereafter, we had a tenants meeting. During the meeting, these men were chanting the words to the song Hotel California and called my attention to several verses. During the storm, I had lit the candles to show the guests the way. At one time, the community kitchen had been the manager's resident kitchen. In the day of the hospital, it had been emergency room. In the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. Other verses fit also. Every time the song would come on a radio anywhere in the rooming house, the volume would be cranked. Then one night, as I sat up figuring the next day's bank deposit, I heard screaming. It was the young girl down the hall on the first floor who was living there with her small son. She told me that there was a face of a man on her wall. My husband went and checked it out, and yes, it was there. Later that night, about 2 a.m., she came to my office again and said that she kept hearing a whistle, like a bamboo whistle, and a child's voice calling mommy outside her room. I went down there and heard the same thing. One of the young men who was still up watching TV went outside to check it out. He said the sound was coming from every direction he walked. He would hear it from the south, north, east, and west as he walked. By now, the commotion had woke up just about everyone in the rooming house. The TV room filled up with people telling me of the experience that they had been having, but were too afraid to talk about it until this night. About 4 a.m., everyone went back to bed. I stayed up, along with two of the younger, more brave men. As we sat in the TV room talking, we heard loud stomping coming from somewhere in the back part of the lower story. At the end of the main entry hall, there was a swinging door that led to the laundry area. Beyond that, the garbage room. Beyond the garbage room, there were other empty rooms that I was told later was the hospital morgue. As we passed the community kitchen and started to approach the swinging door, the footsteps got louder. We all looked through the window at the top of the swinging door and saw no one. Just then, the door swung open and stayed open as though someone were holding it. Needless to say, me and these brave men backed up quickly. No one was standing there at the door, but it remained open for several seconds and then swung shut. It was a quiet, still night, so the theory of a breeze or wind is out. In a few minutes, the footsteps started again, just as loud as the first time. We looked down the hall, and the swinging door was opening and shutting continuously and with a lot of force. We were all speechless. All this time this was happening, we were still hearing the whistle and the child's voice calling mommy. In the nights to follow, there were several incidents, and some residents that have been there for years moved out. Within a matter of a few months, I was gone. I've never gone back there, but I wonder to this day if there are still occurrences at that place. Every time I hear that song, it brings that place to mind, and when it does, I get a cold chill, and every detail is just as visible in my mind as it was that very night. My best friend Kay just moved out of a house that is most definitely haunted. The house is in Dayton, Idaho, a small town of about 200 people, about 10 miles north of the Utah-Idaho border. It sits on Dayton's main street across from the city park. It's a large old house that has been divided into a two-family dwelling. My friend lived in the front part of the house, while another family lived in the back. Kay told me that she and her 3 kids never liked the house from the beginning, but she had taken a new job in Preston and needed to find a house to live in. After spending days looking for a place to live, she was told about this house and went out to look at it. She said when she saw the house, it looked dark, even though the sun was shining. When she went inside, she said the house was even darker inside, and there was a heavy feeling in the house she just couldn't shake. She really didn't like the house,
but it was all that she could find, so she took it. From the beginning, she and the kids disliked living there. Her 14-year-old daughter hated staying by herself in the house and would do anything to avoid being alone. She said that she always felt like someone was watching her. One afternoon, when she was alone, she saw the dark figure of a man looking through the hall window at her. This really scared her. The hall window was high enough off the ground, and you would need a ladder to see in the window. When you pass the hall window, the hall turns and goes past the stairs and ends in the master bedroom. This part of the hall at the house of the stairs is always frigid. My friend had found a new home to rent and was eager to get out of the house. I was helping her pack, and I had mentioned to her how cold that hallway was by the stairs. It was like walking into a freezer. She said that it was always like that. Even in the summer, when it was 90 degrees outside, she said that the hall was freezing cold. I thought at first it was cold because the storm windows had been left open, so I closed them. Then it dawned on me that it wasn't that cold outside because we've been having such a mild winter. It also felt like a cold wind was blowing across the hall, even though there was no drafts anywhere. The cold spot never moved. As soon as you went into the bedroom, or upstairs into the bathroom or kitchen, it was warm. But as soon as you stepped into the hall, you froze. Her 8-year-old twin boys would never go to bed alone. Kay told me that they were scared to sleep without each other being there. Mac told me that he and his brother Jared never went to bed alone, that it was too scary to be up there. Until they moved into this house, they had never been afraid to sleep alone. Kay and her kids finally moved into their new house. The other family that lived in the back moved out 2 days before Kay did. Renters never stay long in that house. Their new house is bright and cheerful, a stark contrast to the old house. I've experienced a lot of these kind of things all my life, but this was the first time I had never experienced psychic cold or cold spots. I get cold just thinking about it. I read your personal story. It was spooky, but I enjoyed it. Thanks for having the courage to share it. I've also had some paranormal experiences, but considerably mild in comparison to yours. Please allow me to share them with you. The first possible experience occurred when I was very young, under the age of 8 years old. I had an imaginary playmate, but my mother thought I was in touch with the entity. The playmate was adult, male, and went by the name Shadow. I don't remember Shadow, but I do remember the last time I talked about Shadow, because my mom asked me why I didn't mention Shadow anymore. Apparently I would talk about him at great length. I said that Shadow had gone away. My mom asked me when he would come back, but I said I didn't know. When my mom asked where Shadow had gone, again, I said I didn't know. My mom told me she used to hear me talking to Shadow, and that it sounded one half of a telephone conversation. It wasn't like I was making up the other half of the conversation, but merely responding to something that was being said to me. Perhaps I was in contact with the entity. However, Shadow never frightened me. He was a comforting presence. Perhaps it was an entity, although I've wondered if I was in contact with my guardian angel. Then again, I've always had a strong imagination. Perhaps it was just an imaginary playmate. The next paranormal experience happened in my brother's home in Moss Beach, California, approximately 1/4 of a mile from the Moss Beach Distillery, a restaurant that has a reputation for being haunted. When this experience happened, I did not know about the hauntings of the restaurant or of the history of the area. My brother's house has a downstairs bedroom that has long been considered my bedroom because I always slept there and always with the door locked, since everyone else slept upstairs. One night, I was awakened out of deep sleep by a man's voice, a voice much deeper than that of my brother's. The voice sounded angry, full of accusation, and said, "You don't belong here." I had a brief glimpse of a man in my room. His back was to the window, so he was in silhouette, but very solid looking. What I could see was a very craggy and rough-hewn looking face, and he was wearing a heavy canvas jacket,
like the type firemen or fishermen wear. He was pointing down at me in the bed. However, it was just that brief glimpse, and then it was gone. I've wondered if I dreamt it, because I was able to go right back to sleep. However, I doubt I would have dreamt that I didn't belong there, because I had spent so much time in my brother's house that I felt I had as much right to be there as my own brother did. When I told my brother of the incident, he said he had something spooky happen also. One night, about 2 a.m., he was still up reading when he heard someone coming up the stairs. My brother built his house from scratch and was very familiar with the entire house. It wasn't one creak that he heard. He heard every stair being trod upon. Thinking he had a prowler, he got out a gun and went to find out who was in his house. He found nothing, and all the windows and doors were locked tight. He said it was very eerie. Later we found out that Moss Beach coastline, not too far from Half Moon Bay, was the site of a lot of illegal bootlegging activity during Prohibition. There were accidents, gunfights, and other tragedies that follow illegal activity. Since finding out about the history of the area, we have since wondered what it was that my brother and I encountered. The last paranormal experience that happened occurred within a 3-month period after my mother's death. Perhaps I should say experiences, because on 3 separate occasions, I heard knocking. I was living with my maternal grandmother in the house my mother grew up. Each time I heard the knocking, it was just 3 evenly spaced knocks, but they were loud. Third time it happened, I went to answer the front door, convinced that someone was there. My bedroom was in the back of the house, which was some distance from the front door, so the knocks had to be loud for me to have heard them. I'm not positive, but I think it was Mom coming back to say hi. There's another possible experience. Both my husband and I felt something pressing down on the bed while we slept. The first time it happened to me, it woke me up. I thought the cat had just jumped on the bed near my feet. When I realized the cat was next to my pillow, it got my attention, but again, I was not afraid. The cat often moves his head and eyes like he is watching something I can't see, and only in the bedroom. And when I'm in the apartment alone, taking a shower, I hear a man's footsteps coming into the bathroom. They always sound the same, and I'm guessing they are a man's footsteps because the stride is wider than a woman's and heavier. Like I said, my experiences are very mild in comparison to what you have experienced. I've never felt fear during the experiences, but later, contemplating the possibilities, I tended to spook myself. Pretty tame stuff, but every now and then, it grabs my attention. I haven't tried to talk to any entity, if indeed there is an entity, because I would rather the experiences remain merely an amusing conversation piece, and not the source of a major investigation. Thanks for letting me share my story. You have a terrific site. I hope to visit again. Hi. I just wanted to submit my story of some experiences we had in the house my daughter and I lived in from August 2001 to February of 2002. This house is located in Pendleton, Oregon. In July 2001, we lived in a small duplex that burned down, so my daughter and I lived in it for a short while. Then the hospital I worked for had a house that no one was living in, so we were able to rent it. This house had a complete upstairs, then another apartment downstairs. When we first moved in, we didn't notice anything at all. Then my dad moved in with us and lived in the downstairs apartment. First thing that happened was in the very early AM, like 4 a.m. We could hear a baby crying from somewhere in the house, but the exact location could never be found. Then my dad, who was a true skeptic of the supernatural, actually admitted they had seen a young woman in a large brimmed red hat in the downstairs area. Both my daughter and I could hear people walking up and down the concrete steps that led to the downstairs apartment. Shortly before Christmas that year, I was laying in bed, mostly asleep, but aware of the house, and I heard very distinct footsteps coming up the back steps, walk through the kitchen, dining room, living room, and into my bedroom. I even heard the bags rustle at the end of my bed as they walked by. I stand straight up, thinking it was my dad coming upstairs to tell me something, and when I looked, there was no one there. I laid back down and heard the footsteps walk back out of my room, through the other 2 rooms, and back down the stairs. One of the most interesting things that happened was that my daughter loved to sing, and she was recording herself sing on a very simple old-fashioned tape recorder. She sang 3 songs. On the first one, everything was fine. Then on the second one, it started out in her voice. Then all of a sudden, it was a man's voice singing the song. Then that song got over. Then it went back into her voice. This was so scary, we couldn't believe it. Then right after the New Year, my dad became very ill and was admitted to the hospital for over a month. While he was gone, the haunting became even more noticeable. We would hear very loud noises coming from downstairs, and the TV would turn on and just blare. So, I completely locked up the downstairs so no one could come or go from any of the entrances. One night my daughter and I were watching TV, and all of a sudden, the TV downstairs came on so loud, it was shaking the upstairs. You could hear people walking around in circles in the kitchen, and you could hear voices of 2 men arguing and talking, coming from the downstairs. We ended up having to move, so I don't know if any haunting continues there or not. The house has since been sold, and new people live there now, and I've always wanted to ask them. Hello, my name is Laura. I've had a lot of experiences in my life. A lot of people say ghosts follow me, and especially my sister-in-law, who has been around me when things seem to happen. I would like to share 2 incidents in particular that scared my family and also myself. The first story starts when we moved into my grandmother's house. Everybody in my family said it was haunted, but I did not believe it. I visited there and spent the night there a lot, and nothing too strange has happened that could not be explained. It was the second night in the house, and I was giving my daughter a bath. She was taking her bath, and I was sitting on the sink, plucking my eyebrows, when all of a sudden, she turned to me and said, "Mommy, there are red eyes in here." I said, "What? Where, honey?" She turned to show me, and look on her face was that of sheer terror. I would never forget the fear in her face. She let out a piercing scream, and I was afraid. She was acting like someone was coming after her. I ran, grabbed her out of the tub, we slipped to the door, and I dove out of the room. My husband was dead asleep on the couch, but he flew up and went into the bathroom, swinging his arms. He thought someone had broken in or something. She was really freaking out. We were in the living room trying to calm her down. She was hysterical. All she kept saying was, "He's gonna get me. Don't let him get me." And we said, "Who?" And she said, "The man with the eyes." We let her know she was okay, and nobody was coming for her. We almost calmed her down, and as soon as we said we wouldn't let anyone get her, and that she was safe, the garbage flung across the room, and it was loud. That was the last incident that night. My cousin was sleeping over one night. She went home crying because I told her about the incident that happened, and she got a little vocal to the ghost, and a screwdriver flew off the fridge and hit her in the stomach. There were happenings like doors opening, water turning off, scratching at the doors, and on, and toys going off by themselves. Second story. We recently moved from Fort Lauderdale to St. Augustine. We actually moved to Lake Butler. We lived out in the middle of nowhere. One day, I was up watching TV. I had nothing to drink, and I do not do anything else. Anyway, I was watching TV and got distracted by something out the window. It looked like a green glowing circle. It was about the size of a golf ball, and the light was gleaming off of this thing. I was wondering to myself what in the world. All of a sudden, came another one, and then another. In like 2 seconds, there seemed to be at least 10, and it looked like they were trying to come through the window. I got scared and turned my head, thinking it would go away,
As I turned my head, I looked at the door window, and a flash of heat lightning or some kind of flash lit up the window, and it looked like a man, almost transparent, but not quite. He seemed dark. I don't know. Anyway, it is hard to explain, but it got me so bad, my body hurts. I ran to the window, closed the blinds, and ran to bed, and forced myself to sleep. Things still happen a lot. My family and I just choose to ignore it. I hope you all don't think I'm crazy. Thank you for listening.
This isn't really near Arcata, but it's on the way, and the story just came to me a minute ago. I grew up in a small town in Maine near Bowdoin College, and about 2 years ago, I was dating a guy from Bowdoin, the town, not the college, who graduated from the same high school as I did. He was a couple years older than I, and had spent a few years in the army, traveling to such exotic places as Korea. I've traveled a few places myself, and being open to new places and experiences, never thought of myself as shy or easily frightened by much of anything. One evening, the man I was seeing, Tim, and I decided we would head out into the woods to one of the numerous secluded areas in Bowdoin where we could spend some quality time doing such things as talking and other nonsense that lovers do. This particular night, we had driven up to an old quarry, and it was overcast so that when the truck was parked and the lights were turned off, the world around us was inky black. I had trouble making out the trees that I knew were just beyond the window of the truck. Nights that dark always make one a little weary, and there is something almost natural and primal about being in the woods so deep you cannot see nor hear anything but silence. Like I said, I'm not shy, and on this night, I was feeling adventurous, and I wanted to get out of the truck. So, out of the truck I went and into the bed of the truck. Tim followed suit. We laid there on a blanket for a long while when we heard a loud thump on the hood of the truck. I thought a branch had fallen onto the hood, but it was enough to startle us both into getting a flashlight from the inside of the truck. We looked on the hood, nothing. We looked around the truck, nothing but normal leaves and trail. No branches large enough to make the sound we heard. The flashlight was one of those halogen beams that is about 10 times brighter than a normal flashlight, but the darkness was eating up all the light, with the exception of the beam from the bulb. Usually, there's a wide area those lights will cover. This time, however, the light seemed to be overwhelmed by the darkness around us. Feeling a bit on edge, I decided to get back into the truck, but didn't want to leave the woods. As we sat there talking, we got more and more comfortable, and then something slammed into the side of the truck, hard enough to make it rock on the shocks. To me, it sounded and felt like it hit my side, just behind the door. I felt suddenly uneasy. I thought at first that a tree had fallen on us. Tim turned on the truck lights and got out of the truck to look around. I stayed in the truck and watched as he walked around the truck, looking at the ground and at the side of the truck. He signaled for me to get out. I did so. Where I thought the tree had fallen, there was a mudgy smudge on the side of his truck, but not tree, nothing on the ground or around us that would have caused what we just experienced. He asked if I wanted to go, and at that time, I felt so strongly like we should leave, but my curiosity was getting the better of me, and I wanted to stay and see what would happen next. We got back in the truck and sat there, anticipating. Tim turned off all the lights and cracked some jokes about privacy in the deep woods. The longer we sat there, the more uneasy I got, till I felt like I was nearly terrified for no reason. I wanted to leave. Tim, obviously feeling the same way, started the truck, and we sped out of the woods at tire-blowing speeds till we saw the lights of the houses. We went into Brunswick and got out to look at the truck again, and where that smudge had been before, now the truck was untouched, like nothing had happened. We never saw what hit the truck or experienced anything like that again. Nothing else unusual happened when we were together, with the exception of one other time when we were at his mother's house, but that's another story. Thank you for reading. I took down my memories from an incident about 8 years ago. Definitely a true story. The other girls that I was with at the time may have not put as much stake in the paranormal,
but parts of this experience were too odd to be all coincidental. I hope you enjoy. While this experience happened a number of years ago, it has not had any direct bearing on my life. I find it interesting nevertheless. I grew up mostly in Western Connecticut, and though my family moved around a lot in my teens, I attended summer camp every year in Cornwall, Connecticut. In total, I attended or worked at the camp for 8 summers, and in the last 3 years I worked there. During the 6th summer, I was 15 or 16 at the time. I had a strange experience with the other girls I was a CIT with. By the way, it means counselor in training. And while we were hiking outside at night, what made you think that was a good idea, you might ask? But rest assured, there was a good reason. One class held every week culminated in an overnight camping trip, and one of our friends was supervising the overnight. We decided that since she was going to be sitting out alone in the middle of the woods, making sure all the girls actually went to bed, she might benefit from some company, and about 5 or 6 of us headed out with flashlights to find the campsite. Just to clarify, this camp is by no means large. It sits on one side of a commercial ski mountain on a large lake. The campsite our friend was at was alongside a wooded path at the far side of the camp's boundaries, a lovely walk during the day. But a couple of my friends were really timid and nervous about walking around at night, even though we all had attended the camp for years, and years obviously grown used to being in the dark alone. It wasn't a frightening place, other than the darkness and raccoons. We started out on our walk between 9:30 and 10 p.m., followed the wooded path out to a wide gravel road that led to another boat launch site, and remembered that our friend had told us not to go towards the lake, off to the right. The site wasn't far off from that turnoff. None of us had actually ever been to the site itself, and were a little on edge as we started walking away from the water, up the wide, gravel-covered road, because there were lots of animal noises around us, and it was dark, like the deep woods gets at night in summertime. There really was no reason for any of us to actually feel afraid, because the wildlife was more or less accustomed to people, and stayed scarce when people were around. Also, we were on a road, not lost in the middle of the woods. We kept walking for what seemed like a relatively short time, but didn't see any sign of a campsite. When someone would suggest we turn back, another person would suggest that we walk just a little further, and I remember feeling inclined to keep walking, because the campsite might just be a little further up the road. We had started walking uphill significantly, and eventually, someone gave an ultimatum, saying we'd be out for more than an hour, walking, and she was scared to walk any further. I was skeptical, even though I too had begun to feel somewhat uneasy. We turned around. I had an odd feeling though the whole walk back that I shouldn't turn around, which probably spooked me more than anything else. We nearly missed our turn back to camp, and when we made it back to the camp center, we found the camp director and several maintenance workers looking panic-stricken. They told us it was past midnight, and our friend, who had been out on the overnight, had brought her campers back less than an hour earlier when she found out there was going to be a powerful thunderstorm hitting. She hadn't known where we were, knew we had planned to come visit her, and went straight to the director so we could be found. We explained what happened, how we couldn't find the campsite, how we kept walking, hadn't any inclination that we'd been out for as long as we had, and our friend looked confused. It wasn't possible, she explained, that we couldn't have seen her campsite. They had camped at a small site, right off of the little wooded path we'd first walked down, and had built up a large fire that was easily visible from the path for some ways in either direction. We shrugged it off as just a strange experience, but when you add everything up, the explanation that we just missed seeing you, kept going, turned off, and walked up a gravel road for a couple miles never sit quite right with me. I didn't learn the strangest part of the story until a couple of years ago. There's a small town located within an uninhabited portion of Cornwall in Cornwall Bridge, Connecticut, called either Dudleytown or Dudleyville, depending on the account. The ghost town, so to speak, is called one of the most haunted places in the country, with a long history of inhabitant mental illness, disappearances, murder, ghost sightings, etc. Some of the most poignant stories of the strange going-ons of Dudleytown have been recently documented spirit sightings, orbs, mechanical failure, cold spots, And the most startling discovery for me was the knowledge that Dudleytown was just located a few miles away from my camp, and, according to my map's readings, further along up the road we had walked on that night and down another turnoff. I've wondered why was it that we kept on walking that night, even though a couple of people were very scared, why I felt like we should just keep walking, why we missed seeing that plainly visible fire, why I felt I couldn't turn back and look behind me, and if we just continued walking along that road, what would have happened if the storm had hit while we were out? Thanks for reading. This happened 2 years ago in Hilton Head, South Carolina. My cousins and myself go on vacation every year. My cousin Daniel and I are best friends and usually stay together all the time. We got to share a room that year. My parents and my aunt and uncle had rented a house on Hilton Head Island, South Carolina that summer for a 2-week vacation. The house was huge, with more rooms on the main floor than my house has on all of the floors. My cousin Daniel and I ran through the house and picked out the coolest room in the house. The room was strange, I must admit. The far corners were made of glass, so you could see into the woods out back. I settled into my room immediately, so my other cousins couldn't take the room. My cousin Daniel left the room to get his bags, just as I finished. It had been a long day, and it was getting dark. I laid down on the bed I chose, and before I knew what happened, I fell asleep. I awoke from my sleep at exactly 3:20 in the morning because my cousin, being a chunky person, turned up the air conditioning in the room. So, instead of waking him up by turning down the air and hearing him complain all night, I decided to find somewhere else to sleep only for the night. I wandered the house until I made my way outside in the back of the house. The back of the house had a deck that was in disrepair. I got many splinters in my feet from shuffling outside. The back of the house, after the deck, makes its way into deep woods. However, there was a hammock on the deck that I found comfortable enough to sleep in. I was soon torn from my sleep by a bright light in the woods. I was shocked at first, but when my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw a bright boy emerging from the woods. The boy was 20 feet away at first, but I blinked, and he was less than 5 feet away. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, and a huge scar running from his right ear to his lips. I was so scared that I tried to jump from my hammock, but fell out instead, scraping my face on the deck. I woke up the next morning in my bed. I thought it was all a dream, but when I looked in the mirror and saw the scratches from the deck on my face, I never went in the back of the house again. Thanks for reading. There have been some stories here recently about roads that appeared or disappeared or led to strange places or turned into something that was unexpected. This story is about how we almost lost some people on a trail that ended in a meadow that could not possibly have been there. I was not there when this supposedly happened, so I cannot guarantee its truth. Later investigation showed absolutely nothing. That happened long ago, and I do not necessarily remember all the details now, but at least I think that I have the story pretty much right. In a remote mountain camp that I used to frequent, a trail led down the river a short distance, I think about a mile or so, to Rotary Gospel Camp. Both our camp and the Rotary Gospel Camp, and the river between them, were in a narrow canyon with high ridges on both sides and no side canyons. Several of us had been down that canyon, also up and over the ridges on both sides, and we knew that there was no way to leave that canyon without knowing it. Although the terrain was steep, hiking was easy along the trail, and that route was considered quite safe for youth day hikes. Generally, it is hard to become lost when following a river downstream, but when following a river upstream, in some cases, there is a possibility of becoming lost by accidentally following a tributary rather than the main stream. In this case though, in that deep narrow canyon, all that they had to do was hike back up the canyon to our camp, and in an emergency, they could have gone into the Rotary Gospel Camp and used their telephone, so we considered it a safe hike. One afternoon, 2 adults from our camp, with several youth members ranging in age from maybe 11 years to about 15 years, hiked down the trail towards the Rotary Gospel Camp, intending to turn back at the edge of that camp and return to our camp well before dinner. The adults and some of the youth members knew the trail well. In that narrow canyon, over the short distance to the Rotary Gospel Camp, and with several people who knew the trail, a map and compass seemed unnecessary. Several people had wristwatches, the mechanical, wind-up kind. Modern quartz crystal watches were non-existent in those days. One person had a pen light, and one youth member had a camera. This is their story as I remember it. Some distance down the trail, when they expected soon to reach the Rotary Gospel Camp, the canyon widened into a huge meadow that nobody recognized. Nearby, at one edge of the meadow, beside the trees, there was a log cabin, but no people were visible. The meadow seemed much too wide to fit in that narrow canyon. There was no possibility that the group had passed the Rotary Gospel Camp, as it was in the bottom of the canyon, just like our own camp. Although they knew that something was wrong, they followed the river into the meadow, alert for any tributary streams that might confuse them when they retracted their route. After a while, they noticed that the river had decreased greatly in size and flow. That alarmed them, and they turned around and headed back up the river. Even as they followed the river upstream in the meadow, the river rapidly disappeared. There were no dams on that river, and no recent weather patterns to account for such a sudden decrease in the flow. They followed the sandy river channel back upstream through the meadow, but soon, even the channel disappeared, leaving the group in that big flat meadow with only the mountain ridges for landmarks, and even those ridges seemed to be too much far apart. From the group's position within the meadow, they could not even see the canyon where the river had entered the meadow. Since they did not have a compass, one of the adults used the sun as an indicator of azimuth to keep them headed back towards our camp. But as they took frequent note of the sun's position, they noticed that it was setting much too fast, even though their watches indicated that the time still was early afternoon. At that time of the year, the middle of June, at that location, the sun sets very late. Fortunately, they had not gone far too into the meadow before they turned back. They reached the edge of the meadow just about when the sun set, and there, they suddenly came upon the canyon that they had hiked down. It had been hidden from their view, or maybe it was not even there, while they were in the meadow. The river was flowing normally in the canyon, and it sank into the ground where it entered the meadow. When the group started up the river, they immediately recognized familiar landmarks, to their enormous relief. In that deep and heavily forested canyon, soon it was so dark that they could barely even see where they were going, even though it was still early afternoon according to their watches. With their one little pen light, they stumbled over the rocks, expecting to find the smooth trail that ran beside the river, but apparently they missed a trail in the darkness. Rather than spend the night there, they decided to continue the short distance up the river to our camp. As they explained later, after having the canyon and the river disappear right out from under them, and becoming lost in the meadow, and having night come in the early afternoon, they were so shaken that they wanted to return to civilization right then. They no longer even were sure that our camp was still there, or even that morning would come, and they did not want to spend an eternity in a canyon that maybe went from one non-existent meadow to nowhere. So, they continued stumbling over the rocks, even after the little pen light's batteries were exhausted. Hiking on a smooth trail is easy in the daytime. Even hiking over rocks in the river is not too bad when you see where you are going. But it took them hours to go probably less than a mile up the river to our camp. Some of them were badly bruised from falling over the rocks, but fortunately, nobody was injured seriously. They were enormously relieved to reach our camp buildings and our camp's own little meadow. They headed straight for our group's campsite. I'd been out of the camp that afternoon. Otherwise, probably, I would have gone with them on that hike. When I returned to the camp that evening, the decision already had been made not to start searching for them until morning. The camp director already had telephoned to the Rotary Gospel Camp and had determined that our group had not been seen there. When they returned, I was almost as relieved as they were. We all stayed up late into the night with the camp director, going over their story. None of us found any significant discrepancies between their accounts. Their watches all indicated late afternoon. At first, they were not hungry, To them, it was not yet dinner time. Apparently, at least in that meadow, time had affected their environment at one rate and had affected both them and their watches much more slowly. Or maybe they still were too shaken to be hungry. Partway through the discussion, the camp director served them dinner, and we finished discussion as they ate. The next day, we had everybody who had been on the hike write their accounts on paper with no further prompting and with no discussion between them as they wrote. After they finished writing, we asked them to add their recollections of various details, again with no discussion as they wrote. I remember asking them to record details of the transition between the canyon and the meadow, and of the riverbed in the meadow, also about where the sun set over the ridges above the meadow. I do not remember now what details the other adults requested. That process went right through lunch, and they ate with one hand while writing with the other hand. No, we were not slave drivers. Those people seemed as anxious to record that incident as we were to have it recorded. Then, we turned the youth members loose, along with the two adults who had been on the hike, and the camp director and I stayed late into the evening comparing the written accounts. There too, we found no significant discrepancies. To the great regret of all of us, the people had been so shaken that the person with the camera had not thought to take the pictures of the meadow. Probably he still is kicking himself for that. Or maybe it is just as well that he did not take pictures. Just possibly, recording that scene might somehow have trapped them there permanently. Of course, that is pure speculation. Wild speculation at that. The following morning, the camp director, the two adults who had been on the hike, and I started down the river for another look. This time, we took maps and compasses, watches, cameras, flashlights with spare batteries and bulbs, and notepaper. I took a roll of brightly colored plastic tape for temporarily marking our route, both so that we could find our way back in case of difficulty, and, to be truthful, that just in case we did not return, other people could follow our route. On general principles, we took lunches. Portable two-way radios were not common in those days, otherwise, we would have wanted them. I took a small portable instrument for measuring the sun's elevation angle for any location and time of day. It is easier to compute the sun's azimuth and elevation angle. Also, if you measure the sun's elevation angle at two known and widely separated times during a day, then, in principle, you can compute your location, latitude and longitude. That is a standard procedure in celestial navigation. If we came to the meadow again, then I would compare the sun's azimuth with the magnetic compass and measure the sun's elevation angle at frequent intervals according to our watches. Then, back home, assuming that we survived the trip, I would try to make sense out of any strange behavior such as the group had observed 2 days previously. I also took a telephone in Linman's test set. That is a little self-contained telephone like you see on Lyman's tool belts, except that test set had miniature rotary dials in those days, rather than modern push buttons. Our camp's telephone line ran beside the river to the Rotary Gospel Camp, where the telephone cable ended. Along the river between the two camps, our telephone line was attached to trees at about head height, so we could be able to use it in case of emergency. I admit to some concern that if we did find the meadow, then the telephone line might neither cross the meadow nor go around it, and thus we might be isolated. In our camp, I'd asked the hikers whether they had noticed whether the telephone line crossed the meadow, but none of them had noticed the line even in the canyon. As I look back on it now, we were asking for trouble. Maybe we should have had more backup before we started investigating. Before we left our camp, I found an excuse to telephone one of my friends at the Rotary Gospel Camp, and I arranged to meet him there. From our camp director's call 2 days previously, my friend already knew that something was wrong. I begged off explaining until we met personally. Now, after all that build-up, here comes the most embarrassing part of my story. We walked down the trail to the Rotary Gospel Camp and saw absolutely nothing unusual. On the way, I tied strips of surveyor's flagging to 3 branches at frequent intervals. I also kept a close watch on our telephone line beside the river. It was there, right where it was supposed to be. There was no meadow. The river still was very much there, in the bottom of the narrow canyon. The sun was rising slowly in the sky, just like it should be doing at that time of day. We went into the Rotary Gospel Camp, and we met our friends there. As my excuse for being there, I looked at some equipment that I had helped them to build, but probably they still are wondering why we went there that day. Our camp director used their telephone to call back to our camp to let our people know that we had made it safely that far. Then we took our leave and walked back up the trail to our camp, removing the strips of surveyors flagging as we went. We ate our lunches in the camp dining room with the rest of the camp members. We felt relieved and also a little bit foolish, but we would rather feel foolish than be lost. These mountains have changed drastically during geologic time. The river systems have reformed so extensively that it is hard to imagine how much different they used to be. But all of that happened long before there were people on Earth. Thus, even if our group somehow was transformed back in time to another geological area, which I still find impossible to believe, that does not explain the log cabin in the meadow. What was that meadow all about? And the disappearing river, and the rapidly setting sun? Darned if I know. If that group made up their story, then they did have a very good job of doing it, telling it, and writing it with no significant discrepancies. If they used a hike as an excuse for some mysterious detour, then they had one heck of a climb out of the canyon to get there. I think that all of us were basically honest, except of course for the standard campers' practice of telling outrageous lies around campfires. My guess is that the hitchhikers were just as puzzled as I was, and also were thankful to be alive after it was all over. That was a long time ago, and I've lost contact with all these people now. In January 2000, we lost my dad because of a doctor's error during surgery. As we were all very close to him, this all hit us particularly hard. I decided to move back with my mom. I was 24 at the time, and I took care of her. I've been with her ever since. It has now been nearly 7 years since his death. Before my dad died, I didn't believe in anything paranormal. I believed in what I learned at church, but I did not believe in ghosts or hauntings, even though I had experienced a few inexplicable things myself. I brushed them all off as weird phenomena, but nothing to concern myself with, and certainly nothing to change my views about, until spring 2005. When my dad passed away, we began having trouble with people messing around the house. There were a few things stolen from my dad's work building, and there were 3 batteries stolen right from the vehicles while Mom and I watched out a window after placing a frantic phone call to the police. The police didn't show up until some time later, and by then, the burglars were gone. Occurrences of this nature would happen time and time again. Spring 2005, I was up late one night, 1 a.m. or later, studying for finals in my bedroom. Everything was quiet and dark. The only light on in my house was in my bedroom. We lived in a very rural area, so when it gets dark and quiet, it really gets dark and quiet. I was engrossed in my studying when my dogs began barking. I sighed, realizing that someone was probably out there, but there was really nothing I could actually do about it since we lived so far away from a police station. They had already stolen most of everything of any value, and they never had tried to get in the house before, so I went back to studying. I'd become engrossed in my studying to the point that I didn't even really notice the dogs barking anymore when suddenly my bedroom filled with the overwhelming scent of my dad's cologne. But it wasn't just the smell of the cologne. You know how different perfumes and colognes smell different on different people because of differentiating body chemistries? Well, this was my dad wearing the cologne. I looked up, fully expecting to see him, but nothing was there. The scent was getting stronger and stronger. It was then that I noticed the urgent pitch of the dogs barking and growling, and the rustling coming from outside underneath my bedroom window. There was someone out there. Suddenly, Daddy's scent centered at the window beside the bed where I was working, and seemed to become malevolent. Don't ask me how I know this, I just do. It's like the air seemed to crackle. It was then that I heard someone running away breakneck from the house, without even bothering to try to be quiet. The atmosphere in the room suddenly went from malevolent to peaceful, and Daddy's scent lingered for a moment and then was gone. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I can't deny it. I would like to think that he's still here, watching over those he loves. It made me feel very safe and taken care of. Not once did I feel one bit of fear over the scent in my room. Thanks for reading. I have yet another story to tell. I guess I am susceptible to spirits and apparitions, as I've had other encounters with loved ones who have passed. This one was my very first encounter. I was going through a very bitter divorce, being only 28 and afraid to be alone with two very little boys. I didn't know which end was up, so to speak. It was in the summer. I had my two babies bathed and in bed. I decided to lay on the sofa and watch some television. I fell asleep, a pretty deep sleep at that. I was awoken by the static of the television. The station had gone off the air for the night. My baby of 10 months old had the bedroom right off of the living room. The sofa was facing his room, and he was sleeping soundly. I had a habit of keeping all of the bedroom doors open at night, so that if one of my sons cried, I would hear them. All of a sudden, the living room got so cold, like a very damp chill. A glowing light appeared at the doorway of my baby's room. Then a figure appeared, a woman, in a long white dress and dark hair. Her hair was up in an upsweep, but I couldn't make out her face. Her face was blurry, and I just couldn't see it at all. I was shocked, couldn't move, mind racing and heart pounding like crazy. I sat up on the sofa and just stared at this figure in the doorway of my baby's room. Then she spoke, only a few words, but she spoke. She said it will be all right. Then she vanished into thin air. That damp chill vanished along with the apparition. I was so shaken by this, not knowing who it was or what it was about. I eventually calmed down and put it out of my mind. A few days later, my mom and dad came up for a visit. They loved their grandbaby so much, they came to visit several times a week. We were sitting at the table in the kitchen, just chatting about anything and everything. That's when I thought of the strange happening I experienced a few nights before. I told my folks about what had happened and described the figure that I saw that night to my parents. I mentioned too how cold and damp it got in that room that night and how the chill went away when the figure went away. My dad sat there, looking at me with the eyes of dinner plates, and had a stunned look on his face. I asked him if he was okay. He said that he was, but he knew who that figure was. I asked him who that could have been, and he said it was his mother. He was only 7 when his mother died. She was only 34 years old. She died a week after her 9th child was born. She had all of her children in the farmhouse where her and my grandfather lived. Dad used to sit at his desk in a one-room schoolhouse and look out at her grave. The cemetery was right next door to the schoolhouse. I asked him how he knew it was his mother. He said the way I described her, wearing a long white dress, and the color and style of her hair. Her hair was dark and always in an upsweep, but this part is what really convinced me that he was right. He told me that she would always use that expression, "It will be alright," to him and his brothers and sisters when things didn't go quite right. He said he just knew it was her. He said she was comforting me and telling me that everything would get better. I was quite amazed, not only by the fact that I never saw my grandmother, but how she came to visit me in my times of need. I never had any other encounters with her after that visit, though I felt a calmness inside of me and felt somehow closer to her after that hot summer night. Thank you for reading my story. I hope you enjoyed reading it. I had visited my mother on Monday afternoon, after she and I had a disagreement on the Saturday before. She had called me on a Saturday afternoon and told me she needed to come to her house. I lived in the country at the time, and she lived about 10 miles from me. I'd just been in town with my youngest 2 sons for baseball practice. I also had just taken my only transportation to the shop to have new tires put on, so I had no vehicle to take me anywhere for the day. Our conversation escalated into an argument quickly, and I ended up hanging up the phone after she had not stopped her insistence that I come to her house immediately. She was never this insistent over me coming to pick up some fresh veggies she had gotten from her early garden. On Sunday, I was stubborn, and though I could have gone in to visit all day, I stayed at home. On Monday, I'd taken off work a little early to go to school to watch my sons in a spring sports day. I had about 45 minutes after the sports events before they would be out of school, and I went to see my mother. We talked, and our argument from Saturday was completely forgotten. She and I talked about all three of my sons. My oldest is 8 years older than my younger and 10 years older than my youngest, so he was in college and doing well. She told me that she had some problems with asthma lately, but she wasn't going to let it get the best of her. I told her she should really go to the doctor because asthma might not be something to ignore. She said she would be fine. On Tuesday morning, around 2 o'clock, I got a phone call that they were on their way to the hospital with her. I got up, dressed quickly, and drove into the hospital. About 20 blocks from the hospital, I was at a spotlight and thinking that I could run the light because I was the only car around, when I had a warm and comforting feeling fill me. Something told me to take it easy. She was okay and in heaven. Really, it was such a grateful feeling of peace. I got to the hospital, and I knew for sure the way the receptionist at the ER desk met me that she was gone. In the next week after the adjustments, I'd driven my sons to school and was on my way to work. There are some industrial sites at a cross street right before a spotlight, and it can get busy and bottled up. Also, there's a hill going down in the direction of where I was headed. I again felt a warm presence and felt her hand on my arm. Her voice said, "Vicky, look up." Far enough ahead of me was a tractor-trailer truck crossing over my lane into the side street. I'd been in deep thought about so much, but had plenty of time to slow down very preventively, not to have any problems with the truck. She has been with me many times since then, and it is always such a warm, loving feeling. In her life, she dismissed ghosts and paranormal things as if she didn't think it was real. I have no idea if she has ever been with any of my 4 sisters or my brother, but she has definitely been with me. Thanks for reading. When I was about 4 years old, I answered the front door. We had one of those bells that was a knob you would turn on the outside. There, in bright daylight, stood a woman dressed in all pale yellow, in a long dress and matching, colored big brimmed hat. This occurred in the 1950s, around 1959. I let her in. She asked for my mother. I told her I didn't know where she was. She was illuminated. I thought by the sunlight coming through the glass of the front windows and doorway, I was only about 4 years old. Not frightened by her, but rather I was fascinated and mesmerized. I followed her into our living room. She proceeded to sit on the antique Empire couch and kept asking where my mother was, and she seemed very concerned that I was left all by myself at a very young age. After what may have been an hour or so, she got up from the couch and said to me, "Tell your mother that Ada said it was very beautiful and don't be afraid." She then got up, walked to the front door with me following her, and left. When my mother came home, I told her about the lady in yellow named Ada and related her message. My mom almost fainted and fell down on the same spot where Ada sat. She asked me in a very unnerving voice, "Are you sure she said she was Ada?" To which I said yes. Then she said, "My cousin Ada just died a few days ago." At my age then, thankfully, I feared nothing. Ghosts were not in my brain tank, so to speak. Until about 7 years later, I was up in our attic. It was a very old house, looking for stuff to wear for Halloween, and came across the same dress Ada had worn when she showed up as a ghost many years before. It was a dress that had actually belonged to her from when she was young in the early 1900s. Also had a run-in when I was 19 years old. Old same house, with a sea captain. I was lying in my bed, daylight, and I was not asleep, just relaxing. Suddenly, I felt someone was there, next to me, and no one but me and my mom were home. My mom was downstairs watching TV. So, very reluctantly, I slowly looked to my left, and there, standing, was a tall man dressed in a blue uniform with brass buttons with anchors on them. He had no face, just like TV static for a face, but the rest of him was visible. He reached out a huge hand to me and said, "Don't be afraid. I only want to touch your blonde hair." It took me a while to not have a heart attack until I found my voice. I screamed to my mom. She came running upstairs. I told her what happened, and she said, "You just had a bad dream." I explained to her I wasn't asleep. I knew what I saw, and I was very frightened. She then told me that my most male ancestors on her side of the family were sea captains, and some were lost at sea. She assured me that he didn't want to hurt me, but he almost killed me from fright. I've also had animal ghost visits, and those were of course sad, but that's a whole nother story. Didn't want to bore you. You may now go to sleep. Thanks for reading. I've decided after about a month or two of wandering around your site that I'll add my own story. I noticed your last update was in 2003 or so, therefore, I'm not expecting immediate posting of my tale. Keep in mind, this is the first time I've ever written the story out, so excuse me if I digress or repeat myself. In other stories that I've read, I've noticed people apologizing for extensive background information, so here's my apology/disclaimer. There's a serious pity me. I've had a hard life story involved that needs to be told before the actual ghost story can be understood. Feel free to skip over it, but don't expect to get the whole situation if you do. Oh, and may I add that I'm not completely looking for sympathy or anything. So that being said, here goes. When I was 14, I was living in a predominantly African American suburb in Illinois. My best friend and I seemed to be the only white teenagers around. Something started one night when someone called my friend's, let's call her Jen's, cell phone. The number showed up on Jen's caller ID as private number, and Jen answered, thinking it might be her parents calling from the restaurant they had gone to. But the other person on the other end started ranting about how Jen was a slutty person and a nasty whore. The caller proceeded to tell Jen that she should just kill herself and get it over with, adding that if Jen didn't commit suicide, the caller and her friends would hunt her down and slaughter her. Jen told the girl to grow up and hung up the phone. She was obviously and understandably shaken up, but she had the sense to star 69 to call. She wrote down the number and informed her parents of the incident when they returned. The next day, Jen's father, being the military man he is, called the number. No one picked up, so he and Jen headed to the police station. The police force in that town was also predominantly black, and when Jen stated that she thought the caller was black because of the way she spoke, the officer behind the desk gave her a dirty look and said he'd look into it and call her in the morning. She never heard from him. Then again, she never got another threatening phone call either. About a month later, Jen and I were walking back to our place from a convenience store about 9 o'clock at night when we heard something walking behind us. We turned around, and there was this black girl following us. We didn't recognize her from anywhere, and yet she started screaming the most obscene things I've ever heard, directed at Jen. To this day, and I'm 20 now, I've never heard such awful things come out of a human being's mouth before. This girl, who looked to be about our age, told Jen, "I told you to just kill yourself. I warned you that I'd get you if you didn't." She then stabbed my best friend in the stomach and chest. I was frozen with fear and shock, but I finally jumped on the girl and started punching her with such fury and animal rage that she backed off and ran, but in the scuffle, she slit my arm pretty badly and took off. I started to chase her, intending to tackle her to the ground, not knowing if I wanted to hold her down until someone came to help or if I wanted to just kill her for hurting my best friend. But I quickly decided that Jen needed me. So I went to Jen, ripped my t-shirt off, wrapped it tightly over her wounds, and told her to hang on. I ran back to the store we'd just left, in my bra, which made the most horrifying moment of my life also the most embarrassing, and begged to use the phone. I called the police and explained what had happened and where we were. Then I darted back to Jen, ignoring the blood dripping onto my jeans and the pain in my forearm. I sat there, with Jen's head in my lap, pressing the shirt against her injuries, telling her I loved her and everything would be okay, and that the police said they'd be there with the ambulance as soon as possible. It wasn't soon enough. Jen died in the ambulance. The stab wound to her chest punctured her left lung. She suffocated before even reaching the hospital. I didn't find out until the next morning. It was 2 summers later that I saw her. My family moved to New Jersey soon after the incident, thinking a change of scenery would help me forget. Wrong. Our new home was down the street from a conservation area, where I liked to go and relax on nice days. There was one specific spot that I liked. There was a neat little clearing where just enough sunlight came through the thick trees, and there was a fallen tree that I'd sit on to read or write or whatever. On the other side of the clearing, though, there was a spot I wasn't too fond of. There were 6 saplings, taller than I, forming a triangle. I never had a positive vibe from that area. It just felt wrong, not like the rest of the clearing, where I felt peaceful and relaxed. If I walked through those trees, I'd have this overwhelming urge to burst out in tears and hurt something. I never knew why until one day. I was sitting on my tree, smoking a cigarette, and reading Shakespeare when that angry, depressing feeling came over me. The feeling I only got from that triangle of young trees. I ignored it and kept reading, but it grew and grew until I felt like I'd choke on it. So I looked up at the triangle and waited. For what? I had no idea. There was a little smoke coming up from the leaves on the ground, but I wrote that off as lit cigarettes someone had thrown. Then again, since I'd been there for quite a while and hadn't seen anyone around, how could someone have thrown a cigarette in there? So I shrugged it off and kept reading. Then I heard leaves rustling, and the feeling of deep depression intensified. There was no wind, the trees were not swaying, my hair wasn't blowing, but leaves were moving. I raised my head and saw only leaves being pressed into the ground, as if an invisible person were walking across them, and they were coming towards me. Needless to say, I booked it out of there and sprinted home. That night, I woke up unable to breathe, with a searing pain in my stomach. I turned the light on, and just as I did, I caught a glimpse of those familiar blue icy eyes I knew and loved. My best friend. After a few minutes, the stomach pain went away, and I caught my breath and turned the light only to see those eyes again and feel presence on my bed like someone sitting down. I felt like she was sitting there watching me, the corners turned up a little, and something cold touched my cheek. I realized then that the angry/depressed feeling I often got was flashing back to the emotions I had the night she was killed. Angry at the killer and myself, and so very depressed that the best friend I'd ever had was taken away from me. And the pains I had moments before were the same feeling she had when she was taking her last gasp of air. I suddenly felt overpoweringly tranquil. She was here, and she was not angry with me. "I miss you," I said, and went back to sleep. Nothing has happened since, and it's been 3 years. I think she's watching over me every day now, except I know it's her, not by a feeling of extreme sadness, but by the overwhelming urge to smile and make the most of my day. Thank you for reading. I know this was heavy-hearted, but I appreciate you sticking through to the end. Thank you so much.
This happened to a friend of mine. She went to visit her mother's grave at the cemetery, and as she was leaving, she noticed the burial service was in progress. She saw a little boy of about 12 sitting by himself on a stone bench a small distance away watching the service, and she decided to join him. She described him as a very normal, happy young boy, dressed in a navy blue suit. The boy then started pointing out the people at the service, saying things like, "That's my mom, and there's my Uncle Ned." My friend assumed he was just at a family member's funeral and was told to sit on the bench, as it might be too much for young children and nothing more. Then, the young boy stood up and said, "I have to go now. My mom needs me. Bye," and proceeded to the burial service. A little teary-eyed, she watched him walk down the small grassy hill when she lost sight of him. As she was leaving, she bumped into the funeral director who took care of her own mother's service. After chatting a while, the family that she had just seen were walking from the service. "How sad," she commented to him. "Very sad," he replied. They lost a child to cancer. It was then my friend noticed that there were no children in the group, just adults. Was he a little boy? My friend asked. Yes, said the funeral director. He was only 12. She continued to watch as the members of the service walked by to see if she could find the boy she had just talked with, but again, saw no children. She is convinced the polite young happy man she spoke with was the ghost of the 12-year-old boy who was being laid to rest. But what stayed with her the most was the concerned look on his young face when he said, "I have to go now. My mom needs me." Thanks for reading. I know this is a creepy one, but I know you'd appreciate reading this. I recently attended the funeral interment of my uncle, but first, I need to tell you about his father, my grandfather. Granddad was known as Mr. Bees around the city of San Francisco from the 1940s on. Dozens of people not known to the family came to his funeral because he had rescued them from a swarm trying to move into their house or in their house. Granddad died driving his pickup with a load of beehives on board, and the responders had to call in another beekeeper before they could get his body out of the crashed truck. Fast forward to July of 2009. Mr. B's son's casket is being lowered into the ground. 15 feet away, the white-gloved pallbearers have lined up in front of a large cypress tree. 30 feet across the lawn is the headstone of my grandparents. As taps is being played, I look over, and there's a mini swarm of bees harassing the pallbearers. Afterwards, the tree is checked for a hive, but the gathering of bees is over. That's all. Thanks. P.S. On July 27, 2009, I sent you an account of how a swarm of bees attended the funeral of my uncle, son of a famous bee man. On April 7, 2010, my mother, the bees man's daughter, died. The next afternoon, when I got out of my car at her house for the first time since her death, I heard that big buzz. Looking around, I saw the swarm just passing over the house. They didn't stay. The swarm at my uncle's funeral also moved on, but those are the only two swarms I've seen in my life. Go figure. Hi there. I'm a regular to this site. I love the stories. I heard the story from my grandmother before she died. It is true, I tell you, and I will tell you the way I heard it. Here it is. My grandmother and grandfather bought a house in 1942. It was a beautiful 2-story home and was about 60 years old at the time they purchased it. They have been only married 4 months and were very happy to finally have a house of their own. Before they lived with my grandfather's parents. When you walked in the front door, you have 2 big parlor rooms on your right and left and a nice-sized basement. My grandfather absolutely loved her new home and nothing could ever make her leave it. After they moved all of their furniture into it and got everything situated, they went to bed. About 3 a.m. in the morning, she was awoken by the sound of children running around in one of the parlors. She got up to see what was going on, and she did not see a thing, so she shrugged it off and went back to bed. The next morning, she was outside planting flowers, so was my grandfather, when a woman from down the street approached my grandmother and introduced herself. They talked for about an hour or so about the neighborhood and the town. The neighbor woman was about to excuse herself when she said quietly, "Do you know the history of your home?" My grandmother said no and was interested in finding out. The neighbor started telling her about the old funeral home that used to be ran here. My grandmother was startled to hear of this. Nevertheless, after the neighbor left, she went inside and looked around. She finally realized why the 2 parlors were so big. They were showing rooms for the deceased. This frightened her. My grandfather came in from the yard and sat down in the kitchen to have a nice cold cup of lemonade. As he sat and drank, he felt 2 small hands on his lower back. He turned around and no one was there. He immediately got up from his chair and ran to my grandmother. She was still in the parlor walking around and thinking. He said, "June, I felt 2 small hands on my lower back." She told him that the night before she heard the sound of children playing. Then she began to tell him about what the neighbor woman said about their home. He said, "Oh, Jane, I do not believe that. That is silly talk." Later that night after dinner, they were sitting in one of the parlors listening to the radio, when out of the corner of my grandmother's eyes, she saw a woman kneeling at the wall. My grandmother was speechless and very frightened about what she saw. So frightened it was like she was frozen. My grandfather looked over at her
and said, "Honey, are you okay? What's wrong?" She mumbled, "Do you see the woman kneeling? Do you see her?" He said, "No, hon, I do not even see her." He started to get a little uneasy about his wife saying this. He said, "Jane, I think you need to lie down." So he took a hold of her hand and walked her upstairs to their room. She laid down and fell asleep almost instantly. My grandfather watched over her until he knew she was asleep. He walked down the stairs and into the parlor where the radio was on. He sat down and listened to the news broadcast. After about an hour, he became tired, so he thought he would go on to bed. He got up and turned off the radio and walked to the stairs. As he came out of the parlor, he was stopped by what he thought was the sound of a strong howling wind coming from out of the kitchen. The next thing he saw frightened him beyond belief. A pine ghostly casket with a woman inside rolled through the hallway and stopped in front of him. He let out a scream of terror that awoke my grandmother, which went to go see him. She saw him standing there in absolute shock. She called out to him in a panic, "George, what is wrong?" All he could say was, "I want out of this house. I want out." So they packed their things and went to stay with family about 10 miles away in the next town. They arrived at the family's house and told them about what had occurred. They looked puzzled and agreed to let them stay the night. The next day, my grandmother and grandfather and their family went back to their ghostly home. They picked up their things and moved out that very day. Sorry about the length, and sorry about the layout of the story. I bid you this the way I heard it. Hello, my name is Tana. I have a story that may or may not be ghost related, but it's strange, and to me and my family, it's something we will always laugh about. In October of 2001, my great-grandma died at the age of 94, peacefully, of natural causes. We all miss her greatly. At the funeral, I was in the separate section for all of us who were descended directly from her. There were a lot of us. Anyhow, this section had its own private bathroom, which had paper-thin walls and was the size of a coat closet. The service was rather boring and strange to me because of all the weird little Catholic chanting and such. The man conducting the funeral also had a very strange accent and kept making gross throat-clearing noises. Then the guy announced that my great-grandma loved to sing and dance, and that they would play her favorite song. The song started and it was opera style and in Italian. My great-grandma was born in Italy and moved to the US with her family at the age of 4. I guess I thought the music was a bit silly, and so did my cousins, because they all turned to look at me and my sister with smirks on their faces. This I did not think was really that funny, but just then, a balled up tissue that was on my lap rolled off of me and down to the floor where it rolled to a stop. This was so out of place that I instantly burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter in the middle of the funeral. I couldn't stop laughing, so with my hand over my mouth, I ran to the bathroom, a mere 5 feet away. I had to stay in the bathroom for the duration of my great-grandma's favorite song, which lasted about 5 to 7 minutes. The whole time I couldn't stop laughing, no matter how hard I tried. The only 2 seconds in place was my muffled laughter and a woman singing Italian opera. After the song ended, I was able to compose myself and leave the bathroom. I couldn't look at anyone because I was so embarrassed, and I was afraid that I would start laughing again if I looked into their questioning eyes. I just kept my head down and my eyes closed for the duration of the service. Now you probably think that I am the kind of person who just laughs like an idiot all the time. I assure you I am not. That was the first time I've ever laughed out of nowhere, or especially at a funeral. I haven't done it since. It could have just been that I was stressed out and upset about her death, or maybe that is how I cope with death. I really don't know for sure. I've come to believe that my great-grandma wanted to lighten the funeral up a bit by causing me to laugh, or that hearing her favorite song made her want to laugh with happiness, which I picked up on. There's no proof of this, but it made me feel so good to believe it. The whole situation was very strange and left me feeling funny but overall happy. This is long, so please bear with me. My grandfather passed away on Mother's Day of this year. He was 89. He had lived with my folks for the last year of his life and was a very stubborn man. One way of his to show control or whatever was to go to the bathroom in inappropriate places. Anyway, after his funeral, my family was sitting around the table talking. My 7-year-old daughter wanted to hear a scary story, so my dad came up with one about something scratching at a window, a cat.
I leaned over to my mom and said that if he really wanted to scare her, he would have said it was great grandpa at the window instead of a cat. Bad taste. Very bad taste. So everyone goes to sleep, and I'm the first to wake up in the morning. My 5-year-old son is sleeping out in the living room on a sleeping bag. There's a huge wet spot on it, and I thought he did it, but his jammies weren't wet. Odd, I thought. So all day I air dried the sleeping bag, and that night it was dry with a stain. I folded it, with the intention of taking it to a laundromat, and put it on the floor of my grandfather's bedroom, and went into the living room to tell my husband goodnight. I went back to the bedroom, and there was another big wet spot on the sleeping bag. I made myself take a deep breath. I looked up on the ceiling to make sure there wasn't a leak. None. I fairly calmly called for my husband to come down to the bedroom. He was rattled also, and then my folks came in to see what we were up to. We all sniffed it. What a funny picture that is. And it smelled like urine. They have no pets. My mom thought it was strange, but my dad had a lot of encounters of this sort of thing. He thought it was funny and said I should have made fun of Grandpa the night before. My lesson? Don't speak ill of the dead. Now I'm eternally scared because I keep thinking about the scene in Salem's Lot when the boy is floating outside the window and I picture my grandfather instead. Oh, about a month before he died, both my parents said they saw him walking down the hall with another man. They both sat there for a moment, then went in to check in on him. He was taking a nap. I'll post some of the things about my dad's experiences if anyone is interested, though I posted a few of those a few years back. Take care. Thanks for reading. I have another weird story about my experiences that I like to share. I was going to add it last time, but there wasn't enough room. It also happened to my mom. Maybe she is some kind of ghost magnet? It's the sort of thing you might need to read in a book, and it's not exactly paranormal. It's still pretty strange though. Once again, I cannot think that my mom would make up a story like this. It's so unusual to be made up. Okay, I'll get on with the story. One day, when I was small, in primary 1, first grade, kindergarten, I don't know what you Americans would call it, my mom was alone in the house, during the day, doing the dishes in the kitchen. We have no front garden, and our kitchen window looks directly onto the street. She suddenly saw coming down the street the most bizarre sight she had ever seen. A funeral procession marching down our street, a funeral car driving slowly, and a man dressed in black, wearing a top hat, walking in front of the car. When he got level with the kitchen window, he turned and smiled to her, tipping his hat slightly as if to say good morning. The procession continued down the street until it was out of sight. My mom's first thought was of panic. I'm going to die, she thought. This is a premonition. By the time I'd got home from school, she had stopped worrying and tried to forget about it. It doesn't seem very strange to see what my mom saw. Funerals happen every day. This one was weird for 3 reasons. Our street is in a maze of other streets. It is far from the main road, and driving down it is not a good shortcut, so why on earth would a funeral procession go down it? Why on earth would anyone, even someone who lived in our neighborhood, choose to take their last journey down my road? It's not old or very pretty. Nothing important has ever happened here. Even in broad daylight, it really is hard to see into our kitchen. It really is dark, which is why my mom was surprised that the man could see her. She couldn't understand why she was the only one he smiled at. There must have been other people in their houses. So there you go. Was it a ghostly possession from the past, a premonition from the future, or a real one of someone who really likes our neighborhood? Beats me. Well, this story actually happened to my younger brother a few years ago. I'm from New Zealand, from a town or suburb called Torbay, which is on the North Shore, which is basically North Auckland. This story I'm including is true, as it wasn't just him witnessing it, but a few of his friends as well, and they all claim they saw the same thing. I can't remember the exact date it happened, but it was during summer. It was a hot, humid day, and my brother and friend were so bored they went outside to play hacky sack. One of my brother's friends lives on a dead-end street, so they decided to play in the middle of the dead end, as it was just past midnight, and there were no cars around. Anyway, they were having a great game, when suddenly, they heard a roar of a motorcycle and felt a cold chill. They all stopped playing and looked to the top of the street. The sound of the motorcycle became louder, and suddenly,
Coming down the street at a fairly low speed came a huge-ass black Harley. The biker was wearing full black leathers and a black helmet, and they couldn't make out his face. As the bike slowly came down the hill, going about 5 to 10k an hour, each streetlight he passed fluttered, then died out completely. My brother and friends were scared stiff and couldn't move. Each streetlight blinked out as the biker came down the street towards them, then circled around them in complete darkness and slowly went back up the street. As he passed each streetlight, it would suddenly sputter back into life, each light blinking on again as the biker passed it. Then as he disappeared, my brother and his friends were left there freaking out at what they had just seen. Naturally, they all made a beeline for my brother's friend's house, and I don't think any of them got much sleep that night. So as far as I know, it is a true story told to me by my brother and backed up by his friends, who I've known for ages, and it's not something they will lie about. Pretty spooky, hey? Maybe Death has decided to keep up with the times and has himself a Harley now. Thank you for reading.
Hey, I'm sending a few stories hoping one will make it. Let's put it this way. My house, the property around it, and my family's houses are haunted. When my sister was in the 6th grade, she had a huge sleepover. 5 of her friends came. They stayed up all night and ended up somehow on the roof of her playhouse. Well, her birthday is on the doorstep of fall, so scarecrows were up in the fields near our house. I never understood why. No one ever grew crops around us. They looked at one scarecrow, could have cared less, and turned around. 5 minutes later, they look, and it's closer. Now they don't know what to think, but they figure it's just their imaginations. But it keeps getting closer and closer and closer. They finally lose it and run back into the house. When I was 9, 1 year later, me and my friend were walking around on Halloween night. We see someone standing on the road. No big deal. We were the kind of kids who sword fought with sticks, so we wanted to see who it was. Big mistake. We get there, and it's a scarecrow, so I ran my sword through it. Well, I run off because my mom called me. When my friend ran to follow me, he started screaming Bloody Mary, which is weird because I'm the Catholic one. He runs ahead of me and beats me home. When I found out what happened, he swore, and still does, that the scarecrow spoke to him. I can remember a time when I came over for the night. We were having a great time until everyone but me went back to the house. I was just watching TV, minding my own business, when I took a glance outside and saw the scarecrow mysteriously close to the fence. The scarecrow was mostly up in the center of a field from the house. A few minutes later, I took another look, and it was back up about a mile away from the fence. Later, when my cousin came into the room, we both looked out, and the scarecrow was roughly 20 yards to the left than earlier. Thanks for reading. I know this might not be the most practical story, considering that scarecrows as spirits don't even make sense, but believe me, this was a true, authentic experience, and I'll never forget the way I felt when I saw this thing. I know paranormal stories are easy to debunk, but hear me out, because these experiences were authentic. I'm thinking that this could be a shape-shifting ghost of some sort. Has anyone ever heard of a demon transforming into a scarecrow apparition? As a kid, I always had great fears of scarecrows. If so, I'm sure this demon was playing games with us to frighten us. Thank you for reading once again, and I appreciate your readership. I've submitted to the story on this site before, but since then, I've had another experience. Here it goes. I'm in my late teens, and during the summer, I stay home alone. One day, around 11 a.m., I used the computer, and out in the hallway out of the corner of my eye, I saw a completely black figure, about 6'5" tall, and very skinny. When I glimpsed around to make sure no one was in the house, the figure was gone. It has happened to me about 4 more times over the next 2 weeks. I started calling them the Shadow Woman. Then one day, when I was in the kitchen, I saw another shadow man, but this time, when I looked around my shoulder, a can of soup fell onto the floor, and the window was closed, and the cat was in the basement. Then one day, I was with my friends in the woods. Keep in mind, these are small woods, and there have never been any hunters or trappers there. We were talking about ghost stories, and I told them about the Shadow Woman. A minute later, we heard a rustle in the bushes,
and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow woman out of the corner. Then when I turned around to catch a glimpse, it was gone. I asked my friends if they saw that, and one of them said yes, and the rest looked at me like I was crazy. I'm not sure if these are spirits or just an overactive imagination, but usually I don't imagine things like that. Since the experience in the woods, I haven't seen a shadow man since, but you never know. I could see one again anytime. Hello again. My name is Kara, and I have another story I would like to share. This encounter, or whatever it is called, took place in the kitchen. It was about midnight, or 1 in the morning. My mother was asleep. I was on the computer playing Brain Teaser or something, and my dog Susie, a collie, was lying next to my chair. As I was playing my game, Susie started to make a noise in between a bark and a growl. I looked to see what she was staring at, and she was looking in the kitchen. Our house is little, but cozy. I couldn't see anything, so I took it as attention-seeking and hushed her. About 10 minutes later, Susie was sitting in the corner directly across from where I sat, and she made a deep growling noise that was unnatural to me, and she showed her teeth, not at me, but towards the kitchen. Honestly, I didn't even want to look. I admit, I was very fearful at the time, and I thought I would see someone, like a burglar of some sort. I looked out of the corner of my eye. I saw a very, very large white dog. Looked like a wolf dog to me because it was so large. It had eyes as blue as the sky and fur as white as snow. It didn't look threatening, but intimidating. It just laid there by the recycling bin, staring at me. Susie whimpered and caught my attention. I looked at the corner of my eye, and the dog was gone. That night, everything was so still, quiet, freaky the way nothing seemed to be able to move, like a pause button had been invented to freeze the noise after the dog had vanished. I went to my room to lay down, but my room was piled with clothes, books, etc. So I decided to go to my mother's room to sleep, since her bed was a king size and clean. The time passed by me as I laid there. 1:30 a.m., 2:30 a.m., 3:30 a.m., all the way to 4:30 a.m. I just stared at the wall with a background of my mother's snores. I glanced at my mom's door for a second, and there, perched on the door, was a dark cat figure. It had evil green eyes, fur as though I'd caught the dark glistening of nighttime. I stared at it for what seemed like 10 minutes. I rubbed my eyes, and it was gone. And it seemed as though one had played the sound again, like the mute button wouldn't work. I looked out my window, on my left, and saw a cat crossing the street, and I decided to doze off. But something didn't seem right. It was like the temperature dropped 20 degrees in the room. I didn't like it, and neither did Susie. She sleeps at the foot of my mother's bed. She gave me a very low growl and came over to lay next to me. I pet her for a minute and glanced at the hallway and saw what appeared to be an overgrown house cat. I fell asleep 10 minutes after that. I still don't know the connection between the dark cat figures and the white dog, but if you happen to know, I'd like to hear from you. Sorry if this was too long a story, and I hope you enjoyed reading it. One day last year, me and my friend were in my house on our own. I decided to make noodles for us to eat, so I started to prepare them when we heard noises upstairs, but we just continued chatting. About 2 minutes later, we heard it again and ignored it, once more thinking it was just the floorboards. Suddenly, about 5 minutes later, we heard it again, but louder. The sound was like there was someone in my house, walking around upstairs, opening and closing doors, but we were home alone, so we thought we'd go and check it out, but we were a little scared, so we both got knives in our hands, just in case it was an intruder, and crept up the stairs. When we got up there, we checked everywhere, even behind doors and under beds, but there was no one. We were now really freaked out, so we went downstairs and turned some music on, but we turned it up really loud and started to eat. Again, about 10 minutes later, we heard footsteps, but this time coming up and down the stairs, but not actually walking into the kitchen, just on the stairs.
Now we were getting really scared, so we went outside with knives in our hands just to check our neighbors weren't in. I live in a semi-detached house, just in case it was them making the noise. But then I checked and remembered they were at their caravan for the weekend, so it couldn't have been them. So we went inside again, and immediately after we sat down again, we heard a loud drop, as if someone had dropped and hit the floor. We decided we were going to go upstairs again, so we went outside again and found my friend's mom, and she came in and checked the house with us. We checked everywhere for about 5 minutes. When we were convinced there was no one there, she asked me if anything was missing, and I said no. Later that night, I was going to bed, and I noticed one of my cuddly toys was missing. Yes, I still have a cuddly toy. But what happened earlier that day didn't cross my mind, and I just assumed it was down the side of my bed, but I was too tired to look, and I just forgot about it. The next day, I was in my attic looking for something when my eye came across another thing. I went to look, and to my amazement, it was my cuddly toy. I am convinced that I'd never had it up there in the first place. I'd only been up there a few times before and never took my toy up. I'm still convinced to this day that it wasn't just me and my maid in my house that day, but another person as well. Just recently, a new boy moved in and has since become my friend. I never told him about that day, but one day, he came up to me and explained that he was sitting downstairs the night before and had heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs, and it stopped. But 5 minutes later, he heard a bang that sounded like something had been dropped and landed on the floor. Then, he went up to check and noticed his computer was turned on and logged him in, signed him into MSN, and started downloading a song. The only problem was, he had never heard of the song before, and he was home alone. He asked his parents if they knew anything, and they both had never heard the song either. His sister is disabled, so she couldn't have done it. We checked the internet and found a site that had death records of our area. We checked it out and typed in our street, and it found results of 3 people. 2 of them were mother and son, and the other was a girl who lived with her parents. But the boy, the girl, and the boy's mother had been out walking one day when they had been hit by a car, and all 3 died. The son and mother lived in my house, and the girl lived in my friend's house. This was very interesting to them, and we checked them out, and one of the children's interests had been listening to the band whose song had started to download on my friend's computer. We now believe our homes were haunted, but now the spirits have moved on, and they only stayed because they wanted to have one last look at what used to be their childhood house. Thanks for reading. This story is just a collection of experiences I've had, and I don't know if they go together or make any sense at all. The first was when I was about 8, and me and some of my friends were out in my backyard telling ghost stories. All of a sudden, we heard a deep voice slowly calling our names. It seemed to come from behind a shed in the backyard, and we all ran away from it. We ran into the house and then calmed down, thinking it might have been my father, but then I realized my father was at work, and all of our neighbors were pretty up there in age, and I doubted they even knew our names. We were calming down in my room when I looked out the window, and about 200 feet away, in an empty field, I saw the outline of what seemed to be a man, but was totally black. But it was in the middle of the day. I couldn't even speak. I finally yelled as if I was walking away, and I think when I yelled, it turned and looked back at me. I never saw it again, and even writing about this is bringing tears to my eyes. The other experiences I've had were in the same room in my grandma's house. When I was young, I used to sometimes go to my grandmother's and stay for a weekend or a night. One night, I was sleeping, and I got up half asleep in some sort of confusion of hearing something in the hallway. I looked down the hall, and there seemed to be a shadow of a tall man against the curtains with moonlight shining through them. I wasn't scared like the first time. I actually felt like this was a man watching over me, and for some reason, I had a weird feeling it was my great-grandfather. The other time was when I was about 16. I was actually living in that room because I moved out of my parents' house temporarily. It was a typical night. I laid down to go to sleep, but was having some trouble. I finally started to get drowsy, and I rolled over onto my other side, and then, out of nowhere, I hear my name whispered urgently into my ear. I even felt the air. I jumped up, and no one was there. I had the door closed, but my grandpa was somewhat of a jokester, so I thought maybe he was pulling a prank. So, I got up and looked down the hall, and I saw him and my grandma in bed watching TV. He may be a prankster, but I doubt he can run that fast. I'm 18 now, and I haven't seen or heard anything weird since, but I also don't spend very much time at my grandma's house anymore. I know that many of you may be skeptical about the appearances of ghosts, apparitions, etc., and so was I, until one year, when I went to spend the summer with my father in Grand Coulee, Washington. I didn't ever think about ghosts until I had to babysit for our neighbors in an apartment complex that my father managed. I put the kids to bed. One was 3, the other 2, and there was also an infant child I was looking after. I put the 3 and 2-year-olds in their beds for the night, and the infant's crib was down in the living room with me. I just laid him in the crib when I heard a loud bang and then footsteps running across the 3-year-old's room. Now, she had a tendency to not do as she was told, but she normally stayed in her bed at night. But when I heard the footsteps, I assumed it was one of her cries for attention. So, I made my way up the stairs, trying to be as quiet as possible so I could catch her in the act. When I got to her room, she was sound asleep in her crib. So I went back downstairs, thinking it was my imagination. But about 10 minutes later, I heard the same thing. When I went back upstairs, she was still in her crib, only this time, she was sitting straight up, talking to someone on her windowsill. When she saw I was in there, she turned around and lifted her sippy cup up and said, "Kenny wants a cup too." I started feeling a little uncomfortable about this, so I called my dad from the upstairs phone. It's not what she said that made me do that though. It's what I saw. Now, the setup of the house has a light in the stairs hallway, so that the only shadow cast is at the bottom of the stairs. I was seeing shadows of a little, what looked to be a boy, at the top of the stairs, and I was the only one in the house besides the girl and the baby boy. The girls all have fairly long hair, and the shadow had very short hair. This shadow kept on dancing in a ritualistic Indian manner. There are a lot of Indians in Grand Coulee, and the people I babysat for are Indians. Anyway, my dad told me to get the kids and go outside, and he would meet me there. He was skeptical as he might be, but as soon as he stepped foot in the house, he heard what I was hearing. He checked things out, and when he and my stepmom got upstairs, she admittedly noticed something that made all of this a little scarier. You see, Roma, the lady I babysat for, was Catholic and hung crosses above each bedroom door. When I was up there, they were fine, but when they got up there, all the crosses were turned upside down. Now, what many don't know is that an upside down cross is a sign of the devil or his demons. Later, when she got home, she informed us that she had been trying to get rid of the spirit for years. She tried moving, but the ghost must have attached itself to something in the house, or maybe to even one of the children. So, she finally had a priest come bless her home. That only made it angrier than it already was, I guess, because about a year later, her new house caught on fire, killing the infants I once babysat, who we like to call Puddles, and her newborn child. The police could not find the cause of the fire, but the only thing that survived were the crosses above each door. The 2 girls in Roman doorway crosses were fine, but the crosses above the infant's room were turned upside down once again. Perhaps the first time was a warning, or maybe he was just playing games with us. I'll never understand. The only thing I know is that I won't ever tamper with the other side again. I've not told anyone this before, due to the fact that it is hard to believe, and plus, it happened to me when I was young. I do not know if you would consider it a ghost encounter or not, but I'm going to tell you the happenings to me anyway. I live in West Virginia, and when I was 9 years old, My brother and I shared a room. We had 2 beds in the room, separated by a window in the middle of them. We had settled down for bed this particular night to go to sleep. I could not have been asleep long when I awoke to a rapping-like sound at our window. I laid in my bed, not moving a muscle for some reason, and I just could not move. I tried my best to move and even scream my brother's name, but could not. And the weird thing is, what was going to happen had not even happened yet. While I was going through this state of mind, I guess I could hear knocking on the window from the outside. Whatever it was would knock twice on the window, wait a minute, and knock twice again. After this went on for a while, I was finally able to move on, and when I got up to look out the window to see what was knocking, all I could see were these 2 big red circular eyes looking right back at me. I was petrified. I went right back into the state where I could not move. It was like those eyes had me hypnotized. When I was finally able to move, I just laid back down. The whole night the knocking continued, 2 knocks at a time, and a few minutes later, the same thing. This went on for nights, and the same thing was there. Every night, when I would look out the window, there would be these 2 red hypnotizing eyes. This went on for about a week, and then all of a sudden, it just stopped, and it never happened again after that. When I got older, I started hearing stories about a creature in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. They called it the Mothman, and every time I would hear one of these stories, it would be described as having big red eyes. Then there was really no doubt in my mind that what was visiting me and my brother all these nights was in fact this creature. Because when I was 9, we lived in Bluefield, West Virginia. To this day, I've never forgotten those nights when I was visited by what I believe is that creature. A lot of weird things go on around our home. My grandparents' house is also a little strange. I've experienced many things numerous times at both my house and my grandparents' house. First of all, when I was 6 years old, I was awakened by a raspy humming sound. I sat up in my bed, wiped my eyes, and looked to the left of my bed. Sitting there in a rocking chair with a baby was a woman dressed in an old-fashioned type gown. She was also wearing a bonnet and had her face turned towards the baby. I thought it may have been my mom, so I whispered "Mom," and when the lady in the chair looked at me, her eyes glowed red, so I yelled louder for my mom to come to me, and when she came to the door, the woman disappeared, but this chair was still there, very faintly, and rocking slowly. I never told anyone except my mom about this, and when my younger cousin was 6, she reported seeing the same exact thing to me. One winter when the electric was off, my cousin accompanied me as I went to take a shower in the old house. Because it was the only one with a gas water heater, I ran nothing but hot water into the bathtub and got in. The water wasn't scalding hot, but very warm. I heard whispering and asked my cousin if it was her. She said no. I heard it again, only louder this time. I became alarmed and listened more closely. This time it was very loud and very clear. The whispering was the Lord's Prayer. I was very scared and I couldn't make myself move. The water became very cold and the whispering grew louder. I told my grandparents and parents what happened and they shrugged it off. My grandparents reported hearing gospel music, preaching, the Lord's Prayer in the old house. My papa was going to take a nap one day and felt the bed move and saw an indentation as if someone were sitting beside him on the bed. Many other things happened, but these are only a few. If anyone is interested, I'll post more later. My story begins and then my belief was finally confirmed on a trip that my wife and I took to the Jefferson Hotel in Jefferson, Texas in September 2003. This town is very unique and small and has a very historical feel to it. Every building has a historical marker dating back to the 1800s. The town has a sprawling history dating back to the 1800s when steamboat travel was very popular off the Mississippi River into the bayou and one of the main means of transportation at the time. This town has also the reputation of being one of the most haunted towns in Texas and the United States.
We really did not know anything about Jefferson, but we were told through an acquaintance that the hotel in town had a haunted history. I really wanted to confirm my belief and acquire good evidence of the paranormal spirit world. I've always believed that ghosts are indeed spirits or entities of people who for some reason have not passed to the other side, that they are stuck in limbo between the physical dimension world that we live in our physical state, and the spiritual world that we pass on to. We traveled from San Antonio, Texas to the Jefferson Hotel, which is about a 440-mile trip. We arrived on a Friday afternoon and planned on staying 3 days and nights. We had booked 3 different rooms in the hotel that were rumored to be very haunted. All these rooms had recent paranormal activity in them. The hotel was very plain looking from the outside, but the inside was very exquisite due to the way they had decorated with many antique pieces of furniture spread around the hotel. All the rooms are decorated differently to where you feel like you're in another hotel. The hotel has, I believe, 23 rooms that you can stay in, and about half of those are rumored to be haunted by spirits. I had heard a story that a psychic had once ventured into the hotel and said that there were 7 spirits in the hotel. For our first night, we stayed in room 6. The room was very quaint. It had a queen-size Benedict, along with an antique tub that stood by itself in the bathroom. At first, nothing happened, which dampened my hopes, but then at 11:30 p.m., things started to happen. However, they only happened to myself. We were lying in bed with the lights off and the television on. The television was located on a dresser at the foot of the bed facing us. I was lying on the side of the bed, closest to the one window in the room. There was enough distance between the bed and the wall for someone to walk. I had exposed my right arm, resting along my side and slightly off to the side of the bed. Suddenly, something began to pull the hairs on my arm. I felt an electrical sensation, such as that when you acquire static electricity. I looked down in disbelief, but I could not see anything. I then nudged my wife and told her what was happening to me. She started to laugh, thinking that I was trying to scare her or something. Just then, while she was talking, I felt a small woman's or girl's hand and fingers drag itself all the way up my arm, from the tip of my fingers to almost my shoulder. It felt like a woman because it was a small hand. This really got my attention. I then jumped out of bed, telling my wife what had just happened. She of course could not feel or see anything, and thought I was making up the whole situation. I then had the feeling that someone was standing in the corner, between the bed and the wall, staring at us. I had the distinct feeling that the ghost was a woman or girl, because it seemed to be small and unobtrusive. This lasted for about 5 minutes, and then it stopped with me no longer having the feeling that the ghost was in the room with us. I remember it upset me that my wife was not encountering anything. Nothing else happened that night, even though I had expected it to. The next morning we moved across the hall to room 12, which had a very grandiose king-side poster bed in it. The room was also quite larger than room 6. I really was waiting for the opportunity for something to happen so that I could look at researching it more. I have to admit that I'd been slightly alarmed from my experience in room 6. Well, nothing happened in room 12, but something did later happen that night in the hallway just outside. I had become bored watching television with my wife and decided to go out into the hallway around 1 a.m. that night. I ended up sitting in an antique couch that is at the end of the hallway, pushed up against a door that goes out into the front balcony. The hotel was working on the balcony, and I locked the door and pushed the couch up against it to block the door. The door had a glass pane that covered approximately the top half of the door, enabling a person to be able to stare outside into the main street or the buildings across the street. Well, the street was very dark, and there was no activity at all in the street. It was very quiet at the time. I kept hearing noises in the hallway every time I looked down or away. It was strange that noises would happen only if I was not directly staring down at the hallway at the time. The hotel is very long, front to back, and narrower in width. At one point, I heard a noise down the hallway and looked down with nothing happening or being seen. Then I heard a noise outside and looked again to see nothing. I then heard the noise down the hallway again and turned to look. When I did this, something then knocked the glass behind me with 3 taps suddenly. I admit that I jumped about 3 feet because it startled me so badly. When I turned around to look, there was nothing there. I walked back to the window and the door and looked out again. Again, I did not see anything at all. I then went to get my wife and told her to sit on the couch a few minutes to see if anything would happen. Of course, she came back in after 10 minutes and told me that nothing had happened to her. This again was very frustrating to me because I began to think that the spirits were only trying to communicate with me. Nothing else happened that night, and we went to bed. The next day we moved into room 19, which is rumored to be one of the most haunted rooms in the hotel. The maids were in the hallway as I walked down to put our bags in the room. Room 19 sits in the upstairs hallway, all the way to the rear on the left side of the hallway. The maids began to tell the story of room 19. They said that a blonde lady spirit haunts the room and that the bathroom is haunted. When a person goes into the bathroom, you are supposed to run the hot water in the bathtub and the sink at the same time, and then close the door and turn out the light. The spirits are supposed to turn off the water sometimes, and you are supposed to be able to see the words in the mirror when you go back in and turn on the light. As the maids were telling me the story in the hallway, a woman suddenly stepped out of one of the rooms adjacent to room 19. This woman began to tell me that her friend had stayed in room 19 the previous night, and that they had brought a Ouija board with them. She told me that they had been trying to summon the spirits of the hotel. They had asked the board if there was a spirit that haunts the room, and what the spirit's name was. She said that the board had told them that yes, there was a spirit, and the spirit's name was Laura, which I had spelled out. When the board had stopped, the woman's friend had been lying on her stomach on the bed, watching the other two people on the floor do the board, when something suddenly grabbed her exposed legs from behind and pinned her down to the bed for a few seconds. The woman had not been able to move and was terrified by this. Later that night, the woman had grabbed her pillow and blanket and went downstairs to spend the rest of the night with the desk clerk that was there all night. Apparently, other things happened to the woman in the room to make her want to do this from what the woman explained to me. This really got my attention, and I could not wait to conduct our research of room 19. We also were the only guests in the hotel that night, and the desk clerk went home around 9 p.m. My wife and I ended up doing the bathroom thing right away. When we first went into the bathroom, there was nothing in the mirror over the sink, and the bathroom was very clean. I then turned on the hot water in the bathtub and sink, turned off the light, and closed the door. Well, the water never quit running, and after about 3 or 4 minutes, I went back into the bathroom and turned on the light. My eyes were in amazement at the words that had suddenly appeared in the mirror. The mirror had been steamed up by the hot water, but the words were very clear in a sort of film on the mirror. The words read "Help, Judy, help," and the word "murder" was written backwards in the mirror on the bottom. At first, I thought this was a joke, and I had my wife come in and smear the film on the mirror with her fingernails to where it was literally smeared all over the mirror. I felt that if there was some kind of chemical on the mirror, that it would be smeared the next time we did the experiment. Again, I went through the process, and again, the water never shut off or anything while we waited. When I went back in, I was truly amazed. The words had appeared in the mirror exactly as they appeared before, without any distortion at all. This really freaked us out, and I really had the feeling something paranormal was taking place there in that room. We had decided to stay up late into the night, since we would be alone in the hotel that night. We asked the desk clerk to unlock most of the rooms in the hotel, so that we could walk into any of them should we hear or see something. The desk clerk did this, and we followed around as she did this. When she got to room 6, the room we stayed in on our first date, she put the master key in the lock and unlocked the door. She then began to push on the door, and it would not open or budge. I was standing about 15 feet behind her, watching her, as she pushed on the door and got a scared look on her face. She said, oh no, not again." I then began to walk towards her and asked what was wrong. When I got up to her, the door suddenly opened. We all stared at the open door in disbelief. I then walked into the room, but I saw nothing or felt anything out of the normal. The desk clerk then left shortly after that. My wife and I decided around 1 a.m. to sit in a couch in the middle of the upstairs hallway and wait for things to happen. Of course, nothing did, since we were sitting there prepared for anything. I then got up and decided to go downstairs to the lobby. When I was in the lobby, I had the distinct impression of being watched by more than one person, and I kept turning around to look, expecting someone to be standing there. I got this really weird feeling, and I decided to go back upstairs. When I got upstairs, I decided to go into room 14, which has a bed rumored to be haunted in it. This is a queen-size bed with an ornate, sculpture wood headboard that goes almost to the ceiling. The bed is actually kind of spooky the more you kind of look at it. I did not turn on the light when I went in because the hallway light was bright enough under the door for me to see. When I got into the room, I immediately got a chill from the room. Something then seemed to draw me to the bed. For some reason, I went and sat down on the edge of the bed. Nothing at first happened, but then the bed suddenly began going up and down as if someone were pushing on the mattress underneath me. It felt like the mattress were breathing as if a person were lying on the bed, breathing heavily. This really alarmed me because beds are not supposed to do this, per the realm of science. I asked that my wife come in the room and sit on the bed. I remember my wife saying when she entered the room how cold it was. She did lie down on the bed and said that it was really cold on the bed, but she did not feel anything. She did not lie there that long. We both went back outside in the hallway. I had the feeling that spirits were around us, watching us, even though nothing else happened that night. The next morning, I got up around 9 a.m. before my wife did. I ended up sitting in the rocking chair in the room. I started to read a journal of other people's experiences in the room of the hotel. The hotel lends itself to patrons if you're interested in seeing what other people have seen. I decided to do the bathroom test one more time, for old time's sake, to see if anything else would happen. I went in and did the same thing. At first, nothing happened, but then, when I sat back in the rocking chair, I could hear physically the water faucets turn off slowly on both the bathtub and sink. I then waited to see if I could hear anything else. There was this very eerie silence in the room, except for the breathing of my wife sleeping in bed. Suddenly, a woman's voice began to moan over and over the word's "oh," which sounded like a broken record, repeating itself over and over. This did not sound sexual either, as some people may think in reading this. It actually sounded very sad, and it was not very fast. This sound, or voice, was kinda loud, but it did not wake my wife. I was too startled at the time to wake my wife. My curiosity was in trying to figure out exactly where the sound was originating. I looked around the room in all directions, and finally decided the noise was coming from behind the window shade, by the window. I walked over, and the noise did seem to get louder there. As I stood by the window, the sound seemed to be coming from behind the shade, between the shade and the closed window. The sun was shining outside, but since we had the shade pulled down, the room was kinda dark and gloomy with only one light on. I then reached for the shade and pulled it back. When I did this, the sun then entered the room. As this happened, the water faucet suddenly turned again, and the water came back on in the bathroom. The woman's voice also suddenly stopped. I then walked over to the bathroom in disbelief at what just happened. I looked in the bathroom, and it was very cold in there, with the same steamy words in the mirror. I then went back to my wife and woke her up screaming and told her what just happened. Again, she looked at me in shock and disbelief. I was indeed very frustrated that I had not woken her up to hear what I had heard. It definitely would have gotten her attention. About a half hour later, we were putting our stuff together to leave. My wife was in the bathroom, and I was putting my contact lenses in, using the mirror in the room. I remember having all sorts of problems trying to do this because something kept knocking the lens off my finger. My wife screamed, "Look," and I turned around. The light was swinging back and forth from the ceiling as if someone had grabbed it and swung it. My wife was so happy that she had finally experienced something. My wife had also asked the spirit earlier, when we got into room 19, if it would swing the light at some time to acknowledge its presence in the room, and that the female spirit knew we were there. Spirit had answered our request. My name is Jamie. It was late May, and I was at my friend's, Anna's birthday party. It was a sleepover. Around 5 or 6 giggling girls showed up for a night of pizza and movies. Although we were all excited and jumpy from eating pizza and consuming vast amounts of pop and ice cream, I decided I would turn in
as I was really tired, and they were watching a movie I didn't really enjoy much. They were all in the TV room, just down the hall and to the right from where I had set my sleeping bag in the family room. The floor was hard, and I was uncomfortable, but I tried my best to drift off. I was closest to the dining room, which was an extension to the family room and ended in a dead end. I'd stretched myself right in front of the entrance, so there was no possible way anyone could get into or out of the dining room without stepping over me. Also, once they had stepped past me, there was no way out again without stepping over me a second time. I sat up for a moment because I thought I heard someone breathing. I looked around the room, but it was empty. Across the hall, the basement door was slightly ajar, and I heard my friends laughing and talking in the TV room. I sighed and lay back down, finally able to close my eyes. I awoke only minutes later to a thud in the room. It sounded as though someone with heavy boots was deliberately stomping on the floor towards me. I assumed it was Anna or one of the other girls trying to scare me. I heard them stomp to the edge of my sleeping bag and step over me. Whoever it was, they were clumsy because they stepped on my arm and a few strands of my hair, causing me to wince in pain. I heard the boots stomp to the corner of the dead-end dining room and stop. As I said before, there was no way a person could go into the dining room and then step back out without having to walk over me, and, judging by the person's boots, they would make a lot of noise doing so. I opened my eyes and was startled. No one was in the dining room, behind the table, or under the chairs. In fact, the whole living room area was empty and silent, except for my heavy breathing. At that, I picked up my pillow and bolted towards the TV room, where my friends had fallen fast asleep, the movie credits rolling by, lighting the room a faint blue. I laid down, far as I could from the hallway, and after stealing a blanket from a sleeping Anna, fell asleep. I wrote previously about the place I work and all the ghostly happenings there. Up until now, I've not seen a full apparition, only shadowy figures and strange sounds. The other night, myself, my assistant, I will call her Amy, and a maintenance guy, Robert, were working in the area where most of the activity occurs. It was 11:30 p.m., and we decided to take a smoke break. I need to explain the layout of the building for this to make sense. Our building is smoke-free, so we have to go outside to a smokehouse. In order to get there, there's a long-tiled corridor, about 50 feet long, leading to the door. There are no fences or areas along the corridor. The three of us headed to the smokehouse and exited the heavy safety door. Amy was first, I was second, and Robert was last. Just as Robert came through the door, Amy turned and gave a startling scream. I turned, and right behind us was a woman. What made her appearance so shocking was we had not seen anyone walking behind us down the corridor, and there was no place for her to have come out of. Also, as she walked on the blacktop, there was a loud, sharp clicking of her high heels. I fell back against the wall of the building and was speechless as she walked by. What scared me the most was one, her clothing. She dressed in all black. Black skirt, shoes, coat, gloves, and a large 1940s-style hat with a veil covering half her face. And two, where did she come from? And why did she not acknowledge us? Amy had screamed, and yet she did not turn her head, look at us, or acknowledge us at all. After she had walked by us to the parking lot, I told Robert to see if she got into a car. I ran after her, but within 10 seconds of us seeing her, she was gone. Needless to say, we were all pretty shaken up that night. The next day we scouted the building for a woman who matched that build and asked people if they knew of someone who wore that style of hat. Everyone said no. This is not the first supernatural occurrence in this building, but it is the most intense to date. I should add that one of our old employees said our description of this woman sounds like the founder's wife. She died in 1957. I've posted to this website before and have something else I would like to share. It was 1986, and I was 18 years old when this occurred. My sister and I were on our way home from a Bruce Springsteen concert, and I'd fallen asleep in the car. I had a very vivid dream that my boyfriend at the time was involved in a car accident. So vivid, as a matter of fact, that I dreamt that there were 4 people in the car. Him and his friend Sean and 2 girls that I did not know. I woke up and said out loud, "Bobby's been in an accident." I didn't get the impression that it was fatal, but that they were hurt. My sister said that it was just a dream and to not be upset, but I knew in my heart that it wasn't. When I got home, it was pretty late, probably about 1:30 a.m. I went into my bedroom to get changed, all the while resisting the urge to call Bobby and confirm what I already knew. I felt that if it was indeed just a dream, it was too late to call though. As I was wrestling with this, my phone rang, and it was Bobby telling me that he and Sean had been in a car accident. That in and of itself was strange, but he had also been cheating on me, and there were 2 girls in the car with them. No one was hurt too badly, just as I had thought, but there were injuries. Just thought I'd share. Thanks for listening. Hi. My story is very personal, as it was not a haunted house I lived in as a child, but a visit from my deceased granddad. Just to outline why I believe it came to me, was that I was raised by both him and my grandmother in England from 9 days old till 10 years old. For all intents and purposes, they were my parents. I was 14 in 1976, and my granddad had been slowly going downhill from his battle with sclerosis of the liver. He had been in a hospital for a couple of months, and we knew he wouldn't be spending that Xmas with us. He died at 3:58 a.m. on October 7th, 1976, with my grandmother by his bedside. She had all the monitors, IVs, tubes, pumps, and everything else that was keeping him alive removed, so that he may die with dignity in a side room, privately, without the impersonal ambience of intensive care. I was devastated about this loss and automatically went into a crying fit. This went on for about 2 weeks. I didn't eat, sleep much, stayed out of school, and in general became very ill and depressed. I vaguely recall the funeral, but was very overcome with emotion. I was a 14-year-old girl who had lost the most important man in my life, and it was killing me. One day, I recall getting up to go to the bathroom and hearing my mom telling my dad that they should take me to a psychiatrist due to my emotional state. I went back to bed and cried, telling my granddad that I wish he was here, eventually crying myself to sleep. Now, most nights before going to bed, my dad would check up on me, and in the half asleep, half awake state, I was aware of his visits. This particular night, I was turning over, but found that I was stuck on my bed, on my right side and totally unable to move. It was that dead weight type of feeling one gets with a tingling sensation, like when your leg falls asleep, but this had no sensation, just weight. I was scared, and this caused me to look across directly at my bedroom door. In the doorway, dimly lit by my nightlight, I saw the dark gray, not black figure of a heavy-set man outlined, but yet I could see through it, kind of. The left arm was outstretched towards me, but I dare not to move. After what now seems roughly 30 seconds to a minute, the shape disappeared, and I felt a sense of calm. I was hungry and fixed a cheese and pickle sandwich for myself. I went back to bed, but oddly enough, this incident didn't bother me really. I woke up the next day, showered, dressed, put a little makeup on to hide the bug eyes I had, and went downstairs. My mom was washing dishes, and my dad was reading the paper, and they both commented on my presence, and more so, state of apparent well-being. I knew, I guess, deep down, that it was my granddad who had visited me, but although I had no proof or words to back it up from granddad, I still wanted to test my feeling. I asked my dad if he had come in my room, and he said no. He said, "We didn't hear any noises, crying, etc., so we thought we would let you sleep in peace." I said, well, in that case, it was granddad who came to see me. With that remark, my mom threw the dish towel into the sink and said, "That's it, we're taking her to a doctor." Fortunately, my dad stepped in and suggested they hear me out. He believed me, or at least looking back, pacified me, as it obviously made me feel better, so we went along with my visit from granddad's story. My mom didn't believe me, but it didn't matter. I believed it. This isn't the end. Although I only had one visit, granddad did appear to my grandmother. Ironically, when I called her up to tell her, she went very quiet and said that the very same night, he came to her too. She said she couldn't sleep,
and went to his study to sort papers, approximately 4 a.m., roughly the same hour he had died. I don't know what time my visit occurred. She said she felt someone was behind her. She was sitting at his desk, crying, when she felt a gentle touch on her shoulder. She said she brushed it off sharply as it scared her, and she turned around. Nothing was there, but she said she felt something. She said she stopped crying and felt better. These were only the 2 incidents. No one else had a visit from Granddad, but we both know, Gran and I, that he came to visit us for comfort. We loved him more than anything, and he reciprocated us. My mom fell out with my grandparents, so the closeness was not between them. We both were hit the hardest, and he knew it. He came to let us know to go on, I feel, without the suffering that we were both enduring since his death. My grandmother lived until 1995, ironically, dying on her 83rd birthday. My grandmother promised me that if she could, she would visit me after she died. She didn't. I lit 2 white candles in our apartment. After I had packed it all up and sat there in silence, awaiting her visit, nothing happened, but I know she's okay. She was buried, as per her wish, with her granddad, and they finally were together again. That made me happy. They had been married and in love since 1932, school sweethearts, survived wars and hard times, and now eternally peaceful. Love is very powerful, and although it's hit and miss amongst those whom I tell this to in regards to belief, I know it happened and why. I've seen 2 of these things. They're called green orbs. I've known people who have seen them, and I've seen videos of them on TV that people have filmed and say that they are ghosts. First time, I was at my grandparents' house, which they seem to think is haunted. They joke about it because they are very religious and have trouble incorporating their beliefs with their senses. I was going to bed and was having to share a bed with my grandfather, who was already long since asleep. I crawled into bed and laid there for a while, my eyes adjusting to the darkness. Eventually, my eyes focused on the brightest object in the room, what appeared to be a reflection. I stared at it for maybe 15 minutes before a realization hit me. It was the brightest thing in the room. I considered maybe there's something outside brighter that it's shining off of, but my grandparents live in the sticks and have only one light outside, and it's quite some ways from the house. I had originally thought that it was a reflection from the brass hinges on a door. After deducing that the light was of its own source, I investigated. I got out of bed and walked up to it. The closer I got, the more apparent it became that this was not a mere reflection. It didn't move much. It hovered there, like a green rip in space and time, waiting. I experimented a little by turning on the light. It stayed there for a split second, after the light came on and then disappeared. I wasn't able to go back to sleep for a while. Second time I actually saw one, I was at my in-laws, lying in bed with my wife. It was near the ceiling above our heads. I woke my wife up and asked her if she saw it. She said she did, then went back to sleep. I watched it until it disappeared. After it was gone, I woke her back up and asked her if she could still see it. She said that she could not and went back to sleep. In between those times, I was at a known haunted house, unknown to us, but known to the occupants. We were staying the night, and while some of us were in the kitchen, 2 of my friends burst out of their rooms asking for flashlights or candles. They refused to go to sleep without them. They told us of an object we originally thought was a glow-in-the-dark mini frisbee, only it didn't move like a frisbee. I don't know what these things are, but I would very much like to study them. I was around 10 or 11 years old, growing up in Georgia when this started to take place. I lived with my parents, 2 brothers and 2 sisters in a rather nice ranch-style brick home. My father had built this home when I was around 4 or 5 years old, and no one had ever passed away in it. My 2 brothers were 5 and 6 years older than I. One sister was 7 years older, and the other sister was around 1 or 2 years old when this happened. This all started very suddenly. Me and my 2 brothers slept in one room, in custom-made bunk beds that my father had built into the room. They were built in an upside-down L shape, with the main bunks on the right and a single bed coming off the main bunks from the head of the beds going towards the left. My oldest brother slept in the single bed. My other brother slept in the bottom bunk, and I slept on the top bunk. There were 2 windows over the single bed that my oldest brother slept in, and during the summer, these were kept open so that the attic fan will pull cool air in. Sorry for so much detail. It helps one to understand the rest of the story. One night we had gone to bed, and around 2 to 3 in the morning, my oldest brother was jarred awake by a tremendous pounding on the other side of the brick wall, where he slept, outside. He woke both of us up very quietly, and we listened as the pounding went across the wall, as if someone was walking the length of the house and back, pounding on the brick wall as they went. Now, this wasn't like someone was pounding with their fists or even kicking the house. We probably couldn't have even heard someone who was hitting the wall with their fists or feet. No. This sounded as someone had a 15 or 20 pound rock or something very heavy and solid, and was pounding the wall with it as they walked back and forth, with the impacts coming approximately 1 to 2 seconds apart. After some very frightening few minutes had passed, my older brother slipped into our father and mother's room and awakened our father, telling him about what was going on. My father, not pleased with being awake at this hour, didn't really believe him at first, but quietly made his way to our room and where the pounding was still going on. As this was summer, he looked out the open window through the screen, but couldn't see anyone. He then proceeded to collect his 20 gauge pump shotgun and slipped out the door on the opposite side of the house from the pounding to try to sneak up on whoever was doing it. As Daddy turned the corner of the house with the shotgun at the ready, the pounding suddenly stopped. Daddy had a flashlight, of course, and there was nothing to hide behind for at least 30 to 40 feet, where a cornfield started. He searched around for a bit, but couldn't find anything and came back in. As soon as he came in the house, the pounding started again. He went out immediately. Whenever he turned the corner, it stopped again. This was repeated several times, always with the same results. These happenings then continued for the next 2 to 3 months, almost every night. My father did not find anything or anyone that could account for it. There are also no marks or any kind of evidence to show where the pounding was being done on the bricks. One night my brother that slept underneath me was having a dream about playing basketball in a tournament at school when the pounding started. As the pounding was going up and down the wall, he was dreaming that he had missed a shot and that the coach had called him to the sideline. He dreamed that the coach was mad at him, and while asleep, he was moaning and making some kind of noise. My oldest brother, who slept under the windows, was trying to listen to the pounding to figure out where it was at during that time, and when my other brother started moaning, he reached over and grabbed him by the hair of the head and started pulling his hair to try to shut him up. At this time in the dream, my other brother was dreaming that the coach had grabbed his hair and was pulling it for him, missing the shot. We had always laughed about this happening. Anyway, my father never did catch anyone or anything pounding on the wall, and we still wonder to this day what it could have been. If anyone out there has had anything similar happening with pounding on the walls and moving back and forth, I would appreciate hearing from them. This is really weird because it happened about 2 days ago. My house doesn't have any history of weird stuff or hauntings. That's what made it strange. I lived in this house for about 6 years now. I'm 17, and I've yet not experienced anything like this. It's not really a haunting, but I thought it was really weird. It was about 1 a.m., and I was in my room on the internet. Both my parents were asleep, and nobody else was in the house, other than me. My parents were in their room, which is all the way across the house. The living room, the kitchen, the family room, and a small hallway separate my room from theirs. The only lights that were on were the lights in my room, because I was on the computer. As I was looking through the website, I heard my name whispered in my ear, so I stopped and looked around to see who had whispered, but saw nobody. So then, I tried to get chills and decided to go to bed. So I turned off the computer, and this was now about 1:20 a.m. As I was getting ready to go to bed, the phone started to ring, so I turned on the lights of the hallway to go to the living room. As I went to go see who it was in my caller ID, it read unavailable, so then I picked up the phone. When I picked up the phone, I said hello, but nobody answered. Again, I said hello, but again, nobody answered. I started to get pissed, but I tried to listen to see if I could hear anything. What I heard gave me chills. As I started to listen, I heard whispering that sounded like mumbling. I couldn't make out what was being said. It was like someone or something wanted to tell me something, but couldn't. It was really freaky, so I hung up the phone and I just sat on the couch, looking around for anything unusual. When I finally got up to go back to my room, I got the worst feeling that somebody or something was watching me. As I got to my room, I went straight to sleep. The next morning felt like if nothing had happened.
This is the house of many tenants. The house is well over 200 years old and has many tenants over the years. I was 18 when we first moved in. It was a 4-bedroom house with high ceilings, an attic, and basement. My parents and nephew had the 2 downstairs bedrooms, which left me to the upstairs rooms. The first night we moved in, my friend and I were setting up the upstairs rooms as my bedroom. As we were standing in the hall by the bathroom, a little boy ran out of the other bedroom, ran down the hall towards us, peeked out around the corner, and ran into the bathroom. We went into the bathroom and saw that no one was there. Let me explain. This couldn't have been my nephew because he wasn't even in there at the time, and there was no other small boys in the house. Also, sometimes I've seen a man who dressed in what I can only call colonial walked up the stairs and walk into the attic. The weird thing is, I've never seen him walk up the old wooden stairs. Sometimes you could hear someone moving boxes and stuff around in the attic as if they were looking for something. All the people who had stayed in the house in the span of 6 years that had lived there would never sleep upstairs by themselves, and many reported the feeling as if someone was going to push them down the staircase as they stood at the top of the staircase. On more than one occasion, you could hear a woman crying, the toilet flushing, and doors slamming. My older sister stayed with us for a short while. During her stay, she had the shower doors cave in on her, pinning her to the wall, and a fan cord lightly wrapped around her neck during her sleep, in which she had found the following morning. Foul smells and shadows were a constant reminder of the ghost's presences. I was glad when we moved from the house because I found it very unnerving and somewhat frightening. I don't think I've ever had a sound night's sleep. In 1996, my boyfriend Daniel was living in an old New Zealand city called Dunedin. This city has a lot of old houses and a lot of history. He lived with his previous girlfriend in one of a pair of old terrace flats, which were cold and didn't get much sun during the day, but it was cheap, an important consideration when you're a poor student. It was the couple's flatmates that first noticed something strange. She professed to be something of an amateur mystic, reading auras and such like, and she claimed to sense more presence in the house. But the really scary stuff didn't start until Daniel went away for a couple of weeks and the 2 girls were in the house by themselves. They noticed the cats were frequently taking fright and chasing something, which the girls could not see. It got worse, and once the presence pushed one of the girls down the stairs from behind. Finally, as Daniel's girlfriend lay in bed one night, she felt something get into bed with her, a cold presence which touched her thigh. While Daniel was still away, the 2 girls had the place exorcised and the incident stopped, but not for long. Shortly after Daniel's return, the strange occurrences started again, the cats freaking out and other weirdnesses. The flatmate moved out, leaving Daniel and his girlfriend to deal with it alone. In an attempt to exorcise the ghost a second time, the couple burned incense around the house, especially near a certain doorway which seemed to be central to the occurrences. But as the 2 watched the circling smoke, they noticed it cut off, just disappeared into nowhere, a few inches away from the wall, as if the smoke were traveling through some kind of invisible doorway. In the end, they moved out, unable to handle the atmosphere of the house any longer. I don't know who moved in afterwards, nor what became of the ghost.
This happened while I was visiting the city of Guadalajara. When I was about 11, I'd gone on vacation with my grandparents. They didn't have a phone installed at their house because it was only a vacation home, not where they lived. So, one morning, my grandmother and I left the phone central, where you can pay to make long-distance phone calls. Anyway, while we were waiting, an old lady approached us and began conversing with my grandmother. She would put her hands on mine and my grandmother's, and we both would pull our hands from underneath hers because she was so cold. She also had a very beautiful necklace with the Virgin of Guadalupe on the side. The image itself looked so real, like if it could move. Well, she was asking us to go to a church not far from our house to donate some food for a church carnival to raise money to repair a huge hole that had taken part of the main aisle. So, we agreed, and she asked us to ask for her by name. The old woman had also told my grandmother exactly what to prepare. So, when the day came that we had to go, we set off to the church, and once we arrived, we asked the priest for this woman. The priest went silent for a moment, and then said in a very low voice, "She is no longer with us." I didn't understand until he asked us to go into the office where he could explain. This old woman had promised many years before to take a certain food to the carnival. She fell ill and never was able to attend because she had passed away. Interestingly enough, the priest had also stated that we were not the first one this had happened to. Interesting story, and I'm glad you guys were able to read it. Thanks for your time. I've always believed in ghosts, and now I live in a 100-year-old haunted building. I moved in with my boyfriend a year and a half ago in July. The night I moved in, I had an experience that was a bit unnerving in the light of day. I received a call from a friend that evening, and she asked if I could take her kids to the airport in the morning. I said sure I will, and set my alarm to go off at 5 a.m. so I could go get her and get to the airport on time for her. Well, my alarm went off, but I was so tired from the move, I forgot why I was going off and fell back to sleep. An hour later, I felt the bed shaking as if someone were trying to get me up. I remember thinking what now, and then fell back to sleep, only to be woken up 20 minutes later by the phone ringing. My friend said she would get a ride from her sister. After the call, I looked over to the kitchen and saw a gray figure in the door that seemed to shake its head at me. I immediately knew he was what tried to wake me up, so I could keep my promise to my friend. He seemed to have the best intentions, and I didn't see him again after that. He seemed very friendly. We then moved down to the second floor, and I soon found out we have a ghost here too. This one likes to pace up and down a short hallway between the door and the living room. He also paces along the southwest wall of the living room sometimes. I get the impression that he's a man in a brown pinstripe suit and bowler hat and has a mustache and deep-set eyes. He stands about my height, around 5'8". When we first moved in, he would pace the hallway, coming further and further out into the living room and bedroom. It's a studio apartment. He seemed highly agitated. My boyfriend saw him more than me, and a few times he would arrive home from work and the top dead bolt would be locked. We never used that lock, as it is very difficult to open with the key from the outside. My boyfriend works graveyard at a 24-hour store, and I am alone here at night for 4 nights a week. One night, I noticed that it was coming further and further out into the living room, and he was giving off vibes that were not friendly. I've had enough of this now, and looked at the hallway and said, listen, the year is 2001, not 1903 or whatever year you think it is. Times have changed, and it's okay for people to live together without being married, so lay off of it. I felt a feeling of surprise from the hallway, and have not had a problem from him since. I related this to the apartment manager, with whom we had become good friends with, and she said that she had seen him too, and I was right in my impressions of what he looks like, as that is who she had seen in our place when her son lived in the studio. She has also seen him in the hallway outside her apartment door. She said that there are several ghosts in the building, and she is not surprised to hear stories about them, as she has also had experiences with them when she first moved into the building before she was manager. It's an interesting place to say the least. The incidents that you're about to read happened to me when I was a college student several years ago.
We had inherited an old apartment from my grandfather, and 2 years after his death, our family moved in. The fact is that it was okay in the beginning. Weird things started to happen soon after my dad transferred to another town, and my parents left both me and my sister in the apartment. During the day, we could hear noises coming from the ceiling, and we wondered what the neighbors upstairs were up to. We didn't give much thought to that until we started hearing them in the middle of the night. It sounded as someone was dragging chairs and tables around the apartment. We knew our neighbors upstairs. They were an old couple and had one son who occasionally paid them a visit. One night, the noise went so wild that we decided to run upstairs to complain about it. I rang the bell several times and banged at the door. No one answered it. Apparently, there was nobody home. This situation went on for months, and we finally talked to our neighbors. The old lady was baffled and claimed she would never do such a thing. That was crazy. Anyone who came to her home would hear the noises. One morning, my maid was working in the kitchen when she heard someone open the living room door and walk along the hallway. She was scared to death, but she never thought it could be a ghost. She quickly took out a knife and searched the whole apartment for a burglar. Again, there was no one there. It was not uncommon to sense someone watching us or in the room, just a presence. Once, I was writing a paper and I clearly felt someone behind me. As I turned around, I saw nobody. My sister was so afraid to stay alone in the apartment that she would wait for me downstairs. The most frightening thing was to come. We were sleeping in our bedrooms when we heard bangings inside my closet. They were so loud that I woke up and jumped out of my bed immediately, thinking the shelves inside had tumbled. When we opened the door, we saw nothing. The closet was in the corner of the room, and we didn't have neighbors next door. It couldn't have come from outside the apartment either. The noises were so real that we didn't doubt that they were there. When we sensed someone around us, we didn't wonder if they were ghosts because the whole thing was so real. The ghost idea only dawned on us on some time later after the incidents. We are not ghost freaks. Well, after that last incident, I grabbed my mattress and slept in my sister's room. On the next day, I went to a church and brought some holy water with me, which I sprinkled all over the place. Things calmed down for a while. A year later, we moved out, and we heard that the family who had bought it moved out 1 year later. Hi, my name is Lisa. About 3 years ago, I was in a rehab for about 2 months. It was up in Lafayette Hills, Pennsylvania. The place was an old 1800s huge mansion where the owner's daughter Eugenia was mentally ill. Back then, they did not know the things they do now, of course, and her wealthy father donated the house and its land to the people in the profession after his daughter hung herself in the main foyer from the grand staircase. The name of the rehab is Eugenia House, and it was, in every way, still her house. The house itself is now used as offices and meeting rooms, some of them original. In fact, most of the house is still original, except the actual rehab, which was built off of the house. Anyway, being very into the paranormal, I was extremely interested in the history and to know firsthand if it was in fact haunted. Every time I could, I went in there, listened to the people who had worked there for years, and believed these stories. Some of them would not go in there after dark. Now, I was determined to know. One evening after dinner, me and my friend Brian sneaked off to investigate. It was totally empty. As we walked up the main staircase, I was hit with this very cold air all around me. I was really scared, but went up anyway. As we got to the top, we went right into one of the offices. We walked in a little further, and I was so uneasy. As I turned to look at Brian, we both heard shuffling, like books moving around on one of the desks. Then it sounded like a large book fell very hard to the floor. As we turned to run out of the room, I was disoriented and did not know where to go, so I followed Brian. As we fled towards the main staircase, these very big double wooden doors at the top of the stairs that in my whole time there were never closed, and they were so big and heavy, don't know if I could close them without help, slammed shut right behind us. The stairs were very long. As we got to the bottom, we stopped and looked up, and as we did, the cold air hit us very hard, like a winter wind. It felt like it swirled around us on purpose, investigating us. It made us just stand there, in awe almost. Then, after a few minutes that felt like forever, we fled out the door. We told the believers in the group, who were amazed, and I'll never forget that. After that, I did not go back in at night, but in the courtyard where we all smoked, you could look into the front windows. One night, shortly after that, I was telling one of the counselors of my tale and peering in the window at the same time. As I spoke, one of the big overhead outside lights would flicker, only when I mentioned Eugena's name. At this point, the counselor was extremely convinced and started to tell me a few stories of his own that he never shared with anyone until me, for fear of the staff would think he was being foolish, but neither of us were. Hello, my name is Rob, and a few years ago, I lived in St. John's, Michigan. While I was there, strange things would happen, all centered around the very old school called Perrin Palmer. I think there was more than one ghost involved in these hauntings, and they weren't benign. It all started with hearing strange music near these old mobile units. It all came from a small group of them, and I could always hear it after school, and everyone else could too. No one was there at the time, not even the janitor. So one day, my friend and I decided to investigate. When we looked inside one mobile unit, we saw a black cat with glowing red eyes. We ran and never looked back. About a year later, the school demolished and a new one was built. Whatever was haunting this school didn't like having its home destroyed. Oh yeah, did I mention the entire school used to hear a train whistle, and no train has run in the town for 100 years. There are no trains within 20 miles of the town. When we were first at Gateway North, the new school, we thought we could get rid of the ghost, but we didn't. At first, all it was sightings of black cats around the premises of the school, but then more harmful things began to happen. One morning I woke up to deep scratches on my arm. It was like a cat had scathed my arm. Then, on a swing at school, a kid fell while in mid-swing. The kid was pushed. She didn't slip. 10 witnesses saw her fall, and it wasn't an accident. No kid pushed her. She sprained her arm. 2 weeks later, another kid under the same circumstances broke his arm. 4 more kids were pushed from the same swing, under the same circumstances. Balls were swerving to hit kids on the playground. I left the next year. I haven't been in contact with my friends since. I don't know if it's continuing. I hope not. This all started when my mother and I moved into a new home. Well, not new, but new to us. Anyway, it wasn't that old, about 30 years old. This was back in 1987. We moved in with not a problem, but I started to notice things about this house. Things would go missing, only to be found days or months later in the same spot. I'd see darts of movement out of the corner of my eye, and when I was alone, it felt like I wasn't. I spent a lot of time alone in the house, which was fine, until dark came. Then the house would not feel so warm and inviting, as it was in the day, but nothing ever came of it. Until many years later, when the footsteps started in the kitchen, they would come to the living room carpet, and stop. As the time wore on, this came closer and closer, until one night, I was lying awake in bed, like most children do. They began to walk up my stairs to my room, and I know it wasn't my mom. I could hear her snoring downstairs. Now, don't say it was the house settling, because my stair made a very distinct squeak when someone walks up them. Anyway, once they reach the top of the stairs, I peek, being curious and all, and see a shadow standing at the door to my room. I froze, and a few seconds later, it turned around and began its descent down the stairs. This happened once in a while, but only during stressful times in the house. The shadow itself looked like an average male, with nothing really standing out, but when he looked at me, it was a mixture of complete terror and a strange comfort, like he wasn't there to hurt me or scare me. Like I said, I see him once in a while checking on me, but eventually, he became a part of my life. The one that did scare me lived in the basement. Again, it was a man as far as I could tell. He was very angry and his feeling was felt through the basement air. You could actually feel it as he walked into the basement, that this was just the beginning of him. Mostly, he would just sit in the corner and glare at you, as he did whatever you had to do, and he always kept as far away from you as possible. It's weird because you would see him move as you move, which was at the time very scary. Even though I was a very brave child, I rarely finished my choir there, even in the daytime. Eventually, my mom refused to go down there anymore, after she was tripped by something and fell and broke a couple of toes. As time went on, the basement became less and less used, to the point in which the activity was too much that we couldn't even handle it. We were even too scared to even use the laundry. But after a while, we forgot about the guests downstairs, until one night, when we heard a loud whoosh. We looked at each other in terror, as we knew something was wrong in the basement, and we would have to see what it was. So, we braved the basement to see a water pipe had broken, which in itself wasn't weird, but it was the fact that old cherished family photos and items that had previously been on a shelf across the basement were under this pipe that broke. My grandfather soon came over to help fix the pipe and clean up the inches of water. Everything was ruined. The drywall, the shelves, not to mention all the priceless family photos. When we finally cleaned out everything, the last thing to go was the aforementioned shelf, behind which we found a drawn chalk, a pentagram of sorts, and various other strange drawings in a large wooden Ouija board, which again was strange because my mom had never owned one in her entire life, and I was too young to even think about that stuff. Anyway, fast forward 12 years to 2002. My mom had met a great guy and had moved to another town to be with him, and I was moving out too, so I could live on my own. I was just staying in the house until my apartment was ready, which was 2 weeks away, and cleaning the house for the next owners. Our other housemate had stopped making his presence known many years ago, except for the glaring he did in the basement, and it was the furthest thing from my mind, and I was down to the last 3 boxes of stuff in the basement. In the basement there was 4 lights. Every time I came back for a box, one light was burnt out. As I went to get the last box, and I see I'm down to one last light, I know what's coming, but I need that box. So, I grabbed the box and stood up and looked in horror to see him standing in the darkness in his favorite spot. 2 things I noticed this time. He was huge, standing around 6'4", and something I never noticed before. He had red eyes, and it seemed like he had a nasty smile on his face, but I wasn't sure. I stared at him for what seemed like an eternity, but he did the strangest thing ever. He waved to me, but I didn't stick around to say my goodbyes, and somehow managed to shrink the run, yelling some very colorful language as I stumbled out the door. I jumped in my car and sped off, and I looked in the rearview mirror to see him standing in the kitchen, glaring out the window at me. Well, needless to say, I never went back. An interesting side note, the previous owners had been avoiding the Ouija board player, and said that they knew of the entity I'd spoke of. He only identified himself as Jay, and never answered questions about who he was and what happened to him. They said he was fun to talk to, until he moved in. Well, thanks for telling us now. This happened about 4 years ago, when I was 15. I was working at a farm in Connecticut at the time, and it was a habit for myself and my coworkers to have nighttime barbecues throughout the summer. On this particular occasion, we had killed 3 of the chickens we had and grilled them, nothing better than fresh chicken. As the night was winding down and we were getting ready to clean up, I noticed a very potent, sweet smell. To note, we were next to a sugar shack where maple syrup is made, and this smell was much stronger than the strongest syrup I've ever smelled. As I smelled it, I noticed my friend glance at me with a perplexed look on his face, and suddenly, a very thick fog drifted in. He got up quickly and declared, "We're leaving now." We of course left, leaving everything to be cleaned up the next day. We went into the farm office, and the fog was still there, along with the smell. It seemed to have followed us. I was a bit spooked, as I knew my friend was experiencing what I was, but the woman had no idea why we started acting strange and was a bit confused at the sudden rush to leave. As we were leaving, it seemed as if the fog was thickening. However, when we reached a chain link fence, that is the border of the farm, the fog stopped abruptly. I looked out and saw that the fog followed the length of the fence, which was about 50 yards. We left and proceeded to the woman's house, and my friend told her to walk in her house backwards. My friend comes from Ghana in South America and is very superstitious. His grandfather had been a voodoo doctor of some sort. I heard numerous stories of him healing crazed people who talked in odd languages. Anyways, apparently, she did not walk in her house backwards, as we found out the next morning. However, when he told me to, when he dropped me off home, I did so, with no argument, knowing that sometimes you just don't ask why people tell you to do things. My friend picked me up from work the next morning, and I asked him, why did he even make me walk in backwards? He mentioned the smell in the fog, and said if it was a supernatural presence, it would not follow you into your house if you faced it, because it would think you knew it was there. We got to work, and the girl was there before us, and she looked very disheveled and tired. She immediately said she barely slept because things in her house kept falling and waking her up all night. She even said her door opened twice that night. She then said how it was odd how she had smelled something sweet and seen the fog, and then strange things happened to her. My friend and I had not said anything to her about the smell or the fog the previous night, or yet that morning, so we both looked at each other in amazement. She noticed and told us to tell her what happened to us, but instead of telling her that we had the same experience, my friend just asked her if she had walked in her house backwards. She said no. We can only guess why the strange happening went on in only her house and not ours. My name is Sherry, and I live in Loves Park, Illinois. Loves Park is located right outside of Rockport. Well, about 4 months ago, I moved into an apartment with my boyfriend, which is located off of Perry Road. There are the three of us who live there: Bill, my boyfriend, Adrian, his son, and myself. All of us have the same encounters with some kind of presence. Adrian is 15 years old and has called us hysterical by things he has witnessed while he was home by himself. Adrian's experience. One day, while home alone in the apartment, Adrian was on the computer. He said that Bill and my bedroom door opened and closed by itself. All windows and doors were closed at the time, so there was not a draft moving through the rooms. About a week later, he was home alone again. There was a knock on the door. Adrian went to the door, and no one was there. He has also seen gray blurs run from the bedrooms to the laundry room. Noises have also come from the kitchen while he was by himself. Bill and Adrian's experiences. In August of 2003, we had family over. While sitting there, Adrian and Bill were staring off towards the bedroom. All of a sudden, they both looked at each other and said, "Did you see that?" They claimed they saw what looked like an old man or woman hunched over, running, and looking towards them into the laundry room. My experiences pretty much consisted of only hearing noises, like things in the kitchen opening and closing on their own, and blinds rustling with nobody around. That was until 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago, my mom and younger brother came over to visit. We played Uno and watched some TV. After they left, I got online, and Adrian and Bill went outside and took the go-kart and mini bike for a ride to Rockcut State Park. I was just sitting at the computer looking at items on eBay when I started to feel like I was being watched. I looked around and didn't see anything, but I was uncomfortable, so I went and got my cell phone out of my purse. By the way, they all left at around 12:30 a.m. Anyway, I walked back over to the computer and set the phone next to me. I continued my search on eBay when I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I immediately looked over towards the hallway, and standing between the bedrooms and the laundry room, I saw a grayish figure of a man. A shiver of ultimate fear shot down the back of my neck. I've never been that frightened in my entire life. He stood there for about 2 seconds and then disappeared into the laundry room. I grabbed my phone and bolted out the front door. I tried to call Bill on his phone, but he didn't answer. I remained in the front porch until he called me and said he was on his way home. When they got home, I told them what happened, and they said, "Now do you believe us?" I always believed, in a way, but now that I actually saw this thing, I know it's real, and it still frightens me. The ghost, however, has not harmed us in any way. He's just sharing our residence. I'm not sure exactly where to start. All my life, I had feelings and happenings around me. Some I remember, and some are still a bit hazy to me. I have a couple of true stories that have happened to me that I would like to share with everyone. I grew up in a small city in California called Pico Rivera, but moved in '92 to Colorado. Growing up in Cali, I've had 3 sisters and my mom and dad. The house we lived at was on Maris Avenue, and from what I was told, it was originally the first church in Pico Rivera, but was torn down to make a home for an elderly couple who, I believe, the husband died of old age. Their house was torn down and ours was built. I was 8, I believe, when I really started to understand what I was experiencing. I remember that I would always see horrid faces on the wood paneling in the house. By that I mean on the doors and the kitchen cupboards. I remember that my older sister and I would be the only ones to experience all the happenings. Her and I would have recurring nightmares. I would dream of trying to run away from what I believed to be the devil chasing me, but the more I ran, the closer he would get. My sister would dream of a young girl in a checkered red and white dress trying to kill her. Every night, I would hear the same things, stomping on a roof or a stampede of running feet right above my head, and just as fast as it would start, it would disappear. One day, I was alone in the house. My parents and sister had gone to the store, and my 2 older sisters were at work. I was peacefully watching TV and playing with our cat Midnight when a feeling of being watched came over me. Thinking absolutely nothing of it, I went on watching TV, but noticed that Midnight had run off somewhere. I thought it was odd that she had just run off, but I still didn't care. I just kept on watching my cartoons. My mom has a habit of putting this plastic rug thing on our carpets to keep the dirt off, and we had one, so if someone was walking on it, you could hear them. So, what I started to hear was what I thought the cat running back and forth, so I yelled out her name to get her kitty butt over to me and stop making all that noise when I heard her meow from behind the sofa. I found this strange, wondering how she did that so fast, so I went behind the sofa to take a look. Sure enough, she was huddled in the corner, hissing and meowing with her eyes wide open. I of course tried to get her out, but she wouldn't even let me get near her. I left her alone and figured that she would come out when she's good and ready, and went back to my TV. Then, all of a sudden, I heard the noise in the hall again. I put my TV on mute, thinking that maybe it was the cartoon I was watching, and the noise stopped for a second, but then went back right to it. I started to listen really carefully, and what it sounded like was footsteps, heavy footsteps. With this, I decided to do the same my cat was doing, so I hid in a little tiny opening that was behind her sofa, and I listened very carefully. Then I noticed that whatever it was making, that noise stopped, as if it knew that I was aware it was there. I could feel my heart beat in my throat, and then it started up again, but this time it was faster, and then the doors and windows were opening and slamming shut. I really did not know what to do. I just remembered that I was concentrating on how close the passes were, and they were coming closer to me with every beat of my heart, until I couldn't hear it on the plastic anymore. My cat took off from behind the sofa, so I took it as a sign, and did the same thing, and ran out my front door screaming, thinking that whatever it was would grab me from behind. I made it safely outside my home, and I sat on the sidewalk, waiting for someone to come home. I felt something burning a hole in the back of my neck, and when I turned back to my house, the front door slammed shut. Finally, my parents came home, and I was so happy to see them. My mom scolded me for being outside alone, and so I proceeded to tell them what had happened. My dad said that it was probably an aftershock or a small earthquake, but none of the neighbors experienced anything. My mom, on the other hand, said that I was being punished for being a naughty kid. A few days later, my older sister had come home from work to an empty house, and she experienced the same thing. Our home out here in Colorado has a strange feeling to it. I can't describe it. It's just something that always has been there. I remember one night. It was myself, my neighbor, and my twin sister were home alone. My parents had gone up to the hill for some gambling, so we decided to watch movies and just be the normal teenage kids. Well, my sister had gone in the shower, and my neighbor and I were just sitting around gossiping, waiting for my sister to get out so we could watch a movie, when the phone rang. Of course, I ran to pick it up, and I said hello, but the other side was dead. So, I put it back down and went back to our business. When it rang again, I got up, ran to the phone. Again, no one on the other end. I hate prank calls, and two is enough to get me agitated with, so I unplugged all the phones in the house and left it at that. About 5 minutes later, there was a knock at our door. Now, I wasn't a stupid girl. I looked out the peephole, and there was no one there, so I looked out my window, and there wasn't even any footprint in the snow coming up to our door. Well, we both found this to be strange, and the feeling a bit uncomfortable. We went around the house, making sure everything was locked, and covered all our windows. We stood looking out the front window, making sure it wasn't one of our neighbors trying to play games, when my sister came out of the shower and had a confused look on her face. We asked her what was wrong, and she asked us if we had gone into the bathroom during the time she was in the shower. I told her no, there's no way for us to even get in if we wanted to, because there's no key for that lock. Again, we asked her what was wrong, and she proceeded to tell us that before she got in the water, she took off her rings and placed them on top of the toilet seat cover so they wouldn't fall into the sink. But when she had gone out, they were on top of the toilet, and the seat cover was up as if someone had removed them to use the restroom. At the same time, both the phone rang, and there was another knock at the door. We looked out the peephole while my sister ran to the phone. Again, there were no footprints in the fresh snow, and no one at the door. My sister came running and said that it was for me, so I started walking to the phone, when I remembered that I unplugged all the phones, so I told my sister to hang it up. She said that it sounded important, but I told her to hang it up. Finally, she did. My neighbor and I both turned white, and my sister asked what was going on, when I told her I unplugged them, so there is no way they could have rang, let alone anyone talk on the other end. We still talk about this to this day, and even in my own apartment, I wake up to hear my toilet flush on its own, or things vanish, and I find them in my cupboards. Crazy, crazy.
About 2 years ago, my first love was shot to death and died instantly. I was devastated when it happened, but one night, he came to me in a dream and told me he loved me, and he didn't want to see me cry over him anymore because it hurt him. It was really strange because I woke up immediately after that, and I just started crying so hard. But I only cried for a few minutes because I remembered what he said, and I stopped. I didn't want to hurt him. I remember the dream feeling so real that when he held and kissed me, I felt so safe and secure, like he was really there with me. I never really cried over him again after that day. Sure, a few tears here and there when I visit his grave, but I never cried uncontrollably again. I never forgot about him, but I moved on and tried to make happiness in my life without him. Then a few days ago, a really good friend of my mother's came to visit us for Thanksgiving. Now, I never knew this before, but she has the power to feel the presence of ghosts and spirits. She can talk to them, hear and see them,
She was scared to tell my family about this gift because she thought we'd call her crazy. Finally, she just couldn't take it anymore because she said we had a ghost in the house that was influencing my thoughts when I would sleep. She said it was a man, and he lived in my room, and his favorite place was at the foot of my bed. I was a little skeptical at first because I had never had that sort of thing before. I asked if she could see and hear him, and she said yes. She told me that he had black hair, sharp brown eyes, olive skin, a mustache, and he was about 5'8". The way she described the man sounded exactly like Raymond, my deceased lover. She asked me who that was, and I told her the story. She got this freaked out look on her face, and then I asked her how long this man had been living in my room. She said that before I could even finish the question, he answered me, 2 years, and she repeated this answer to me. I then got goosebumps all over, and I said, he passed away in 2001. She asked me if I had any pictures of him, and I showed her one. She only glanced at it when she said, that's him. I still don't know if I believed it, but I was freaked out by the thought of a ghost living in my bedroom for 2 years. She said she had asked him what he was doing in my home, and he replied that he loved me and was there because of me. She then told me that since he was my ghost, I was the only one who could make him leave. She told me to light a white candle and tell him to go to the lights and that God was waiting for him in heaven. I felt like a lunatic talking to myself, but I did as she said, and then I left my room with all the lights off and the door shut and nothing but the candlelight on. She went into my room about an hour later, and she saw him standing there. She then asked him, what are you still doing here? He told her that he couldn't go to heaven because he's done too much bad in his lifetime, and God will never forgive him. She assured him that wasn't true, and said that God loves all of us and will always forgive us, no matter what we do, as long as we ask for his forgiveness. She then told him to think about that, because God is waiting for him, and she left the room. About an hour after that, I returned home, and we went to check if he was still there. Sure enough, he was there, at the foot of my bed. I told her that I wanted to talk to him, and asked him why he was there. Raymond was a gang member, and was killed by the cops for reasons unclear to me at the time. I just knew that he was too good of a person, and had too big of a heart to have done anything to deserve death. I never really had a sense of closure regarding his cause of death, and I felt the real story was being hidden, and no one would ever find out what really happened. Only the people who were there knew his death. Well, he started out talking about a teen named Joey that had gotten killed about a week before Raymond. He said that he wanted to know that he had never hurt Joey, but Joey had tried to hurt him with a blade of some sort. Raymond's uncle Eddie, who was a gang leader, ordered the gang to go after Joey, who was from a rival gang. They did, and they shot him to death. Raymond said he had nothing to do with Joey's death, but that Joey's ghost had come for Raymond to get revenge on his uncle Eddie. Raymond said he was done wrong by his own family, because his uncle Eddie and Aunt Christian knew that Raymond was going down, and they never warned him or said anything to anyone to help him out. They just let him die. I didn't really understand what he meant by this, since he said he was killed by the cops and not a rival gang member. But I knew it was really him, because of all the names he had said. I knew that my mom's friend could never have just known those names, or made them up, and for the most part, it made sense, except for the part about his aunt and uncle knowing that it was going down. They were both present when he was killed though, so maybe that had something to do with what he said. He said that they had betrayed him, and they were no longer his family, because family wouldn't have done that to him. He just wouldn't tell me exactly how they did him wrong, or what they knew that they never warned him about. He said he was very hurt to find out that two people he had cared so much for had done such a heartless thing to him. He said he just wanted to know this, so I would know that he didn't deserve to die, and he would never hurt anyone, or try to hurt anyone, that he was set up by his own uncle and aunt. He also said that if his friend had known what was going on, he would have still been alive today. Leia, my mother's friend, couldn't make out the name of the friend he was talking about, so he said, "The one with all the kids." Right then, I knew he was talking about my best friend Javier. He said he only told me all of this so I would know the truth and would never think of him as a bad person. What he didn't know was that I never did think of him as a bad person, and I knew deep down inside that he didn't deserve to die the way he did, or at the time that he did. Before he passed away, we were going through a lot of problems because he had cheated on me with another woman. He told me that she really never meant a thing to him, but that she threw himself at him, and guys will be guys. He said that we were supposed to get back together and get a house together, and I was supposed to leave his son. He said he wasn't ready to go yet, and he had plans for us, and that was why he chose to stay with me all this time. He just felt comfortable with me there. Leia had told me that since he died so suddenly, he never knew he was dead, and therefore had not crossed over yet, and had been trapped here on Earth. He said that he never meant to hurt me in any way, and that I was his true love. What was really weird was about a year ago, 2002, I had a new boyfriend living with me, and he broke my heart. I still get sad about him and miss him occasionally, and Raymond knew this. One of the last things he had asked Leia to tell me was that the man I was so heartbroken over wasn't even worth my time or tears, and that he could just never be good enough for me, so not to hurt over him anymore. He said he didn't like that guy, and that he never deserved me. He was just no good. Well, he was so right about everything he had told me in that whole conversation. At the time, I didn't know it for sure, but I just felt it inside, and I knew he wouldn't stay around for 2 years just to tell me lies. After he told me all of that, he said he didn't want to talk anymore because I should be able to figure out everything from what he already said. Leia and I then asked him to go to light and go with God. I promised him I'd pray for him to be forgiven by God and led into heaven, but I already knew God would take him without my prayer. Just then, Leia's eyes moved across the room, as if she was watching someone walking. He said one last time, "Please tell her that I never meant to hurt her, and I'm so sorry." I said I forgave him a very long time ago. He then asked me to tell me that he loved me and would wait for me in heaven. Then Leia told me to watch the candle, and just at that moment, the flame grew very tall, and the blue of the flame disappeared, and it was all white. She told me he said goodbye, "I love you," and he was gone. He just wanted to tell me those things, and wouldn't leave until he got the chance. I felt really happy after that, because I sent my love to heaven, where he belongs. This is a true story, and it was honestly the best experience of my entire life, which isn't too long, since I'm only 19. Even though I couldn't see him or hear him, I knew for a fact that he was right there with me, just from what he said and all the names he mentioned. I know I will never experience anything like this again, so I feel very special that he chose me. It really was crazy to go through that, but once I knew it was him, I wasn't so scared anymore. I actually felt happy that he stayed all that time, just to tell me how he felt and what really happened when he passed away. I felt even happier that I was the one who had sent him to heaven to be with God and be happy again. It may not make sense to you, but it did to me, because he was my first love and I knew him so well. I tried to follow his case and dig to find something on what really happened when he was killed, but never could, up until he told me. Soon after that experience, I spoke to his mother, and we put the whole thing together to find out that his family had betrayed him, just as he said. His Uncle Eddie is now standing trial for the death of Joey, and he is looking at 25 to life with no chance of parole. But for what he did to Raymond, he deserves that. He actually deserves to be the one laying in that casket instead of Raymond. But I'm just glad Raymond is in a better place and away from this cruel world. He deserves to be happy for eternity. This happened over a span of time from June, my last visit on October 31st. When I first did a search in the Amity Hall Hotel in April 2003, I read about how back in the days of the PL canal system, canal travelers used to stay there. Then in the Civil War days, it was used as a hospital. Then only internet, which I thought odd. I've looked on the internet many times for historical information on Amity Hall. The first time I went there was June. My friend had been telling me about it, so we went with a group. I brought my camcorder and was outside with a girl that was scared to go in. My battery went dead in about 5 minutes. I thought it was weird because a relative had put the battery in the charger while running the camera off of house electricity, but later the battery charged and now it's just fine. That night we saw, in the corner of the L-shaped building, very small bluish lights. They went inside but reported nothing out of the ordinary. The first time I went into the house, 1 week later, was during the day. I'd wander around it many times, during both day and night, and the most creepy place on the outside is a door at the end of a hall, which is locked shut. We, me and that same friend, were walking around it, looking for a door that was open, and I went around front and was standing on the porch, looking at the door. It was completely shut, and suddenly, which seemed odd to me, I had the notion to try it. It seemed ridiculous, especially because it had always previously been locked, but I reached for it, and it easily swung open, revealing to me the beauty within. There's a hall that runs down the middle of it, on either side, very large rooms. There is a bar on the left, and a kitchen beyond that. There are old fireplaces in the rooms. The L shape to this building comes from the attachment of the hallway of hotel rooms to what I assume is the residential part, as well as the kitchen. Strangely, the worst in the house is upstairs, the trophy room. This room is filled with a giant feeling of get out of here. Nothing has ever been seen or heard in it by me, but I went in it once, and I'll never go in it again. That is how strange the feeling is. I'm not sure if the anger felt in this room is some ghost. All the glass and mirrors are broken, and you walk on a crystalline floor about an inch thick. We were walking around and checking the doors. We opened the heavy metal black door and were lingering around in a small awkward room. I looked down the hall into an ominous darkness and said, "I'm not going down that hallway." We kept checking other doors and came, not by my request, back to the door. When I looked down the hallway this time, it was well lit and I could see everything. There is a small rectangular window in front of the front door at the other end of the hall that let in a great deal of light, but before this could not be seen. Before, I couldn't even see halfway down the hallway because it was so dark. We continued around checking doors because we didn't want to climb around the fallen antique soda machine that lays at an awkward angle, stuck between the steps themselves and the railing of the upper part of the staircase. It looks like it's ready to fall. We went to the door right in front of the stairs, which was locked before, and my friend, for whatever reason, reached out and opened it. She was also very determined to get into the hotel rooms, so we were climbing across the little porches, separated by railings, and after we already tried all the doors, she, without rhyme or reason, walked right up to the third one in and opened it with ease. Throughout the summer, we went back with equipment trying to get footage, but nothing works correctly around it. I've seen, one night, the very faint white figure of what appeared to be a woman in the attic window facing the parking lot. I've seen white flashes of light in the attic windows facing the road, but the worst time ever, I'm getting goosebumps and watery eyes thinking about it, was October 11th. It wasn't that cold, but I remember wearing my winter jacket. Me, my best friend since childhood, and my boyfriend went driving up. We talked all about it on the way there, and then we parked. We just couldn't bring ourselves to get out of the car. For some reason, we were all scared to death. That night, there seemed to be a battle going on of energies, good and evil, because believe me, the place has both. You could, at time, actually see in the window the swirling of something that is hard for me to describe as anything other than something out of this world. There were faint glows fading in and out of the windows, as well as small but somewhat bright points of light coming from the corner of the L shape. The driver, my best friend, got out of the car and basically was so scared she just stood there and then quickly got back in. I'd heard of the Hounds of Hell, chasing people from sitting in the parking lot like we were. Maybe that's what she saw. I don't know. I was watching the house, but suddenly, my boyfriend in the passenger seat freaked out and pointed to the front left corner of the car, and just as he did, I was suddenly scared. I cried a scream that came straight from my soul. Go now. We spun out of the parking lot and parked on the other side of the road. Each time the car was still running. My boyfriend was talking about what he saw, which was a black figure, not the shape of a dog, but about the size of a dog, lingering around the front bumper where the driver was standing. We were talking about how still, from this far away, the house felt creepy and strong. This may sound weird to some, but I don't care. I was sitting in the back seat on the right side, the side of the car that was facing the woods. Suddenly, I got this creepy feeling that something was outside the window. I knew it was watching me. In the front, my friends were talking, and just as I was turning to look out the window, in a split instant, my boyfriend, the passenger, started freaking out, screaming the driver's name, and to start driving. I was, somehow, too slow for this. The timing was just about right, that I never got to see with eyes what I already knew to be there, just outside the window, not just watching, but glaring at me. I hadn't even began to describe what I experienced when suddenly it started coming from my boyfriend's mouth. He was trembling and telling about how something was outside my window, looking in at me, and it wanted to hurt me. He said there was a woman outside his window, silently screaming at him, which is why he screamed. I started crying and going into near hysterics because what he was describing was what I felt, and at the height of my terror, he was the one who freaked out. It was one of the most horrific paranormal experiences I've ever had. He said he could clearly see her, and that it looked like the female was bleeding a lot, and that her clothes were from the 1800s. The last time I was there, October 31st, it seemed like respectful party people had taken up part-time residence in the house because furniture had been all moved to one room, and there was no further damage to the house. I later found out that several of my friends went later, and the house is now inhabited by a cult of some sort. They have told me that they spoke with someone. Whatever the case, I don't think I'll ever go back at night. There's something there that is anchored with me for some reason. I'm still looking for history to figure out who the woman and man were outside of my car. I would appreciate any ideas you might have for why the male gave off the feeling towards some and no one else in the car. My boyfriend is also wondering the same thing about the male. To be honest, I don't think I'll ever go ghost hunting anymore either, because I've been so frightened by the above events. Well, I know loads of people send in stories about graveyards, and they never sound true, but this one I encountered was so scary, I didn't want to go out of my house for 5 months. Basically, my two friends, Ursula, Nikita, and I, were sitting on the wall of this graveyard we used to hang out in when I decided to take a visit to my friend, who is dead, in the cremation garden and have a talk to her. Nikita and Ursula knew I liked to spend time on my own, so they left me to it. After all, they were still in view. Well, Asher, my dead friend's flowers were dying, so I went into the back of the graveyard to pick some flowers. Then, all of a sudden, I heard a voice. I thought nothing of it at first, just a hush cooing in the background. I presumed it was some mourner coming to visit a loved one, but it started to get louder and more distressed. The person sounded Latin. They were getting louder and louder until it hurt my ears, and I had to turn around and tell them to stop. But then, when I turned around, nothing was there. I strained my eyes, but all I could see was a graveyard and flowers. Quite startled by the experience, I decided to tell Urs and Keats about what just happened. Then I heard a scream. Things were getting stranger and stranger. I was scared now. I ran and ran, but my surroundings were unfamiliar. I hadn't a clue where I was. I couldn't find my way. out of this whirling blur that I was trapped in, and the Latin voice was getting louder and louder. All of a sudden, I appeared to wake up. I was in the middle of the graveyard in the pitch black. I panicked like you would. I was so utterly confused. I looked up to see a blurred figure, and I screamed. The figure was about my height and my size, but it had no face. It was nothing. It was just there. And as I stared at it, it came closer and closer until I was practically inside it. And it stopped dead in front of me. And then the Latin voice came back, quiet at first, but louder it grew, louder and louder. I let it. The next thing I knew, the figure was fading and fading into nothing until that's all it was, just nothing. Eventually, police found me and rushed me to the hospital. They said it was just my anxiety hallucinating me, but I'm sure it was something more, something that won't leave my head. You see, every night when I go to bed, I say a Latin prayer and hope that the figure I see will rest in peace, but that didn't stop it from scaring the hell out of me. Please make sure you don't wake up at exactly 3:12, because I do, and I hate it. I see the figure at the foot of my bed, with a face and everything. She's a little girl, and she screams, silently, but she still does it, and it scares me. She hasn't hurt me yet, though. When I was 14, my family moved to Seattle, where my father was to do some teaching. We rented a beautiful old house. From the time we moved in, I was uncomfortable. I would turn quickly to think I saw someone move, just out of sight. I was placed in a downstairs room, which seemed to have the largest amount of activity. And each night, my dog would awake, barking at what seemed to be nothing, and my cat would become very alert. I eventually moved myself upstairs, into my baby brother's room, and he was sleeping with my parents. One day, while my father was away on business, my mother and I heard what sounded like a large box drop. We all looked around the house and found nothing to have made the noise. Because I was so scared, I asked to spend the night with my mother. I was to sleep that night in my brother's bed, and my brother would sleep with my mom. My mother and I were facing each other, me with my back to the closet. We said goodnight and turned out the light. A moment later, my mother bolted upright. Startled, I said, "What is it?" She told me to be quiet and reached into the nightstand for some mace. I turned to see what she was looking at. Out from the closet came light, as though someone had switched on a light. There was no light in the closet. We looked through the closet and through the house for 2 hours and found nothing. I remember my mom saying, "Don't worry, it's just a ghost. It won't hurt you." She was right. It never did, but I continued to feel uncomfortable and see what I think was a woman until we finally moved from the house. In another incident, in 1990, my grandfather was in a retirement home. He had several strokes and could no longer talk. His hearing was always bad, but had gotten to the point that he could no longer hear. He had recently come down with shingles and was not doing well. That night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I clearly hear my grandfather talking to me. He told me he loved me and then said goodbye. The following morning, I got a call saying he was dead. I already knew. There was another incident that has haunted me to this day. My husband, 2 kids, and myself took a trip to Alaska last summer. We made it to the border of Canada somewhere around 8 in the evening. We were told that the nearest town was a place called Hope, about 30 miles up the road. When we got to the town, we found that there was no place to stay. It seems it was a national holiday. A kind woman at a local hotel phoned the next town up the road to see about vacancies. She reserved a room for us, and off we went. We reached the Yale Hotel around 10 o'clock and checked into our room. I turned on the TV for the kids, and they watched the Family Channel until we were ready for bed. We turned out the lights and went to sleep. Sometime later, the TV awakened me. It had turned on by itself. What was showing appeared to be a sitcom. What was being said was far from funny. It seemed as though the voice was dubbed. What was said did not even match the mouth movements. It was a man smiling and talking to his wife in a kitchen. What I heard was a man with a rough voice, screaming. My husband had woke up with me and asked why I had turned on the television. When I told him I didn't, he asked that I turn it off. I accidentally switched channels, and when I turned the knob back, the show was gone. It was called Just Snow. It's funny, it didn't really dawn on me until the following day how very strange it was. I've never before or since had a television turn on to what was the family channel and have it spew profanities at me, but I guess we all have firsts. In my last and final instance, my family and I moved into our house last October. My husband and I had been looking for houses for some time. When we found this house, we loved it from the start. It was a good warm feel, and it really was the best house we could ever have. Shortly after having moved in, my husband and I compared notes and admitted that we were both having strange feelings. Creepy was the word we agreed on. We were both finding the closet in our children's room open. The door would stay closed sometimes, and other times you return to find it ajar or fully opened. My husband shared with me that he was outside doing some digging on the French drain. He had set down a piece of chalk he had found. He turned around to pick it up, and it was gone. On another occasion, my family and I were sitting on the couch. My husband asked me to smell my son's hair, and it smelled intensely of perfume. Being that neither my husband nor myself wear any fragrance, we began looking around for something that may be carrying the scent. To refresh this memory, he sniffed my son's hair again and asked me to do the same. The smell was completely gone. The oddness seemed to subside for months. Then, this year, around the same time, it seems to have started again. The closet door is again not staying closed. We are having trouble finding things again. The other night, I felt a cold breeze coming across my face as though the windows were open, but they were closed. I go up to find the back door unlocked, knowing that I had locked it the night before. A few nights ago, when I closed my eyes, I heard someone saying to me it's all right. After looking up the site and looking at the pictures, I decided to try my hand at photographing the potential presence. I went into the bedroom that has the closet door that doesn't close. I said out loud, though I'm not comfortable with the idea of having a presence in my home, I think I could deal with it better if I knew whether or not you exist, and since I have children, and they would be able to see you if you exist, I feel I need to be aware of that fact. So, I'm going to take pictures of the house, and if you are comfortable having me take your picture, you can get in front of the camera. If you're not comfortable, I can respect that. I'm guessing you're a good entity, because my cat seems to like you. Note, my cat is very insistent on spending time in this room. I must say, I felt a little silly talking to the air, but it seemed the right thing to do. So, I took pictures of the house. I frankly was hoping that nothing would be found, and that I would find my imagination had run away with itself. When I got the pictures back, I found that the photos taken in the bedroom and in the closet have what I understood to be a vortex. Needless to say, I'm pretty spooked. I'm planning on finding out the history of the house to see if I can figure out who our roommate is. Also, I'm hoping to contact some people that are knowledgeable on the subject of ghosts. If this entity needs my assistance, I hope to help. If it just wants to hang out with us, that's fine too. And if it's bad news, I need to know. I'm hoping that my initial feeling of my house is correct, and that what I believe is a ghost is of the non-threatening variety. I just keep telling myself that. The ghost has been very polite for the last year, and those that should be able to sense the presence seem not to mind it. The cats and my two children, whose room the ghost seems to live and spend time in. Thank you for your time, and I'm glad that you were able to read my story. I grew up in a small town in central New Hampshire. When I was 18,
One of my friends took me to a grave, which is located on the side of a road. The grave lies off the road, about 10 feet. The grave is that of a young boy named Miles Tyler, who died in 1811. He then told me about some of the experiences he had. I was a little skeptical of the stories. He had said that sometimes you will hear leaves and branches moving, and there is no wind. Also, branches will crack and break. He had also mentioned that if you left food out, it would end up unwrapped and partially or completely eaten, even unopened cans of soda. The next day, I was over to a friend's house and told him of the story, and he also admitted of hearing this and being true. So, we planned a trip up there with a group of friends. One of these people was a girl who was into the ghost and spirit thing at that time. She was into the Ouija board and seance stuff. We arrived there about 11 at night, so this way we wouldn't have any traffic or intrusions by passerbys. The girl and her friends started to try and communicate with the boy who was buried at the grave, while the rest of us watched intensely. There was one person there who was mocking the whole thing, and definitely was a complete non-believer and had no respect for the dead whatsoever. They had made contact with the boy within 2 or 3 minutes of trying. The spirits they were talking to was getting aggravated at the person who had been mocking him. I at that time didn't know what to believe. I just kept watching, my eyes glued on the ever-moving oracle. Soon, we all heard the leaves and limbs rustling in the woods around the grave. We all started to get nervous, while the person who had been mocking this whole event picked up his own pace. This just made things go completely out of control. Now, we could definitely hear the branches breaking, and it started to rain. Suddenly, the guy who had been mocking this whole event was staring at the headstone in complete fear. That's when we all noticed that it had moved. It had tilted to the left at least 2 to 3 inches. That's when we all decided to leave. Me and 2 of my friends jumped in my truck to leave. It wouldn't start. I tried for what seemed like forever, still scared out of my mind. I jumped out of the truck and told my friend to get in the driver's seat. I got out and started pushing the truck down the road. Within 50 feet, the truck started and the rain stopped. So did the wind. We left and never looked back. I haven't been back since. We all stayed up until daylight, and I dropped him off and went home. We were all shaking up by this, and we didn't even talk about that after. That morning, I told my mom what had happened. Funny thing is that she did not say that she didn't believe me, but just chose to say, "I hope you have learned your lesson and don't go back." I'm sorry for the lack of names, but didn't want to involve anyone without their permission. I now live out of state and have lost track of most of them. One summer, when I was about 11 or 12 years old, my parents, my little sister, 2 of my older sisters, and myself moved into this old gray house in northern Indiana. It had a cement sidewalk that went around to the back of the house, and at the back of the door, there was a date and 2 footprints and a handprint. The date was about 1812, if I remember correctly. It has been at least 10 years since this has happened. Anyway, right before we moved in, my 2 older sisters wanted to stay the night at the house, so they did. They felt real uneasy after being there for a while. They sat on the floor, back to back, wishing they hadn't done this. All of a sudden, they heard a loud banging noise coming from the basement. They called the police from the neighbor's house. After the police checked everything out and found nothing, they left. Once again, my sisters, still scared out of their minds, sat on the floor. They heard it again. So once again, they called the police. They showed up and stuck around a while to see if maybe they could hear it. About 15 minutes or so later, they heard it. One of the police officers told them that it was just an old furnace in the basement making noises. My sisters had a good laugh and finally drifted off to sleep. When we finally moved in and settled down, I wanted to really check the place out. In my room there was a walk-in closet about 12 feet in length, and on the left side inside the door was a smaller door that we assumed led to the attic.
I felt very odd every time I had to go to the closet. One night, my little sister decided that she was going to sleep in my bed with me. Of course, being the brave sister I was, I picked up my little book of ghost stories and began to read a story entitled Phone Calls from a Ghost. All of a sudden, the light in the hallway began to flicker. It was the light we were using to read the book by. We got scared, and I threw the book out my bedroom door. We laid there talking, wondering what caused that to happen, when we began to hear music and lots of voices coming from the attic. I could hear a child running around and laughing also, but my sister says she didn't hear that. We decided to go downstairs and sleep in her room that night. A few weeks go by, and one of my older sisters bought a Ouija board. My mom didn't like the idea of it being in her house because her mother always told her that they were of the devil. But, being a little curious herself, we all sat down and watched as my mother and older sister began to play the game. The spirit in the board said his name was Ghoul. I'm not sure how it would be pronounced, but I remember how it was spelled. We asked it some silly questions, and then my mom asked it a more serious question about if one of us was going to die, when, and how. The board told her something. She wouldn't tell us. Then she got really mad at the spirit and began calling it names. The little device that you put your hands on began moving around the board really fast in a figure-8 pattern no one was touching. Then it flew off the board and sailed across the front room into the dining room. My mom told my sister to get out of her house and never mention anything about what had happened. But she didn't take it out. She just put it in the closet in my room. One night, me and my little sister decided that we were going to be gypsies. So, we got our crystal ball, which was nothing more than an electric candle with a blue bulb, and sat in the playroom and turned off all the lights. My mom was the only one home, and she was downstairs. We sat next to the candle and began chanting, "Oh spirits, if you are here, give us a sign. We want to know who you really are and why you're here." Over and over we chanted. Just then, I felt this cold chill. The windows were closed and it was midsummer. The bulb in the candle flashed and then went out, and I heard someone whisper, "I'm here." It sounded like a child's voice. Then, the hall light flashed twice and then stayed on for about 5 or 10 seconds and went out. My sister and I ran down the stairs, across the dining room, and into the front room to where my mother was sitting, reading a book. We asked her if she flashed the lights just now, and she said no. See, my mom can't walk very well. She can't run or walk fast either, so she wouldn't have been able to get to the stairwell, flash the lights, and get back to her seat in time before we made it down the stairs. She didn't even notice the lights flash. Needless to say, we didn't go back upstairs. The next weekend, I stayed with my friend Robin. I didn't see anything about what was going on in our house. My mom and little sister were home alone. During the night, my sister woke up because she heard a woman scream. She ran to my mom's room and woke her up and told her. Mom called the police. They showed up, checked everything out. Nothing. After my mom got her calmed down and they both fell asleep, my sister heard the screaming again. So, once again, Mom called the police. They still didn't find anything. I wanted to find out why all this crazy stuff was happening, so I began to ask around. A few of the neighborhood kids got together and helped me find out. Of course, they thought my sister and I were crazy. Then my friend Erin talked to a lady at the library. She told Erin what happened, and then Erin came home to my home to tell me. We were standing outside the house, on the side where my room is below the window, in my walk-in closet. She told me that there was a mom, dad, and child who lived here a long time ago. One evening after school, the little boy was up in his room, which was the same room I had at the time. The mom was standing in the hallway, talking to him, when the dad came home. He was drunk and told him to come down. She looked at the boy and told him not to come down. He could hear his mom and dad yelling
and then all of a sudden, he heard his mom scream, and she just kept screaming. He ran down the stairs and into the kitchen. There was blood everywhere, and his dad was still stabbing her in the chest and stomach. He turned to the boy, and he said, "You're next." He ran up the stairs and locked himself in the attic. The dad took the mother's body and went down to the basement. In the basement, there was a little cubby hole in the wall. Inside that hole was another hole. He put her in the second cubby hole and went after the boy. He kicked the attic door open, and when he found the boy, he began stabbing him, little at a time, just enough to make him bleed a little bit. The neighbor heard the boy's screams and called the police. The dad took the boy, still screaming, and went down to the basement and climbed into the second little cubbyhole and finished killing the boy. He then took his own life. After Aaron finished telling me the story, I looked up at my window, and it was like I was looking at a family photo. I could see the mom, dad, and boy looking down at me. She was wearing a whitish sweater. The dad was wearing overalls and a plaid shirt, and the boy was wearing a pair of overalls and a plain t-shirt. They looked happy. Then I looked at Aaron, who didn't seem to notice them, and then I looked back, and they were gone. After everyone went home, and I could sit and tell my mom about it, who didn't believe me anyway, I began putting things together. The child's voice in the attic, the woman screaming, the banging in the basement. I know it could have been of the furnace. It was the middle of summer, and there wasn't a need for a furnace to be on, so it wasn't in use. I still had the visits from the family, but nothing as bad or as horrible as what they went through when they were alive. I want to start off by saying that this is a great site, and I love reading about everyone's ghostly experiences, even though I must admit I have a hard time believing them all. There's some stories that you can just tell that the person writing it is a kid with an overactive imagination. I only say this because even though I am a believer, I am a college educational rational individual, and I can also be the biggest skeptic you've ever met, which brings me to this incident that occurred while I was still in college. I just want to stress to everyone that's as skeptical as I am, that even though this experience sounds extremely unbelievable, that this is true and it really did happen. I know that this is long, but bear with me. I want to make sure I didn't leave anything out. This experience happened one late night in October in 1994. I was a junior in college at the time and had very little free time to do anything because besides class, I also worked part-time and was very active in my fraternity. Every year, we would have a big Halloween party at one of our fraternity brothers' houses and just have a completely wild, chaotic night, but nothing can compare to what we all experienced that night. I got to the party shortly after it started, got a beer, and noticed people coming out of the basement. I asked one of the people what was going on down there, and they told me that my friend Jeff had brought his Ouija board to the party and was down there, acting stupid. Apparently, these people didn't know Jeff very well. He took the Ouija very seriously. If anything, he was addicted to it. He constantly used it and kept people in close contact with a spirit named Jack that he contacted through the board. I'd come to learn that Jack wasn't the most pleasant spirit and was a pretty mean individual who had died in prison, but for some reason, Jeff liked conversing with him. I then proceeded down the stairs to see what was going on. There was about 10 people down in the basement. By the way, this was not a finished basement. This was the spooky concrete floors and dust everywhere basement. Jeff and a girl I knew named Lynn were using the board and talking to Jeff. Lynn began getting tired of it. She was just trying to have a good time, and she thought that Jeff was taking the whole thing way too seriously. Before she could get up to go back upstairs, a girl we knew named Dana came down the stairs. As soon as Dana came down into the basement, the board went absolutely nuts, moving around at a frenzied pace. Jeff said that this wasn't like Jack and asked the board what was wrong. The board spelled out that it wasn't Jack, and it just kept spelling Dana's name over and over. Jeff asked the board if the spirit knew Dana, and it said yes. At this point, everyone's kind of looking around confused and everything,
and Dana was just looking at the board all weird. Jeff then asked the board what its name was, as it spelled out the name Michael, and that he was 6 years old when he died. This is when Dana went ballistic. She just started crying uncontrollably and shouting, but we couldn't understand her because she was crying so much. She then ran upstairs and out the back door. A couple of us followed her to try and find out what was going on and to try and calm her down. We went outside and saw Dana crying on another girl's shoulder. This other girl looked both pissed off and scared to death at the same time. We asked her what was wrong and started yelling at us. How could you dare pull a mean trick like that? You should feel awful for doing this to her. We were clueless. We asked her what she was talking about, and then she told us that Dana had a younger brother named Michael that drowned when he was 6 years old. A chill immediately went down my spine. Once Dana calmed down a little bit, she told us that she'd been trying to contact Michael over the years, but was never able to. She then offered to buy Jeff's Ouija board from him so he could keep in touch with her brother. At this time, Jack came back, and it was like he and Michael were fighting over control of the board. Jack then told Jeff that if he burned the board that night before midnight, that his soul would be set free and he would be at peace. Jeff immediately wanted to set the board on fire because he said he developed some sort of relationship with Jack and wanted his soul to be at peace. Let's just say Dana didn't like that idea a bit, so they both got in a huge argument and the party became totally chaotic. By this time, everyone at the party, only about 50 people, knew what was going on, and everyone started fighting and yelling, split down the middle, either on Jeff's side or Dana's. Eventually, Jeff snuck outside with a can of lighter fluid and set the board on fire, with Dana standing over it and crying her eyes out. As you can guess, no one was really in the mood to party after that, and everyone ended up either staying at the house the party was at or left for home to get their head back together. After that night, not one person I know that was at this party ever talked about that night again, not even once. I don't know how to explain what happened, but all I know is that there's no way that this was some sort of trick or joke that Jeff and Dana could have played on us. Being the skeptic that I am, to this day, I tried to find out just how they could have pulled this over on us. Dana was just a friend of a friend of a friend that not very many of us knew that well, and that night at the party, none of us knew that she had a brother. Just that one friend of hers at a party that yelled at us knew anything about it. And then there's Jeff. He just takes the occult way too seriously and would never use it as a basis for a joke. And if it was a trick, he's not the type to let it go. He'd make sure he knew it in our face about how much he scared us and what a great joke it was every chance he got. That's just how he is. To this day, anytime I tell anyone about this, when I get to the part that the spirit was her brother, I get a chill all over my body. Words simply can't describe what it is like being that night and what happened, but I'll never forget about it. I can remember it was just like it was yesterday. If anyone wants to write me about this or anything, feel free to.
My name is Ian, and I recently just spent 2 weeks in Italy. I live in LA, and was told of the many must-see locations in the area of Tuscany, but the one that most appealed to me was the Torture Museum in the famous city of San Gimignano. On the 9th and last day in Tuscany, before I took my long drive home to Rome, we decided to stop in San Gimignano. My father told me to leave me in the Torture Museum, aka the Criminal Museum, while he went off with my sisters. The Criminal Museum was originally a torture chamber, built during the time of the Spanish and Italian Inquisition. I bought my ticket at around 5:30 p.m. and proceeded to the bottom part of the torture chamber. As I entered the deepest part of the chamber, I got really scared. I was all alone, except for a German man and his children. The chamber was quite odd, and in some places, it was really cold, and I would go back to that same place, and it would not be cold anymore. Light gusts of wind would come out of nowhere, and there were no windows, doors, and it was underground. I began proceeding through the chamber, until I was stopped by a ghostly figure, standing right behind an Iron Maiden. It was a shade of white that I had never seen before. I could barely make it out, but there were depressions where the mouth, eyes, and nose were. I stood frozen for what felt like 10 minutes. It then darted straight across the room, in the direction of the opposite wall. I could even hear its feet going across the floor. I ran like a bat out of hell, and nearly cleared 20 stairs, but fell and slid down the 10 other. I later spoke to the man in the reception room. He asked me where I saw it, and I said in the chamber. He told me that there are hundreds of ghosts in there, and many seem to be insane. I will never forget what happened to me in Italy, and I hope others will enjoy my story. My name is Julie, and I'm 32, mother of a wonderful 4-year-old son, which I would give my life for, married to a wonderful, incredible man. We live in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. When I was about 8, I believe, I had my first terrifying experience with the dead. My great-grandma had passed away a few days earlier, although I can't really recall the event all that well. One night, a few days after her death, I woke up in the middle of the night, needing to go to the bathroom. The bathroom was just in front of my bedroom, separated by a long hallway that went basically across the part of the first and only floor. Beside my bedroom was my parents' bedroom. My bedroom to the bathroom was only like 3 feet to walk across the hallway. As I walked towards the bathroom, for some reason, I looked into my parents' bedroom. What I saw terrified me. Across my parents' bed, I saw my great-grandma lying on her side, holding her head, with her left arm looking at me with these black, see-through eyes. I will never forget. Very young and innocent, I didn't really ever think that ghosts really existed. That made me aware of another world that we were not taught about in our upbringing. When I got a little older, we had bought a house in Hawkesbury, Ontario, that we stayed into for I would say 5 to 6 years. I was about 16 at the time. We had just purchased the house, and while my father was renovating the upstairs, the whole family would be sleeping in the basement. One night, as we were spending a little time together, we heard this funny noise upstairs. We thought someone, for some reason, had entered our home, so my father went up to see what was going on. To all of our surprise, all 4 rings of our ceiling light had just fallen on the floor, not one at a time, but all 4. We could hear footsteps in the house, and when I was alone, the front doorknob would turn, and nobody was even there. I was so terrified. I did not know what to make of these events. At night, I would hear someone open the fridge door and close, open pantry doors and close loud. I would constantly feel a presence. I would barely have any sleep in the house. Sometimes, I would go and sleep with my brother. It is a terrible feeling as a child to be afraid like this. It's not okay. I don't think in any way that this is a funny thing. When you're a child, you get confused and don't understand the logic of these things. Actually, because there is no logic. When I got older in my early 20s, my grandmother passed away. God, I adored her. She was my best friend, and to this day, I miss her like crazy. Not long after she had died, maybe a few nights after, she appeared to me while sitting on the side of my bed, late one night. She appeared right next to me. She had her arm around my neck, and she looked at me saying, "Julie, don't be sad. You know that I'm not really gone." And she disappeared into thin air. I felt such a relief that she felt my sadness, and that she loved me enough to come and comfort me. I will never forget that precious moment. For you, Grandma, I love you. Julie. To start my story, my father and I pretty much had a decent relationship most of my life. Of course, when I was a teenager, I did the usual teenage crap, and rebelled, and we grew apart. I had moved out, and ended up with an abusive boyfriend. I ended up moving back home, and Dad and I renewed our relationship. Those 9 months before my dad's death were great. We actually got a chance to really talk, and I think my dad knew his time was short. He kept telling me that I would find the right guy eventually, and I would make a good mom someday. On February 11th, 1997, Dad passed away after a long illness that we would discover later was periodontitis. Things didn't start happening right away. It started after I met the man who would be my husband later, and I became pregnant with our son. About 4 months into my pregnancy, we started noticing little things around the house, mostly having to do with noises and objects that belonged to my father. After my son was born, and he was about a month old, my husband and I were watching television in the living room, and the baby was asleep. My mother's room. We were staying with her. Due to after Dad died, she couldn't pay the bills on her own, was right off the living room. She had went to bed, and after about a half hour, she said she had seen a white orb about the size of a softball traveling between the bedroom door and her vanity mirror. No light source constant. Her room was pitch black because she kept tinfoil and trash bags over her windows to keep the light out. Then, when we were getting things ready for the wedding, it seemed like all hell broke loose. Objects being thrown, kitchen drawers opening and shutting by themselves, strange noises. You name it, we had it. Then, the wedding day came. I wasn't nervous because I knew Dad was there. I wore his turquoise ring I gave him for a Father's Day present for something blue. Everyone at the wedding and the reception said they could feel him. Even some of the pictures taken at the reception were questionable. A couple have what appears to have a mist in them. My son is in most of those photographs. Then we didn't really have anything happen for a while, until my son started getting old enough to talk. Then in the evening, when only me and my son were at home, watching TV most times, he would get all excited as if someone had just come home. He would run up to the baby gate, wave, and yell hi, and I would go up to the gate and look down the hall to see no one there, and I would ask him, "Who are you talking to?" And he would look up at me and smile and say, "Grandpa, Mama." He never met my father. My son was born on 2100, and Dad died on 2/11/97. After he did this for a couple of weeks, I invested in an EMF detector. After running a few test runs to get readings from the hallway on basic electrical outlets and whatnot, I waited for my son to say hi to Dad again. Sure enough, about a week later, it happened again. This time I ran into the hallway to see if I could get a reading. I did. A perfect circle about 2 feet in diameter, smack dab in the middle of the hallway. I knew it was Dad. We have since moved, but my son still says hi on occasion to Grandpa, and my sister and I can still sense his presence. I'm 19 now, and most of my experiences have happened recently, although I remember a few from when I was a child. I'm a student at a Big Ten university and stayed in the dorms my first year here. My roommate and I were soon to find out we had another roommate. One night, I was dreaming that I was lying in a bed across from another bed, and a girl was pacing in between. Well, my dream soon faded to reality when I noticed myself blinking. We had lofts, so the floor that was in my dream was now gone, but the girl was still pacing, about 5 feet in the air. I don't know what came over me, and I didn't mean to say anything, but I blurted out, "What are you looking for?" The girl stopped and looked at me. Her eyes were just dark holes, and then faded away. I wasn't scared of her. I just went back to sleep. During other nights, I would be startled awake by what sounded like heavy books being thrown to the floor, and in the morning, nothing would be out of place. Things would go missing, only to end up in the middle of the floor, days later. My first touching experience took place there also. I was taking a nap on the futon with my boyfriend when I felt what I thought was my boyfriend's scruffy chin rub on my forehead. It woke me, but I didn't open my eyes. It happened again, and so I thought he was trying to get my attention. I looked up, expecting to see his face, and there was nothing there. He was about 2 feet away from me, with his back towards me, fast asleep. My roommate, however, had the creepiest experience. She rarely had any, but hers, I think, didn't happen to me. She came in the room from the shower, down the hall, and went to her mirror when she noticed she had a drop of blood on the tip of her nose. She wiped it off onto her finger, expecting to see a pop zit or something, but her nose was clear. She showed me the blood on her finger and told me what happened, so we checked her arms and legs, everywhere, to see if she had cut herself shaving. We checked her towel, robe, slippers, everything, and there was no blood anywhere else. We still do not know where it came from. Last night was my most recent experience, which made me want to read about stories online. It was at my parents' home, which we all think is haunted by some man. I was ready to fall asleep when I was startled awake by a loud pop in front of my face. Minutes later, I heard dripping water. That ghost mostly bothers my brother, whose bedroom is in the basement, where most of the activity takes place. I would like to share my experiences with someone who doesn't think I'm crazy. When I was 5 years old, my mom, dad, and I moved to a house in Crownsville. It was about 7 years old and had originally been built as a summer home only. My dad did a lot to the house over the years to renovate it. When I was about 10 years old, he finished the new bedroom on the front of the house, and he and my mother moved in. I got their old bedroom at the back of the house. I'm not sure if this bedroom was on the house originally, because it was built on a concrete slab, and the rest of the house was over a basement. My mother claimed to see a ghost materialize from the heating vent into the room. We all laughed it off. Later on, I didn't think it was so funny anymore. My parents were very strict and didn't leave me alone in the house until I was 13. After they left, I was really creeped out by the feeling in the house. I felt as though I was being watched. I wandered into the kitchen and heard a really weird sound. Then I noticed that the cupboard doors were moving. It looked like they were vibrating. I recognized the noise. It's the glassets in the cabinets all vibrating against one another. I ran back to my room and stayed there till my parents got back. One time, I got this brilliant idea to bring a Ouija board into the house. My grandmother had lots of junk in her backyard, and as I dug around, I had found the board wedged between two small buildings. If I'd been a bit older and a bit smarter, I would have left the damn thing there. I shoved it into the back floorboard of my mother's car, underneath my jacket. Somehow, I snuck it inside later on, without being seen. It was just a board in the planches, the Parker Brothers kind. I put it in my underwear drawer, all the way at the bottom, hoping to play with it later. I had failed school that year, so I had to go to summer school. I knew I would have to get up early, so I went to bed early. I was wakened sometime later, after my parents went to bed. I thought I heard a rattling. I listened for several minutes, heard nothing, and went back to sleep. I woke up again, a little while later. Again, I thought I heard rattling, and this time, I thought it had come from my dresser. I was slightly freaked out, but I heard nothing after a few intense minutes of listening, so I rolled over and went back to sleep. I woke up a third time. This time, I was angry. I still heard it when I woke all the way up, so I hurried and turned my light on. I saw the dresser drawer move for a few seconds, then it stopped. There was no more sleep for me to be had that night. The light stayed on, and I stayed sitting up in my bed till dawn. Then I got into the dresser, snapped the board in pieces, and threw it out my back window. The last thing that happened while I lived in the house occurred when my best friend stayed the night. We were supposed to be sleeping in my bed, but being kids, we were up talking. We both shut up at once and looked out my bedroom door. It was the kind of house where all the doors line up. I could look out of my door and see clear to my parents' bedroom door. In between were my old room, the kitchen, and the living room. We both saw glowing orbs floating around in the living room. There were about 5 of them, and they were way brighter than any of the lamps we had. She and I stared in awe for a few minutes, and then they faded away. She and I are still friends, but we never have talked about the glowing balls floating around my living room. Thanks for listening. I have been able to explain what happened the night of the Ouija board rattlings. For all I know, it could be the workings of an overactive imagination, but it sure seemed to be real to me.
The terror of that night never has faded. Hi, I've owned this large, 3-story, late 1800s building for the past 25 years or so. The first floor has 2 storefronts, and the second and third originally had 3 apartments per floor. I converted 2 of the second floor apartments into one large apartment for myself. When I first bought the building, I had a great deal of work to do on it. My mother would occasionally visit, and she would ask me who was in the back room of the main store. There was no one there, but she would insist. I never thought much about this until later in life. She now sees non-existent people nearly everywhere. Sometime after gutting the building and making it partly usable, I was working on the first floor and saw a young boy running through the store. Since the place was locked up tight, and there were 7 alarm systems, and only one was off, it was impossible for the child to hide from me. No child was to be found. Over the years, I, and many others, have seen a child running through the store. I've seen the occasional person while looking in a mirror, although this doesn't happen often. Many years ago, my friend Scott shared the apartment and had a rear bedroom of his own. One evening, he came out to see me when I got home and complained that something had sexually assaulted him. He found the event very painful. I somewhat dismissed this as folly on his part, but never forgot it. A few years later, I rented that same room to another fellow, and he had a similar experience. He moved out the next day. I rented a room to a fellow who was gay. He never had problems until his friend came over to visit. They were alone in the bed at the time. They were in the bedroom when the bed lifted a few inches off the floor and fell down. Then the bed moved a couple of feet from its location. Finally, the tenant had a set of barbells sitting on the floor. They were tossed up in the air several times, hitting the floor with a bang. After this happened, I began to read up on getting rid of spirits in the building. I placed a pentagram with proper symbols in the room above the tenant's room and went through the ceremony. From that day forward, nothing else happened in the building. That is, until the roof leaked above the room, and I bought up a tarp and bucket to catch the leak. The tarp covered the pentagram. Since then, people, including myself, see things in the building, mostly visions of people. Some people leave the building immediately when this happens. Over the years, nothing has ever happened to me physically, and my sightings of spirits are rare. I'd like to mention another place in Buffalo. It is on West Avenue, near Ferry. The location was originally Buffalo's hanging grounds, and now there are houses on it. My friend Paul owns the house. Occasionally, when no one is in the house, there will be loud screams coming from inside the house. Police have been summoned by neighbors on several occasions, but couldn't find anything out. Thanks for reading. I had a couple of strange experiences at a cemetery in Vancouver as a teenager, about 15 years ago or so. Everyone I've told the story to over the years seems to get a chill run down their necks from hearing it, so I thought it would make a good addition to your website, which I enjoy reading through on occasion, as I'm interested in hearing about other people's experiences with the unexplained. Back in the late 80s, I hung around with a group of friends who I'd hang around with and mostly get into trouble with. I guess looking back, we didn't really have any beliefs or interest in the supernatural or spirituality, and I suppose we were kind of like teenage nihilists in a way, getting into trouble with the police and partying a lot, not conscientious about school or the future. So what would happen at the cemetery would all seem the more strange. Well, anyways, one school night, we were out looking for something to do at around 10 or 11 at night, and we couldn't really think of anything as it was midweek, and most people our age only went out on the weekends. We ended up just driving around with no destination in mind, and at one point, someone suggested we go to a local cemetery, just because we had nowhere else to go. This cemetery is cut into the forest on the side of a mountain, and is basically just a giant field surrounded by trees, and all the headstones are just flat plates on the ground,
so that if you didn't know it was a cemetery, it would just appear as a big empty field upon entering it. The point is that there's absolutely nothing to obstruct your view or cast strange shadows in the cemetery. To get into the cemetery, you have to drive through a 40-meter winding road that runs through trees and bushes, etc. And this road eventually branches out so that cars can access different parts of the cemetery. There were 3 of us in the car, with myself driving, a friend in the front seat and one in the back. As I pulled the car into the small entrance road, I slowed the car right down and put on the high beams and drove the car at a snail's pace towards the cemetery. As we made the last little bend in the road and entered the cemetery, the high beams suddenly illuminated the entire field, and it was at this point that I suddenly and finally jammed my foot on the brakes, because about 15 meters in front of us stood a group of about 30 to 40 people. I think I recall my friend sitting next to me saying something to the effect of, "What the hell is going on here?" I don't know. I answered maybe some kind of midnight burial or something, and then cracking some joke that maybe they were druids. I remember my friend, in the back seat, suggesting that we back the car the way we came in, so as not to disturb whatever was going on, which I declined doing, saying it would be a better idea to make the first turn and come around, as it's a narrow road. At this time, probably about 20 to 30 seconds might have passed, and I took my foot off the brake, and we proceeded forward. After the car had moved forward, maybe 15 feet, and I was staring intently at the group of the people the whole time, there strangely now seemed to be less of them, which confused me. Although I remember slight movement within the group, they didn't seem to be bothered by the headlights, and I don't recall any of them looking directly at us. Well, by the time the car had reached about half the distance to where they were standing, and this is the odd part, there was no one left standing there, just an empty field, and it was at this point, when I hit the brakes again, I can remember the intense feeling of my scalp feeling like it was covered in goosebumps and shrinking, because it was only at this point that it clicked into my mind that something ghostly and unnatural had occurred. I drove the car up to a spot alongside where the group was standing and rolled down the window to have a closer look, but there was no explanation for what we had seen. At this point, someone suggested that we get the heck out of there, and we did, quickly. I can think of no possible explanation for what happened, and even went up there a couple weeks later with the same car, but a different friend, to see if maybe we could duplicate the feat and try to come up with some explanation, but we were unsuccessful. Strange thing was that all 3 of us saw the same thing from different vantage points, and there was nothing that the headlights could have refracted off to cause an illusion against the windshield. And anyways, the groups were clearly standing at a distance of 50 or so meters in 3-dimensional space, so there's no way it could have been a reflection. When I tried to duplicate the experience in the same car, nothing happened. I suppose it was this experience that has caused me to have a belief in a greater reality than we see in our everyday lives. Something else happened at that cemetery months later, not quite as strange, but strange nonetheless. But this email has turned out longer than I intended it to, so perhaps I'll submit it another time. I've had a family member who was buried at that cemetery since that time, and the experience has helped me to believe that perhaps some of them is still with us in some way. I would like to share the experience we've had, my husband and I, with the ghost of a dead boy. We had some pretty scary moments. A few years ago, we moved into our new home. An old lady had lived there for years and had passed away 2 years before shortly after she moved into an old people's home. The house had been left empty since she moved out. We were the first ones to move in. It was the beginning of springtime, so it was a little cold inside. As we turned on the central heating system, we heard a noise as if a kettle was whistling. We thought it was just a little dry, as it had not been used in the last 2 years. This was just the beginning. When you entered our house, you would see a hallway surrounded by the living room, bathroom, bedrooms, and closet with the central heating system inside. As time passed away, we did not take any notice of the heating system making noise. I must say, I felt kind of awkward when I passed a particular closet.
Next thing happened was on our clock. The pendulum would stop at different times. I would give it a swing, and it would keep going for days. It happened many times, and looking back on it, our cats were always looking at things we weren't able to see, especially into the direction of the clock. Then our candles. We used to burn them every night, at 2 places in our living room. We never had any problems with drafts, but suddenly, we noticed our candles were burning unsteadily. All these things happened in our living room, and we never thought anything of it until one evening, the pendulum stopped, the candle started flickering, and a cold chill went through the room. The temperature dropped instantly, and suddenly, the noise from the central heating system didn't sound like a whistling kettle anymore, but like a stream drain running right through our living room. We looked at the TV, and suddenly, we saw the display changing numbers, and the screen turned to snow. It looked like it was trying to find a channel to display something we did not want to see. My husband rushed to the thermostat to turn it down, so the central heating would stop making noise. The TV went back to the channel we had been watching before, and everything went back to normal. Except for the 2 of us, we were scared to death, and we realized that something was haunting us. As we thought back at all the times the pendulum stopped, the noises from the central heating, the uncomfortable feeling we got from that closet and the candles, something or someone was trying to scare us out of our home. I told my husband that it was time to take some action, or things could get worse. As we decided to go to bed, the central heating started whistling again, and as I passed the closet, I yelled at it, "Stop it, and shut up!" Believe it or not, it did stop. Relieved as I was, I rushed into the bedroom to find a halogen lamp flickering heavily, and the whistling started again. I decided to take a run through the hallway, back into the living room, to turn the thermostat off, so the noise would stop. My husband was too scared to get out of bed, and I'll tell you, I wasn't happy either, but I managed to do so, and I was glad to return to bed, hiding under the sheets. The next day, I decided to call a psychic called Jan, who's well known for leading ghosts into another dimension with the help of his guide, Layla. Through Layla, he was told that a young man in his early 20s had been living here before we moved in. He had died, jumping or falling off a bridge in Rotterdam. We were never told his name, so we could not do any research on this guy. Layla led him into the light, and all went quiet and peaceful. We moved out of the house a few years later, and we're glad we never encountered anything like this again. It still gives me the creeps just thinking about it. Kind regards, and good luck with your website. I'm not sure if you'll understand my English, since it's been a while since I studied it, so if you have any questions, let me know. It happened when I was in my early teens. I think first, I should describe my room to you. It's the very smallest room in the whole apartment. The bed was placed facing the door, and the piano was on the left side of the door. That day, my sister was sleeping in the room, on the floor. I don't know exactly what time this incident happened. All I know is that it was scary. So, I woke up in the middle of the night, opened my eyes, to see a Grim Reaper with a scythe just standing there. His face was hidden under the hood, but the face under the hood was glaring with a very weird greenish light. My body was paralyzed. The only parts of my body I still had control over were my eyes. Suddenly, he started laughing, but it was a silent laugh. The most unusual thing about this, though, was that I could still hear him laughing, even though it was silent. His laugh would be best described as something evil and demonic. It was just cruel. I closed my eyes because I couldn't look at it any longer, and if I did, my heart would have jumped out of my mouth. When I opened my eyes, he was gone. I could still hear his laugh. It's weird that I fell asleep after that. After this incident, strange things started happening to me. I'd wake up in the middle of the night with my body stiff and be afraid of nothing, even if I was alone in the room. Or, I'd feel like something's trying to touch me. having dreams about people I don't know, and they always tell me that they're dead. This happened some 7 years ago, in 1996. The office building where I worked then used to be a hotel. I was told there were 2 ghosts in the building. One, on the 7th floor, was supposed to be the ghost of a murdered hotel maid, but no one could tell where or what the second one was supposed to be. I shared an office on the corner of the 3rd floor, and my colleague and I would often look up from our work, expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. We both felt that someone had walked through the office door, which we kept open for ventilation. An old office building such as this one did not have air conditioning. We talked about this and discovered that we each had this experience on several occasions. Sometimes we were alone, sometimes when we were both in the office. We eventually decided that we must be hearing someone walk along the corridor past the office, and after this, our imaginary visitor did not make their presence felt nearly so often. Then one morning, as I came back from the small area known as the tea bay, after making myself a coffee, I distinctly saw a man enter our office doorway. When I followed a few seconds later, there was only my colleague there. He insisted that no one had come through the door, and he said I must have been seeing someone going around the corner. I maintained that I had distinctly seen someone in the light coming from our doorway, and that the corridor beyond our office was dark at that time because the lighting was being replaced. A few weeks later, I saw the same man going into the tea bay, which is no more than an alcove with a water heater, refrigerator, and cleaning facilities, and when I got there, it was empty. There was no way he could have come out again without passing me. There was no other exit. I told my colleagues, and they said I must have seen someone going into either the men's or the women's toilets, which are on either side of the tea bay. I maintain that I saw someone going into the tea bay. If they had gone into the toilets, I would have heard the doors closing. There are none on the tea bay. Hello there. I've never thought of myself as being sensitive to paranormal things, but I've had too many experiences that I cannot explain easily. I would like to take this time and share 2 memorable experiences with you. Mind you, most of my experiences were feelings of not being alone, hairs of my neck rising, feelings of being watched, getting overwhelmed with sadness, hatred, and anger suddenly. I'm going to start off with my brush with the Martin House, listed in the Haunted Places Index under Panama City, Florida, at the age of 8 years. In 1978, it was owned by the paper mill company that was located across the street from the house. The Martin House sat on a huge amount of land and was surrounded by trees with moss hanging from them. There was a waterway running past the right of the house, looking at the front porch. The paper mill would rent this house out to various groups for parties. At the time, my father was in the Air Force, and his maintenance group rented out the house several times. I kind of felt safe on the lower floor and around the house grounds. I always made sure that my sister, 7 years old, and I stayed with a group of people at all times. For the most part, kids were running all over the lower section of the house, and we had plenty of places to explore. We were told from the beginning not to go upstairs because it was not safe. A group of us, me included, decided to explore the upstairs area after we ate some food. I led the way up after the first 5 steps and stopped. I was looking at the top of the stairs and had the feeling of being watched by someone very bad. I let the boy behind me go first. We all started up the stairs and I stopped again, feeling very uneasy. Couldn't seem to catch my breath. I was pushed out of the way by the other kids who went up the stairs. I went back down a ways until I was in the light that was shining from below and waited there still uneasy. Then the kids started to scream and came running down the stairs with me in front and told their parents that a very scary man was staring at them. Our parents went up to look around and could not find anyone. We all got punished. Each time we went to find that house, I was always looking up at one set of windows overlooking the waterway. I felt like I was being watched by something. Last, the ankle grabber. I was 23 years old and visiting my sister in Marietta, Georgia. She lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. The 2 bedrooms were located on the left side of the hallway, with the bathroom right across the room. I would be staying in with my mom. This room had a faint, nasty odor that got stronger towards the closet. My first 2 nights there in the room, I felt uneasy, like I was being watched, and fell asleep watching the closet door. I had a restless sleep, and I always woke up looking at the closet door. The 3rd day, I helped my sister get some extra boxes put away in the closet. It smelled like rotting flesh. It was extremely cold and unpleasant being in there. My sister said that she had tried everything to get the smell out, but nothing worked. That night, my mom decided to sleep out in the living room. I fell asleep the same way, eyes on the closet. I suddenly woke up to the feeling of someone rubbing their thumb down the length of my right foot very hard. It then went into spasms. I looked around the bed, thinking it might have been my sister. Nothing, but that closet door was slightly opened, and it was not how I left it before I went to bed. I wasn't able to go to bed the rest of the night, and my daughter slept soundly. The next day was uneventful, except when my daughter was taking a nap. Strange sounds were coming from her baby monitor. I went down the hallway with a feeling of dread, and went into the room to look around. Nothing was out of place, and I even checked my daughter for marks. There were none, but I did take her out of the room to finish her nap in the living room. That night, I was hot and decided to sleep on top of the covers. Again, my mom slept in the living room. I placed my daughter's playpen in a safer part of the room. I slept in the middle of the bed, with my right hand on the middle of the pillow. I woke up in terror when my ankle was grabbed and I was jerked 6 inches off of my pillow. My right leg was hanging off the end of the bed, and my left leg was bent. I got up, picked up my daughter, and went to sleep in the living room. In the morning, I asked my mom about any unusual experiences in that room. She said she didn't have anything funny happen to her. Just then, my sister let me know that her former roommate had complained of hearing footsteps in the room when no one else was in there. The room, by the way, was carpeted. Unusual sounds, bad smells, and being watched. I asked my sister to move out of her apartment. My daughter and I spent the rest of the visit sleeping in the living room. On the last day, I went into the room, threatened if it ever hurt my family members, I would be its worst nightmare when I died, and called it every dirty name in the book. I figured I'd take my chances and say it anyway, even if I sound ridiculous and yell at nothing. I would like to thank you for your time, and thank you most of all for allowing me to share my experiences with you. I know the paranormal can bring a lot of skepticism into this world, but I also know there are things you just can't explain. I believe in the paranormal. I believe in the things that go bump in the night, and I certainly won't dismiss something just because someone thinks it's something crazy that may not be existing. Keep an open mind. Don't be so dismissive, because you never know when something may lurk on you, and you never know when you're being watched.
Here's kind of a creepy story. I go to school at Lalu, and my school, mind you, it is a private school. There have been a few suicides and drownings. We are on a lake, and other things such like that. Well, many students here have seen the Lalu ghost, and apparently, we have more than one haunting. One of my friend's sisters was being followed around by it. At one part of the school, there are wooden steps, which makes lots of noise when you walk down them. She started to walk down them, and she heard loud footsteps behind her. She stopped. It stopped. She looked around. No one was there. So, she kept going, and the footsteps kept going. That, from what I heard, was the last time I know that the ghost had been sighted, until 2 weeks ago. It was a late Thursday afternoon when my friends Kai, Clover, and Jess walked down to the Pine Room, which is basically our storage room in Lost and Found, to get a binder or something. When they went down there,
Clover had started to feel a presence. Kai saw a flicker of light, and Jess saw the entire figure of what she could only explain as a ball of white light. All three of them just got what they needed and left, talking about this ghost. This is how I found out. I overheard them talking, and so did my friend, Jake. Jake is the most skeptical person I've ever met in my entire life. He doesn't even believe in luck. I had told Jake about this, and he basically laughed, and we went to go see Kai, who seems to be the resident expert on the occult here at Lalu, and find out what happened. Dave, who is also a skeptic, was laughing at her for saying this and wanted to see it himself. Kai told all three of us not to go down there. It will just make him mad, and I trusted her, mainly because I believe in ghosts and the supernatural and everything like that, and I stayed. Where Jake and Dave went down to the Pine Room to try to see it. They came back empty-handed and laughing. We talked a little bit more about the ghost and what it could potentially do to you if it was mad enough. Then, Jake and Adder decided to try again. By this time, about 10 other people found out and wanted to see it too. Everyone went down, and everyone heard a loud bang, but nothing else. Then everyone went back up, but for some reason, Jake was called back downstairs. He was just inside of the door when he saw this ball of light pass in front of him to the adjacent corner. Scared, he ran as fast as he could, back up to where me and Kai were waiting. He told us of this story, and David overheard as well. So, being the idiot that he is, Dave went back down there and, yet again, didn't see anyone or anything. Dave then went to go see Clover, who was waiting in the stairwell down the hall to where we were at. We started to follow, slower than him, and about halfway, we all had the same feeling as Dave Giuliano did in his story. The hairs on our arms sticking up, and an uncomfortable constant shiver. At that time, in unison, we all asked, "Did you feel that?" Then, the creepiest thing happened to me. A feeling of soft, very, very soft hands, almost like wind, only solid, ran across my arm. And later, I found out that every time that Jake had walked by that spot and that feeling happened, his legs started cramping up. We went to the stairwell and we talked with the two. Kai was shouting at Dave because it was challenging the ghost to its face, and then she moved over a little, and both me and Jake saw it. We didn't see anything, really, but we knew it was there in its exact movements. Move over from the exact spot she was standing, right over to where Dave was squatting, and, after David challenged the ghost again, we left. After all this, I found out from Kai that it was a different ghost, and that when Dave challenged it, she had saw it laughing. Within 2 days of this sighting, my friends Ben and Jamie were playing with the camera to use up the film, which only had 3 pictures left, and it was disposable. Ben had looked through the viewfinder and saw a ball of light behind Jamie and took the picture. They developed the film, and it was caught on film. Hi, I'm from Ireland, and I haven't seen many stories from here. Well, my experience started in 1997. I was 15 when we moved to the house. We moved to a little village in Wexford. Our new house is over 150 years old, but has been done up and looks modern. Anyway, about 2 weeks after moving into our new house, I was trying to go to sleep one night when I heard someone calling the name Martin. I shared a room with my younger sister at the time, and she was fast asleep. I was wide awake, and whoever was calling the name called it about 5 or 6 times. The next day, when I woke up, I went down to my parents and asked who lived in the house before us. They told me don't be stupid, and that I know. Then, I asked who lived in the house before the people we bought the house off of, and I was told a man's name called Jimmy Martin and his wife. At first I thought this was a coincidence, and I never said what happened the night before. I soon started to feel someone was watching me all the time, especially in the sitting room. It is hard to explain, but even though I could not see anything, I could tell you there was an old lady standing in front of the sitting room door, and this is where she always stands. I was afraid to go to sleep some nights, as one night, when I was laying in my bed, something kept hitting me on the back of my head, as if to try and wake me up. Well, I was wide awake, but I was too scared to look, as I was afraid of what I could see. Another night, I was just dozing off, when someone decided to sit on the edge of my bed. This frightened the life out of me. I had kept all these experiences to myself, as I thought if I told anyone, they would think I was mad. I had an ensuite in my room, and one night, the toilet handle started going up and down by itself. Everything was getting to me, so after 3 years of keeping it all to myself, I started telling some of my friends what was happening to me. They thought it was scary and asked me what my parents thought. They couldn't understand why I wouldn't tell them, but I just said they would think I'm mad. Anyway, more stuff started happening, but nothing serious. I went out for a few drinks with my mom and one of their friends, and when the night was over, we all came back to my house and had a cup of tea and a chat. They got into the subjects of spirits and started talking about past experiences they had. I thought this would be a good opportunity for me to tell them about mine. I started with my sentence with, "You're going to think I'm mad, but," and then I started to cry. I told them everything that was happening to me, and to my surprise, they had their own experiences. My dad was sitting in the sitting room one night, reading the newspaper, when a woman started whispering his name and started running her fingers down through his hair. My mom has heard them walk around upstairs, and she could hear them call her name sometimes, and when she was in bed one night, it was like someone was blowing cold air into her ear. My brother woke me up one night because there was an argument going on in his room, and to his surprise, there was 5 spirits in his room, bickering at each other. His room is across from mine. My mom and dad were annoyed with me because I never told them what was happening to me. We have 2 bedrooms upstairs and 2 downstairs. Me and my sister used to share a room upstairs, but she has now moved out, and my brother, who has also slept upstairs, has moved out now, so I'm up there by myself, and some nights, I can feel there's someone there, and it would take me half the night to go to sleep, as I would be terrified, lying in my bed. I'm 21, and the eldest of 4 children. Now that my brother and one of my sisters have moved out, my little sister, 13, looks up to me and likes to do stuff together. She's often asked me about my experiences, which are still happening today, but I won't tell her too much, as it would frighten her. To end my story, I will tell you about a reading we held in our house. A man came to our house who could see spirits, and he gave about 10 of us our readings. I was first to get mine done, and as I sat down, the kitchen door opened. As I got up to shut it, the man told me to wait a minute. He then told me that he is now, and that I should shut the door. This sent a shiver down my spine. He told my mother how I can sense spirits, and how a bad spirit entered the room with me. He said that he got rid of him, but there's a spirit that follows me around, but it's a good spirit, and this is the one that I can sense around me all the time. He said that there are a few spirits in my house, but they're good, well except the bad one he got rid of. Well, that's my story, and it's going on today. The good news is, I've just learned to live with it, in the sleepless nights at times. Hopefully I'll be the next to move, because the terror drives me mad sometimes. Thank you. First off, I'm 19 and have believed in ghosts my entire life. Now, I don't have a sixth sense, but I find it fun to discuss ghosts and all sorts of unexplained occurrences. I'm a pretty athletic guy and played football through high school and am pretty strong too. I can bench 280. I'm not saying this to sound like I'm bragging, just to say I'm not afraid of that much, but what happened to me 2 summers ago left me pretty shaken. I was about 17 at the time and found out about a haunted church through my mother. She had gone when she was younger. Nothing happened, except she had a really weird feeling the whole time she was there. Well, finding ghosts fascinating. I wanted to go, but didn't want to go by myself, so I told my brother about it. We decided to go on a Saturday night. Maybe we'd have a story to tell at the parties. My brother at the time was 15, and he wanted to bring some friends along, so I agreed. Altogether, there were the 5 of us: me, my brother's friend, and 2 girls they wanted to impress. The layout of the church goes like this. The church is in the middle of a field, surrounded by woods. All around the church in sort of a U pattern are graves. The graves start a little ahead of the church and meet in back, forming the U. There is no space between the graves and church for a few people to walk. In front of the church is a stone wall about 3 feet high and 2 sensor trigger lights on each side of the stone wall. We parked in a little dirt parking lot right in front of the church and got out. Me, being the oldest and assumed the bravest, went over the wall first. As soon as my feet hit the ground on the other side of the fence, I got a really bad feeling and my hair stood on end. The first thing we did was go up to the front steps and hang out for the first couple of minutes. The thing that struck me was that there was no noise at all inside the wall, no crickets or anything, which is strange because it's surrounded by woods. Once we got bored of sitting around, we decided to go around back. That's when the really weird stuff started to happen. We were walking in a straight line because none of the younger kids wanted to be last. It was me, my brother's friend, the 2 girls, and my brother. That was the order from left to right. We were walking so that I was closest to the grave, and my brother was closest to the church. About halfway down the length of the church, we all heard a whooshing sound. My brother's friend and I to the left, and my brother and the 2 girls to the right, like we were being surrounded. Everyone asked each other if they heard the sound, and we all answered yes. After that noise, Mike, my brother's friend, and the 2 girls wanted to leave, but my brother and I convinced them to stay. Not that I wasn't scared, I just wanted to see more. I forgot to mention that me and my brother both had flashlights, which gets important. As we made our way to the back of the church, we all heard a loud hum, kind of like electric wires, but no one were around. This sound kept getting louder. Also, this went on through the whole entire time we were there, and probably would have scared us enough, if not for what happened next. At about the same time, I heard a noise. I saw a black ink blot, like shape move from a grave to behind a bush. I tried to follow it with a flashlight, but it was too fast. However, Mike saw it move from that same bush to behind another tree. From that point, we would hear sounds and directions all around us, and when my flashlight or my brother's was aimed at the spot we heard the sound, we would just get a glimpse of a shape going back the way the light came to, too fast for us to follow it. Now, there had to be more than one of whatever they were, because as me and Mike were going through this on one side, my brother and the 2 girls were doing the same on the other side. All of a sudden, I heard my brother and the 2 girls scream. My brother is a pretty tough kid himself, and I never heard him scream like that in my entire life. Never mind the girls. When I turned to see what was wrong, the 3 were sprinting out of there at a very fast pace. When I heard them scream, I almost panicked, but got my nerves under control. Mike, however, took off like a world-class sprinter, leaving me by myself. Not wanting to be the only one there, I backpedaled as fast as I could, so I could see whatever it was, if it was coming after us. At this point, the humming was almost deafening, and that's when I got the impression that whatever was making the sound was coming closer at every very fast pace. At that same moment, my flashlight went dead, and then I did panic. I turned and ran faster than ever before in my life. When I reached the stone wall, I saw everyone else in the car waiting for me. I just jumped the stone wall. As soon as my feet landed, the flashlight went back on. The humming stopped, and I heard, guess what? Crickets chirping. Also, all the feelings of fear I had disappeared, and everything was calm. I got in the car and asked what my brother and the girls had seen. They said it was the body of a little girl floating inside the second-story window. At that time, the sensor lights went on, meaning something was coming towards the gate. Remembering the humming sound, I took off as fast as possible. There have been other stories about how people have seen the little girl or heard her playing the flute, but none to the extent of ours. After this happened, I did a little research, and this is what I found. In the 70s, a man raped and murdered 5 young women and buried them in the back of the graveyard behind the church. I don't know where the little girl comes into the picture, but that is what everyone sees. Later, when I asked my brother why a little girl scared them so much, he said the face looked mad, like it wanted us out, and he just got a bad feeling when he saw it. And this is the only ghostly experience, and hopefully the only bad one I'll ever have, and this story is 100% true. Hi, not sure if you are interested, but here's a couple of stories from the place I live in Tasmania, Australia. My boyfriend and I live in Daisy Cottage, an 1832 brick and stone house in Marquis Street, South Hobart, Tasmania, Australia. Daisy Cottage was originally built as a 9-room hotel by an Irish stonemason. He built an almost identical house right next door for himself, which has been empty the entire time we have lived in Daisy Cottage. Legend has it that he witnessed the stabbing murder of the local policeman and testified against the killer in court. The killer was sentenced to lashings, followed by hanging death, and apparently it is he who haunts the house. Strange things have happened, but only one of us is in the house. The first thing happened to Chris, my boyfriend. He arrived home from work one day and checked the mailbox for an important letter that he was expecting. He took it out of the mailbox, opened the front door, and headed upstairs to the bedroom to get changed. On the way, he started to open the letter. Once upstairs, he realized it was raining, so he put the partially open letter on the bed and went downstairs and out into the back courtyard to take the washing off the clothesline. Once he got back inside, he went back to open and read the letter, and it was not there. After about 30 minutes of searching, he called me out of frustration. I arrived home and helped him look for the letter, turning the house upside down. Eventually I said, "Are you sure you took it out of the letterbox? Maybe you should check." Sure enough, there it was, sitting in the letterbox, partially opened. Second strange thing happened 2 days ago. I was alone in the house, doing some painting. It was getting dark, so I turned on the hall, bathroom, dining room, and kitchen lights, and had not ventured upstairs at all. I finished, cleaned up, and started turning off all the lights, getting ready to leave, as we currently aren't staying there during the renovations. I got to the front door and realized that there were lights still on in the house. Every single light upstairs had been turned on. As I left, I noticed that there was a light on in the upstairs of the empty house, next door. The one thing that really got me though, as I was looking towards that house, I noticed some kind of print, like a handprint there. When I say handprint, I mean a floating hand. It was very faded, and then it just disappeared. Well, I guess he needed some light in the house. Thanks for reading.
I've experienced quite a bit throughout my life when it comes to the paranormal, and it all started at my old childhood house. It was a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom home in Garden Grove, California. If you were to drive by and look at this house, it's cute and it's a little home in a good environment. However, the things I've experienced sparked my interest and curiosity about the afterlife. Everything in every room in the house felt awkward whenever I walked into it. I shared the middle bedroom with my younger brother, who was only 4 at the time. Once a month, I would have a nightmare of a girl sitting on her picket fence with red eyes aglow, staring at me with such a playful expression. She didn't seem happy that her family was there. Nonetheless, us kids,
The strange part about that was, whenever I would have these awful dreams, I would wake up to find my little brother crying, as if someone had really hurt him. I never really took the nightmare seriously though. We had an old, rusty swing set that we loved so much. I was only 10 at the time. During the daytime, everything would be fine, and no strange feelings would occur. However, once nighttime falls, our backyard would be off limits. My mom wouldn't let us go to the back and play on summer nights, and she, well, never told us why. One night, my mom forgot to turn off the water hose, so she kindly asked me if I would do it for her. The idea of it was already bothering me, but I didn't take anything paranormal into consideration. So, I went down, straight to the back of the house, and the walk there felt like eternity itself. I had a strong, eerie feeling that I was being watched, and even followed. I bent down to turn off the hose, and had a fear so strong that it made me tear up. I ran into the house, and swore never to do the favor for my mother again. What made this incident particularly eerie was the fact that I swear I heard a sobbing. It was like in my mind, but I swear it was outside. In another awkward time, my mom was taking a shower, and I was in my room watching TV with my little brother. I heard her call my name, so I came to see what she wanted. She asked if I could go to the towel cabinet and grab her one. When I did, I walked up to the door in pure darkness, and I swear I saw a ghostly hand, but it was still a woman's hand with red fingernails. I immediately thought it was my mom's hand at first. The strange thing was, it was translucent. Like I said, a ghostly hand. But I mean, you could see right through this person's hand. So, naive as I was, I thought I said Mom, and instinctively handed her the towel. But the towel dropped to the ground, and the hand disappeared. My mom then opened the door and looked at me, saying, "Barbara, what are you doing, honey?" That's when I told her, "I was giving you the towel you wanted." My mom looked at me with such confusion and said, "You know I was in the kitchen, right?" When I look back at that incident, I know it terrifies me now, but at that moment, I was simply not afraid. I just chalked it up to something non-paranormal, and maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me. But at that moment, it was pretty obvious that I was both hearing and seeing things come to life. Paranormal things at that. There was much more that went on in that house, such as if you were sitting in the living room watching TV, at the corner of your eye, you will see a dark figure walking up to the front door. Immediately, you would assume someone was here, so you trot over to the door to find that no one is there. It happens almost every week to everyone in my family. I love that house, but I didn't love being followed or the feeling of being watched while taking a bath. After spending most of my childhood in that house, we moved to another city nearby. Now this house is quite dramatic. I'm 19 years old now, and I lived in Georgia for 3 years to finish up school. Coming back, strange activities started happening, especially in my new room. My grandfather passed away 3 years ago, and my room used to be his room. At night, getting home from my boyfriend's house, I would hear the floor creaking. I just assumed there was someone walking around, but to find that no one was out there at all. I remember one night, laying on my bed with the lights out and just the TV glaring. I fell asleep and woke up to see a pair of transparent, veiny legs pointing in my direction. I knew immediately who they belonged to. Grandpa. Grandpa was watching over me, and that didn't and still doesn't scare me. But there's another presence in the house. A girl, I assume. I came one night from staying at my boyfriend's the previous night. I left the door opened because I was planning on changing and going to say hi to my parents. While changing, I have a habit of looking at the door to see if anyone will walk by and see me change. So, I looked a few times, and when I looked the last time, at the right side of my door, I swear I saw the apparition of a girl, her bright blue eyes, glowing and bulging right at me through the crack of the door. The eyes then disappeared. I trotted to the door, looked to my right, and nobody was there. Just then, it was my teenage cousin, Diane. But I looked towards the left side of the hallway, and there she was. I was absolutely freaked out in that moment. Well, those were some documented instances of my family's paranormal history. I hope for future sake that I never have to experience any of this again. Even though the first few incidences weren't that scary, and even my grandpa incident, yeah, I wasn't scared. However, if it were any kind of other ghost, like the one I was just talking about, I might be a little bit more frightened. I'd like to refer to this haunting as the haunting in Duxbury, Vermont. We bought the house from the niece of Leo Morse in the fall of 1999. Leo lived here his entire life. Shortly after we moved in, we heard strange footsteps on the second floor when we knew no one was up there. During one such incident, my husband, myself, my 2 children, and a couple friends heard someone walking across the floor in the upstairs bedroom as we all stood in the living room below. One night, when I was taking a bath and was lying back in the tub with my eyes closed, I suddenly felt very uneasy, like someone was staring at me. I looked behind me to where the door was and saw this transparent mist, and it disappeared within a second. The door creaked open just an inch, and I screamed my head off. My son, while still in high school, had similar experiences of being watched by someone who couldn't be seen. Our television has also turned on by itself on more than one occasion. Our channels have changed, with the remote sitting out of everyone's reach. In the fall of 2007, my husband had just walked upstairs to go to our bedroom when I heard him hollering at someone and asking him what he wanted. We all ran upstairs to where my husband stood in the doorway to our bedroom. He was staring at the back wall of the other bedroom, pointing to no one and yelling, tears in his eyes, for someone who no one else could see to get out. This lasted for several minutes until the man, whom my husband said was in his early 30s, brown hair, clean shaven with round, wire frame glasses, dressed in a flannel shirt and blue jeans with the bottoms of the legs rolled into cuffs, disappeared. It was a very restless night that night, and my husband, who is not drunk or on drugs and isn't prone to hallucinations, doesn't like to talk about it much, but is very adamant that it truly happened. We haven't had any more sightings since then, but I still hear footsteps and unexplainable bangs and thumps coming from upstairs every morning after I get up, and I know my husband is still sound asleep in our room. My name is Andrea. I'm from New Mexico, and I'm 17. I've had numerous experiences throughout my life with the paranormal. I'll start from the beginning, I suppose. Before moving to Deming back in 2000, I lived in Hatch, which is about an hour away. We used to live in what was called the White Brick House, near the park, and not even a half mile from the schools. Hatch is very small. Anyway, living in the house was my mom, my very abusive dad, who I call Alex. I don't even call him dad. My 2-year-old sisters, and my older brother, and me, the youngest. I don't remember the experiences in any specific order, but I remember them as if they happened yesterday. They are all very true. Believe if you want. We had a certain room called the back bedroom that no one really liked to go to, at least not alone. This room had an extremely strong presence in it, and it was only when you entered it you could feel its presence. You could stand in the doorway and look in the bedroom and feel nothing, but as soon as you stepped, that all changed. You feel like you're being watched by one great evil spirit, or a great number of evil spirits. You would have to leave. It was so uncomfortable. We couldn't even get any of the dogs that we had throughout the time we lived there to enter that room. While there was that room, there was also other things that happened in the rest of the house. One night, my mom swears up and down this happened, and so does Alex. They were getting along. A rare occasion. I love these nights. My mom put all 4 of us to bed, so her and Alex had some alone time, and were relaxing together in the spa, talking one night. In the middle of their conversation, both my mom and Alex saw the shadow of someone walk past the doorway of the spa room. My mom thought it was one of us that had gotten up in the night and went to check in on us, only to find us all snoring in bed. Her and Alex then asked us the next morning if we had gotten up, and none of us had. Another time, me and my oldest sister were playing in what we called the second kitchen that had a room off called the craft room. My mom paints ornaments in there. We suddenly smelled a strong perfume that didn't smell like any perfume made today. Then we heard a conversation between maybe 4 or 5 people. We looked in and saw 5 older upper-class people in clothes from the early 1900s time. I remember one man specifically. He was bald, with a brown beard, and a looking-glass eyepiece like the rich people would wear back in the day. He was wearing a black penguin-tailed suit with a white button-up underneath. He looked somewhat pale, but not very transparent. He turned his head slowly and looked straight at me, not my sister, and nodded his head. Shortly after, he continued to speak with his company. I ran to my room and stayed there for the rest of the day. We had an organ in the living room, along with a drum set and Alex's guitars. We're all musicians. Amps would turn on, even when they were unplugged. The organ played as though a very experienced pianist were playing it. Piano was one thing none of us really learned how to play, so it was obvious none of us was playing it. There were times when the dogs would follow something we couldn't see down the hallway to my room and Alex's room. My older brothers one night got up to get a drink of water in the second kitchen, and that's where the laundry room also was. He's 22 years old now, and still swears this is true. He saw a tall figure standing by the washer and dryer near the back bedroom, and he felt it as an evil being. It just stood there, glaring at him, but never moved, as if it was frozen, but with the evil expression looking at him wherever he moved. He figured it was Alex. He shouted out Alex's name, but didn't hear a response, so he figured he was mad and went back to bed. The next morning he asked Alex why he was so mad at him. Alex just looked at him and said he was at the bar. My other sister said she was walking by the back bedroom one night and swore she saw a black figure out of the corner of her eye standing straight up against the wall, and it tried to grab her with its arms but couldn't reach, as if it was restrained. After Alex left, we moved out of the house and into a little apartment. There's only been one thing that has ever happened to me there. I got up in the middle of the night to get something to drink, and as I was going back to my room, I saw what looked like a little blue orb, glowing in intense blue. It moved around for a few minutes, before ultimately dissipating into thin air. Aside from these apartments we lived in, we also moved into a trailer not too far from the white brick house. This house was always said to be haunted because the man who used to live there died of a heart attack in either the yard or the bathtub, and he had 2 dogs that died of mysterious causes after he did. It was almost as if they died of a broken heart. There would be nights when we could hear the clicking sounds of a dog's nail on the tiles. I was in my room reading one night when my whole dresser just fell over. No reason for it just to fall over. My friend and I, Rosario, and my sister were all in the living room one night when we heard a window shatter come from my room. We never found a single shard of broken glass in the house or even outside, even though the sound came from inside. Finally, I would always see the shadow of someone walk into the laundry room, and no one would be there when I looked. All of these incidents were fairly alarming to all of us, and I'm convinced that they were being followed by the same evil spirit that resided in the red brick house. These days, I never experienced any hauntings, and I'm very glad that this is all over. In the fall of 2001, my parents bought an old Victorian house in a quiet suburb. It was a huge relief for us because that year was a very tumultuous time for our family. We couldn't find a house that was affordable, and nearly every house we found in the area was either in need of major repairs or super expensive. When we moved into this home, there had been mumblings around town that nobody wanted it due to its supposed hauntings. By the way, I'm 21. The house had a history of violence and death. The city is very safe now, but years ago, it was considered one of the worst cities to live in. It was said that a man who had lived his entire life as a loner took up residence in the house in the early 1920s. One night, he apparently hired a prostitute to stay the night with him. She was unaware that he had no money to pay her for her services. He led her into the kitchen, playing off that he had some spare cash lying around the house. He ultimately ended up strangling her to death and chopping up her body. He was apprehended months later and ended up dying in prison. When the cops questioned him, all he could say was that he needed love. In the first months, we had stereotypical noises that any house would make and dismissed it as nothing more than just noises. However, doors would open and close, lights would flicker on and off, and there was this funky odor that always seemed to linger throughout the house. It was very hard to describe, but it smelled a lot like rotten eggs on a very subtle level. The most terrifying thing that occurred was when I was in the kitchen in the middle of the night. It was about 11 p.m., and I had just come home from work and entered the front hallway of the house at first. That's when I heard whispers, which sounded like the word lonely. I figured I was just exhausted from a long day's labor, so I decided I needed to get to bed. But before I did, I fixed myself something to eat in the kitchen. I walked into the kitchen, but that's when I heard moaning sounds, almost like someone was struggling. As I sat on the chair by the kitchen table, I saw the transparent figure of a woman with an anguished look on her face. She appeared for a few moments, then disappeared. She looked like she was from another era and wore all black. Her face looked disfigured and beaten. It terrified the living hell out of me, so I ran upstairs to get my parents. I guess I just needed some comforting, and I found out they weren't home yet. There were other incidents that occurred in that house. My mom actually told me that she was in the laundry room when she could distinctly hear the sounds of a growling man in the laundry room late at night. This was something that seemed to happen quite frequently around the same time, and always only in the laundry room, nowhere else. It was never something really loud and startling. It was always faint, but insanely scary. There were times that we would see 2 shadows in the corner of our eyes, constantly walk back and forth from the kitchen to the living room. Again, this was subtle. When anybody would actually turn to directly look, these shadows would be gone. Most of the time, we always thought it was just our eyes playing tricks on us, and even after my incident, I still thought that. Anyway, that's my story. It might not be too exciting compared to others, but it is creepy and insane. I'm glad I don't live in that house anymore. Sadly, my parents still do, but it seemed that nothing happens anymore, besides the subtle doors creaking open slowly from time to time, and the continuation of lights flickering. Thanks for reading. I feel kinda silly writing this, since I haven't talked much about it since it happened. I'm 17 now, and still can't come up with any explanation other than spirits. I've always been a believer, and hoped to one day have my own encounter with ghosts. I never thought it would be as terrifying as it was. 8 years ago, summer of 2000, my dad's family was having a reunion, and we all decided we would stay at Oak Island Beach in North Carolina. I'm not sure if that is the exact name. I know it was something to do with oak in it. The week we were there, the weather was very fickle. It rained most days, and the sun was only out 3 or 4 times. Most of our time was spent indoors. My parents, sister, and grandparents shared one condo. My dad's brother and sister and her family shared another, and his step-siblings were in the third with their children. One night, while it was storming, my cousin Josh and I went to the condo to play video games and watch TV. Everyone else was in our condo, playing cards and drinking. We played Dino Crisis and an X-Men game, and decided to watch cartoons after about an hour. We spent another couple of hours just goofing off, when the storm really started picking up. We were sitting on the couch, talking and laughing, when we heard a creak on the balcony outside. Neither of us is scared easily now, and we weren't then either. I looked out of the sliding doors, but everything was pitch black. We went back to our conversation and had no interruptions for a couple of minutes. When a bolt of lighting lit up the beach, we saw a man standing on the balcony, dressed in a trench coat. He seemed to be looking out at the sea. It all happened so suddenly. We didn't believe what we saw, no matter how skeptical we were. We weren't about to go and check like I had with the noise. After a couple of minutes, we noticed the door was fogging up. Not the entire thing, just a little patch about 6 feet off of the floor. We were very spooked now. During the next bolt of lightning, we both saw the man standing against the door, looking in on us. He screamed, and I screamed, and we jumped over the couch, headed for the door. We yanked it open, and as we did, we heard the sound of glass breaking. We didn't look back, just ran across the parking lot to the other condo. When we came in, we were soaked and out of breath. Our parents started to freak, asking us what was wrong. When I told them, they just laughed and brushed it off. We kept begging them to call someone, but they refused. After about a minute, they got fed up with it. They grabbed us and their umbrellas and dragged us over there. When we went in, the place was just as we left it. The door was intact, and no one was on the balcony, not even a footprint. I know I didn't imagine it. I believe that the spirit was drawn to me for some reason. My cousin has had no other experiences that he has told me about, and I've had quite a few, but none as intense as the first. Anyone that has had a similar experience, know that you're not alone. Finding the site has opened my eyes to the world of ghosts and those that have been affected by them. Thanks. My Aunt Terry, from my father's side, lived in Oklahoma. When I was about 16, she came here to Memphis, and she told me about a house that she lived in. She said that when her husbands and kids moved in, there was a barn out back, and she said when she walked in there was an upside-down pentacle on the barn floor. After she saw that, she never went back out there. One night, when everyone went to bed, my Aunt Terry heard the dogs barking in the kitchen. She went into the kitchen and watched her dog bark at a corner in the room. The next night she went to bed, and the TV in the living room came on by itself, and she said it did it every night. So one night, she decided to unplug the TV, and she went to bed as normal, and the TV still came on. Then another day, after everyone ate dinner, they were all sitting in the living room. My aunt looked out the window and saw a pair of red eyes. Her husband saw them too, and it really freaked them out. On yet another night, my aunt and uncle and the kids were leaving to go see a movie, and on the porch stood a beast with red eyes, and half his body was human, but the rest of him was like an animal. She described his hands and feet as hoofs. Well, after they got home that night, my aunt and uncle made the kids sleep with them, and Catherine started to get really sick. When my aunt and uncle tried to take her to the hospital, the car wouldn't start, so they had to push the car all the way down the street, and it started right up. The doctors couldn't find out what was wrong with Catherine. My aunt and uncle decided to move, and every morning the car wouldn't start when my aunt had to go to work, until my uncle pushed it down the street. After my aunt and uncle found a new place to live, when they got everything they owned out of the house, Catherine got better immediately, and the car never gave them a problem, and the TV never came on by itself again. Some strange occurrences, but I swear they're true. Thanks for reading. The Hampton Inn on Warner Road, off Route 279, has a haunted room, which is number 417. My husband stayed in this room while on a business trip in March 2008. He frequently stays at this hotel while in Maryland, but never had an experience like this until he stayed in room 417. This was his room for 3 nights, and for the first 2 nights, he was very restless and didn't sleep well, which was not a normal occurrence for him. On the 3rd restless night, he realized that he was hearing noises inside the room, not from adjoining rooms. These noises were hangers moving around in the closet, the refrigerator door opening, noises from the bathroom, and the sound of glass being set on the nightstand next to the bed. Final thing that really spooked him was that something grabbed his side as he laid on the bed, trying to ignore the sounds and fall asleep. He was not imagining any of this. He could still feel the sensation of his side after jumping out of bed. He looked around the room and checked the deadbolt lock on the door, and all was secure. He considered packing and checking out, but it was 3 a.m. He finally fell asleep and checked out the next morning. He has since stayed at the hotel and was offered the same room upon check-in, but he refused it. The hotel clerk wanted to know why, but he didn't want to sound foolish and wouldn't elaborate on his experience. For the record, he didn't believe in ghosts or spirits until this happened. We believe that someone must have died in this room, heart attack or something, and their spirit is trapped there. We dare anyone to stay in this room. It is creepy. Last year, I was living in an apartment on the far northwest side of town in Chicago, Illinois, and had one experience in an apartment that for the most part was pretty quiet, but for this experience. I lived in a frighteningly active apartment on the northeast side before this occurrence, so this didn't really totally freak me out. But I was sitting in my living room, on the couch reading. The sun was reflecting through the blinds, which I halfway closed, and the TV, which was directly in front of me and perhaps 8 to 10 feet away, was off. I sat reading for quite some time, and at one point looked up and into my reflection on the TV screen. Sitting a few inches from me was a woman with a pageboy hairdo, perhaps in her early 40s, with glasses on. I could see her curves as she sat, so there was no mistake that she was a woman. I turned instantly to my left side, irrationally expecting to see someone sitting next to me in my lockdown apartment where I knew no one but myself had been the entire day. No one was there, of course. I looked back into the TV reflection again, and she was no longer there. May I point out that there was absolutely nothing in that apartment that could have made such a reflection. I was on the second story, so there was nothing inside that could have reflected that way, no nearby trees, etc. It was a bona fide experience. There was this one terrifying experience, though, that has haunted me ever since while being in that apartment. I was sitting in the bathroom, doing my business, as usual. I left the door open because I felt very uncomfortable with the door closed. I don't know why, it just gave me that feeling. I saw that same lady, early 40s style, with the pageboy hairdo, right outside the door. It was like she was fixated on me, and she appeared momentarily, just staring at me. Although the bathroom light was obviously on, the hallway outside the door was pretty dim, so you could just barely make out the outline of her face and her body. There were some slight changes with her this time. The only difference being this time was that she looked like she was in some kind of nun outfit. It was really creepy. This was the moment where I was terrified. I didn't know what to think. She kind of looked like Mother Teresa in a way. It also looked like she was trying to open her mouth, but somehow couldn't, like she was unable to speak or something. Maybe she was in danger. Just like that, she disappeared. And later on in that day, I also saw an orb float around. It was pretty eerie. For the record, this was a highly Polish neighborhood, and had been for years, so I have a feeling it was some old Polish lady that couldn't leave her building. I lived there for a year, and am now gone. I also have a theory that because she is Polish, that she was wearing the nun attire due to her religion. You see, Polish people are Roman Catholics usually, so it all made sense to me at the time when I thought about it. Thanks for reading. I had a personal experience at this bed and breakfast, and it was so exciting. A friend of mine and I were staying in this B&B, the Henderson House, while we visited her daughter at a nearby Baptist university where she is a cheerleader. We stayed in the downstairs guest bedroom by the dining room. When we arrived, they were setting up for a big sit-down dinner and reception with round tables covered in white tablecloths. It was a big affair that went on for a while we were at a football game. When we arrived back at the B&B later that night, it was late, and the staff was cleaning up and putting up the tables. They apologized for making so much noise, and said that they'd be finishing up for the next hour or so, washing the tablecloths and putting them away. We were exhausted, so we each took a shower, and my friend crawled into this beautiful mahogany bed, and I pulled out the sleeper sofa and settled in and watched TV for a little while. Finally, it quieted down somewhat out in the parlor, so we turned off the lights and immediately fell asleep. I woke up some time earlier as 3 women in gowns brushed by my bed, carrying things. We had gotten quite friendly with the innkeeper and her staff earlier, so I really didn't think that much about it, and wondered why they had put things away in our room before morning. The next morning, I asked my friend what the women were doing in our room the night before. She said, "What women? No one came in here." And she motioned towards the door where the deadbolt was still locked. She went out to the dining room for breakfast a little before I did, and as I was walking out into the hall, she walked up to me and said, "Come here, the owner has something to tell you." When I walked into the kitchen, the owner looked up and said, "So, you saw them, huh?" I told her I saw 3 women in gowns, and she said, "They are dressed in wedding and bridesmaid dresses." She then walked into the parlor and opened the big old photo album and turned to the page that showed a wedding party lined up on the staircase. It was them. They are seen from time to time getting ready for a ceremony, and the bedroom where we stayed at was once a porch that leads around to the front of the house. Because it is a Baptist college, they don't promote these ghost stories, as the college frowns on it. But she said many people see them. There is also a ghost of a captain, Army or Sea, I didn't quite get. But he haunts an upstairs room with a big bay window and is seen often too. It was not a frightening thing. I loved it, in fact, and hoped to go back again. They were not see-through people, and had I reached out, I could have touched their dresses. Maybe. In the year 2000, my husband and I moved to LaGrange, Georgia, to a fairly new apartment on Old Airport Road. His job had transferred him from New Hampshire, and he was able to be on a 5-day shift, 5 on and 5 off. That meant he would not be home every other week, as he was a truck driver for a major store chain. Anyway, after being there a month or so, we decided that it was a great little town to settle down in and began looking for a house. During this time, we had no incidents at the apartment. After another 2 months of searching, we finally found the house we wanted. It was a 3-bedroom ranch with a small in-ground pool located in a rural part of LaGrange. When our offer was accepted, we were ecstatic. This is when my 4-year-old son began falling out of bed at night, something he had neither done before or after living at this apartment. Eventually, this led him to waking up in the middle of the night, and I would have to go in and confront him, which was usually fairly easy to do, and he'd go back to sleep, only to wake up later again in the night. When I put them to bed, I would sit in the hallway between both of their doors. Daughter's bedroom was at the end of the hall, which was about 10 feet long, but their doors were close together. I would have all the lights off, except the hallway, and once they were asleep, I'd go and get on the PC in the dining room, adjacent to their hallway. This hallway had a bathroom at the opposite end of the bedrooms and a laundry closet where my washing machine were. One night, my son insisted I lay with him in bed, so I laid down behind him, closest to his closet, with him closest to the door. My eyes were closed, and we were both resting quietly, when suddenly he half sat up in bed and said, "Who is that?" Naturally, I asked, "What do you mean?" He said a woman in a long skirt just walked by his bedroom door and headed to his sister's room. Of course, this is the week my husband's gone, so I'm alone in the apartment, thinking someone must have broken into our second-floor apartment. So I got up and looked. My daughter, who is 9 years old, thankfully was sound asleep, so I checked her room, closet, and under her bed to make sure no one was in there. I questioned my son again, and he said no one passed back by his door, and there's no exit from my daughter's room, just right by my son's room. I brought both kids to sleep in my bed on the other side of the apartment that night. Another night, I sat in the hall again until they were both asleep. Now keep in mind, all the lights are off except the hall, which includes their big walk-in closets, no lights on. When they were both sleeping, I got up and used their bathroom at the end of their hall. While in there, I heard what sounded like a toy hitting the wall of my son's closet, which shared a wall with the bathroom. Thinking that he woke up and started playing, which was not like him at all, by the way, I went to his room to find him sleeping cozily, but the closet door halfway open and the light inside open. Okay, so now I'm freaked out because I know that the door was closed and the light was off, and yes, his bed's right next to that closet, so yeah, I took them into my room again. Again, on another night, my son wakes up again, but this time my husband's home and we're all asleep in our own beds. I can hear my son crying, so I go to comfort him, but he's not there. My husband and I can't find him, but he's still crying, sobbing, a terrified cry actually. In a minute or two, we find him hiding under the sink in the bathroom at the end of his hallway. He told us the mean lady won't let him pass. He had tried to come in our room, but she stood in front of him. Again, he described her exactly the same. Long skirt, hair up behind her head, and she makes faces at him. Now I know for a fact I'm dealing with a ghostie here. My husband thinks I'm just going nuts and putting stories in the kid's head. My daughter, meanwhile, never notices any of this and is not disturbed. While on the computer one night, late around 2 a.m., I hear 3 distinct loud knocks under my feet. One on the left in the small kitchen, one directly below my feet, and one to my right. Sounded like someone downstairs used a broom to knock on the ceiling in extremely rapid succession. I sincerely doubt that anyone can move as quickly in the downstairs apartment and get by the furniture they undoubtedly had there, just as I had mine arranged. I know for a fact the lady and her kids were in bed by 10 at night. So the bank has decided that they will give us a loan on any house in Lagrange, except that one, because it's rural, so we try another place and another. One night, I'm sleeping, and have a more vivid than any other dream I've ever had. Kind of like a dream nightmare. In it, we live in the house, and I'm looking for my son, only to find him floating face down in the pool. I woke up crying, and made up my mind that there's no way I'm ever moving into the house. So now I must convince hubby, who thinks I'm nuts anyway, and is determined to get to that house. Well, having bought a puppy when we started looking for a house, this collie is now almost fully grown size, but he still has accidents, so we keep him penned in the kitchen with a large baby gate. When we go out, this doggy somehow gets past the gate by pushing a corner or whatever, and is running around our apartment. So one night, we're going out to dinner, and hubby and I lock up Poochie and set 2 high back dining chairs against the gate. Keep in mind, our apartment is carpet, thick and plush everywhere, except the kitchen. When we return, Puppy is looking at me from my kid's hallway, and the gate is still exactly as we left it, and the chairs are too. Not one thing had moved, but somehow, according to Lovey Hubby, I'm supposed to believe the dog vaulted over the chair backs and somehow landed without killing himself or breaking my dining room table, which was a mere foot or 2 from the chairs. Yeah, okay. My downstairs neighbor's kids told me that their mom was upset because I let my kids run around my apartment, banging at all hours of the night, mostly after 10 p.m., and she can't believe I let my kids stay up so late. She has to get up early, yada yada yada. Except, my kids are in bed every night at 9 o'clock, and asleep no later than 9:30ish. I see a shape leaning out of the kitchen door, watching me as I watch TV and tell it, "Come sit by me," and leave my son alone. It didn't sit with me, but it didn't bother my son that night. I never noticed my dog noticing anything. The only cold spot in the house was the kids' hallway, and not always, just mostly. Hubby slept in son's room one day, in the afternoon, and, even though we had central air, complained that he sweat like a hog and had the worst nightmares ever. But the place still isn't haunted, and yes, he steadfastly refused to ever sleep in there again. I saw blinds move on their own, doorknobs that rattle when I was alone in the place, and no, it wasn't a teeny shake caused by some truck rumbling by, which was there some 50 to 100 feet between the side of our apartment and the road. This was a defined and voracious shaking, a definitive hello, I'm trying to open the door. But no one in the apartment but me. Finally, my husband grew tired of trying to get a loan for that house, and mysteriously, everything stopped. No more rattling of this or that, no shadows, but by now, it is also true that the four of us were sleeping in my waterbed, in the one room that never seemed affected by the haunting. But I noticed everything in the apartment changed and felt cozy again. But by then, I'd also decided that tornadoes, large cockroachy looking bugs, and the ghost belt were too much for me, and we packed up and came back north. Interestingly enough, when we returned home to my parents' house, which we later bought, we just never ever felt anything but perfect there. There were 3 knocks on the bottom half of my bedroom door one afternoon. I was alone in the house. Immediately, I felt that was the spirit or something, telling us we made the right choice by not getting the house. My father believed that it was his mother who had lived and died in North Carolina, who knew something bad would happen to my son if we bought that house, especially since it all seemed to stop when we stopped trying to get financing for it and gave up on the house. My son has never been affected by any other ghosty type stuff since then, and he's never fell out of bed again either. Feel free to email me if you choose. Earlier this year, I attended a camp in Reuben County, Georgia. There, I was told the story of Timothy Dalton. The story is that, in the late 1970s, the Daltons lived in a rural area of Harbison County, Georgia. Supposedly, Timothy was about 11 years old, an only child, and his parents didn't really like him. They abused him in every way possible, and kept him in the basement, due to them not thinking it was worthy of a room upstairs. This wasn't even really a basement, more just like a cellar, with one small window that was about 2 feet in length and a half foot up. Mr. Dalton's wood workshop was down there, so at night, Timothy would work on whatever he could. His father didn't mind him working with his wood, because his father would take whatever Timothy made and sell it without giving Timothy any of the money. Well, one day, Timothy was at home, alone weeding the field, when the postman came. His parents had got off into the next city over to get some supplies for the upcoming fall. Now, Timothy knew that there was such a thing as mail, but since his parents didn't tell him where it came from and neglected to send him to school, he never knew what it honestly looked like. The postman approached Timothy and asked him if his father was around. When Timothy answered no, the postman handed over a package. He had never seen a package before and was informed not to open it or even shake it. It was his father's and not his. Timothy went inside the house and set the package down on the kitchen table. He couldn't stop thinking about it, so he opened it and made sure that he could seal it again. Around this time, power tools started to come out, and Timothy's father figured that he should have one since he does work on wood sometimes. Timothy saw that it was a power drill and was in awe. He couldn't wait until that night to start making something. So, for the rest of the day, he just went around and collected logs and sticks so that he could make something. Once he found them, he set them by the window and at night would open it and pull them in. That night, once his parents locked him in the basement, he started the work. He worked and worked for about 3 hours until he came up with this beautiful rocking chair. He had never seen something this beautiful and never been this happy about something like this. So every night, throughout the summer and the fall, he would sit and rock in it until he would fall asleep. Well, a horrible blizzard blew through, and it was a horrible sight. All the crops of the city had died, and nothing was left of them. So one day, Mr. Dalton told Timothy to go and find firewood for the fireplace, since they didn't have electric heating. Timothy knew that all the firewood would be wet, but decided not to fight with his father. After about 2 hours, Timothy had found some dry pieces to possibly hold them over for the night, so he turned back and started to walk back towards the house. As he approached the end of the woods, he noticed that there was a smoke coming out of the fireplace. He found this very odd and didn't quite know why his father would send him out to find firewood if he already had some. So Timothy walked into the house, and as soon as he walked in, he was horrified. He saw his rocking chair, the only thing he had ever been proud of, chopped up in the fireplace, burning to little bits. Timothy snapped, that's all to say. He didn't start to yell at his dad or anything. He just mentally snapped. So he sat down the firewood and did his chores. Before he was locked down in the basement, he managed to sneak some chicken wire under his shirt, so he took it down to the basement and was locked in there. After about an hour, he knew that his mom and dad had just turned off the light to go to bed. After maybe 3 hours, he had constructed this power drill into this killing machine. He had found an X-Acto knife and bound it to the power drill so that when he turned the trigger on it, it would spin around and around. So he used some chicken wire to unlock himself and walked up the stairs to his parents' room. He slowly bound his parents' hands and feet to the bedpost and footboard. It took him about an hour just to do this without either of them stirring. So, once that was done, he just stood over his father, staring him dead in the eye, with his hand and power drill behind his back. As soon as his father awoke, he started yelling at Timothy, calling him a freak, and wondering what he was doing there. So, Timothy didn't do anything, just pulled out the power drill and jammed it straight into his father's heart and turned it on. His mother was screaming bloody murder, so he pulled it out of his father and slowly walked around the other side to his mom. She was crying and was in absolute hysterics. Timmy looked over at her, then revved the power drill once and shoved it straight into her neck. He just dropped everything, didn't wash his hands, didn't even try to clean up. He didn't care if he was caught. All he cared about was that rocking chair. So he went over to the fireplace and sat down in front of it and stared into it for 3 days until the police got suspicious and noticed that they hadn't seen them for a while. When they came to the house, they didn't even have to ask any questions. They knew what happened. So they admitted Timothy into the psych ward, where he stayed until the late 90s. Now that you know the story, I can get to my experience. It's important to understand that story so you can understand the experience that happened to me. When I was with my camp, our cabin of 20 boys and girls were on a bus headed to Helen to go tubing on the Hooch. It was really rainy, so they didn't want us going in the water, so they took us to go bowling in the Habersham County. The night before, we had hiked up Blood Mountain and was told that story, so we were all pretty freaked out. Well, me and my friend Kelly and her boyfriend Jake decided to go walk around the bowling building since a lot of the counselors were already back there. So as we're walking back there was an old man with slightly grayish hair standing out there and smoking. We had been informed that if you see anyone outside your camp, that you kindly say hello, don't say your name, and only tell where you're from, camp-wise. The man did what any other person would do and ask us our names. We sat down on the curb that was parallel to him, but the length of a car away from him. We told him that we were from CHH Lake Burton and that we were here with a camp. Well, that still doesn't answer my question, he said. Kelly spoke up. I'm sorry, sir, but we're not allowed to tell you our names. He looked at her and laughed a little. Well, Kelly, my name is Tim. We're all completely shocked and confused. How do you know our names? I asked. He laughed again and put out his cigarette. Let's just say that I know a lot of things. Harbison is a very quiet town, and as of last night, for you guys, it was a very innocent town too. We were all in shock and awe. How did he know that he knew about the murders? We all got spooked, and Jack led the way back around the building. But every crazy person has some parting words. Just remember this, he said to us as we all halted to stop. I wouldn't have had to kill him if he just kept his eyes closed. To this day, it still haunts me. The wheezing laugh of that man and the wondering of the story. Is it honestly true? A few weeks ago, my grandparents and I went to a Mormon pioneer cemetery a few miles from where I live to get a picture of an ancestor's gravestone. While driving into the cemetery, I noticed a particularly tall gravestone. As soon as I saw it, I got the chills. Normally, I'm not scared of cemeteries or things like that, at least not in the daytime. As we left the cemetery, my grandmother pointed out the creepy headstone. She said it was her grandaunt's grave, and that this lady had crossed the plains to come to Utah when she was about 8. She later went north to help settle in the town of Richmond, Utah. Then Grandma told me the following story. When my Aunt Andrea was about 15, she was home alone in the kitchen right after school. She heard a woman's voice and turned around. She saw an elderly lady in a long, old-fashioned style dress with her hair in a bun. Andrea ran out of the house and to a neighbor's where she called my grandmother at work. Grandma thought she was trying to get attention, but told her she could stay with the neighbors until she got home from work. The same thing happened twice over the next 2 weeks. My grandma requested a picture of my great aunt from my great grandmother so she could copy it and hang it up on the mantle. It was lying on the counter the next day when Andrea came home. As soon as she saw the picture, she jumped. She asked Grandma who it was, then told her it was the ghost. Andrea never saw the woman again, but says it wasn't scary, more like a lady that wanted to help. I know this one's kinda short, but thanks for reading. I have a story to tell you of a sight which will always be engraved into my mind for life. A friend of mine and I were avid hunters, and we were returning from a duck hunting trip in a place called Dunmurry. We were trying to remain as quiet as possible so that we could catch and hunt as many of those ducks as possible. As time wore on, we weren't able to find too many, but still decided to have a look by the river to check for those elusive ducks. Before we crossed the fields back to the house, we made our way across the M1 motorway at Dunmurry and had our guns loaded as well. It was then when my heart thunderously stopped and noticed something far more terrifying than a simple duck. I put my last shell up the spout and noticed a tall, light tan colored figure to the right of me. It seemed to be about 7 feet tall and off of the ground by about 2 feet, and scared the crap out of me. I couldn't speak, and I warned my friend to stay away. At the time, My friend was right behind me when I saw the figure, but didn't quite understand what I was so terrified about, since he didn't see it himself. I told him to start running, and running as fast as possible, so we could be as far from this mysterious figure. My first instinct was to point my gun at it, but I urged my friend to stay away from this thing. I thought by pointing at it with my gun, I would scare the figure away. Of course now, looking back, it was a ghost, so it sounds silly now. We eventually made it out of there without incident, and explained to my friend what I saw. He called me crazy, he called me insane, but I swore to him that is exactly what I saw. A 7-foot figure floating directly at me from the distance. This happened about 14 years ago, and neither of us went hunting at night again. I told a friend of mine this story, and he explained that a figure not unlike a monk had been reported on the motorway from as far back as 30 years ago. Wish someone could have told me, then I wouldn't be as spooked. My grandparents used to own a home in New Hartford, Connecticut, until about 5 years ago. It was a huge house, mostly built by my gramps, and it sat centered on about 4.5 acres of land. It was really nice, in the daytime, anyhow. It was a 2-story house with a huge attic and a basement as well. There were a total of 5 bedrooms in the main part of the house, and there was a 2-bedroom apartment connected to the house. Now, just as a bit of a background, my gram and gramps were some really cool old people. They traveled a lot. In fact, they've been to many different countries. They have been to all 48 continental states, plus Alaska, in their RV. A few years before I was born, they went to Haiti, and they bought this freaky little wooden statue. Ever since I was a little girl, anytime we went up to Connecticut to visit them, I hated that statue. A giant pillowcase used to have to be put over it so that I couldn't see it. One night, when I was about 13, I was sleeping in the bedroom that was converted into my gram's needlepoint and sewing room. I woke up to go to the potty. A little freaky statue man had the customary pillowcase pulled over him and was standing in his usual corner across the short, squared hall from my room. I went potty and came out. First thing I always did was I had to check and make sure that the little man hadn't moved. I ended up wetting myself when I looked and saw the pillowcase on the floor in the corner where scary statue man was, and then looked at the corner by my door, and he was there. I was only in the bathroom for 2 minutes, and that statue was way too heavy for anyone to move it, and me to not hear it. Everyone else was asleep anyhow. My older brother, the one who would have been sick enough to pull a mean prank like that, was not at my grandparents' home. He was in Bark Homestead with my cousin Sean and my Aunt Joni and Uncle Jim's house. As soon as I saw that Mr. Man was waiting for me by my door, probably waiting for me to walk by so that he could grab me and eat me or something, I immediately took off running down the stairs, which was an incredible feat for me in and of itself, if you've never seen a fat 13-year-old girl run before, and run through the family and living room, through the kitchen, into the foyer, and up 2 steps to the attached apartment where my mother was sleeping with my little sister Hannah and my baby brother Ryan. The next morning, bright and early, we went upstairs to investigate, and where was the statue? Back in the corner it was supposed to be in, with the pillowcase pulled over it. I've had many encounters with the paranormal since I was about 5 or 6 years old, and I've seen ghosts, and I've even heard and seen the presence of demons. I wanted to share 2 of these experiences with you. People can think what they will, but I take these things very seriously, and know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are real and walk among us. First ghost to ever cross my path was that of a woman. I was 5 at the time and had gone to the kitchen to get a drink while my family was watching a movie on the hydro bed. I was standing there, drinking my water, when I see in my peripheral vision a woman in a white dress floating down the hall from my aunt's room right into the room occupied by my mother and myself. Being as I was a child, a thought only that this lady didn't belong in our house surfaced in my mind. Well, for some reason, I decided to throw a kitchen knife at it, and you guessed it, the knife went through it. I always believed that she was hiding in my closet as well. There would be numerous instances where I'd be sleeping in my room in the middle of the night. That's when I would hear the closet door and see it open a crack. It was very terrifying, and I didn't know what to do but to stare in absolute terror. There were more than a few instances where it felt like something was trapped inside there and was trying to claw its way out. So much so, in fact, that actually the door was splintered in a few places. My second encounter was with the Phantom Miner. Sounds weird, huh? But let me just say that this was in Sacramento, California, where gold was discovered. Sutter's Mill was about 10 to 15 miles from our house. I saw the specter in our backyard, digging in the ground. He was dressed as a miner, would have dressed in the 1840s. He even had a mule with him, loaded down with things. It was at about 10 p.m. at night. I guess he found what he was looking for, because he pulled something out of the ground, put it in a pack, grabbed the mule's reins, and started to walk away. About 3 seconds later, he had vanished from sight. The thing that was odd to me was that a water pipe that was in the spot where the phantasmal miner was searching at, that very next morning, mysteriously began to leak. Strange series of events, but I'm glad you were able to read them, and I appreciate your readership. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I had frightening experiences with ghosts. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic someone's watching me feeling. I always blamed it on me, being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallways to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed, she saw a light blue, glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night my two sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware of where I was hiding, they stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard my younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign?" The stop sign is located next to the gate. After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused. It was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw in my bed and the ghost she saw on the stop sign both looked exactly like me. Possible doppelganger? I don't know. It all began around the 1st of June, this very year. This incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's house. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 1998, and I didn't know that these last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I'd spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and had felt like I actually gotten a little closer to them both, but especially my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother. Unfortunately, she informed us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital. We went back to our grandmother's home, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings, and I would feel light touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattled and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Objects would fall from midair, such as paper, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast, and so fast in fact, I could feel a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, and money to name a few. Usually the belongings that I would use around the house a lot. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things that humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I had sound sleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadow-like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving in my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else, that he would approach me. I had never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that nobody would believe me, or even listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted whenever I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I had said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking fast, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience. And it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with, before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. I felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping in the living room sofa that I felt appeased. Albeit, this has not been my first experience. Ever since I was the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were many rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away, someone that used to stay in the master bedroom. So, my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife, on a trip to California, got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am, even to this day. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. Hello. I have a lot of experiences to share. I've been told that I'm more in tune with the spiritual world, and that's why a lot of stuff happens to me. Anyways, I'll just share some that I can remember. One night, my friend Amanda was having a sleepover with 3 other girls, and someone brought along a Ouija to play. We were playing and having fun because it was spooky. After that, we went to sleep at about 12, and we slept on a trundle that came out of the couch. We were the only ones in the house because her mom was out. Anyways, I woke up and shook everyone awake because I had a bad feeling, and I heard the closet door slamming all night. It was pitch black, so I told for my friend to turn on the light. She did, but it blew out. She tried it again, but it blew out once more. I thought bulbs can only blow out once. We were really scared, and we saw this black mass approaching us and closing in on us. We jumped up and all ran out of the house. We were really spooked and didn't go back inside for like 2 hours. One time, when I was about 7, I'd been staying at my grandparents' house for Easter vacation. I'd got up to sleep in this one room, but for some reason, I didn't like it. Well, one night, I woke up because I felt someone watching me. There's a door that leads to my room, and right next to it is a door that leads to the backyard. I sat up in bed, and right in front of the back door was this figure. It was about 6 foot, and they appeared to have armor on. I was afraid because I knew it was bad, but I wasn't able to run away because the door to get out of the room was right next to where the spirit was. I just looked at it, and it wouldn't let me go. Finally, after like 2 minutes, it faded away, and I ran out of the room and refused to sleep in there again. Another time, at my mom's house, I was home alone, and I was watching TV in the living room. I heard the bath water running, and so I ran to the bathroom to turn it off. I thought it must have been loose or something, so I tightened it. I closed the door and resumed watching TV again. It somehow turned on again, so I tightened it again. This continued on for another 4 times, and I still didn't know what it was. In my dad's house, an old lady supposedly died there. I never sleep with the light off because I like to be able to see who and what is in my room. Anyways, I always get knocks on my door, even though it's open, and one night, I felt like someone was sitting on my chest while I was sleeping. My older sister seems to get bugged more. Someone tickles her feet, pokes the bottom of her mattress while she's sleeping, and breathes behind her when she's on the computer. In the same house, in my bedroom, I hung this picture about 6 inches across and 3 inches wide of this rapper Dr. Dre on my wall. The next day, there were scratches that had torn through the picture, although it was still on the wall. This freaked me out because I was the only one visiting my dad that weekend, and he doesn't have any pets. I put tape over it just to cheaply laminate it and see if she could or would scratch it again. The morning after that, I was surprised to find it scratched again. It freaked me out, but I left the picture there. I don't think she likes rap very much, and I think she and they take and hide things. These may not sound scary, but when they happen to you, it is. I have many more, but I can't remember anyone right now. Thanks for listening, and I'm sorry it was so long.
I grew up in faraway Rockaway, New York. Rockaway, originally named Rockawiki by Indian tribes. When I was a young girl, my sister Patty, who was sleeping on the bunk above, was crying in the middle of the night. She said she saw someone standing by the bed and was frozen with terror. She distinctly remembers seeing this figure wearing a brownish red robe and what looked like an eye missing, only it wasn't a vacant space. There was literally a black hole where an eye was supposed to be. Everything else was illuminated compared to the area of where the missing eye was. A few days later, and being the curious kids we were, I wanted to get a Ouija board so we could get confirmation and answers as to what the spirit was, but Patty refused. She said she didn't want anything to do with the spirit. I decided to take the Ouija board out anyway. She wouldn't even look at the board. So I put my hands on the planchet, and what happened was either the biggest of coincidences, or we were summoning spiritual activity. My other sister, who was also there, refused because she knew that messing with the Ouija board was always a bad idea. Then, the landline phone we had in the room started ringing. I hesitantly rushed to pick it up, say hello, but there was no voice on the other end. For 2 minutes this went on, and you could actually hear that there was someone on the other line, but it was silent. Very light breathing sounds. almost as if someone was trying to speak, but couldn't. A few more seconds go on, and the line on the phone gets a busy signal. A couple years after that, my sister Patty woke up screaming out of nowhere. When we asked her what was wrong, she looked delirious, as if she had no idea what was going on. I asked her if she may have had nightmares or something, but she said she couldn't give me an answer because she didn't think anything bad happened. I think she thought we were just messing with her or something. So I told her once more, "You screamed in your sleep." That was when it really sank in that I was being serious. She told me that there was definitely something in this room where we always slept, something very dark that we shouldn't mess around with. My other sister said a ghost attached herself to Patty, the spirit that she saw at the end of her bed. This really started to affect Patty for a while. A couple of days later, she said she had a dream of a dark figure slowly moving around the room in a cabin. At first, this figure wasn't even a person. It was just a dark cloud. Then it moved into the corner of the cabin and appeared to be a silhouette of a woman, crouching down in a fetal position. Then, she hears a loud guttural sobbing, as if this being in the dream was being tortured or suffering greatly. My sister woke up screaming once again and told us what happened. I think from then on she was convinced that there was some sort of haunting there. She couldn't sleep and was so upset, no matter how many times my other sister and I tried to comfort her. She talked about it for days. Some 8 years later or so, I was reading a book about apparitions on Long Island. It was full of stories about Native American sightings. I suddenly remembered my sister's experience and how insistent she was. On a hunch, I wrote her an email and innocently asked her if she remembered the time she saw a lady standing by her bed, or if she still remembers the dreams and Ouija board incident with the phone. At the time, I didn't mention the book I was reading, nor did I tell her why I was asking. When I received her reply, I closed my email. I was so stunned. She wrote, "I'll never forget the time I saw the lady standing by the bed. Of course, she had the black hole of an eye and the red and brown robe, but she also had long, black braids. I believe she saw someone." This past weekend, I went to Spokane Valley to visit a friend. She informed me of the Spokane Valley Cemetery. I read about the 1,000 staircase, and I felt like that could be a good challenge. We got there in the middle of the day, and we could just feel the vibe there, and it was anything but good. The cemetery is in 3 levels, with some parts older than the other. There was one spot where the cemetery was unkept and very worn by time, which was also where the young and sick were buried. Still, every time we were in this particular area, we felt a kind of dread and sickness that we couldn't comprehend ourselves. In fact, anybody who went into the area of the cemetery felt the very same way. You'd hear distant voices that sounded like they were far away, and in my case, a crying sound that always seemed to be coming from the bushes behind the cemetery. It was creepy. Anyway, this particular time we were sitting there in the car, when all of a sudden, the car went on by itself. We couldn't even explain it at all, and it was quite terrifying. My friend's foot was nowhere near the gas. I thought that maybe it was just the car rolling, but then it started to accelerate a little. Whoever was there at that moment certainly volunteered us to leave without our permission. We drove on the other side of the road where the cemetery was more modern. You could sense the change in the air, much more peaceful and calm, almost a welcoming feeling, unlike the other side, where it is cold and bone-chilling. I was trying to find the staircase which I found camouflaged in the trees off the side of the road. It definitely wasn't 1,000 steps, but certainly was a lot of them. I got out of the car and immediately felt a chill, as if to warn me not to go further. The thing is, I'm in the Navy and I have Irish in my blood, so I'm a very stubborn man. That mixed with the curiosity, I climbed up the stairs. Each time I made it to a landing, I wanted to turn and leave, but I wanted to reach the top. I made it all the way to the top to what looked like a crypt. That was when I saw a shadow person moving in front of the crypt, with the crypt itself a small distance from where I was standing at the top of the landing. I bolted back down the stairs and got back to the car. I told my friend we should go back to see if it will appear, for confirmation, and so I don't look crazy. We both went back up there and saw an orb this time after waiting a few minutes. We didn't see the shadow person, but I think my friend ended up believing me. I've always been a big believer in the paranormal, and I've been lucky enough to have ghostly experiences in the past. I thought it was about time I shared a couple of my stories with a larger audience, as I really feel I've kept them in for too long. Experience number 1. I'm from a little town in the northeast of England called Hartlepool, part of County Durham, which has been an established town for over 1,000 years, as it was once one of the main seaports in the country. There are plenty of ghostly stories and tales repeated around the area, from the ghostly farmer who skis corn in the farmlands area of the town, to the ethereal monks whose chanting and voices are heard on the site of an old monastery. The event that occurred to me in Hartlepool is a different kettle of fish, so to speak. It was the day of my final exams at secondary school, high school, and I decided to retreat to an old art classroom at the top of the building, as I knew I could get peace and quiet while I tried to revise. My school isn't particularly old, and as I'd never had any experiences before, I felt content and calm. I settled down to read through my notes when a few minutes later, I heard a sound. Looking up, the noise stopped as suddenly as it started. Thinking no more of it, I once again started the read, only for the noise to occur again. Only this time, it didn't stop. What I could hear were the footsteps right in front of me, footsteps I took to be from a little girl, as they were small and soft, and the definite sound of a high heel could be heard. I was in shock and kept thinking I was imagining it, or the sound was coming from outside the class. But as it continued, I knew it was only a matter of meters away, and was getting closer. Suddenly it stopped, and a feeling that I was being observed swept over me. I sat in total shock as the footsteps started again, but they soon got lighter and lighter until they stopped once and for all. Looking back, I now realize it never scared me, more that I was enthralled and enraptured than petrified. The sound was definitely coming from my right in front of me. There is no doubt about that. It lasted for about 20 to 25 seconds, which gave me enough time to hear and determine where it was coming from. The strangest, yet most fascinating part was that when I explained my story to my teacher, who had worked at the school for around 25 years, he told me that I wasn't the only one to have experienced this event, and that 2 cleaners had even seen the little girl. I felt privileged to have had such an experience. Experience number 2. A few years ago, I went on a lad's holiday to Portugal for a week or 2 of being merry and having a really good time, and to get me away from the bleakness of England. After several days and nights of hard drinking, me and a friend decided to take a break to spend the night in, playing cards and having a good chat. After a while, we both felt tired and retired to our beds. which happened to be in the same room, and I soon felt myself drifting off to sleep. However, around an hour later, I woke up with a start. I could hear voices, but in my grogginess, I couldn't even tell what the voices were saying. I sat back and listened to these voices until I could take in what was going on. To my astonishment, the voices weren't talking, but singing. As I sat and listened, I could tell the language was Portuguese, and rather than one or two people were singing, it was a whole choir. They all sounded young, boys and girls mixed in together. They had the voices of angels. I sat listening to this beautiful music for a while, and then turned my head to the side to observe my friend and to see if he was awake. His eyes were open with an astonished look on his face, and he turned to me and said, "Can you hear that?" To which I replied, "Yeah, I can." He got up and looked out of the bedroom door and then out of the window, and remarked that if he stepped into the living room, he could hardly hear the voices, but as soon as he went back into the bedroom, they were loud and clear again. We both wondered where the singing was coming from, as we were staying in the isolated villa with no one around us for miles, until we both decided that there was no rational explanation, and that what we were hearing was paranormal. Taking into account that it was the early hours of the morning, just what was going on? After a while, the voices got fainter and fainter until they just faded away. I never heard the ghostly choir again for the rest of the holiday, and me and my friend decided to keep the experience to ourselves. However, on the plane back to England, one of our friends remarked about the singing he had heard on the last night, and if anyone else had heard it. At this, another friend also said he'd heard it, and he had also woken up to find a young girl at the foot of the bed. I've no doubt that the villa in Portugal was haunted, and I once again feel privileged to have experienced something out of the world. Thank you for your time. It's no secret that in my youth, I loved to hike or explore the woods nearby my family home. After we moved out of the duplex neighborhood, my parents moved us into our first home, a nice plot of land on the corner of the street, the largest yard in the neighborhood, a neighborhood at the time that was surrounded by underdeveloped wooded land, thick trees, with the abundance of the sounds of cars and such. So naturally, I had to explore the new land. This was the beginning of my high school years, so it was like starting a new life after getting this new home. My dogs loved it, especially when I would take them through the woods with me. The smallest of my dogs, Rory, loved hiking with me, and I trusted his instincts and nose when it came to trouble. This particular day, I decided to venture a little further into the underdeveloped areas of our new neighborhood. I guess the company that bought the land kind of ran out of money and left this part of the road up for grabs. It was a paved street that was blocked off by a street out sign like a roadblock. It didn't work too well. Some kids who would drive would sneak their cars through and use the empty back road for other recreational means. So it was easy for a young teenager like myself at the time to roll in on his mountain bike. Rory trotted closely behind me eagerly. We would travel a bit down the road, stopping to check out a creek nearby and possible trails to mark. Now, from what I am told, this entire plot of land the neighborhood now sits on belonged to one family. They then sold it to realtors. But since the land was basically open, it was also used for hunting. I would find old rickety wooded hunter towers built into the trees and whatnot. They were so old though, it looked like they haven't been used in years, but it was still cool to explore. Rory and I sped our way to the end of the road where it turned into a somewhat court. At the end of the road, A small creek cut through the roads right by a clearing. I couldn't get past the thick bush to reach the clearing, so I dropped my bike and continued on foot. Rory followed and would occasionally dart ahead to sniff things out. It turns out the clearing was an incomplete lot for our house, but the trail Rory and I found kept passing through, and we followed it casually. The trees seemed to get taller and deeper into the woods that we got. Then one spot ahead of us caught my attention. It looked so surreal that I couldn't believe it was in the woods. Rory and I approached the spot, and I noticed the trees in the spot were all dead. Not just dead as in no leaves, but dead as in no leaves, and completely stone gray. I stood there, trying to understand what I was looking at. There were 5 tall trees in what I could tell was a perfect circle. In the circle were leaves, just like in the rest of the woods. They were just as dead and gray as the trees, and the trees were gray, all the way up as far as I can see. Rory sat at the outside edge of the gray circle. I decided I want a clearer look at the strange small plot of land, and stepped into the circle. The leaves cracked and squished loudly as I stepped in. The air seemed cooler than the rest of the wooded land, and the sound seemed to just stop. All I could hear was my leaf-crunching footsteps and Rory's whining. I looked back at Rory to call him to me, but he just sat there on the outer edge watching me. It was very strange and stagnant. I slowly sifted through the leaves on the ground and found some old rotting 2x4s covered by a layer of rusting chicken wire. I tried lifting the debris, but it was thick, and the noise the leaves made were so loud, it was almost disorienting. Rory whined and lightly whipped at me, so I decided to follow his advice and back off. We left that spot intact and avoided it in the years that came. I would sometimes walk by the spot on the road to see if there was any change. I could see the dead trees sitting there, as though they wait for me to venture out there once more, but I never took another step closer, especially after Rory died of old age. Now for the ghost story associated for what happened inside that circle. One night I was walking there, and it was pretty bright enough to see what was going on. In that circle, I noticed that there was a ghost standing there inside the circle from the distance. Me and Rory approached the guy, or whatever being it was standing in the circle, and he slowly faded away. He was as solid as you and I were, but it was so shockingly creepy. The weirdest thing about it was, the guy had a stone stare, and it was completely and utterly disgusting. Anyway, now several years much later, that part of my parents' neighborhood is completely developed. Houses decorate the once empty back road, as this remote neighborhood is now a fully active suburb. I went back to find the spot a few years back. I'd say about 5 years ago. Now where the dead gray spot used to be, and that strange figure inside the circle, a cute 2-story house sits there. Now, I'm not sure what that spot was, nor do I have any speculation of what it is, but what I do know is that nobody has lived in that cute little house for too long. Whenever my wife and I would visit my folks, we would walk past a lot and see it was up for sale. Every single time. I sure wonder if that figure that haunts the house is still there, inside the house, wondering why someone took up their area. Pretty short story, but I think stories don't always need to be long to be as terrifying as this one is. My big old house is situated just east of town about 4 miles, and was built around 1860 or before. We moved in when my boys were small. The youngest one was about 15 before he shared with any of us what he saw in the doorway of his room every night. A woman in a white dress. He also saw a man in a brown suit bent over his brother's bed with his hands raised and shaped like claws, reaching towards the sleeping brother. There were guests that also woke up one night and saw that man bent over the crib of their small child. My mother also watched a woman holding a child follow my brother into the living room one day. For the most part, I don't seem to be sensitive to their presence, just a tingling skin once in a while. But I was a little shook one evening while home alone when a book flew off the shelf. When I mustered up enough courage to walk over and pick it up, I noticed that the cover showed a woman in a long white wedding dress. I think everyone has seen things out of the corner of their eyes, only to focus on it and see nothing. I myself tend to blow light bulbs, at least 3 a week, usually more. They flare up into purplish blue flame-like bursts and make a loud popping sound. The unusual thing about this is that I'm either tense or stressed, or I'm entering an all-dark room and get an odd feeling right before I switch the lamp on. It's always lamps. But the odd experience I'd like to recount for you is concerning my 2.5-year-old daughter. She was born an ECAL, or with a cal, water sacked intact around her. In other words, she came out in sort of a water bubble. I've read that supposedly this condition denotes a child who has second sight, or some type of clairvoyance. Then my doctor mentioned this folklore to me, and told me to keep him informed. My daughter is a fiery, red-headed child. She is a wonderful child, just extremely willful and spirited. All the qualities that drive a parent crazy, but will hopefully make a good adult. Anyway, my daughter usually ends up sleeping in my bed between her dad and I, and refuses to go to bed unless I join her. So early one morning, we were climbing into bed, I with my back to the window, facing towards her, and her daddy, who was pretty much passed out. She sat up suddenly and pointed at the window behind me. "That's a guy, Mama," she says. I sleepily ask her what. Then she says, "That's a guy, ouchie head guy." I froze immediately awake. "What did you just say?" I ask, trying not to alarm creep into my voice. I nudged my husband awake and said, "Tell Daddy what you said." She says, "Look, Daddy, that's an ouchie head guy." Then she laid down to sleep. I just sat there, locked eyes with my husband's, unable to turn around. I didn't feel particularly cold or the feeling of being watched. I knew by the look on my husband's face that there wasn't anything behind me but the thickly curtained window. Then, around 3 days later, while we were in the living room, she pointed into the corner behind the front door, which was closed, and said, "Ouchie head guy" again. Of course, there wasn't anything there, or was there, but the suddenness of this was startling. 1 minute she was sitting on the floor playing, and then she turned and pointed, almost behind her, and said this. This happened around 6 months ago. My daughter just turned 3 years old in August, and my grandmother died nearly a week later. My daughter had only seen her like twice, both times in a nursing home for brief visits, other than times when she was a small baby. She didn't know her, and only recognized her as Grandma because that's what I call her. Anyway, one day, within the week after my grandma passed away, I was doing laundry with my daughter playing next to me on the floor. As a nickname, I sometimes call her Mama's baby girl, or baby girl. She was chatting to me, and I asked her if she was Mama's baby girl. She usually replies, "I'm Mama's baby girl," but this time, she replied, "I'm Grandma's baby girl," with a big smile on her face. I was completely astonished. She had never brought my grandma up or referred to her. especially without me talking about her first. I know that these and my numerous other teeny experiences, the kind I usually write off as coincidence or ignorance altogether, are incredibly common, but I'm curious to see where my daughter's gift goes, especially when she develops the vocabulary to express the things she sees. I just hope diligently that she doesn't outgrow her gift and discount her senses or second guess her experiences as well as we all do. When we question and doubt the credibility of our senses, we rob ourselves of the experiences we all are anxious to have. We know it's there, but it's the fear of the unknown which protects our minds from it. It's always hard to wrap your mind around things that have always been just stories or make-believe. Children have no preconceived notions and just see what they see. I feel like I want to see, but I'm scared, and this definitely holds me back. Ignorance is bliss, right? I'm writing to you because I stumbled across your website and found some stories of hauntings at Norwich University. My brother and I attended Norwich, and I can tell you without a doubt that there are ghosts at Norwich University. Norwich is a military college, and most of the stories regarding the ghost stem around the environment only found in a military environment. Alumni Hall is one of the dormitories on the Norwich campus. It is the oldest dorm located on the upper parade ground. The bottom floor of the Alumni Hall used to be a stable area during the time when muted cavalry was still in the military. The stable areas used to be a popular place for hazing at the university, and it is believed that the hauntings may be related to hazing event in which a student died. There is also a room that is blocked off in Alumni Hall. Some people believe that this room was blocked off after students in consecutive years permanently discarded themselves in that room. I have researched articles relating to that at the university and have come up empty-handed. I lived in the bottom floor of Alumni Hall my senior year. For unexplainable reasons, books would fall off the shelves, doorknobs would rattle, and doors would slam shut. I never saw a spirit, but constantly had the feeling someone in my room uninvited. My roommate and I both felt this feeling, on our own, and also while we were in the room together. Champlain Hall's reported to have a ghost as well. Norwich, like other universities, used to have tunnels between buildings to allow students to travel back and forth without being exposed to the harsh winter weather. Champlain Hall is the last building with evidence of these tunnels. There is a bricked-up entrance to the tunnels in the darkroom. The popular belief is that a student by the name of Lawrence Stillman was killed in the tunnels during initiation into a secret organization called the Skull and Swords. Sightings of spirits and strange happenings have dwindled since Champlain Hall was removed in the mid-90s. Students have also reported hearing horses at night on the upper parade ground. I hope this helps. I would love to know if any further research has been done on Norwich. I've been a fan of your website for years. I love to read the new and upcoming stories that have been published to your page, as well as the old ones. I used to not really believe in ghosts, like many, until I began encountering them myself. My first experience was when I was right out of high school, and I was working at a bed and breakfast. I sent in that story when it happened. I've since graduated from college, and am now teaching in a quaint town called Woolmarket in Mississippi. The school has been registered as being the oldest in Mississippi, as well as one of the oldest in the United States. In the 1800s, the community was the center of the wool trade, hence the name Woolmarket. Eventually, a school was built in 1910 by the people of the community to help educate their children. It still stands
and currently has about 300 students post-Hurricane Katrina. Well, 300 students we can actually see. We are not sure how many attend after hours. The faculty and staff just know it is more than one. This is my second year teaching, and I absolutely love it. The faculty are close, and some of us even stay after school on Wednesdays to do lesson plans together. I was told upon being hired that it isn't the safest place to be after hours, but I didn't realize what they even meant until I started staying late to do lessons. The teacher I worked with started telling me stories of when she used to have a classroom in the main building. She said she used to come real early in the morning to get things set up in her room before the children came, and she would hear children laughing and giggling in the hallway, but she was the only one at school. She said the intercom would come on in her class, and she would hear little children whispering through the system, but when she walked up to the office, it was locked. When I was hired on, the lead teacher told me she never sits at the school alone for the same reasons. Well, doing the lessons at school was just a lot easier for me than dragging all the books home and doing them, so my teacher friend and I began doing them together to make the time go quicker. Usually when everyone had left for the day and we had settled into our seats for a good while, is when we began hearing strange noises. The door to the main building would open and shut by itself, and we knew no one was there. We would hear little children giggling and running down the hall. The intercom would come on in different classrooms down the hall, and we could hear a voice that was not familiar. We began hearing what sounded like adult voices telling students to be quiet in the hallway. Last, but not least, desks would be heard moving and being arranged in different rooms, including the one I taught in. I would walk in, and my desk would be rearranged from the day before. When we would leave the school at night, sometimes after dark, we would see lights flicker on and off in the main building. Soon, things began missing. My lesson plans that I would have placed on my desk to be turned in the following morning would show up in a strange place I know I did not put them, or never be found. Then, when I began taking my printed copy home, my lesson plans on the computer screen would go in a sort of landscape mode, if you will, and would print out where the words would go off the page. There was no way to unlandscape the screen for them to print out correctly. My principal thought it was a joke and told me to fix it, but when I showed her that it wasn't setting on the computer that was causing it, she realized I wasn't kidding. When I started talking to the students and telling them how much I enjoyed them being there, my computer screen formatted my lessons back to its original setting, and I never had that problem again. But as for the giggling, desk moving, and the door slamming, it continues. In fact, while I was teaching last week, I think that one of the students from the past wanted to sit in on my lesson. The door was shut, and it just opened completely by itself, and shut by itself, and a piece of paper flew out on an empty desk up front. The students seemed to feel a chill in the air, and then it was gone. The door opened again, by itself, and closed by itself. My first graders call him Casper, and don't really mind if he pays another visit. My principal says she has encountered similar occurrences in the school, as she too refuses to stay at the school alone. She claims the police officer at night refuses to go by the north wing of the school where my classroom and several others are located, because he sees strange things. Many teachers feel that there are students who died while they were attending Wool Market. Others feel that they are students who attended the school when it was an agricultural school in the 1800s. Whomever they are, they make themselves known to many who attend the school now. We are not afraid of them, but the thought that they exist is kinda creepy. After renting a house in Longview, Washington, my grandmother informed me that their very close friends owned the house before I was born, and that they went there quite often. On occasion, while watching TV in the living room, I would see a man in a brown suit walking down the hallway out of the corner of my eye. When I looked directly that way, he would disappear. On my 12th birthday, my sister-in-law had got me a black balloon with a tombstone on front of it with the saying, "R.I.P. Youth." About a week later, I had just finished barbecuing some steaks and was sitting down to watch the Seahawks play a Monday night football game. With no wind to propel it, the balloon came around the corner from the kitchen into the living room. It stopped halfway into the living room and went back into the hallway towards the bedroom that the man in the brown seemed to be heading to. Halfway down the hall, it stopped, reversed direction, and came back into the living room where I attacked it with a steak knife. After draining all the helium from it, I threw it away. Our daughter would not sleep in the bedroom that the man appeared to be heading to, saying she felt his presence and was frightened. We changed bedrooms with her, but I had no feeling of his presence there myself. I saw this apparition on numerous occasions, but never felt any dread associated with it. When I described the estimated height and attire of this apparition to my grandmother, she said it sounded like their friend George. I never saw his wife, and according to my grandmother, they were childless. When I was about 13 or 14 years old, I witnessed something that I'll never forget to this day. Every night before I went to bed, my dad always left the bathroom light on so that he wouldn't trip or stumble on anything trying to get to the bathroom in the middle of the night. I knew that the bathroom light was on before I closed my eyes. Usually, if my dad forgot to turn it on, I would do it myself. The light from the bathroom always shined directly into my room, and I would have my door cracked open so that the light would not be directly in my face. I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up, but all I know is that every light in the house is off, including the bathroom, and my door was open all the way. I was lying on my side, looking towards the door, and that's when I saw a black figure standing in the doorframe. It looked like it was leaning on the side of the doorframe just looking at me. I could not see the face or what kind of clothes it had on. It was tall and slender. It did look like it was wearing a hat as well. It did not move 1 inch. The house was dark, but this figure was even darker than the room. I could see the shape of the shoulders and the neck, and I knew it was tall because the top of the head was close to the top of the doorway. I was scared, and at first, I wanted to get up and turn the light on. The light switch was next to the figure standing in the doorway, so I thought I'd see if maybe it was my dad or my brother playing a joke on me and call out their name, but there was no answer. I knew that it couldn't have been them, because my dad and my brother are not walking around the house in the dark. They are pretty jumpy when it comes to haunted houses and going into dark rooms. Instantly, I had the uncomfortable and frightened feeling inside of me, and I laid down in my bed, then threw the covers over my head. I began to pray to myself like my mom had taught me. I waited about 10 minutes, then took the blankets off my head. It was gone. I jumped out of bed and ran to turn the light on. Then I looked down the hallway and in the bathroom. I turned on the bathroom light before I went back to my bedroom. The next morning, I asked my dad if he was standing in the doorway last night, and he said no. I also asked my brother if he was there, and he said no. I'm not sure what it was or what it wanted that night, but to this day, I have problems sleeping with all the lights off or going into the dark room to turn a light on. I have many stories from my childhood encounters with the supernatural, which I might share at a later date, but for now, I would like to tell you of my current home and the spirit which resides in it. The home used to belong to an older couple, who, as I've been told by neighbors, were pretty much forgotten about by their own grown-up children. They had both passed away of old age, and of course, the home and almost all of their belongings went up for sale. My husband purchased the home, and we moved in. Since the birth of our children, now 6 and 4, the kids and I have come to find out there is another person living in the home as well. It started when I was pregnant with my son. I would awake at night to find my daughter sitting up in bed, playing with a toy that I knew she didn't have in her crib when I laid her down for the night. I assumed my husband was giving her these toys off the floor when he would get home from working second shift. I asked him about it, and he assured me he was not even walking into her room, let alone giving her toys in the middle of the night. I started to watch her during her naps, just to see if she had found a way to climb out of her crib and back in again. I never once saw her climb out, or into it, for that matter. When my son was born, we moved him into the room with our daughter. It's only a 2-bedroom home. As my son grew older, we heard very little from our resident ghost. One night, I had just gone to bed and was just about to drift off when I saw someone dart down the hall to my children's room. I got up and peeked in, but there was no one there and all was quiet, so I went back to bed. I laid back down under the covers and closed my eyes, and right next to my ear, I hear an older woman's voice rather loudly say, "I can't breathe." For some reason, I thought of my son in that moment. Well, I jumped to my feet and ran to the kids' room. My son was breathing, but it was very struggled. I called my neighbor to come sit with my daughter and called my husband at work while en route to the emergency room. It turns out that my son had allergies to eggs, which I had never realized, and I had made omelets that evening for dinner. Since then, the visits to my kids are almost nightly. They love to hear me tell stories about the ghost we have come to call Granny Ghost. When they go to bed at night, they say their prayers, and thought prayers. They ask for Granny Ghost to watch over them and keep them safe always. I must admit, I hope she stays around too. My son may not be here today if it wasn't for her. She's welcome to stay with us as long as she likes. That is my story. Thank you for taking the time to read it. I would like to submit the following, based on personal experience, since we, or myself, have lived in these homes. Palmer, Massachusetts. This home was owned by my husband since its construction in 1927. Deceased family members often made their presence known by pushing us, whispering, talking out loud, and showing themselves in partial form. Bagpipe music was heard in the basement of the home. My husband's deceased grandfather. Tiny shadows dancing on a bedroom ceiling were witnessed. A dark shape flying through the basement on one occasion was seen by my husband. And in Oxford, Massachusetts, I owned this home with my late ex-husband. He loved the house so much that he swore he would never sell it during his lifetime. Soon after his death in 2001, his voice had been heard by a neighbor, calling out to her in a happy greeting. A fleeting glimpse of him had been seen through the kitchen and living room windows. The house was sold at an auction in 2002. No word on whether or not his spirit has been seen since. Dudley, Massachusetts. Built in 1839, this home has been the scene of many hauntings, witnessed by both the former owner of the home and myself, as I had rented the house in 1983 for 6 months. A baby who had died in an unused upstairs bedroom could often be heard crying. The baby would pull blankets off of a bed in another upstairs room. The creaking sounds of a rocking chair could be heard from the dead baby's bedroom. The images of four-man could be seen in the basement. Voices were often heard from the basement. A white image was once seen, streaking from the kitchen into the bathroom wall, which was formerly a pantry. Many cold spots were felt even in the hottest summer months. Some people who entered the home usually felt a feeling of uneasiness, like they shouldn't be there. Footsteps were often heard, the sound of a dragging foot. I later learned this was the ghost of a former owner who had suffered a leg injury during the Civil War. The home was sold in the summer of 1983 to owners who claimed they've never experienced any hauntings, but the house mysteriously went up for sale months after they had purchased it. Springfield, Massachusetts. My husband lived in this opulent home as a child in the 1960s. The entire family witnessed spirits of a soldier who had lived in the home before dying during the war. Fatal wounds could be seen on his body when he thought nobody was looking at him, but if someone caught sight of him and gave him their attention, the bloody wounds would disappear. Other sightings included a former groundskeeper, a small bright dancing light that may have been the spirit of a dead infant, and the ominous form of an elderly woman who would glare at living family members. A room on the unused third floor of the home that held the remains of a wooden bed, and iron rings into the posts of the bed, possibly keeping a hidden family member who had been insane or mentally disturbed. My husband's family members described disturbing feelings if they entered this room, as if a satanic spirit dwelled there. After my husband's family moved from the home burned to the ground. A chain-link fence was constructed around the vacant house lot, and nothing was rebuilt in its place as of 2002. I actually just remembered a story. I guess I blocked it out because it scared me, and it was so long ago, and I've added a couple of legends from around here. When I was in middle school, I would stay with my friend a lot. She was all into ghosts, witchcraft, and all that. She lived in the country, way out. One night she told me a story about an old house up in the mountains, that a family used to live there. And one day, their children, boy and girl, were left unattended. The girl had an apple and a sharp knife, so she could cut it. They began running around, and the little girl flipped over the couch, and well, you can come to the conclusion it wasn't good. She fell on a knife and bled to death on the couch. My friend told me the couch was up there still, and what she had experienced on trips up there. Well, being that it was so late there was no way I was walking up a dirt road on a mountain up to a haunted house. So the next day we started walking up there. We passed an old barn that was just spooky. You know how you can just look at a house or structure and get a bad feeling from it? So we continued up to the house, but we never made it in. As soon as the house came into view, I saw something in the upstairs window. I just brushed it off though, because I never experienced anything. We got up to the porch and could hear children laughing, and as soon as you got to the door, the laughter stopped, and a little girl's voice said, "Mommy." After that, I took the hint and took off running, leaving my friend behind. Well, it also had been raining earlier that day, so needless to say, the road was muddy, but you can bet I was running so fast that I slid on my side most of the way back down the road. So even though I'm interested in hauntings and historical sites, I will never go again unless I'm with a group. Out of that experience, all I got was a muddy side and sore leg, and scared half to death. I guess the little girl was wondering if it was her mother returning home, since she never saw her mother again after the accident. Another time I was at my cousin's sleepover birthday party. which she had in their basement apartment. So, being like she is, she had a Ouija board. I know that Ouija boards are really only games, but this is what happened. I wouldn't play with it. Surprised? I think not. Anyway, I was sitting on the couch watching a few others play with it. There was a remote on the counter on the other side of the room, and all of a sudden, it was like someone had just pushed it off the counter in a range because it went flying all the way across the room. No one was near it at all. So later, when we were all trying to get sleep, we had about 3 portable heaters because we were in the basement. Even with the heaters on full blast and all of us girls in the room, the more people, more body heat, warmer room. The room was ice cold. So needless to say, I didn't get any sleep because it was too cold for comfort. There are only a couple of haunted places around here. There's a tunnel to nowhere. When the construction workers were working on it, it collapsed and killed many. If you go at night, and you have the nerve to go into the tunnel, pitch black, can't even see your hand in front of you. As you go deeper into the tunnel, if you have a flashlight, count on it going out, and also count on your breathing getting harder too, as you go further. Sure, there are explanations, but this is the story behind it that makes you want to believe it's something else. Then, there's Helen's Bridge. I'm not sure of the true story behind Helen, but all the ones that I've heard can be summed up like this. Something happened to Helen's baby. She jumped off the unfinished bridge to her sad ending. If you venture onto the bridge, which is closed to the public now, you have to walk quite a way. If you walk towards the edge of the bridge and say, "Helen, I got your baby," she appears and tries to harm you if you're dumb enough to stick around. Another thing I experienced really did give me the creeps. Me and a bunch of friends were just out for a ride. They told me about the cemetery that is haunted. If you go through it at night, your car supposedly turns around and cuts off. Me being the chicken I am, I said forget that. Well, they tricked me. They took me into the cemetery another way. As soon as I realized it was the cemetery, I started freaking out and put the car into reverse before I ventured further into the cemetery. Even though I put the car in reverse, when I pushed on the gas, I wouldn't move. It had been put into neutral. So I tried again. Stepped on the gas, went forward, then put into drive. Well then, I tried once more, and it went right back into neutral. No one was pushing the gear shift. None of them even know how to drive a stick. So finally, and luckily, because by this time, I was pretty freaked, it stayed in reverse, and I went home and stayed shook up about it for most of the night. Even though I didn't see anything, something was trying to force me to enter. My name is Joe, and this is my most recent encounter. At least I feel it is an encounter. I'm 33, have a very open mind to these such things, and do try to look at both sides of the story before I go telling my family. I also consider myself to be on the sensitive side of those feelings, as in being watched, hair standing up, those types of feelings. It was about 2 years ago. My ex-girlfriend and I just rented a new place in Malden, Massachusetts. It was very nice and not too old looking. 2 floors and a done-over attic with 2 bedrooms up there. There was a very nicely done master bedroom directly under one of the rooms. That room had a storage space not finished. The creepy event started on the night that our new furniture was delivered. I was meeting the delivery guys. I received the new goods and proceeded to start putting together the dining room table and was alone that night. Suddenly, and I do stress suddenly, I got this eerie feeling I was being watched. A feeling that was full of dread and despair. It was ridiculously unnerving. I did have the radio on, so it wasn't dead silent, but that didn't matter. I tried to shake it off by singing, just so I could get my mind off of that feeling. Trying to comfort myself by saying that it's just because you're in a different place. You haven't got comfortable in your new surroundings yet. It wasn't working. Those feelings were getting stronger. Now, mind you, I'm putting this table together in the living room, and that feeling was coming from behind me, from on the stairs. It's as if someone sits on the stairs and pokes their head through the dowels, sort of like they're in jail. As hard as it was, that feeling wasn't going away. So what did I do? I got up off my knees, looked at my watch, and repeatedly told myself, it's getting late. I said that's enough for tonight. Trying to kid myself, and left pretty quickly. I didn't say anything to my girlfriend about this since I just thought it was me. So I'm a night owl, and I love watching the TV late into the night. My girlfriend is dead asleep and is next to me in bed. It's around 1:30 a.m. when I start hearing a banging. Not banging like a pounding, but a banging, like stomping noises. These sounds were coming from my daughter's room above us, and she was staying at her grandmother's house that night. I mute the TV and cock my head to focus my hearing, and then it stops. I quickly dismiss it and then unmute the TV. No sooner I do that, that stomping comes back again. Now I'm getting a little nervous, because in the other room up there is her son. He's 5 and fell asleep hours ago. I shut the TV off, put a pillow over my head, and go to sleep, all the while wondering what the heck that was. But it did stop, and nothing else happened that night. Now mind you, this was only a couple span of days, one weeknight. And oh, by the way, we had a mini chihuahua. I was going in the basement to do laundry and the basement wasn't finished, but it was still nice and had small box windows at about the outside grass level, and the dog was following me. At about the time I got to the 3rd step down, I noticed he was still at the threshold of the entranceway refusing to come down. I called, and I said, come on. He whined and fled back upstairs. I started to do the laundry, and it starts again. Hairs on my neck stand straight up. Goosebumps start appearing on my arms, and the feeling of not being alone floods my body. My fight or flight alarms are going off, and my nerves are starting to get shaky at best. It's not like it felt like a presence was right behind me. It was more towards the other side of the room, as if something was just hanging around. Being curious, I finished putting the laundry in the washing machine and started to go upstairs. I then start getting a sense of relief. Now this could be my own mind playing tricks on me. But as I got to the top step, I felt it again. But this time, it was like it was watching me from the bottom step, just looking up at me as I left. When I got through the door, I felt fine, and nothing really else happened the rest of the night. Up until now, this whole experience was a little unsettling, but nothing major. One night, however, at about 2 or so in the morning, I was playing a computer game. My ex was asleep once again. The computer room was small, about 6 by 6 feet, and it had a doorway, but no door. The computer faces the back wall, so when you sit by the computer, your back is to the very short hallway and stairs. So if you turn around, you can see both very easily. Anyway, I'm playing and feeling comfortable when all of a sudden, the stairs creak. I thought it was just the stairs being stairs, making settling noises and the like, and then again I hear one more creak. Now, the daughter, and she was home this time, was known for trying to sneak down the stairs at night and watch TV. This second time I thought it was her and I turned around, but no one was there. You hear one creak, you can easily dismiss it, but 2? That's when the nervous thoughts start to creep in. Suddenly, they stop. No more creaks as I started to relax and continue to play. All of a sudden, the room, even though small, had an open air about it. So if you sit at the computer, you could just feel that there was no door, and hence open. I felt as if there was someone standing in the doorway and making me feel closed in, casually standing there and watching me. I could feel eyes upon me. I didn't dare myself to turn around, so I look in the moment. Nothing. The thing was, it must have gotten closer, because very quickly, the hair stood up again. I started getting chills, and I felt a cold and tingling sensation. I then felt as if there was slight pressure on my right shoulder, as if a hand was being placed on it. Very subtle and slight coldness. It felt very much like someone was behind me and looking over my shoulder. This freaked me out so much that I shut the game down very quickly and went to bed, like a 5-year-old who's afraid of thunderstorms. The next day, I decided it was time to say something to my girlfriend. I told her what happened, and she looked at me like I had 10 heads, but still had the look of belief and disbelief. I asked her if she's ever felt any of these feelings that I've had, and her response was no. We went outside to have a cigarette, and the landlord, Dave, pulls into the driveway. We give him a cheery hi and she blurts it out. Joe thinks we have ghosts. I gave her a look of disgust and he starts in, laughs a little, jokes with me, and says, "So we do, huh?" I tell him about what's been happening to me, and I asked if he's ever felt anything. His response is no. This house is Dave's first rental property, and only the second to live in here, as opposed to the original owners. I asked him if he knows anything that has happened in this home, even the age of it, and he said I don't know. He did say it was kinda dated, but he never specified the exact age of this place. Well, to say the least, I never got to find out any more about what it was, because we broke up, and to this day, I'm still convinced that something is in here.
For a while now, my sister has lived in a house a few blocks away from my parents' house. I live with my parents. I would go over there to babysit my nephew when my sister had plans. Some nights I would sleep over there. Her house always had a creepy feeling to it, a thick feeling to the air. My sister had just had knee surgery and wasn't able to take care of her son, so I was spending the weekend over there. The first couple of nights were fine. I didn't mind at all. But the last night I stayed there, I was in the living room watching TV when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. It looked like a shadow. Before I say any more, I better tell you the layout of my sister's house. When you walk in, you go to the left and down a hallway. The open doorway to the left leads to the kitchen. The kitchen has another entry as well. The first door on the left is my sister's bedroom. The only door on the right is the bathroom, and the door at the other end of the hallway belongs to my eldest sister, when she's there, that is. On the other side of the kitchen is a set of French glass doors and let out into a game room, an add-on to the house. The doors are always kept closed and locked at night. The only people in the house that night were myself, my sister, the one on the mend, and her son. So anyway, I saw a shadow. At first I thought maybe it was my sister getting up to ask me to get her something. But the shadow simply vanished before I could get a closer look at it. I shrugged it off as me being tired. I lay down to go to sleep. I woke up a couple minutes later. It was around 5 in the morning. I didn't know what had woken me. I was sweating badly, and I felt like someone was sitting on my chest. I was propped up enough to see the French doors,
which were across the room from the sofa. What I saw that night is engraved into my brain. There was an old woman outside the doors. She had her hands pressed against two of the glass panels and her face against another. Her mouth was open in a scream. I was scared beyond belief because I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, I couldn't do nothing but lay there. And then the door began rattling. The woman was shaking it. A shadow came out of the kitchen and the woman vanished. The shadow vanished after that, and I could breathe again. I don't know what the shadow was, but it did make the woman go away. I like to think it was my guardian angel. Who knows? That's my story. Anyway, and yeah, it is true. My mother was born in Austria-Hungary in 1908. When her parents immigrated to the US, they left their 3 children behind in the care of their grandparents. It was 5 years until her parents were able to return and bring the children to the US. In that 5 years, my mother became very close to her grandfather and went everywhere with him. She arrived in the US as a 13-year-old, grew up, and married my father. They were a young farm couple living in rural Ohio. One night, my mother awoke to see her grandfather standing at the foot of her bed. He was smiling at her, but did not speak. She relayed that she pulled the covers over her head and then looked again, and he was still there. She then tried to wake my father, but when he awoke, her grandfather disappeared. She had the overwhelming feeling that her grandfather had died. This happened in the mid-1920s, and at that time, international long distance was only a thing for wealthy folks. Her only contact with her grandparents was via mail, which would take a couple of weeks to arrive. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, she received a letter from her grandmother verifying that her grandfather had passed away on the same day and approximately the same time that he appeared in her bedroom. My father attested to the entire happening. This was always our family ghost story that no one ever had a reason to doubt. My parents live on a farm in Sugar Grove. My stepdad grew up here with his family as a child. On Christmas Eve in 1964, his dad went into town to pick up the grandma for the holiday. With him, he took a younger daughter and his younger son. On the way home, there was a terrible accident, and everybody died except the daughter. Over the years, the farmhouse was used as rental property until my mom met her husband. They have lived here now for 6 years, and have had many experiences with the spirits of this home. I, too, have had some of the same. There are many, many voices that we hear. Marbles rolling down the hallway upstairs, foot noises walking up and down the stairway, clouds of light and dark smoke throughout the entire house, doors open and close. Things come up missing, then are returned within days. If you are alone in the house and stand by the sink, you will soon hear a voice that asks you to go away. It will repeat until you walk away from the sink. Standing outside, if you look up into the window upstairs, sometimes you will see a vision of a woman standing in the window. This is believed to be Grandma. I have an 11-year-old daughter that has walked into the downstairs bathroom and ran out, stating there is a man standing at the bathroom sink. He will only turn his head and look at you, and then turn back to the mirror. He hasn't spoken yet. When my parents first came here, they slept upstairs. They had to move to the downstairs room in the winter because no matter what room you are in up there, it is ice cold. We have used electric heat sources to try to generate heat, but it doesn't work. There are also apparitions of faces, white in color, etched into the door of the master bedroom. These appear darker at times and lighter at other times. They appear to be stuck in the wood of the door. It's believed by everyone here that the spirits and happenings of this house are all those family members that were killed in the crash. After all, they all did reside here, and I think they still do. My mother passed away a little over 4 years ago. Since then, we have seen her, usually in dreams, and my father has actually seen her many times in her home. My mother had been sick with congestive heart failure that took a turn for the worst for about 2 years. My dad cared for her day and night. Finally, the last trip to the hospital was supposed to be a routine trip to remove excess fluid. On the way to the hospital, my mother made a prophetic statement to him that she would not be coming home again. When she was given the diagnosis that no further help was available to her and she would be sent home with hospice, she refused and decided to die in the hospital instead of at home because my father had to continue to live there and she did not want him to find it hard to stay at their home. 9 days of excruciating pain from a failing liver and kidneys, and unable to get her breath, she succumbed to death only after the last of our immediate family visited her on that day. It was as if she had waited until she had seen her husband, children, grandchildren, and son-in-laws before she was ready to go. 10 minutes after the last visitor, she breathed her last. Oddly enough, the grandfather clock in my parents' home stopped on the exact time of her death. My father has refused to rewind it. After 60 years of marriage, my father has been so lost. For the first year, she appeared to him frequently with a smile on her face, and one time told him, "I love you deeply, and just want to make sure you are okay." She still appears to him, just not as frequently as the first year. Recently, my sister and father had found a picture she had painted and had it framed to give me for my birthday. My dad saw my mother the morning they gave me the gift and said she was holding a shopping bag with a wooden frame sticking out from it with a huge smile on her face. He said they communicated without talking, and he knew she was happy and proud I was getting the picture. I've seen my mother in dreams, but only one stands out as a possible contact with her. In my dream, I was looking through the picture window at my parents' home and saw her sitting in her chair with my father standing over her, talking and smiling, as if he was catching up on recent events. I went inside the house and she looked at me and smiled. I remember how peaceful she looked and so healthy. I remember saying, "Mama, how can this be? I saw you in the casket at the funeral home." She just smiled at me and said, "Well, sometimes these things just happened." I replied, "Well, I don't care how it happened. I'm glad to have you back. I've missed you." With that, I woke up. One other time, after an extremely frustrating day, I was walking in a corridor and thought I'd heard her call my name. She said, "Susie." I actually said out loud, "Mama?" She was not even there. My sister says she has dreamed of her, but never actually have seen her. My son slept in my mom's bed about 6 months after her passing, and said sometimes in the night, he felt her sit down on the side of the bed. He knew it was her because he could smell her perfume. My nephew recalled a dream he had the first Thanksgiving holiday after her passing. He said that in his dream, he walked out of his upstairs bedroom and she was in the hallway. He said, "Let's go get some turkey, Granny." He said she replied, "Now, Mark, you know I can't go downstairs with you this year, but you know I'm here. My family feels that she is around us all the time. I know she is with my father the most because he is terminally ill and misses her so terribly. I feel comforted knowing she is waiting for his time to cross over." My mother is a current janitor working at Rockford College, and one of the buildings she is assigned to cleans happens to be the Burpee building. There, she and some of the other ladies that work with her have lunch in that specific building every work night. A while back, she told us that during her lunch break, she saw what was a female figure walk past the room they were in. She said she wore a blue dress and had blonde hair. The room has a mirror that faced the only door of the small area. She said, and I quote, "I glanced at the mirror, a habit of doing when you're in that room a lot, and saw this thin, transparent figure walk past the door. I thought it was one of the other girls that was walking by, but it wasn't until I realized that no one that night was wearing a blue dress or had dyed their hair blonde. I walked out to see if it was a trespasser, but saw no one in the hall. I called security and asked them if they allowed any blonde, blue-dressed girl on the property. They denied doing so, confirming my suspicions that it was possibly a ghost. This is just one of the stories that she has told us during the last 2 years of her encounters with the Burpee ghosts." This just happened to me just recently, on February 8th, 2008, when I took a ghost tour of the Tuang Cemetery in Brisbane, Australia. First of all, I'd like to keep this to myself anonymous. Secondly, what I saw is true, for I did some research to see if anyone else experienced what I saw that night, and, as it turns out, a few people over the years saw it too. It was cold and partly windy that night when I turned up at the ghost of the Tuang Boneyard, Brisbane's oldest and biggest graveyard. There's a lot of strange stories connected to this boneyard, like a vampire. There's only 2 boneyards in the world that got fair dinkum vampires, Highgate in London and Tuang in Brisbane. The Bleeding Grave and Walking Statue. Yes, a wandering statue. Anyway, the tour barely began as our hostess was introducing herself when I saw something standing amongst the trees. It was solid and black. It was standing there watching us. I saw it, but I thought I was seeing things. Excitement that might have sparked off my imagination. But as I walked past this spot, there was nothing there to resemble that figure, but yet it was real, as you and I. Wasn't until a few feet ahead, I heard a weird clang sound right next to me, as if someone was banging on a pot or whatever. I thought it was the signpost rattling, but there was no signpost anywhere. Now that was frickin' weird, I thought as I hurried on, looking behind me. Most of the night I felt we were being followed by something, as I was tailing Charlie. Best place to be on a ghost tour at the end of the line. Things started to get a bit stranger, like the cold wind I felt touching me if there was no wind blowing. The same thing happened again 2 nights later, when I felt something touching my neck in my own home, or seeing things at the corner of my eyes. When I turn around, there will be nothing there. I thought I was ready for the madhouse at one point. I know that I saw something, so I researched it, and as it turned out, others saw that same black figure at the same spot where I saw him or her, whatever the heck it was, and heard the same clanging sound I heard, so I didn't imagine it at all. I hope I didn't. That's my story. I've got other great spine-chilling tales, which I'll put up ASAP, but this was the first experience I had in years, except for the ghost of my dog who came back for a few nights to bark goodbye to us. My name is Tina. I'm 33, and I have a story I would like to share with you and your readers. I've been experiencing strange things for many years now, but I've only been sharing them for just a few people who don't believe always have the need to find something wrong with the ones who do. My mom was one of those people. She would roll her eyes and say I was crazy or I had been drinking. The day she became a believer was one of the most beautiful moments we've ever shared. This is our story. My mom had surgery in her foot and was using a walker to get around. I was at her house helping her with her laundry and such, and had laid my son down in the bedroom down the hall for his nap. Mom was kicked back in the recliner and decided she would also take a nap. All my chores were done for the time. Everybody in the house was sleeping, so I went out to get into the pool. I turned on the baby monitor at the room where my son was sleeping and brought the other piece outside with me. My mom lives out in the country. No neighbors close enough for monitor to pick up any other signals from a phone or another baby monitor. It was so quiet in my mom's house, I could hear the tick-tock ticking of the clock in the room where the monitor was. All of a sudden, I heard a woman's voice so clear and loud. It sounded like she was speaking into the monitor. It sounded like peep, as in P-E-E peep. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it was just gibberish. That's what I heard. At this point, I start to run to the door to see if my mom is still in the chair in the living room. I got to the door, snatched it open, and there was my mom, still reclined back in the chair with a really strange look on her face. I guess I had a strange look on my face too, because she said, "What? What's the matter? Who's here? Who are you talking to?" I just looked at her and couldn't say anything. She asked again who I was talking to, and I said nobody. Why? She said that she heard a woman talking. She thought she was dreaming. She opened her eyes, and the woman was still talking, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. Having to always have an explanation for things, she then assumed I was on the phone, but looked around and saw the phone and my cell phone were on the kitchen counter. That was when I came in the door, and she knew it wasn't me. I said, "You heard that too?" "Yes," she said, with a very strange look on her face. So I went down to the hall to the room where my son was still sleeping and looked around. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing out of place. I came back down the hall and told my mom he was fine, still sleeping, hadn't moved an inch. She was a little freaked out, but she started asking me questions about my great-grandmother, who often visits me, and the places that I go. I never met my great-grandmother in person, but I've had many run-ins with her spirit. My mom didn't want to believe that Grandma visits her too, but after that day, she started to believe, not only in ghosts and spirits, but in me too. Thanks, Grandma Daisy. This is a true murder story that happened around the early 1900s in the Woods Memorial Circle, Mapleville, Rhode Island. This story is a more true and detailed story of the one before that my great-grandmother told me about. Catherine was a mill owner's daughter. She was a very pretty, tall blonde. She was engaged to a local farmer, Robert. Catherine, though, had one problem. A man, who some say had mental issues, was stalking Catherine. His name was David. David would send Catherine letters of how much he loved her, and how they could have babies together. These letters disturbed Catherine. He would watch her through the window and follow her wherever she went. One day, Catherine confronted him and told him never to talk to her again. David thought this was like a game, so he proceeded to send disturbing letters and watch her at all times. As a few days went by, he gave up. With this, he had a plan. If he couldn't love her, no one else could. So one day, while Catherine was going to the woods to get water for her family, David followed. First, he stopped at Catherine's fiance's farm. Robert was working on the farm as usual, and David came in from behind and stabbed him in the back with a pitchfork. Then he went off to find Catherine. Catherine was sitting next to a pond under a hemlock tree. David pulled out his knife and stabbed her through the neck. She screamed in pain as David ripped open her body. As she died, David messed with her dying body. Afterwards, he took her organs out, cut off her breasts, and nailed her heart to a tree, covered in blood. David went home and took a nap. He was supposedly awoken by the sound of dripping. He looked around his room, and it was covered in blood. In the middle of the room, Catherine stood there cursing at him. David had gone insane. He wrote his last letter to the police, telling them what he did, where her body was, and all that happened. He drowned himself the next day in a river. His body sprawled out on a rock, broken. Catherine and Robert were buried in a now abandoned cemetery, and David's body was thrown into a pit. During a biopsy, they found a heart in David's stomach. Some people think he swallowed her heart, while others think Catherine put it there. Still, rumors persist that late at night in the cemetery, you could see the couple holding hands as if nothing ever happened. I believe I had a true experience with a shadow person. This is my story. It was maybe 11-ish at night. My boyfriend and myself were watching a movie. The lights were dim in the house. The house is more than 100 years old. From where I was seated, I could see the dining area, which was dark, and the kitchen doorway, which had a dimmed overhead light on, and the light was spilling into the dining room. I noticed a distinct shadow movement in the light from the kitchen, like someone or something walked past the light. I turned my head fully towards the doorway now, and saw a solid black elongated ovalish shape towards the top of the doorway, and it quickly slipped into the kitchen. My immediate reaction was not of fear, but sort of like, okay, what the heck was that? I wasn't alarmed. I continued watching the movie thinking of explanations for what I just saw. Now let me tell you, there are 3 dogs in the home as well as the 2 of us. My boyfriend's 2 dogs were asleep on the floor by our feet, and my dog was by my side on the couch. He's small. He was acting a bit odd, nervous now. Perhaps he sensed it in me. 30 minutes later, he got down and headed towards the kitchen. He had just got his head in the door and promptly stopped. I couldn't see his head and shoulders, just his back end. I saw his neck raise like he was looking up, and then it happened. It took my breath and gave me chills. He started wagging his tail, slow at first, like he was unsure, and then the momentum slowly gained. He never got to a full-on happy to see you wag. Then he abruptly stopped and came back to my side. He would not enter the kitchen. And in case you think maybe he was looking out a window, no, the window was too high up to see anything. My name is Guy, and I would like to share my experience at Lambertville High School. I've been there numerous times. I live about 25 minutes away in Pennsylvania. My friends and I are ghost hunters, and Lambertville is a favorite spot of ours. The first time I visited the school was about 2 years ago, in 2005 and 2006, and I've been curious about it ever since then. I've had many comments about history of this amazing site. I've been through some of the school, not all of it though, because the building is in poor shape. The first time we went, we didn't encounter anything out of the ordinary. Back then, we had no equipment except our eyes and ears and flashlights. We really didn't venture inside until the second trip, but that was during the day and also uneventful. The third trip back to the school was a shocker that still gives me chills to this day. We went on a summer night, around midnight, or maybe a little later than that, and not a smart thing to do, but we didn't know any better. We parked the car out in front of the steps leading up to the school. We were to go in shifts up and into the school. 2 go and 2 stay in the car to watch for cops. We were there for 5 minutes before 2 of my friends came sprinting to the car screaming, "Drive! Drive!" Me and my friend, who stayed in the car, were wondering what was literally scaring them to insanity. What they told us was pretty crazy at first. They said that while they were walking up the steps to the school, they heard the sounds of little children, little girls, giggling and laughing. At first, I didn't believe it and wanted to go back to experience this for myself. I'm the kind of person that has to see to believe, but it's the hope of that proof that draws me back to this school. Anyway, that incident was about 2 years ago, and between my friends, it has been just a story with no proof. No proof until now. Last week, May 2008, me and my friends met up again, thanks to school being finished, and decided to go back. We went that night around 10 to 10:30 and stayed there for a good hour and ventured inside. Though we heard no laughing, I'm still a believer. I believe my friend's story and everyone else's stories of little children laughing because I caught it on tape. I recently purchased some equipment to help capture paranormal activity, and the most valuable tool I had that night was my recorder. It's amazingly lucky that I caught anything at all, because I only recorded audio for about 7 minutes of our hour-long investigation. And all but about a minute of the audio has voices on it that were not ours. I also caught the voice of maybe a teacher or student saying, "Does he seem okay?" in a 2-minute-long conversation with what I believe is a female and a male that answers a question that I ask. I've showed this tape to my family and friends, and they all hear talking as well, and the laughter seems to freak everyone out. I wanted to make sure that what I was hearing was, well, what I was hearing. When I heard the laughing on the tape, I thought, my God, they weren't joking or trying to scare us. They really did hear something that night, something that I would like to share with your website, if that is alright with you. I just want to know that there's something other than this life. And that is what draws me to the paranormal. Thank you for your time, and thank you for reading this. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to ask. I'd love to share these clips with you guys and your viewers. This is in reference to your listing for the Hearthstone Inn, Colorado Springs, Colorado. This place has much more than a little girl. As a housekeeper there in 1999, I was able to experience almost all of the hauntings. In the south building, 3rd floor, the little girl would appear regularly, as well as the man in brown in the main bedroom, also in the southwest corner of the floor. He was harmless and would usually disappear as soon as spotted. On the 3rd floor, I've never felt alone, would often hear the little girl and running and laughing. 2 of the 4 bedrooms on the first floor share a bedroom. I learned to prop the door open while cleaning, or I would be locked in. The first time I was locked in, I rattled the door and was screaming for the other housekeeper. I was nearly hysterical when she let me out after about 5 minutes. Also in the south building, first floor, there was a bedroom at the end of the hall that used to be under the stairway. The back stairway of this building, when it was a hotel, led outside. Many of our guests reported having the dreams of the woman in this room. I would feel her, but never see her. I would have trouble with the lights and an unwelcoming presence. On one occasion, the owner, David Oxhandler, spent the night in the room on having a very vivid dream of this woman and dismissing it as a dream. He was too shaken to go back to sleep. When he stepped outside to have a cigarette, he turned around, feeling he was not alone, and actually saw her, dressed as just in the dream, floating where the stairs would have been. Rumors she was the victim of a lover's quarrel and was shot on the back stairs. The last one I knew of was in the north building, 2nd floor. One room next to the stairs facing east was never pleasant to be in. The light was very temperamental, flickering and choosing when to be on or off. I would feel a presence on the floor, but really tried to ignore it until one day I was standing near the stairs with several heavy bundles of laundry to take downstairs when I felt a pressure on the right side small of my back. Just a little shove, and I nearly went headfirst down the stairs, and not of my own volition. Last I hear, the Oxlanders were doing haunted history tours of their hotel. Shortly after, it has been sold to another local organization. Very much worth adding some info to your site, and thanks for the space. My wife and I had several experiences in our apartment over the last 3 years we have lived here. It began with hearing noises and creaks in the building early on, and slowly evolved to seeing shadows in the middle of the night in our bedroom. We both have had experiences where we thought to have seen a little boy in blue pajamas looking at things in our bedroom. 3 major events have occurred, which I'll describe in detail. Event 1. Summer of 2006. My brother was staying over because he is a minor, and our mother was going out of town. We had woken up late to eat breakfast and were playing a game of cards. As we are brothers and there is a significant age gap, we sometimes argue. I was being a little bit of a jerk, picking on a card selection he had made, when our kitchen trash can started to rock back and forth. We were the only people present in the apartment, and we were about 10 yards from the trash can. I investigated the trash can further to find that it was nearly empty and there was nothing that could have moved, so we went to the park. Event 2. Winter of 2007. My wife and I were growing fascinated with the television show Ghost Hunters. We had spent an entire day watching episodes from the 2nd season DVD. Being cocky and joking with my wife over her growing discomfort with the mood the show was setting, I began joking about talking on the ghost of the apartment, saying such things as, "If anyone is here, come here and get me," or "You can't touch me, you're just a ghost, I don't believe in you." Later that night, at 4 a.m., I woke up quite distressed and felt that the apartment was shaking from a significant earthquake. I was sure that it was the big one and rushed to jump out of bed and pull my wife to safety in a doorway. She was in a state of shock as I lifted her out of bed and was scared of an earthquake also. When we finally got to the doorway and calmed down, I explained to her that I thought there was an earthquake but couldn't feel it anymore. She couldn't either. I began to grow very nauseous and leaned on her for support. I told her I wasn't feeling right and I blacked out. As I was blacked out, I heard sounds of people talking very quickly. At first I thought it was my wife, and I tried to tell her to slow down. I felt the sensation of running very quickly while I was hearing the rapid dialogue. I was growing angry when suddenly I awoke lying on the floor with my wife over me. She told me she thought I was having a seizure or something because all of my muscles had lightened and I was screaming and moaning in a sense of fear. She said that I had also grown pale. All throughout that night, I felt the bed continue to shake. Event 3. Soon after Event 2. I was angered by an experience I had felt earlier in Event 2, where I had awoken to what I thought to be an earthquake and experienced what I thought to be a form of being possessed. I researched how to hold a seance to converse with spirits present within the room and invited friends over to help with the conversation. I didn't describe the experience I had felt earlier so that it would not affect my friends' experiences that night. In the middle of the seance, one of my friends began to grow woozy and sway forward when he suddenly stopped it. He said that he couldn't go on and felt like someone was talking quickly to him, and he had felt the sensation of running, identical to my experience earlier. I shared with him my experience, and we decided not to continue. Also, this night, my friend's car got a flat tire while parked in my apartment, and only needed to be refilled with air as there was no puncture to cause the flat, as if someone deflated it. Also, another friend was called by his girlfriend within minutes of us ending the seance because she felt something had happened and was worried. He had only told her he was going to see me and not anything about what we were doing that night. The friend with the flat also received a phone call from his aunt about an hour after, whom he speaks with rarely, because she had similar concerns as my friend's girlfriend. How's that for women's intuition? Ever since that last event, nothing else has occurred. This is a personal experience that to this day has left me shaken. There is something wrong with this apartment complex. My experience centered on the apartment we were in, but from other residents, I heard other tales that made me really not want to live there, and as soon as I could get out, my husband and I certainly did. Montreal Apartments located in South Lyon. There is a huge tree right directly in front of it. Apparitions have been seen in the little hallway between bathroom and bedroom. The panel in the hallway leading up to the crawlspace had moved on its own. Personal experience was actually in the bathtub and the only one home when it happened. I'm all of 5 foot and that ceiling is a good 8 feet. There was no way for me to get up there. We figured that the only way to move that panel was to be up in the crawlspace. Each crawlspace is self-contained. EVPs have gotten into the apartment of a young woman with an accent saying, "Can't stay too long," and sleep. Both still have. If you leave the apartment door open while taking a shower, you get this feeling that you are being watched. Then look out. You see the retreating figure of what looks to be a young woman. I'd had this happen and thought I'd left my apartment door open, and it was a neighbor, and upon investigation, found my door deadbolt was locked. Numerous pictures of orbs and odd shadows have been captured in this apartment. All still have. Late at night, you can also hear someone walking past the apartment, and when you go to look, there is no one on the walkway. And considering where the apartment is, there's no way for someone to get down it quick enough without hearing the sounds of running feet. Have had an experience of having the front door hit several times while I was to peephole, and no one was there. Stories were also told to me of the laundry room in the same building is also a place of odd occurrences. Feelings of being watched and hearing a young woman's voice. Have felt the being watched part, but considering that the old furnace system was right there in the laundry room, I dismissed it. A lot of my family and husband's family refused to spend the night there just cause the place gave them the creeps, and this was prior to some of these events happening. I've tried to find out if there have been any deaths or murders or anything on that ground, and I came up with nothing. All I know is that the place was just, there was something wrong with it, and I wish I had never moved into it. The EVPs were caught when that building had few residents. I still have them, just have others listen to them from time to time to prove I wasn't crazy with what I heard. The pictures are numerous, and some still make the hair on my arm stand up because of the experiences with them.
In October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people. We walked around for a little bit as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into 2 groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around, and Steve told the other 2 about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on, but Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses had flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, "Did I fall?" We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, "We're leaving." Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardee's before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, "Our Father which art in heaven." It was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, "Scott, Are you okay?" He nodded and said, "Hallowed be thy," and cut off to some dry heaves some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, "Scott, are you there?" He got over this fit eventually as Steve said, "Hallowed by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it." Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started to finish, "Hallowed be thy name." Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish and says, "For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen." As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, "Now let's get the heck out of here." I was ahead of him in parking, so I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in Southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box, which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years
was sitting in the living room where he could see it and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair, and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin, due to us moving to another location. She agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also. The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple of months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes, and that she looked up at the window in front of her, and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me, because of how tall the person was. She called out my name, and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I had went. He looked at her like she was crazy, and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared, because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable. She was washing clothes, and had to walk through the kitchen, and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She of course thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. 2 other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the 2nd story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen 2 red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. Even though I'm terrified of this kind of stuff, reading stories and watching things on TV about it is very interesting to me. I have a story to share. It's still very fresh to me, even though it has happened many years ago that it has taken place. My husband and kids laugh at me when I tell them my story, just because some of the things that went on. They find it more humorously amusing than seriously true.
This story took place when I was about 5 or 6 years old in a house we lived at in Oregon, Ohio. I really don't even know where to begin. The house was a 2-story home that wasn't huge, but sure wasn't small. I had 2 brothers, and they shared a bedroom with me, having my own bedroom right next to theirs. In their closet was this blue plastic hanging shoe rack that was left when we moved in. It was completely empty, except for a few bouncy balls and a metal jack in some of the pockets. Every day we would check these pockets because whenever we would empty them, there was always more the next day. I never thought anything weird about that. It was cool finding things in there. My room had a door that led to the closet. I never heard anything scary in my room, but one night, my grandparents spent the night. They came from Florida and were visiting us before moving on to other relatives. In the middle of the night, everyone ran into the room because my grandpa woke up screaming. He said the cat had crawled under the mesh part of the box spring and scared him. Everyone went back to bed and nothing was thought of it. Months went by and summer was here. My brothers and I used to all lay in the hallway upstairs outside our rooms in front of a box fan my dad would put up because it was so hot. Sometime in the middle of the night, my younger brother Mike woke up, I guess to sleep in my room, and began screaming. He said my older brother Jake's face was on the wall scaring him. Jake had been laying in the hallway the entire time with me and Mike. Still, everyone shrugged it off like the other things that happened and figured he was sleepwalking. I've heard things throughout the night on and off after the last incident, but the last and scariest part of the house that happened to me, and I'm not sure how much time in between this happened, is one night when I was sleeping with my cat. It was sometime in the middle of the night, and for some reason I woke up. My cat also woke up. My cat was tucked under my arm at my side, and all of a sudden, it opened its eyes wide and hissed with its hair standing up on its back. Then it darted out of my room. I didn't understand why the cat acted like this, and seconds later, at the end of my bed was this figure. It was definitely human, but was all white and misty. It had no features or limbs. The only feature I remember is seeing an O-like shaped mouth. It was just standing there, but then looked like it was moving slowly closer. I kicked my feet at it, and nothing happened. I just kicked right through it. I was scared to death and ran into my parents' room and slept there the rest of the night. I thought I heard sounds coming from the drawers in my dad's dresser the rest of the night, but never heard anything or seen anything since. My husband, like I said, finds this humorous, so last year, he bought some ball and jacks and placed them on my pillow and laughed. I would love to find out if anyone living in that house after or before me ever had any experiences like that. I always wondered why that thing would want to scare us like that. My grandfather was a member of Washington Country Golf Club in Washington County, Pennsylvania. The golf club sits on top of a hill and used to be a very old farmhouse that dates back to the 1800s. He told me stories of him along with a group of friends who spent the night at the clubhouse. Members were allowed to stay there if they wished. It was said the old farmer who lived in the house lost all of his money and the farm went under. After this all happened, the farmer then decided to end it all. My grandfather said that during the late hours of night, you can hear footsteps walking back and forth upstairs. They went upstairs, and no one was to be found. Even in the ballroom, the lights would be seen turning off and on by themselves, as doors were being opened and closed as well. I myself have been in the clubhouse, which is very old, with wooden stairs and floors. I have even seen the bar going across the staircase, where it said the farmer had done the deed. I've heard this story from other members of the club. Whether this is true for sure or not, I don't know exactly. Another story I've heard takes place in Peters Township in Washington County. I've been told by an old football coach whose family lived in the town all their life, dating back to the 1700s, I believe. He tells a story of an old haunted railroad tunnel close to Hidden Valley Road in the area. It's said that many years ago, when the railroad was a busy place, a man was hooking up two boxcars. The boxcars then rolled together, hitting the man in between the two hookups. The man was cut in half from the two boxcars, and many people say that they have walked the tunnel holding hands across the tunnel very late in the night. They said they have seen a man walking at the other end of the tunnel with an old oil lamp in his hand, swinging back and forth. They even say that a train can be heard off in the distance, but no train even came. The story has been known as Boxcar Willie. I've heard this story from many different people in the past. I've seen the tunnel myself one night with two of my friends. We held hands going across the front of the tunnel. We all then saw a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Never went to check it out, but something was there. We all saw this light. It may have been something off in the distance, but I believe it was Boxcar Willie. We all felt something very weird that night. That's why I get the feeling something was out there.
Hey, I'm in my mid-teens, and I've experienced ghostly encounters. The one that really freaked me out was when me and my family moved to Scotland. For a few months, we lived in chalets. Me and my older sister shared one on our own. A few weeks after we moved in, we began to feel uncomfortable and felt as if we were being watched there, and there was also a threatening atmosphere. We told our parents, and they said it was just because we were next to the graveyard. A few weeks later, I was lying in my bed with the door open when a tall, dark figure stood, leaning over me. I didn't think at that particular moment, but it wasn't until my sister asked me if I felt somebody was in my room the previous night. We started to talk, and she too felt as if somebody tall was leaning over her. I then started to sleep in my sister's room, and the figure didn't return, so I moved back into my own room. But then again, the figure returned this time. It was kneeling beside me. The next morning I told my sister, and again, she felt the presence of a tall man. Our dad told us that the large house next to us was where the Vikers used to stay until the house was sold. One night, my mom came in, and she was holding two necklaces with crosses on it. Me and my sister aren't religious, so her mom thought it had something to do with that. So we went to bed, holding the crosses. That night, it was very uncomfortable in both rooms. After that, we haven't felt the presence of the tall man. The figure that visited did so on a few occasions. Each time, it felt as though it was getting closer and more angry. When the crosses were given to us that night, the figure seemed very angry. Its face was literally pressed into mine, and it felt as if he was gritting his teeth at me. My sister also had this very uncomfortable, menacing figure who was pressed into her face. All you could do was hide under the guilt, closing your eyes really tight, and hope you'd fall asleep quick. Since that last visit, nothing has returned, and we've since moved then, and nothing. We don't even use the crosses anymore. Other things that we didn't think of as being connected at the time now do seem connected, such as the chalet that Mom and Dad were in, although the same, was different in feeling. Because Mom and Dad's chalets always had a comfy feeling, yet ours didn't. Whether it was because there was just me and my sister alone in there, and it was our imaginations or not, we don't know. Although in Mom's and Dad's chalet, there was only one more person over there. From the moment we stepped into the chalet, it was always cold, even with the heaters on. Plus, there was often a bad smell wafting around, a lot like fish, rotten. This was only in my bedroom, possibly me, my sister says. Also in my room, there was a strange noise of scratching, as if someone was sketching or writing. This noise accompanied the presence of another figure, smaller in stature and of the female sex. My sister also felt the smaller presence, but not the noise. She only came once, very different, not menacing, quiet in nature, and much older. She was almost a comfort, but it's still not nice to be watched over at night by ghostly figures. It's strange, because we didn't actually see anything, yet you get so much from these feelings, the sex, age, angry, happy, etc. Plus, we get almost exactly the same feelings. But is it just our imagination? Are we certifiably insane? Are we demented? No, we definitely feel we had a visitor. Previous to this experience, my sister had not really believed in it, ghostly visits and such, but now, I think she has had a change of mind. Me, myself, I've always believed. My mom's granddad often visits, a kind presence, bringing good luck, such as when she was having problems. He visits to let us know everything will be okay. He often visited when we were babies, watching over our cots. Our dad also saw what appeared to be him. Whenever he visits, we know him by the distinct smell of putty. He used to repair windows. So really, we are used to the visits, although my sister had never experienced any until now. Unfortunately, it wasn't a happy experience, one not to forget. Happened to surf onto your website, and I just wanted to let you know that I saw Resurrection Mary in Justice, Illinois, back in October of '92. After getting off of work at 3 a.m. from a chemical plant, Whitco Corporation, near 51st and Central in Chicago, I was driving by that particular cemetery at about 3:30 a.m. on my way home from work. Driving by, but initially not thinking much of this sight, as there was a nightclub with women of ill repute nearby. I saw a woman in a light blue or white palm dress standing by the trunk of what looked like a black park limousine at the front SW Cemetery driveway off Archer Avenue to the cemetery. I slowed down quite a bit to get a better look at the odd sight, but then drove off. I thought it was probably a prostitute with her John. However, looking back at my mirror, maybe a second later, the woman and the limo were gone. Let me reassure you that there was no way that I would have missed the limo driving off in that second that it took me to look back in the mirror. They weren't on the road or in the cemetery because I looked for taillights. The cemetery gates are pretty large, and it would have taken a great effort and time to open both of the cemetery gates for the car to get through. I did not think much of the incident until a few days later. I was talking with some of my employees that lived in the area near the cemetery. Two of my employees mentioned that I'd probably seen the ghost called Resurrection Mary. I didn't much believe in ghosts until that incident, and I'm still somewhat skeptical, but I cannot fully explain what I saw that night. That incident is still vivid in my memory, and kinda creepy to think about it, to this day. Ever since I can remember, I've always had an interest in ghost stories. That is why I'm writing you this letter. No, I don't have a ghost in my house. A friend of mine told me about this place at least 10 months ago. I was so amazed at this story, I asked if he would take me to this place. No one really ever goes there. I guess because it's so creepy and dark looking at night, but during the day, it is okay. Nothing strange happens. Well, first, before I tell you more about this place, let me tell you the story of why it is so unusual. The city is called Lake Forest, California, and they call it Canyon Creek, I guess, because it is nothing but canyon and wide open spaces of nothing but rocks and wildlife. The story goes back 30 years ago, of a lady who was in her 40s. Nobody knew what her name was. She lived alone with her 2 Great Dane dogs. She was very rich and owned all of the canyon, which is like miles and miles of land. This lady never married and had no children. It was just her dogs and herself. She lived in this trailer park home, and it was not a pretty house by any stretch of the imagination. Well, about 6 years later, the story goes that a police officer got a call about the lady and her dogs. The officer went to the lady's home and knocked at the door, and no one answered. The officer ended up breaking down the door, and what he found next was horrifying. It is said that the officer found the lady dead. Nothing was left but her decaying body, and her bones were visible. Worst of all, laying right next to her were her dogs. They had both died as well. Now, on to the paranormal part. People who have never been to this place don't know what to expect if they come into this place. It's unpredictable. Sometimes, when you go back to the area where she passed, you'll notice paranormal phenomena. Other times, you won't. A man was driving alone on the canyon by himself one night, and the story goes that he saw the presence of the lady standing at the side of the road with their 2 dogs. The man did not stop at all to give the lady a ride. He just kept going. This other story was told by my friend. My friend told me that his ex-girlfriend and her boyfriend went up there one night to check it out. They stopped where the lady's house was. They were only there about 15 minutes away when they were just talking and listening to music. Then, all of a sudden, they heard a knock on the side door of the driver's seat. They both turned to look, and they saw the lady standing there, knocking on the window. She was dressed in all white and covered in blood. They also saw the dogs nearby as well, far off into the distance, appearing as silhouettes. They sat there in shock for 3 minutes, horrified by what they just saw. For some reason, the lady was still knocking at the driver's side of the window, but in reality, it was really not that long. They both said that she must have been there about 40 seconds. After that, my friend said they never returned back there. That was not the only story that happened to anyone. There are far more. What I would like to know is who is this lady and why is she doing this? There's something more to why she has to haunt people who have done nothing to her. Maybe it is because she does not want anyone on her land that she loves so much. What could it be? Here's my email address. If you have any questions, please feel free to get a hold of me. I would like at least some kind of feedback on this story. Please, I beg you. I'm so confused, and I'm scared. Please let me know what is going on. I find this intriguing. When I was 12, my family moved to a newer house, about 10 miles away from where I grew up. The house was 7 years old, and no one had ever died there. From the start, I would hear footsteps in the carpeting, and I always felt that I was being watched, especially when I played her piano. That was the extent of my experiences, until I was in my early 20s. One evening, my sister and I were sitting in the den talking. It was spring, and the temperature was perfect, so all the windows were closed, and the air was off. Suddenly, in the back of the room, where there were a lot of plants sitting together, one plant in the middle started shaking furiously. My sister and I looked at each other and went into the other room. A few weeks later, my mother and I were sitting alone in the house when it sounded like someone very roughly raked their fingernails down a couch in the back of the room, which was in sight. And again, a plant that was sitting at the end of the couch started shaking ferociously. My mother just would not admit that we were being visited, even though she'd witnessed it firsthand. The last time anything paranormal happened was on a Friday afternoon. I was in my mother's room, talking to her, when I noticed that atmosphere had seemed to grow heavy, and I got chills. As the afternoon wore on, the feeling increased until I couldn't stand to go into the room any longer. That evening, my sister and I were alone and watching TV. I had gone to the fridge for a snack and felt the heaviness with the goosebumps on the left side of it. I told my sister that the ghost was in the kitchen. I could feel it. A few minutes later, a picture that was hanging in the kitchen fell off of the wall. When we got the nerve up, my sister and I went to another door in the kitchen on the opposite side of the room. We walked in and stood there, seeing and feeling nothing. Suddenly, the hair on our arms literally stood up, and we had to run out. Immediately afterwards, it left and hasn't been back. I don't even feel like I'm being watched while playing the piano. I guess whatever it was only wanted to communicate, but I was too frightened. I felt the heaviness with chills in other places, but until the last few years, I hadn't seen any entities. I've moved twice and really don't believe the houses were haunted, but internally and for short periods of time, I believe there were entities present. I've seen a man with long salt and pepper hair with a dark cloak looking at me with bright, colorless eyes. It looked like a negative of a photo. Also, I've seen a bright, elongated white shape out of the corner of my eye around my bed several times. The most profound experience I've ever had was when I was visited by the spirit of a friend who had died a week before his 16th birthday. Also 10 years later, I started having dreams with him there, and I'll wake up with the most wonderful feeling of being loved. During one of these dreams, I was at home alone during the day and had to sleep because I was working nights. It was a little warm, but not enough for the air. I had 2 blankets in my bed and threw one in the floor, and the other one was a mess because I had been tossing and turning. I finally made it back to sleep and dreamed of my friend. I got too hot and woke up to find the blanket I tossed on the floor laid over me very neatly. I've had too many experiences to discount anything to just chance, and my mother is finally admitting that she's experienced the paranormal. I live in Tucson, Arizona. Shortly north of the city lies Mount Lemmon. This peak is a great forested 7,000-foot getaway from the desert city. I had my brother and 2 friends over at my place at about 1 a.m. a few months ago, and after a few hours of boredom, we decided to go to Mount Lemmon and enjoy some nice, cool night air. I would often take the 45-minute trip to wind down and watch the stars, so this is a very familiar place. The trip started off very normal. Our first stop was without occurrences. The next stop, I became mildly aware of a presence. This is nothing new to me, however, so I ignored it. By the 3rd stop, we got out again. My brother and our friend Steve stayed in the car, and my friend Thea and I went for a walk. After a short discussion about friend trouble, she interrupted and said she kept seeing a shadowed figure from the top of a nearby peak. I told her that something was watching us, but not to worry, because I didn't sense hostility. We started the walk back and kept hearing the sound of scattered gravel and an extra set of footsteps on the other side of me. This was at first amusing, because we knew at this time we had gained a friend that was not from around here. By the time we got to the car, Thea panicked, and when we got in, my brother and Steve spoke of the shadowy figures they saw. We smiled, started the car, and drove down the mountain. As we spoke about what we saw and what we felt, it was decided that we would stop again. We pulled off at a scenic view of a canyon area where we found a newer Ford Bronco with the engine running, the dome light on, and no one in or around the vehicle. This was unsettling, but could surely be explained, no matter how far-fetched the explanation. We stayed here for about 10 minutes. After the first couple of minutes, my brother and I simultaneously noticed a large dark mass above the peak where we were being watched earlier. Thea saw the figures on the top of the peak. I could see the mass disappear, as if moving down the mountain towards us. Thea said the figures were walking down the mountainside. No one was scared at this point. We're all very amused. When I could no longer see the mass, I was only able to see it above the mountain because the sky posed as a backdrop. We all got a wave of panic. Gravel started swirling around everywhere, and Thea and Jason ran for the car. I was stunned, so I was the last to get there. Jason entered the car from the other side, but his heavy trench coat was flipped over his head as he opened the door. We started the car and sped down the mountain. We spoke with Steve about what we saw, and he said he saw the same shadow figures that Thea had seen. We pulled over one last time without getting out of the car to show Steve the black mass that was causing all of the commotion. We then kept driving until we reached the city again. The whole way down, seeing cars pulled to the side, some with dome lights on, never with anyone in or around them. This is very odd for 3 a.m. on a Thursday morning. Furthermore, vehicles are not allowed to park on the road after 10 p.m. The next night, Thea and I returned. We never got out of the car this time. However, every time we cut the engine in all power, we hear scratching underneath the car, and eventually it would start to rock. We pulled over 4 times, and this happened every time. Finally, the 5th time, we decided to get out of the car before that happened, so we would have enough guts to see what else would happen. Once again, we didn't make it. We opened the doors and pointed our flashlights outside, and as soon as we did, gravel started swirling around louder than before. There was no wind, and we watched it jump around as if someone was kicking it right in front of us. After this trip, it turned out that the brakes in front of the left of the car, where we heard the scratching from where the car was off, were worn down badly. However, the rest of the brakes were completely fine. We stumped the mechanic, but once again, this is something that may be explained. I just don't know how. I'm planning a return trip, well equipped now. I'll bring a camera, several flashlights, and a video recorder. Depending on the outcome of this trip, I will forward any eventful messages to your site. I'm stuck wondering 2 things now. First off, what is this entity? There are no local legends that I've found about Mount Lemon. Second off, will it be there again when I visit next week? I hope so. There's so much more I would like to learn before it just becomes a memory. I was stationed at Ford Island, Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, in the early 1980s. I was a corpsman assigned to the hospital there, which at the time was only an aid station, kept there because of the brig on the other side of the island. I spent many nights in the large hospital, alone. They only used a small area in the ER. All throughout the night, you could hear people moving around, and doors opening and windows closing. I would walk around looking for the source of the sounds, but no one else was there. Many people died there December 7th, and many years after that. More than one night, I woke up thinking someone was watching me, and a few nights, I was awakened by the sound of the ER doors closing by themselves. I'd even seen the presence of an old man wandering the halls from a distance, except it looked like he was floating and was missing a leg. There was always this hospital room that smelled rancid, even though it was supposed to be the cleanest room. Every time I'd walk by there, I'd see a dark fog sitting there through the corner of my eye. I would then completely look into the room, and the fog would disappear instantly. I've never written about this before. There were about 20 others who had duty there, and some men and women would pay me to take their duty so that they would not have to sleep there. I was so shocked to see that no one had reported it on their list in Hawaii. Ford Island has many suicides and strange deaths, from people driving their cars off the runway to a group of ski divers landing on rocks just off the coast. My husband and I took our 2 children to Florida to visit his parents this past Christmas. Since his parents live in a small 2-bedroom condo, there wasn't room for all of us to sleep there. My mother-in-law has some friends with a condo about 3 or 4 miles from our building, and they primarily use it for furnished rental. It happened to be unoccupied at the time, so she made arrangements for my husband and me to sleep there. The first night we went over to go to bed, I noticed some dark shadows moving around the apartment, but just out of the corners of my eyes. I've seen spirit shadows before, and they do not look like regular room shadows. They're darker and more solid appearing. I didn't pay too much attention at first, didn't realize what I was seeing, I guess, until I got up early the next morning and went outside onto the apartment's small balcony. I saw something light-colored go through the kitchen and assumed my husband had come out of the bedroom. But when I went back into the apartment, he was in the bathroom and had not come into the kitchen at all. While I was getting dressed, I saw something small and black retreat under the closet door in the bedroom. I thought at first it was a roach, rare, as they are in the nice 5th floor Florida condos. It was not impossible. I pulled back the closet door, and there was nothing in the closet but pale gray carpeting on the floor and empty hangers on the rod. I began to have my suspicions, but kept them to myself. That night, my husband stayed at his mother's with our younger child, and my oldest son, age 13, came back to the borrowed apartments with me since we were going fishing very early the next morning. He put his stuff down in the smaller bedroom, then came out in the hallway and asked me who else was in the apartment. I said we were alone. Why did he ask? He told me he had just seen something go through his bedroom. Well, that clinched it for me, but I kind of brushed it off, not wanting to scare him. I did leave my light on all night though. I saw the dark shadows up near the top of the bedroom door several times. The next night, when my husband and I arrived, I went into the master bedroom, and as I entered the room, I felt this wave wash over me, sort of a combination of curiosity, irritation, and loneliness. Who are you? Why are you here? And where have you been? I decided I did not feel up to trying to communicate with this entity on its terms. Not that I've been very successful with that anyway. So I sat on the bed and spoke aloud and told it I was just visiting with permission from the owners. I promised to clean up everything before I left. For some reason, I had the feeling that my travel clutter was making it upset, and in return, Please, it would not scare me by materializing unexpectedly. After the evening, the place just felt empty. I didn't see the shadows anymore and had the feeling that whoever it was had vacated or was just trying to stay out of the way. I guess we reached some sort of compromise. I told my husband that I thought there was a ghost in the apartment, and while he scoffed and told me I was crazy, I noticed he spent the remaining 3 nights at his mother's and sent our son back with me. No one has died in that apartment that I know of, but it's in a large building full of retirees, and I'm not sure many residents have passed on over the 30-year life of the building. Maybe someone was just wandering around. I will never know. Hi, I've sent info before, but I'm using a friend's computer today since the battery in my car is dead. Nothing to do with ghosts, I don't think. Anyway, having read about people seeing black figures, I thought I would add my 2 cents. The first time, I was 16, living with my grandparents in LA, who were out of town at the time. I wasn't drinking, just alone, when I left my bedroom and crossed the hall into the kitchen. That's when a figure stepped out in front of me. It was the strangest figure I'd ever seen. He appeared as a hairy ghost of some sort. His arms, face, and legs were completely covered in fur, but he still looked humanoid. It's a little difficult to explain, but it kind of looked like that famous Bigfoot photo and footage from 1967, except the presence was still a dark silhouette. Not dark enough that you couldn't see the fur, but still dark. It was creepy. I got a baseball bat and turned on all the lights in the house and even called a friend. Nothing else. Then, just less than 2 years ago, I'd since moved to Corrales, New Mexico. I was living with another woman. I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. As I came out, through the door, there was another shadow being right in front of me. I saw its head and shoulders, and it was taller than me. I put my hands up as if to gesture, excuse me, or not, to run it over. Since then, here in Corrales, I felt things in the corners, running around the room, and such. I bought my own house in July 1999, and my dog barked incredibly at one particular corner. My roommate at the time immediately burned sage, and he stopped. What are these things? I've not seen anything in my place, and the dogs haven't acted weird since. Any ideas? Someone did say that I might have been dimension jumping. Have you heard of this? Let me start off by saying, I've never met my real father. He died when I was a baby. Anyhow, I've always known about my deceased father. His name was Jerry. Now, no one in my family talks about my deceased dad, and we don't know anyone by the name of Jerry. One day, when I was between the ages of 8 to 9, my cousin and my mother and myself were downstairs, and we were in the basement singing. The phone began to ring, and even though we had a phone in the basement, I went upstairs, one flight, to our library to answer the phone, so as to not disturb my mother's song. When I answered the phone, I noticed immediately the static on the line, and I knew it wasn't our phone, so I asked the caller to speak louder. Now, from here on out, it gets weirder. The caller asked to speak to REC, my mom's nickname. I then asked who was calling, and the caller replied Jerry. I immediately knew my mother knew of no other Jerry, so I repeated the name, and the caller acknowledged that that was his name. I tell him to hold on. I run down the stairs to where my mother and cousin were, and tell my mother to pick up the phone, that she had a phone call, and that the caller's name was Jerry. My cousin looked up shocked, as did my mother, and simultaneously said Jerry. This is all happening within a minute or so. So my mother picks up the phone and answers the call, only there is no one on the line now. I run back upstairs to the library to hang up the phone, and I go back to the basement, and both my mother and my cousin are trying to figure out if I got the name right. I assure them I did, and then I tell them about the connection and the static. We all just kind of dismissed the call. Only later, when I started thinking about it, did I realize that my father never knew me and died very tragically when he was struck by a car. I think he wanted to hear my voice and hear my mother's voice. What I didn't tell my mother or my cousin is that the caller addressed me by my name. I never told the caller my name, but he knew my name. Tamaya. My ex-boyfriend lived in a very old part of town, in a house that was built in the 1800s. At one time, the home had been a stately and elegant one, with a long and gracefully curving stair as the focal point upon the entrance into the foyer. Through time, and with the coming of rough economic periods, the home grew into disrepair and was eventually sectioned off into a two-family home. One side housed a family of bikers, whose moonshine sent many a folk into orbit. We didn't have any moonshine the night this happened. And in the other lived my boyfriend and his roommate. One night, myself, my boyfriend Nick, Nick's friend Dave, and my friend Stacy, who was dating Dave at the time, were at the house. We were descending the grand staircase I mentioned earlier, on our way out to enjoy our Saturday night. All was dark, except for the soft lighting coming from the kitchen, which was illuminating the front doorway. On the front door, we saw the unmistakable silhouette of a woman in a long old-fashioned hoop skirt, like women wore in the 1800s. She scared the wits out of me and Stacy, and we both refused to go any further down the stairs until the rest of the lights were put on. Chickens, aren't we? Although Nick and Dave were in a position to see the woman's shadow, for some strange reason, they were unable to see her. Maybe she only liked women, but I know this for a fact. The next moment we actually saw the woman. It looked as if we saw her with her eyes gouged out, and she was running towards us, flying down the hallway. It was actually pretty creepy, but it happened in the corner of my eye, so I don't know if I was hallucinating or I actually saw her full steam ahead, but it definitely creeped me out. Another moment. My friend Stacy was upstairs, and the door was completely wide open, the bathroom door that is, and she saw that same woman in Victorian-era clothes just laying in the bathtub with, again, her eyes gouged out. I honestly don't understand what happened to this woman. At first I thought it was pretty innocuous, but now I understand. She must have been murdered. There's no other explanation I had than that. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed the story. I've always been hesitant to talk about this story, but what I tell you is true. In 1992, when I was separated from my wife for the first time, I was living at Old Farm in an apartment. One Saturday night, when my kids were off to their grandmother's and my girlfriend, who was a teacher, had an event to attend, I found myself in my apartment, all alone. I rented a couple of movies, ordered a Pizza Hut, went on over to the whirlpool for a while, and sat down to enjoy a peaceful night, alone at last. I was really looking forward to a night by myself. When I was reading in bed, I noticed a black silhouetted figure standing in my bedroom door. The figure appeared to have a cloak drawn over its head. I couldn't recognize any features, nor was there any attempt to verbally communicate. I was wide awake, and I was terrified. My heart was racing, and I kept pulling the covers over my head. It seemed like every second was one of terror. The figure stood in my doorway well into the morning hours, and I knew my eyes were as big as they could get. When the silhouette disappeared, I was covered with sweat. My hair was rain wet. I rushed out to the front room because I really couldn't believe it had left me. No, the only thing I had to drink was a Diet Coke with popcorn. I'm not a big drinker. After the ordeal, I quickly showered and raced off to go hiking. I can honestly tell you that no communication with the figure was made. When I would ask who you are, there was no response. This went on all night until, by the grace of God, it went away. This event has always affected my life. I know of another person who had a similar experience like mine. Can you tell me what was standing in my door, why there was no communication, and why me? Have you ever had any stories like this reported to you? Until now, the only person I ever told this story to was a good friend who is a Catholic priest. It still scares me to tell this story. Why was there no attempt to communicate? And yes, when I checked my doors, they were all bolted and locked. My father loved the state of Maine. Not enough, however, to give up his cush job in Boston to live on the going wage of a downeaster. So every summer, from the mid-50s until I reached high school, we would vacation on the scenic Maine coast. Very seldom will we stay in the same place twice. Usually, it was some remote cottage located on the outskirts of some tiny coastal town. A 2-week ordeal was in store for me, with no TV or friends to speak of. To keep me sane, my mother would buy me comic books and play board games with me, long into the night. We'd been at this cottage now for about 10 days, and I was counting the hours until we would leave. It was a chilly August night, and dear old Dad had a few too many and drifted off to bed. Our terrier, Joe, was snoozing on the carpet in front of the fireplace, and through the big picture window, the surf was something out of a South Pacific movie. The waves were gently breaking on the rocky shore, not 20 yards from the cottage. The only sound was the reverie coming from a cruise ship that was passing off the point. In summary, the night was calm. Suddenly, Joe jumped to his feet with his hackles up and growled at the door. I yelled at the dog to be quiet as he interrupted me over a card game. In an instant, the front door blew open, and with a bang, it hit the interior wall. Just then, a ghostly presence entered through the doorway. He looked as if he was from the colonial era, had a musket in his hand, and seemed as though only half his face was visible, even though the figure itself had a blur to it. This lasted a few seconds, then the figure disappeared, like a fog that evaporated. Joe cowered, and my mother's hair moved, like it had been ruffled by some invisible breeze. The playing cards scattered about, and before we could take a breath, the door slammed shut, and Joe went back to his sleeping position. We decided not to tell the old man, as he wouldn't believe it anyway. A few days later, we were filling up the old Plymouth for the return trip to Boston, and my father started gabbing with the local about his vacation. With the windows of the car down, we heard every word. "So where did you stay?" the man asked, with the Maine dialect. "Oh, "Down on the point at the Jensen cottage," my old man answered. "Folks around here know that place well," the man said flatly. "They refer to it as the front door." My name is John. I'm 41 years of age and currently live in the city of Lincoln, England. During my life to date, I've seen several ghosts, and whilst I still find them surprising and of course fascinating, I'm no longer afraid of whatever they are or appear to be. I saw my first ghost at around the age of 8 whilst having in my childhood home, a large Victorian house on the edge of Manchester, England. The ghost was one of a young boy of a similar age to mine at the time. He was leaning over the banister rail of the stairway landing outside my bedroom as I was making my way up to bed. The shock and surprise of seeing him sent me flying downstairs into the front room of my house. Needless to say, that none of my family appeared to believe what I told them I had seen. Although over the years, I've experienced strong sensations of ghostly presences, my next positive encounter was not until I was 22, whilst living and working in the city of Newcastle. I'd obtained the keys to a vacant industrial building, which my firm was taking over. My job was to assess the work involved in converting the building for its future use. I'd locked myself in the building and was therefore sure that no other person was on the premises, and was proceeding up some steep and narrow stairs when I felt a hand touch me on the top of my head and give my hair a friendly ruffle, rather like an affectionate parent may give their child. I immediately turned around, only to find the stairway completely empty. Surprised, but not afraid this time, I continued my inspection of the building. We moved into the premises, and although I had my office at the top of the stairs where I had my encounter, and worked there often late into the night, I never saw, heard, or felt anything unusual there again. My next encounter took place right here in Lincoln, about 3 years ago. Walking our dog out late one night, I noticed the cyclist approaching me along a side street. I thought the cyclist appeared a little unusual, insofar as he was riding an old-style, sit-em-up-and-beg cycle. His hair looked rather old-fashioned too, and most curiously of all, he appeared to be wearing an old-style Royal Air Force uniform. I could see the streetlight reflecting off the silver buttons on his uniform tunic, and from the chrome handlebars of his cycle. He got to within about 30 yards of me, when for some reason, I glanced down for a second. When I looked up again, he had completely disappeared from the street, and there was no way in which he could have left the street in the vicinity of where I last saw him. I wonder whether his appearance was, in some way, connected to the fact that there used to be an open-air swimming pool adjacent to where I saw him. This pool is very popular with air crews during World War II, and I can only assume he may have been on his way for a midnight swim. My most recent encounter was very brief, occurring during the first time I visited my mother's cottage in North Wales. Built around 200 years ago, the back room opens directly out into the rear garden, with the narrow stairs descending into the back room right beside the back door to the building. Whilst coming down the stairs, I saw an elderly woman walk through the back door and disappear. She was aged about 80, approximately 5 foot tall, wearing a gray dress with long sleeves, a white apron, and her straight gray hair was tied up in a sort of bun, which in turn was covered by a small handkerchief on the top of her head. She was followed immediately by a young girl, aged about 10 or 12, dressed in a long light, colored smock. Her hair was very long, blonde and straight, falling down her back. She also disappeared straight away. I've no idea what ghosts are, or why they appear. I do not see them as threatening. In fact, on more than one occasion, a curious sensation of contentment seems to fill the air after they have gone. I've noticed that my mind is not thinking about anything in particular at the times I've come across them. Thanks for reading. I grew up in Western New York and knew the local legends of ghosts. The Rochester Durant White Lady, for example. I never really put much faith in them. I never had an experience until I left New York. In October of '99, I was transferred to Elmira, Ohio. After a few weeks, I was asked to work in Sandusky. I accepted the promotion, but having just settled into a new apartment, I decided to commute rather than move again. Halfway between Elmira and Sandusky, there was a rest stop on I-90, Route 2, just outside Vermilion. I would stop sometimes on the way home for a bathroom break or rest a bit. It's a funny design. You drive around and park in back of the building, between the building and wooden walking trails. I usually got off work after about 11 p.m., but it was usually pretty busy, so I never gave much thought to stopping there late at night. One night, in March of this year, I'd stopped for a bathroom break. I noticed that there was only a few cars in the lot. It was a warm spring night. I wondered why more people weren't out. As I returned to my car, I had this urge to walk into the wooded area. A stupid thing to do, as it would be easy for a human assailant to hide on the trails. I walked in about 10 feet, and the path split to the left and straight ahead. I walked a little further straight ahead and felt something in there with me. I turned and started to walk out when I heard a noise, kind of like a lumbering sound. Feeling foolish and thinking there was probably an animal, like a hedgehog or deer, walking through the woods, I looked back and saw a pair of yellow eyes on the path quite a whiles back. I knew it could not be an animal, as only the parking area was lighted. The only light in the woods came from the ambient light and the moon. I quickly closed the distance between myself and the parking area, keys in hand. To my relief, nothing pursued me, and the eyes were gone, or at least, I couldn't see them anymore. I went straight home. The next day, I felt rather silly. Thinking about the matter during the day, none of it seemed like it should have scared me. I rationalized the whole thing. That night, I stopped for a bathroom break. Feeling brave, I decided to once again check out the woods and dispel my fear once and for all. This time, I walked out only halfway to the fork, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I was not afraid in the usual sense, rapid heartbeat, sweating, etc. I just had this feeling of not being able to walk any deeper into the woods. It was like the air got heavier the further I walked. As I walked out of the woods, the feeling went away, just as it had come. I decided to come back on my day off and investigate, during the day. I'd never been in the day, and I didn't know where the trails led, or what was in the woods that attracted people to them. I returned a few days later with my jogging shoes, ready to explore. The trails wrapped around to each other and only totaled a mile loop. There was a ledge, a cliff area, but it was fenced off, and there was no way to get down, but I could see a stream in the distance. I didn't feel anything strange at all. Nonetheless, I made it a point not to stop there after dark. A few months later, I was transferred to Newcastle, Pennsylvania, which leads me to my next story. But we are still looking into it, and it's AM now, so I need some sleep. I don't usually share this with anyone, since most people would consider me crazy for believing in this stuff, my husband and father included. When I was about 2 years old, back in 1973, I have very vivid memories about my childhood, and my mother confirms my memories. We rented an old house, about 100 years old. It was there when in Phoenix, Arizona. It was not much, but a lot of farmland. There was a smaller house next to it that used to be the old barn. It's still there today, but surrounded by huge mansions. Anyway, things were peaceful there until our next door neighbor hung himself in the kitchen and my father found him. I never knew about it. But about 3 months after, things began to happen. My mother was having an argument with my father one morning before getting out of bed. She got really mad and got up and went to the kitchen. She saw a man sitting at the table with his head in his hands on the table so that she couldn't see his face. She turned around and went back to bed, not saying a word to my dad. Later, I began to see a hand floating in my room and would hear it talk to me. I called it, and this is kind of weird, bugs, but now I think it could have been about avid bugs or something about that. As a child that young, it was difficult to express myself with words yet. I didn't have the word for ghost and would be spanked by my father for crying at night when this thing would appear and talk to me. One time, I was sitting on the potty with my mom there to supervise. I couldn't get off the toilet, like something was holding me down. My mother was pulling me by the arms to try to get me off, but couldn't. Finally, it let go. Sometimes, the door was slammed shut and locked with me on the other side, and I couldn't get out. Only the lock on the other door didn't work anymore. No matter how hard my mother would pull, the door would not open. Then all of a sudden, it would feel as if nothing happened. At night, you could hear scratching noises under the wood floor in the master bedroom. Dad said it was just animals. He crawled under the house, but didn't find anything. He never believes in this stuff. At night, when I would go to bed, always fussed about not wanting to go because I was scared. Before falling asleep, I felt something was trying to pull me through the wall. Sometimes, I felt like I was floating, like in another dimension or something. My mother finally had enough and made my dad find a new house to buy. We moved, and nothing quite as dramatic as that ever happened to me again. The new house had its little incidents, but that's another story. My parents are still alive in the house, and they bought it 27 years ago. First of all, let me explain. I'm from England. I'm a 26-year-old male living in Cambridge. I was born in Yorkshire, North England. Just up the road from where I lived was a place called Oakwell Hall, located in an area called Birkinshaw. Oakwell Hall is a fairly small house compared to some in the UK, but it certainly has local character. Many a day away from school would be spent wandering around the grounds. Local legend has it that the hall was once inhabited by a great local family named the Bats, hence the local town of Batley, and that one of the sons of the family, a womanizer and gambler of no small repute, found himself in a duel fought on the local moors. The servants all knew of this, and so were relieved. The sounds of his horse were heard, re-entering the stables. They were even more relieved when the son was seen walking through the hall, up the stairs, and to his bedchamber. They then made a rather spooky discovery when they noticed a bloody footprint on the staircase. Thinking their master was injured in the duel, they entered his chambers to see if they could help him. He was not there. The bed had not been disturbed. There was no horse in the stable. News was later conveyed that the son had died in the duel, and every Christmas Eve, the same bloody footprint can be seen on the staircase. This is not what I saw. I was 8 years old, and it was the school holidays. Two friends, Stephen and Stuart and myself, were walking through the garden when Stuart noticed one of the windows was blacked out. We noticed it as the sun was behind the house and so should have been shining pretty much through the hall and out the other side. Thinking that there may be something going on, there are occasionally demonstrations in the hall. We entered the building and up the stairs. As we got to the top of the stairs, Stephen remarked he felt a bit funny, and I suddenly felt cold. The next thing we saw was a black blob about a half a meter off the floor and about 1.5 meters tall float out of one door and into another. Stuart asked if anyone else had seen it, and we all said we had. Stuart then started to walk down the corridor very slowly, while Stephen and I stayed at the top of the stairs and were quite scared. Stuart looked around the corner and then ran back to us. We were so scared at this point that we just ran out and down the drive to the gate. Stuart told me later that he saw a figure about 6 foot tall that seemed to be made of shadows. He was dressed in a long coat and wore what looked like a top hat. He seemed to be looking for something, and then I became aware of him. He told me much later, about 10 years later, that it looked over its shoulder at him, and rather than a pair of eyes, it had a single red slit that seemed to pulse. I've been back to the hall since, and seen nothing out of the ordinary. However, I felt very uneasy about certain rooms. Oh well, there you go. I don't know if this qualifies as having a haunting or possession, or if I'm just crazy. I've read several stories on your site, which is great by the way, and haven't come across anything similar to one of my experiences, which I'll tell below. My father is suffering from advanced rheumatoid arthritis, along with hepatitis C. Not a good combination. Anyway, I've been living with the pain of knowing he would be sick and in pain for the rest of his life since I was 16. I'm now 22, and watching him suffer and struggle with his diseases. Because of this, I've become increasingly interested in whether or not there is another phase of existence after we leave this world. I've been asking, both mentally and out loud, for some type of proof of this, mostly for my own comfort. Anyway, I've recently been hearing noises that sound like a lot of people talking at once in my house when I'm home alone. It doesn't bother me or scare me, and it's so faint that it could be my imagination. Along with this, I've heard walking on my ceiling. My rooms are in the finished basement. In thinking my fiancé was home, went upstairs to greet him, only to find myself still alone in this very house. Since I've been asking for proof, I wonder if it's only my imagination, but this next part was scary. I heard the voices. Sounds like a crowd of people all talking at once, but this time, I wasn't hearing them externally, with my ears, but originating from inside my head. I had this weird feeling that they were all talking directly to me, rather than just overhearing things like the other occasions. Anyway, the voices in my head just kept getting louder and louder, and all of a sudden, I was laughing uncontrollably for no reason. Probably doesn't sound too scary to you, but the whole time I was laughing, about 5 minutes, I was having thoughts like, why am I laughing? Why can't I stop laughing? There's nothing funny about this, and such. I was scared and physically willed myself to stop laughing, which didn't work. The voices started fading after about 5 minutes, and my laughing reduced to giggles, and then to shocked silence. I've never told anyone about these things. I even think I sound crazy. And no, I was not on any mind-altering substances at the time this happened. Has the voices, laughing thing happened to anyone else out there? Or am I just crazy? If this has happened to someone out there, please email me. Okay, I know there are skeptics out there, but my grandmother, my mom, and I are very in tune with our spirits for some reason. I'll start with my grandparents' babysitting ghost. We call him that because only kids could see him if all adults were out of the house. To explain the house a bit, the hallway is L-shaped. There's a bathroom to your immediate right, then 2 bedrooms, bedrooms 1 and 2, on your left. When you turn the corner, there's a bedroom, number 3 on your left, another bathroom on your right, and the last bedroom, number 4, at the end of the hall. My mom's dad was at work, and her mom and all my mom's brothers and sisters were outside, talking to friends and such. My mom was just sitting and watching TV. As my mom was watching TV, she saw something moving out of the corner of her eye and looked down the hallway from the living room. There was a very tiny old man sitting in a rocking chair, reading a book and looking up at her from time to time. She said he just smiled at her and kept rocking and reading. When the adults came back into the house, he disappeared. 2 of my cousins have seen him also. The one thing that totally freaked us out was after my mom and I moved in with my grandparents. My Uncle Kay had died in the first bedroom about a year before. He was really into drinking and drugs, so one night his heart, liver, and kidneys just failed on him. He was the practical joker of the family. Anyhow, my mom and I came home one night. My grandparents were out. We both had to use the bathroom really bad, so my mom ran to the first one, and I went to the second one at the end of the hallway. All of a sudden, I heard my mom yell, "Hey!" I was about to open the door to ask why she was yelling, when I saw a hand open the bathroom door. I hurried up and finished my business and ran to my mom and asked her what happened. Why did she open the door to the bathroom and not tell me what she needed? Then I realized she was still in the bathroom. She said she saw a hand opening her bathroom door. I told her I saw the same thing. We're the only people in this house, and this happened on the opposite ends of the house. She just looked up at the ceiling and said, "Kay, stop scaring us. We don't want to play with you right now. Your jokes aren't funny." We heard the most evil laugh we could imagine. At that point, we looked at each other and ran out of the house. When we came back, my grandparents were home, and we sat my grandma down and told her what happened. She had to have the house blessed 3 times before the spirits went away. I was visiting some relatives in Denton, Texas, in early July of this year when this strange event took place. My relatives live in a trailer park, and some of the trailers are sitting close together. One late night, when I was there, my nephew left his cigarettes in his car, so he went out to get them. I went with him. As we were walking to his car, we noticed that next door, there was someone rummaging around in a trash can that was in the back of the neighbor's truck. We thought nothing of it, thinking it was just one of the neighbors looking for something they threw away. As it was dark near where the vehicles were parked, we couldn't make out who it was. Well, my nephew got his cigarettes out of his car, and we were walking to the front of his trailer where there is a bench you can sit on. We were walking towards it when we noticed whoever it was that was walking through the garbage can was now walking up to the next door neighbor's porch, which was a good 20-30 feet from us. For whatever reason, just the sight of the person made both of us freeze, while this figure just stood at the foot of the next door neighbor's porch steps with its back to us. It was almost as if this figure knew we were looking at it, but it wasn't even facing towards us. It just stood there, and we felt that somehow it was looking at us. Somehow. In the light of the porch lights, we could make out the details of this figure. The figure was of a small boy, but what was weird was that his head was shaven on both sides of his head, and in the middle was a blonde mohawk type haircut, except it wasn't the short type, but more of the longer hairstyle mohawk. This kid had 80s style clothes on. The short, multicolored and unbuttoned, light blue shorts and white tennis shoes. This kid just stood there for a few moments and began ascending the next door neighbor's steps in a stiff, awkward way. Its arms were close to its sides, and as it went up the steps, it just continued staring straight ahead, not once looking down or in any other direction. Then, the view of the kid was obstructed by the neighbor's porch, so we could no longer see him. The weird thing is, we never heard the next door neighbor's front door open or anything that would indicate this person went in. My nephew and I, very unnerved and chilled, ran into his parents' trailer. We sat in his living room for a while, trying to rationalize what we had seen. He told me that the neighbors had 2 girls, but looked nothing like what we had seen. We asked my nephew's mother, my sister, if she knew if the neighbors had some relatives over, and if so, if they had a boy that looked like what we described. She said, not that she knew of. Well, the next day, we go over to the neighbor's trailer and ask them if they had anyone over that looked like what we saw. They said no. We've had no visitors in 2 weeks. And no, we have no boys or children like what you described. My nephew and I then noticed there were 2 girls in the living room. We confirmed that that was the only children they had. So, who or what could have been? Where did it go? We didn't hear it go in the neighbor's home that night, so maybe it was just a strange neighborhood kid and went through their backyard to where they were going. Well, that would have been very difficult, since the neighbors have one of those extremely high wooden fences with no doors on it in their backyard. Besides, why would it go through the trouble of going up into their porch when they could have gone around? It's an old trailer park, and there's no telling how many people have lived and died in a lot of those trailers. I'm just glad I don't live there. Something and everything about this is strange, and what we saw that night, I know in my heart that it was not normal, but paranormal. I'm just glad the figure never turned around to look at us. I don't know what would have happened then. I'd hate to find out. My name is Paul, and I live in Canada, in the province of Nova Scotia, in a small city called Sydney. This small city was at one time an industrial center with coal mines and a large steel plant that employed thousands. This area's past employment promises has drawn in many foreigners to settle here, and we have a rich history of superstitions and beliefs. I should say that I'm not exactly a believer in ghosts, although I have an open mind to the idea that there may be something to it at all. Anyway, on with my story. I think I was 17 or 18 when this happened, which was around 1987. I was working for my local McDonald's restaurant, and was working until 2 a.m. It was shortly after midnight when I took a break and called my girlfriend to say goodnight. As we talked, she stopped to see if someone had come down the stairs from the second level of her parents' home because she thought she had heard footsteps. She checked the stairs twice, but nobody was there. The conversation turned to the fact that at times, she would hear sounds in the house as though someone was walking the stairs. Our topic then returned to the normal teenage babble until she happened to look into the adjacent room. She thought she saw someone sitting at the end of the sofa. She put the phone down momentarily while she turned on the light in the darkened room. It was only a sweater and a jacket laid over the backrest of the sofa, so we resumed our conversation once again. I can tell you that she had no thoughts of anything paranormal. She was thinking that maybe someone else was home other than her sleeping parents, as she had a number of older brothers still living at home. I can remember that as we talked, she stopped dead in mid-sentence and started to weep. I was wondering what was wrong, thinking that I had said something to upset her. When I got her to speak, she told me that there was someone there, standing in the doorway of the room where she had just been. She sobbed that she was trying to sit very still in the hopes that this apparition would not see her and just go away. I tried to talk to her and settle her down, not quite sure if this was a joke or not. I think that the figure stood in this position for at least 5 minutes. Then, just when my terrified girlfriend calmed down a little, the figure moved into the hallway and assumed a sitting position, legs crossed. I again had to try and calm her down by talking to her and asking her to describe what she was seeing. The figure, she said, appeared to be a boy of about 8 or 10 years old. He was wearing a modern-looking winter jacket and a winter hat. She said that although the facial features were not plain, the eyes could be clearly seen and were blue. The hands and feet area of the figure faded out of sight. This boy sat on the floor, not 10 feet from her, and looked right at her. Another minute or two passed, and then my girlfriend started weeping again. I remember her whispering, "Oh, Paul, it's a girl." She told me that the figure had reached up and pulled a hat off its head, and long blonde hair flowed from under it. The figure sat and stared in my girlfriend's direction a few minutes more, and then appeared to stand up and go back into the room where it came and disappeared. My girlfriend stayed on the phone just long enough to be sure it was gone. Then she hung up with me and ran for her parents' bedroom. That was the end of the experience, and had lasted about 15 minutes. She asked her parents the next day if they could think of who this may have been. They had no ideas and probably didn't believe her. I wasn't quite sure if I believed her either, and I kept asking her if she was playing a joke on me. She insisted she saw what she saw, and she wasn't comfortable talking about it for fear that it may reappear. I'm now married to my girlfriend, and she still swears every word of this is true. She still doesn't like to talk about it. No one has ever seen a ghost in that house before, or since, that I'm aware of. My wife over the years has gotten spooked, and came running to me saying that she felt uneasy, and was afraid she was back, but she hasn't been. I don't know if you respond to these letters or not, but if you do, write me a note to tell me what you think. Thank you for reading.
Well, let me first explain. I'm not psychic. I don't think that I'm particularly sensitive. I know that some of my friends and I in high school did mess around with some stuff. Ouija boards, going to cemeteries, etc. That wasn't the brightest of ideas, but it wasn't meant to be harmful. For whatever reason, I seem to attract this kind of energy. My parents had bought a house in a brand new development in West Windsor, New Jersey, in 1992. It was built on a former sod farm. Nothing too strange that we knew about. From the very beginning, I'd gotten weird vibes and sensations there, that something just wasn't right. My grandmother's sister, who was very sensitive, did not like coming over, that she never felt comfortable there. I never saw anything outright when I lived there, but I always got some strange vibes. My late grandmother did have a frightening experience. She had fallen asleep watching TV in the family room and awoke around 2 a.m. to two men standing in front of her. She screamed, and they were gone. I would get sensations of cold spots in certain spots in the home, especially in the front room. A lot of misery befell my family when they lived there too. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe not. In 1994, I lived for a brief time at 50 Main Street in Roebling. It was once a doctor's office, and I believe a post office at one point in time. I had many strange experiences in that home. My husband was going to school at night and worked full-time, so I was there by myself a lot. There was a room that was used for storage between our kitchen and the garage. I never wanted to be in there by myself. It was a very oppressive feeling, and I had a hard time breathing when I would be in there. There had been several times when I was doing laundry in the basement that I felt as if someone was standing behind me. Every so often I would catch a glimpse of an older, heavy-set woman outside. Since there was an alley directly behind the house, I assumed it was a neighbor. Apparently, no one alive in the neighborhood fit the description. The one thing that did me in was the third floor. When my husband lived there as a teenager, he and his brother shared it, and his brother had put mirrors along one whole wall. For whatever reason, I was never able to look at those mirrors. I don't know if I was afraid of what I'd see or what, but I never could. I had originally planned on making the other room there into my sewing room. One afternoon, I was up sweeping when I felt as if someone was in the room with me. I knew I was home alone. It was such a palatable presence. I started to pray out loud. I basically did the rosary, but the feeling did not subside. I did not feel evil. It was just very oppressive. Needless to say, I was grateful when my mother-in-law sold the home and we had to move. As an aside, I grew up in Ridgewood, Bergen County, and I think that it is a one haunted town. There is something very evil in the cemetery across from Ben Franklin Jr., and I knew people would mess around with that stuff that they should have not stirred something up there. One night, we were all hanging out across the street by Ben Franklin Jr., and then I went home. I parked in my parents' garage. I was 17 or 18 at the time, and for some strange reason, the car backed itself out of the garage and landed directly over a ditch. It was like it had perfectly aligned itself to go there. The high school is haunted too. There used to be a room off the auditorium in the tower that was always 10 degrees cooler than anywhere else in the school. Of course, this is where we would go to smoke on a rainy day. There would just be a strange feeling in there. I don't know of any stories behind the building. It just might be a natural energy field or something. Finally, I used to work at the Borders in West Windsor. The shopping center that the store is located in was built over swampland where a bunch of kids from Trenton had drowned on Christmas night when they were fleeing police in a stolen car. The accident happened around 10 p.m. at night. Apparently, where the back room in the store was not too far away from the accident where it happened. There were many times we would hear things outside at night on the loading dock. Of course, when we would open the door, there would be nothing. A lot of times, and especially after 10 p.m., it would be very creepy going back there. I know that some other employees said that they had seen things back there. I never saw anything. I just got weird feelings. I've never really shared any of these stories with anyone before, but I feel like you guys won't do anything to exploit them or make fun of me. When I was 15 years old, I used to frequently babysit from a next-door neighbor who has 5 children. It was a Friday night at about 10 p.m. I just put the children to sleep in their bedrooms upstairs. I stayed up for a while watching a few late-night shows. At about midnight, I found myself restless and decided to wash the dishes from that evening's dinner. About 10 minutes into washing, I heard footsteps behind me. Without turning around, I said, "You're supposed to be sleeping." I received no response and turned slightly to my right, and out of the corner of my eye, I seen the outline of a little boy with dark hair, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts, and white tennis shoes. I turned back to the dishes and was about to repeat myself when the hair on the back of my neck started to go up and a shiver went down my back. I quickly realized that the little boy I had just seen was not one of the children. I turned completely about to find nobody there. I quickly walked through the kitchen to the living room and up the stairs, where I found all the children sleeping soundly in their beds. There is no way that any of the children could have ran back up the stairs and back into their beds within 5 seconds, and also without me hearing anything. My proof of what I had seen was real, is that all of the children were wearing pajamas, and not one of them had on shorts. Well, this didn't exactly happen to me, but it happened to my grandmother and her mother in the 40s in Brazil. My grandmother was young, and she had just bought her first house with my grandfather, and she had 2 little daughters. My aunts, obviously. My father wasn't even born yet. My grandmother isn't a person to lie, so this story is no bull. Well, it was around 1945, and my grandmother was preparing food in the kitchen for my aunts. My grandfather was at work, so she was alone with her 2 daughters. She heard footsteps coming down the living room and down the hall. She thought that was strange, because my grandfather wouldn't come home. Only 5 hours later, she went to greet him, but instead was greeted by a terrible cold gust of wind. She shrugged it off and went on with her life. But until the next day, she was cooking for my 2 aunts. My oldest aunt was around 5, and the second was around 2. She heard the same footsteps, and she noticed that it was always at the end of her mother's room. My great-grandmother would sleep there sometimes. She grabbed her 2 daughters and waited outside for my grandfather to come. This would always happen at lunchtime, around 12 p.m. Well, my grandfather was always skeptical when it came to ghosts, so he comforted her and told her he was hearing things. She believed him and went on. The next day, my great-grandfather went to sleep there. She would sleep there to help out my grandmother with the girls, and the footsteps still came, but my grandmother felt safe because she was with her mother and 2 daughters, so she didn't mind it. At night, my great-grandmother was sleeping, and she felt the bed go down, as if someone was sitting down on it. Then, she felt a hand caressing her face. She got the heck out of there and never returned to that house. They lived there for 2 years. Soon after my father was born, they moved. So that's my story. I do not believe she was lying, because she isn't a person to lie about that.
And now we've reached the end of the video. If you would like to support the channel, please leave a comment in the comment section below. I will know you got to the end of the video by writing a comment. Any comment, I don't care what kind of comment you like, give it to me, and I'll give you a comment too. In response, because that's how life works, I guess. But guys, I'd really appreciate if you shared the video, liked the video, and commented below. It really helps the channel grow, the young channel, a short channel. Well, it's not a short channel, but you know what I mean. Small YouTubers like me will be able to get the video out to everybody we know if we share the video and like it. I really don't know what I'm saying other than that, but I figured if I just say some nonsense, you guys will appreciate it. But like, I really do mean that. You know, share the video, like it, comment, and subscribe if you're new, because if you even got to the end of the video, that is, I'd really appreciate it. So please, guys, pretty please, love you guys, and see you in the next video.